Chapter 32-20. The three meta-beast experts were completely convinced. They had to be. It was a matter of life and death. Who had the ability to control both the clone and the original body at the same time? At that moment, the three of them could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. There seemed to be a special existence in their minds that was monitoring them all the time. Tell me about what you know. Lin Fei sat on the throne and said. How could the three origin beasts dare to say no? They immediately told him everything they knew, including what they had heard. They did not dare to hold anything back. With the words of the three of them, Lin Fei combined the information he had gathered and gained a deeper understanding of the situation. No wonder other than Palace Yuan from the Beast Divine Continent, the other royal family forces didn't come. It turns out that Palace Yuan is the weakest force. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. The reason was hard to accept. The Xingling continent was not worth competing with in their eyes. As the weakest force, Palace Yuan had paid a huge price to take over the place. Compared to the price they paid, the harvest was quite good. As for recruiting Sacred Body Mountain, it was to prevent any accidents. Although the royal family did not intervene, who could guarantee that they would not intervene privately? If they were roped in, it would be a great loss to Palace Yuan. You said that the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans are focused on the divine tomb? So, Palace Yuan has not launched a large-scale attack? Lin Fei asked curiously. Ever since the two continents merged, there was a Xingling continent and a divine beast continent. Everything was very peaceful. It turned out there was such a thing. This divine tomb was left behind by a peak ultimate god. It was said that this person had tried to break through to a very high realm. Unfortunately, he did not. He was also a top-notch expert and left behind many treasures and secret manuals. Lin Fei listened carefully. A divine tomb built by a peak ultimate god is quite interesting. It's worth exploring together with the 10 great royal clans and the 3 great divine clans. I guess there's something good inside. Maybe the experts from Yuan Miao world will go there too. Lin Fei could not help but think. The 3 essence beast experts were not always in the divine beast continent, so what they knew was limited. This was all internal information. He was already very satisfied with Lin Fei. The 3 of you can go back. There's no need to expose anything for now. Anyway, if there's any movement in Yuan Palace, you can inform me immediately. Also, there's the change in Beast Divine Continent. After sending the 3 meta beasts away, Lin Fei began to ponder. Yuan Palace is only the weakest among the 10 royal families. Their overall strength is very strong. I have to set up the Holy Body Mountain again. No matter what, I have to build an impregnable kingdom. With hundreds of billions of reputation points, Lin Fei could indeed set up the Sage Body Mountain without any scruples. Lin Fei then set up 3 passive skills on the Sacred Body Mountain. These 3 passive skills were very overbearing. Compared to the previous skills, they were much more powerful. Attack diversion. All attacks on the Saint Physique Mountain's barrier would be deflected 100% of the time. As for where it would land, no one would know. The second was the heavenly protection. Previously, there was a divine guardian. This heavenly protection was of a higher level. It could absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Most importantly, it could absorb destructive energy to form an unbelievably strong defense. This cost 10 billion reputation points. The third was wireless transmission. This cost 30 billion reputation points. It could absorb destructive energy to act as the pillar of the Sacred Body Mountain's formation. It could even be the source of attack power. Especially the last one, that was the real good stuff. The primordial destruction energy was vast, and it was not easy to absorb and use it. 30 billion primordial destruction energy could only be used for a short 100 years. With these 3 skills, 50 billion reputation points were gone. To be at ease, Lin Fei could only grit his teeth and accept it. Now, with the 3 passive skills, the Sacred Body Mountain was as stable as Mount Tai. Even if the experts from Yuan Palace attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through. Unless they could break through the destructive energy. Lin Fei was prepared to go out and gain prestige. Without prestige, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence. Especially since the second beast divine continent was ruled by meta beasts. This was only the second one. Would the remaining 3 be even more terrifying? The answer was definite. Lin Fei had to accumulate and accumulate. For example, to make his physical body stronger. If one perfect physical body wasn't enough, he would have to add a few more. One by one, he would have to become stronger. Or even other skills. For example, attack transfer. This passive skill was much more expensive to use on his body than on the sacred body mountain. Even if Lin Fei had some wealth, he couldn't bear the price of such a skill. It was just too expensive. The series of numbers were terrifying. After arranging things, Lin Fei set off alone. Under space change, Lin Fei turned into a space and left the sacred body mountain silently. After leaving the sacred body mountain for a long distance, meta beasts surged in. Some were in groups, some were alone. Their ferocious auras were terrifying. The bustling Saint Spirit domain had totally changed with the influx of meta beasts. Those cities had been famous in the past, but now, they were all occupied by origin beast powerhouses. Many of the cities had directly turned into ruins, becoming desolate and uninhabited. Lin Fei shook his head as he walked. I started the enchantment great era and increased their strength, but in the face of meta beasts, they are still defenseless. Meta beasts were more powerful than he had imagined. Another large city was being attacked by hundreds of thousands of essence beasts. That part of the sky became dark and oppressive. The city's defensive array formation couldn't hold on any longer. In the huge city, all the experts' faces were ashen. A large number of meta beasts gathered together, and they could use some annihilation power. For example, the annihilation power was constantly attacking the array formation outside the city. This was also the reason why the city couldn't hold on. In the face of such high-level energy, who could resist it? It's over, it's over. If we had known, we would have left. It hasn't even been a month. The array formation is broken. We're dead. They're too powerful. We're not their match at all. Isn't it just death? Before I die, I'll drag them down with me. I'll kill as many as they come. We're hot-blooded too. In the city, all the heavenly god experts were in despair. Many large cities had been destroyed by the attacks of these soul beasts. At this moment, a gigantic hand appeared in the sky and slammed down with a simple palm. Those heavenly gods who were in despair saw a scene that they couldn't believe in their entire lives. The meta beasts that even godly venerables had to retreat temporarily began to crumble under that palm and turned into clouds of blood mist. The sky that covered the sky also returned to normal. A big shot has made a move. Ha ha ha, we don't have to die. We humans also have experts. I'm from Xianxia City. I'm here to rescue you. Chapter 32:21. Lin Fei didn't use his full strength. Although hundreds of thousands of meta beasts were powerful and could destroy a big city, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't worth it to use his full strength. After killing the meta beasts, Lin Fei didn't forget to raise the existence of a certain force. Xianxia City was one of them. Lin Fei believed that Yuan Palace would definitely bear a grudge against Xianxia City. Just thinking about it made him excited. Killing hundreds of thousands of meta beasts was a piece of cake. Since Lin Fei had taken action, he didn't mind making Xianxia City a scapegoat. The number of living beasts controlled by Yuan Palace was more than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, Lin Fei had attacked 6 times and killed 2 million living beasts. Lin Fei didn't know how much this number was a loss to Yuan Palace, but at least Yuan Palace would remember Xianxia City. In fact, Yuan Palace really bore a grudge against Xianxia City. 2 million meta beasts were considered a huge loss. Xianxia City's days in Divine Beast Continent weren't good. The Golden War God race issued a wanted order for Xianxia City, which brought them a huge loss. Half a month later, Lin Fei stepped into Divine Beast Continent. The heaven and earth energy in both continents were exactly the same, maintaining a stable 0 point. As soon as he stepped into Divine Beast Continent, Lin Fei saw darkness everywhere. There was no doubt that these were meta beasts. The entire Divine Beast Continent was filled with a large amount of meta beasts' aura. Lin Fei had been hiding. What was different from the Saint Spirit Continent was that the Divine Beast Continent didn't have any signs of any big cities. There weren't any traces of the human race either. The continent was truly ruled by the soul beasts. The meta beasts here were extremely powerful. Along the way, he saw countless hierarch realm meta beasts, which far exceeded the total number of Holy Spirit Continent. Crushed, completely crushed. Lin Fei finally understood why the human race had been defeated. There was strength in numbers. It was impossible for humans to not be defeated. Divine Beast Continent was huge. It was the size of 5 Holy Spirit continents. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He looked around and didn't reveal himself. The Beast Divine Continent is indeed the world of Yuan beasts. I've been here for almost a year, but I haven't met a single human. Their days are really not good. What was the concept of not meeting a single person in a year? This was enough to prove that the human race wasn't having a good time. It was no different from struggling at death's door. If not for the fact that the god's tomb is about to open, the essence beasts of the 10 royal races would have probably snuck into the Saint Spirit Continent. Lin Fei shook his head and continued forward. After a year, they had yet to reach the center of the Divine Beast Continent. But along the way, they met 2 soul beast experts from the royal clans. One was from the Beeman royal clan, and the other was from the Giant royal clan. These 2 royal clans were extraordinarily powerful. The bodies of these 2 royal clans were ridiculously strong. Even if Lin Fei didn't make a move, he understood why they were qualified to be a member of the 10 great royal clans. They indeed had the confidence. Even low-level ultimate gods could not break through the defense of those royal clan essence beasts. The Beeman royal clan and the Giant royal clan were tall. They did not live in big cities, but instead lived in tribes with the earth as their bed and the sky as their blanket. A year and a half later, Lin Fei had met 7 of the 10 great royal clans. There were indeed many experts. Any one of the royal clans could crush the top forces in the Saint Spirit Continent. There were a total of 10 such forces in the Divine Beast Continent, not to mention the 3 great royal clans. Lin Fei had also figured out the 3 great royal clans. They all had at least 1 peak ultimate god in their ranks. The 10 great royal clans were a step behind as they all had high-level ultimate gods in their ranks. It would be difficult for them to produce a peak ultimate god. In other words, the Divine Beast Continent had at least 3 peak ultimate gods. They were also rumored to be level 10 ultimate gods. Master, the god's tomb should be opening up ahead. For more than a year, Lin Fei had caught many powerful meta beasts and figured out the exact location of the god's tomb. When he found out the location, Lin Fei was stunned. Compared to the Saint Spirit Continent's complicated secrets, the Beast Divine Continent's god's tomb's location was known by the entire Divine Beast Continent. It was a very remote place, and almost no one visited it. Pay 1 billion reputation points in exchange for the advanced disguise technique. The Divine Beast Continent was almost done admiring the place. Next, it was time for Lin Fei to gain reputation. It was time to gain reputation. Lin Fei had long prepared how to gain reputation in the Divine Beast Continent. The opening of the god's tomb of a peak ultimate god was the best time to gain reputation. Hua hua hua. Advanced disguise technique. It was used for disguise. Lin Fei revealed himself and his body suddenly squirmed as his muscles began to change. Within the forest, a group of demonic beasts dashed out and bared their sharp fangs. They had more or less inherited the bloodline of the soul beasts. Therefore, compared to the Saint Spirit Continent, they were a notch larger in terms of size and strength. They looked even more ferocious. When they were about to approach Lin Fei, a ferocious aura swept across them. They were so scared that they crawled on the ground and shivered. In a short time, Lin Fei had finished disguising himself. Hee, I'm also a meta beast now. A mirror appeared in front of him. The Lin Fei in the mirror did not change much. He would not like to have an animal's head. Fortunately, there were many special races in the divine beast continent. For example, the barbarian race. This race looked similar to humans except for the aura they exuded. It was a chaotic aura. The barbarian race was not a big race in the divine beast continent. They could not even become a warrior. In the divine beast continent, warriors were below the royalty. These warriors had great influence. If a race could produce a champion, then that race would be able to develop for a very long time. I'm quite satisfied with this appearance. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this appearance. Other than the barbarian aura, he did not have any human aura. His appearance had changed slightly, and it was hard to associate him with Lin Fei's identity. Now that I have an identity, I can set off. Lin Fei waved his hand and these beasts turned into dried corpses. As a barbarian, I need a suitable mount if I want to be high profile. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He was here to raise his reputation. How could he not have a cool mount? As a member of the barbarian race, he more or less knew about the situation. Every barbarian was arrogant and unruly. It was said that there were many jokes about the barbarian race in the divine beast continent. For example, overestimating one's capabilities. While Lin Fei was thinking about how to get a cool mount, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. A red light appeared in the sky. At the same time, a blazing heat swept across. That looks like Hufeng. Chapter 32-22. On the way to the Divine Tomb. Following the news that the Divine Tomb was about to open, countless meta beasts rushed over. It was a place left behind by a peak ultimate god. Anything left behind inside was a priceless treasure. Anyone who could obtain one would soar to the sky. Meng Shan was a general of the Night Demon clan, one of the 10 royal clans. That's right, Meng Shan was a general of the royal clan. His identity was amazing as he could do whatever he wanted in the Beast Divine Continent as long as he did not offend those powerful generals. The Meng Mountain battle generals were ranked around the middle level among the battle generals. They were neither high nor low, and their influence was just average. Sir, I heard that the 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans have all gone to the Divine Tomb this time. It's said that there's a chance of entering the 7th floor. In the distance, there was a majestic and eye-catching team. General Meng Shan was sitting on a flying Hufeng. Hufeng's whole body was flowing with flames as it spread its wings that were 100 feet long. Wherever Hufeng passed, it left a red flame as it released an endless high temperature, instantly turning the place into a high-temperature zone. The 7th floor. Maybe I can go in and have a look. The Meng Mountain battle general thought happily. I want your Hufeng. If you know what's good for you, get lost or I'll destroy you. While General Meng Shan was thinking about the harvest after entering the Divine Tomb, a voice came out of nowhere. A young man appeared in the sky in front of them without warning. General Meng Shan smiled when he saw him. Ha, so it's a barbarian. General Meng Shan laughed and patted Hufeng under him. Burn him to death. Hufeng was also an arrogant person. He dared to ignore him in front of him. Hufeng flapped her wings and drew out a wave of flames like an endless ocean that rolled towards the barbarian. The vast sky turned into a sea of fire. The flames released by Hufeng were extremely terrifying and could easily burn a heavenly god expert to death and severely injure a low-level ultimate god. Even a high-level ultimate god would have to be careful. Who asked Hufeng to be ranked in the top 20 of the Divine Beast Continent's fire elemental beasts? It was impossible for her not to be terrifying. My lord, the barbarians are just a bunch of blind guys. They actually dared to come out and rob us. I'm going to die of laughter. Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. The subordinate behind him laughed. General Meng Shan also laughed heartily. Now I believe that the barbarians are a group of brainless fellows. The sky was filled with crackling sounds as the blazing flames swept over. It was a reaction brought about by the extreme temperature. At this moment, a hand reached out from the flames. It opened its fingers and grabbed at the Meng Shan general. No one believes my words. A faint voice came from the flames. Hufeng dashed out with her wings covered in flames and slashed at the arm like a knife. The arm was indifferent under the attack of the terrifying high temperature and grabbed at the Meng Shan general at a steady pace. Not bad. You can actually withstand Hufeng's attack. Interesting. General Meng Shan grabbed a saber and made hundreds of slashes in an instant. Each slash was aimed at a different direction of the arm. It was 100 consecutive slash. It was very difficult to resist. Even if the first slash was blocked, the second, third, and fourth slash would not be able to be blocked. Ding! 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 Meng Shan Battle General's killing move landed on the attacking arm, producing clanking sounds. If one looked carefully, the moment the saber light landed on the arm, it was instantly bounced off. Every attack was the same, exactly the same. My lord, let's go. The 100 consecutive slashes did not even budge the arm at all. The subordinate behind him exclaimed. General Meng Shan's facial expression changed slightly. Hufeng, let's work together and break his claws. As one of the battle generals of the Night Devil race in the Divine Beast continent, General Meng Shan was not a coward. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sit in the position of a battle general. After all, every battle general had walked out of the sea of blood. Merge. The Meng Shan general gave a loud roar. The fiery phoenix beneath him transformed into a ball of flame and attached itself to his body, forming a special fiery red armor. General Meng Shan's aura realm skyrocketed the moment they merged. He had broken through from low-level ultimate god to mid-level ultimate god with the strength of a level 6 ultimate god. Kill. 100 consecutive slashes. One slash after another, the power of the slash increased greatly and at the same time, it was accompanied by a flame attack. It was on a completely different level compared to the previous attack power. The arm was still slowly grabbing at him. All the attacks that landed on his body were bounced off. General Meng Shan tried a dozen different attacks but still could not stop it. What the hell? Who the hell is this? It was too scary that his attacks could not break through the defense of an arm. Let's go. At that moment, there was no more hesitation. He turned around and ran, turning into a red stream of light. The arms suddenly sped up and grabbed General Meng Shan with a swoosh. How dare you catch me? Hufeng, burn this arm for me. A terrifying high temperature covered the arm but could not penetrate it as if it was blocked by something. Master, it's not working. His defense is too strong. Hufeng panicked. My flames can't affect him. Crack. A force came from the arm. The powerful body of the Meng Mountain General made cracking noises. It hurts. Ah, master, I feel terrible too. Stop, stop. General Meng Shan could not take it when the other party tightened his grip. It was the same for Hufeng. Hurry up and save master. His subordinates panicked and rushed over. The arms suddenly swept past them. The general of Meng Mountain saw his subordinates explode one by one. In an instant, not a single one was left. His subordinates could unleash the strength of a low-level ultimate god. Even human experts could not easily tear through their defense. However, they could not withstand a light sweep of the arm. General Meng Shan's hair stood on end. Since when did the barbarians have such an expert? Why did they not know about it? It was ridiculous. The barbarians had never had any experts. Even if there were, they would at most have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Moreover, they did not live long. They were all killed by themselves. Separate. The power of the arm surged over again. Meng Shan's war general could no longer withstand it, and his corporeal body crumbled. The fire phoenix was the same. Her body split apart, transforming back into the fire phoenix to escape. In the end, another hand grabbed over, and the fire phoenix let out a miserable cry as it was grabbed. I'm in a good mood this time. I only want your Hufeng. Get lost. Battle General Meng Shan only felt a surge of power assaulting him. It was unbelievably turbulent, shattering his corporeal body over and over again. When he finally stabilized his body, he discovered that he had left his previous position, and his entire person was extremely weak. Chapter 32-23. Meng Shan's general's fear plus 10,000. Hufeng's fear plus 10,000. The robber was none other than Lin Fei. After seeing the fire phoenix, he decided to make a move. It was red and fiery, just right for him. Just one arm was enough to make Meng Shan's general feel fear and walk on the edge of death. Hey, it's digitized. I don't think it was there before. What's going on? Lin Fei was shocked and surprised. Every time he obtained prestige before, it contained all kinds of content. Lin Fei had no idea what kind of prestige it was, but he knew it was very comprehensive. At that moment, he felt strange when he saw Meng Shan's general and Hufeng's fear toward him. It turned out that fear could also be a part of prestige. In that case, was happiness, worship, and so on also a part of prestige? Master, didn't you suspect that I'm tarnishing your prestige? So, I've digitized it for you, said the little devil. This way, you'll know how much prestige I've gained. Am I good? The little devil showed off its cleverness, which was rare. Lin Fei was stunned. That works too. Of course, why can't it? The little devil said, prestige includes all kinds of emotions such as gratitude, fear, hatred, and so on. That's why it's called prestige. Lin Fei thought it made sense. By the way, Master, the system automatically paid you 1 billion prestige points in order to digitize it. I'm letting you know in advance in case you don't know. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're really evil. Senior, don't kill me. Hufeng was caught and brought in front of a young man. The ordinary-looking young man gave her a great deal of fear and uneasiness. He was someone who could easily crush her to death. Even her master, Meng Shan's general, was beaten half to death. Her flames could not threaten the young man in front of her. Hufeng was not a fool. She immediately realized she had met an expert and began to beg for mercy. Only a high-level ultimate god would be able to withstand his flame breath. In the Beast Divine continent, it was easy to become a low-level and mid-level ultimate god, but it was not easy to become a high-level ultimate god. It was a threshold. His master was currently a fourth-class ultimate god among the mid-level ultimate gods. In front of such an expert, Hufeng did not dare to utter a word. If she angered the other party could kill her with just a finger. Hufeng immediately chose to be obedient. Not bad, you're very obedient. Recently, I've been lacking a mount. As long as you're obedient, maybe I'll find you a female Hufeng if I'm in a good mood. That way, you won't be lonely. Lin Fei smiled. It would be best if Hufeng was tactful. Senior, you've made the right choice by choosing me as your mount. I admire those strong warriors the most. What are the Meng Mountain generals? In Senior's eyes, they are not even worth a finger. Hufeng catered to Lin Fei like a lackey. In the Beast Divine continent, this kind of situation was normal. The weak worshipped the strong. This was vividly displayed in the Beast Divine continent. Take me to the Divine Tomb. Lin Fei stood on Hufeng. He had to admit that Hufeng was extremely fast. Her fiery red figure was like a stream of light. It was hard not to be eye-catching. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was thinking about something. The Beast Divine continent is really a strange place. Meta beasts can actually fuse with each other. After fusing, their strength will skyrocket. It's really incredible. Lin Fei was still recalling the scene just now. He had always been curious as to why the human experts in the Beast Divine continent were so miserably abused. Now he finally understood. Meta beasts could fuse with each other and their strength and defense would be greatly improved. It was normal for the humans to be not weak. Little devil, is there a skill similar to the fusion between meta beasts in the mall? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. He came to the Beast Divine continent to build up his reputation. If he could, he did not want to reveal too much about himself. It would be more meaningful for him to use his identity as a barbarian to continuously gain prestige. Master, wait a moment. I'll screen it for you right away. Little Devil immediately began to search. He soon found the answer. Master, I've found a total of 3 skills that are similar to Soul Beast Fusion. The first is the Beast Soul skill, which can be used to fuse with any beast, but its power is average. The second is Beast Armor Fusion, which can increase defense and attack power. The third is Magical Beast Transformation, which is even more powerful than the previous 2 skills. Once used, you can transform into a top-notch soul beast and possess powerful combat strength. Lin Fei was quite happy to hear that there were 3 skills. The first 2 sounded ordinary, but he was immediately interested when he heard about the third skill. Magical Beast Transformation, what's the price of this? A top-notch meta beast was exciting to hear. The first level of Magical Beast Transformation only needs 50 billion reputation points. When used, one will have the strength of a mid-level ultimate god. Lin Fei blinked and was speechless. 50 billion reputation points for the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. The strength I can transform into is only a mid-level ultimate god. It's not even as strong as my own body. Lin Fei did not want to exchange for it anymore. Master, this is the first level. It's already very powerful and is the most suitable disguise for Master. Little Devil introduced. The most suitable disguise. Those words convinced Lin Fei. Lin Fei really needed a disguise in a place like the Beast Divine continent. Humans were not popular here. As for Lin Fei's public appearance, there was only killing and more killing. That was not in line with Lin Fei's plan. The more people there were, the more prestige there would be. As for killing, forget it. Alright, you've convinced me. Are you sure this magical beast transformation is suitable in a place like this? Won't I be suspected? I don't want to become a gold ingot in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei was really worried about that. Don't worry, Master. The magical beast transformation is not beyond the realm of meta-beast fusion. It's just more powerful and more complete. They will only think that Master is a genius or that you got lucky and obtained it somewhere. After all, there are still 3 continents that have not been unsealed. It's not certain that it will be passed down. Lin Fei listened to Little Devil's words and felt that it made sense. It seemed like there was really nothing to worry about. Then I'll exchange for the first level. Pay 50 billion reputation points. Successfully obtained the first level of magical beast transformation. A Jingguang entered Lin Fei's mind and turned into a large amount of information. It was the first level of magical beast transformation. In the next second, Lin Fei's eyes widened. F***ck, this is too awesome. Lin Fei came back to his senses and let out a long roar that almost scared Wufeng to the ground. Magical Beast Transformation, first level, Red-Eyed Diamond. A strength-type meta-beast. It was very much in line with Lin Fei's expectations for the first level of Magical Beast Transformation. Most importantly, he could display his strength as much as he wanted and didn't have to worry about anything. He was the strongest now. Chapter 32-24. The Divine Tomb. That was the name of the Divine Tomb. It was not a formal name, but it had a great influence in the Divine Beast continent. At that time, it was well known throughout the Divine Beast continent and everyone knew about it. Thousands of years after the death of the Divine Tomb expert, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb appeared. It was a divine tomb that was accidentally discovered. After a long time, the Divine Tomb of the Divine Tomb had opened the first 6 layers and no one could break through the 7th layer. Every time the Divine Tomb closed and opened again, everything inside would return to normal. That became a big danger in the Divine Tomb. Every time the Divine Tomb would return to its original state, it would still be a great threat to everyone even if they knew the path. Everyone knew the dangers of the Divine Tomb. Every time it opened, the soul beast experts from the Divine Beast continent would flock there. In the face of absolute benefits, a mere sacrifice was nothing. Master, the divine tomb left by the divine tomb expert is in front. The fire phoenix is extremely well behaved now. Along the way, he told them everything he knew. Even if it was just some hearsay, he didn't hide anything. She was a chatterbox. Lin Fei commented on Hufeng. For Lin Fei, who did not know much about the situation in the Divine Beast continent, it was good to have such a chatterbox. At least he could get a general idea of the Divine Beast continent. We can't continue flying. Hufeng said, there's a no-fly zone in front. The 10 royal clans and the 3 divine clans control that area. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. That's quite domineering. Lin Fei stood up from the phoenix's back and looked at the buildings in front of him, especially the looming tower in the center. It pierced through the clouds, looking majestic. Even from far away, he could feel the pressure that the black tower exuded. Let's go down. Lin Fei did not let Hufeng barge in. Within the no-fly zone, Lin Fei had already sensed many powerful auras. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the sky. There were hundreds of mid-level ultimate gods' auras, and that was just a small number. There were also hundreds of high-level ultimate gods' auras. The Xingling continent was nothing compared to this. It was not strange at all that the human forces were suppressed. This place is suitable for me to increase my reputation. Hufeng landed with Lin Fei in the outer region, and with a shake of her body, she transformed into a young man in bright red armor. Master. Hufeng obediently stood beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at Hufeng. You should have been here a few times. Take me to a crowded place. A crowded place? The fire phoenix immediately said, if Master wants to go to a crowded and lively place, there is a very good place. Every time before the tomb of the god of sin opens, that place will gather the young generation of the beast god continent. I believe it is suitable for Master. Hufeng was very familiar with this place. She introduced the place as they walked. Master, in the original circle of the divine tomb, there are the 3 celestial clans, followed by the 10 royal clans, and outside are all kinds of warriors. We are now in the outermost area. Under normal circumstances, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering. Once they do, they will be killed without mercy. In the Beast Divine Continent, the hierarchy is very strict. Those who challenge this hierarchy will be destroyed. Hufeng was really worried that Lin Fei would do something reckless. The barbarians were famous for their bad temper and one-track mind. Because of this temper, the barbarians had almost no influence in the Beast Divine Continent. Hufeng did not want her master to fight with the 10 royal clans. That would definitely be courting death. It was better to make things clear now. Fortunately, along the way, Lin Fei did not say anything. Hufeng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he did not get angry, it was fine. He was very afraid of this master. The previous master was almost beaten to death. Hufeng would never forget that scene for the rest of his life. Lin Fei secretly thought about where to start. Strict hierarchy? This had nothing to do with him. Right now, the identity of the barbarian clan was very suitable for him. Under Hufeng's lead, Lin Fei soon saw a temporary camp. Yes, it was a camp. That's it. Master, this is a good place. Hufeng said in a low voice, Master, do you see those people? Actually, Lin Fei had already noticed them. Those elemental beast experts were hugging human girls on their left and right. Some elemental beast experts even brought many young and beautiful human female gods. They are all going to auction. Auction? The flame phoenix chuckled, yes, in front of us is a temporary money-squandering den. In there, as long as you have money, you can buy human race gods, for example, those human race female gods with status. I heard that this time, it seems like the 10 great royal families captured the human race's holy maiden. Maybe they will auction her here. Human saintess? There is such a thing. Master, don't you know? Hufeng was very curious. This should not be the case. Lin Fei kicked Hufeng, almost causing Huafeng to collapse. If there is a next time, you are dead. Huafeng trembled in fear. I won't dare again. At the temporary camp, Lin Fei saw a large number of human gods. They were all tied up and their strength was sealed. Their faces were all filled with despair. Go, go. We are about to win. Upon entering the camp, Lin Fei saw an even more infuriating scene. 2 elemental beast experts were competing in eating humans. In their true forms, they were eating human gods one at a time. All around them were elemental beast experts cheering them on. As a member of the human race, although Lin Fei was sometimes heartless, when he saw this scene, he wanted nothing more than to immediately kill them. Eating humans was too evil. Fortunately, Lin Fei refrained from making a move. After all, he had plenty of time to do so. Master, this is just their boring game. Who asked humans to be so weak? Huafeng didn't notice Lin Fei's expression and said as they walked. The camp was not very big. But this camp was filled with a large number of human slaves. Yes, slaves. These human slaves were either scouts, slaughtered by meta beasts, or auctioned off. It could be said that the fate of the human slaves in this camp was very miserable. Lin Fei even saw an elemental beast expert kill 5 or 6 human slaves with a single slap because he was in a bad mood, as if it was a trivial matter. Hurry up and go take a look. The auction is about to start. I heard that a human holy maiden is being auctioned. That holy maiden. Who else could it be? Of course it's Panjian. No way, she was actually captured. I have to go take a look. That's a chaste woman. Hee, who said she wasn't? I heard that the giant race caught her and planned to sell her for a high price. Huafeng said cautiously, Master, there really is a holy maiden being auctioned. You have to go take a look. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Chapter 32-25. By the time Lin Fei arrived, a large number of young geniuses had gathered in this place. Just as Huafeng had said, most of the people here were young. They were unscrupulous, arrogant, and domineering. All sorts of expressions were written on their faces. Lin Fei arrived a little later and was blocked at the back. At a glance, there were more than 1,000 people gathered here. It was truly packed with people. Everyone was here for the human race's saintess. After all, the human race's saintess was too famous in the divine beast continent. Master, the ones standing on the auction stage are from the giant race. They are a royal family and are very powerful. The giant race is born as a hierarch expert. They are very terrifying. Huafeng whispered. She looked at the giant race with a tinge of fear and dread. It was not Lin Fei's first time seeing the giant race. The giants on the stage were not very tall. There was a huge gap between them and real giants. However, they had shrunk their bodies. Once they let loose, they would immediately become giants that were hundreds of meters tall. Where is the saintess? Hurry up and take her out. We are here to see the saintess. Saintess, come out. Don't be so fake. The people below the stage started to make a ruckus. Even if the ones on the stage were from the giant race, they still had the courage to make a ruckus. So what if they were from the royal family? Everyone, quiet down. A giant race expert walked up. His facial features were very rough. Just like the words, giant race, he was very handsome. I am Giant Fire from the giant race. Everyone should have heard of my name. When this rough giant race expert came up and reported his name, many people gasped. I was the one who brought people to capture Saintess Feng Yen. Clap clap. Giant Fire clapped his hands. Behind him, the giant race disciples escorted the saintess up. It was a woman in a black palace dress. There were a few bloodstains on her face, and her black palace dress was also tattered. Around her neck, there was a silver ring. When the black palace dress came closer, even though he was injured, he still couldn't stop his heroic aura. Holy maiden, you didn't expect it, right? The majestic holy maiden of the human race is about to be auctioned off and then tortured. If she had chosen to rely on our divine beast continent, this day wouldn't have come. Jianghu laughed. I'm not surprised that I fell into your hands. I just regret that I didn't kill a few more royal disciples. Panjian's voice was cold, and her gaze was especially firm. Giant Flame chuckled, then you won't have a chance. You should think about whose hands you will fall into. Those people are experts in torture. Lin Fei saw the saintess of the human race. She was quite pretty, but she seemed to have a rather cold personality. She gave off a feeling of being 1,000 miles away from people. Your aura is quite strong. You should be a peak mid-level ultimate god, which is equivalent to a peak level 6 ultimate god. Unfortunately, you were still caught. You're lucky to have met me. Upon seeing the human race's saintess, Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. Let's start from this. Nothing could be more suitable than this. Everyone has seen the saintess. She's the real deal. Giant Flame pushed Panjian around for everyone to see clearly. In order to capture her, our giant clan sacrificed a lot of people. This auction of the human race's saintess has a minimum starting price of 3 million low-grade primordial stones. There's only one chance, so everyone must seize it. 3 million low-grade primordial stones. Many people frowned as it was not cheap. Usually, a human race slave would cost tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. Even an ultimate god would only cost about 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade primordial stones. A mere human race saintess actually cost 3 million low-grade primordial stones. That price was obviously on the high side, even if she was the human race saintess. Everyone must think that the price is too high, but this is the human race saintess. She knows a lot of secrets, such as the current hiding place of the human race. Each of those human race experts is worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. It's quite a good deal. Giant Flame promoted. When he said that, everyone thought that it was quite true. Human race slaves were very popular in the Beast Divine continent. Any human race slave was worth tens of thousands of low-grade primordial stones. In comparison, 3 million low-grade primordial stones seemed to be a very good deal. 10 million low-grade primordial stones, I want it. Before anyone could speak, someone spoke first. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and saw a person, a young man. He looks like a barbarian. Ha ha ha, it's really a barbarian. This is going to be interesting. The barbarians are all poor. Not to mention 10 million. They probably can't even take out 1 million. After everyone turned their heads, they immediately realized that it was a barbarian kid. The crowd roared with laughter. In the Beast Divine continent, the barbarians were famous for being arrogant idiots. They had always been the target of ridicule by other races. Under normal circumstances, the barbarians rarely went out. Every time they went out, they would be the target of attention. Giant Flame's mockery plus 1,000. Giant Rock Demon's mockery plus 1,000. Demon Yan's mockery plus 5,000. In an instant, it directly contributed over 1 million reputation points to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This place was indeed a good place to farm reputation points. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome barbarian kid before. Lin Fei swaggered his way forward. Move aside, don't block my way. Don't force me to attack. My fists can kill people. Everyone couldn't stop laughing. Who was this guy? He was really arrogant. He dared to look down on them in public. As expected of the arrogant barbarians. Lin Fei received another wave of ridicule. Move aside. Soon. The people in front stopped moving. Barbarian kid, scram to the side. This is not a place for you to show off. Scram. You still want to go in? Who do you think you are? A joke of the Beast Divine continent dares to come here? You're indeed a brainless thing. These people were all mocking and ridiculing. The barbarian tribe had never taken them seriously. They were all good-looking but useless trash. Everyone in the Beast Divine continent knew about them. In such a place, they looked down on the barbarians. If they weren't from the Beast Divine continent's Yuan beast lineage, they wouldn't mind capturing them as slaves. Lin Fei stopped. If you don't move aside, I'm going to fight my way in. Don't blame me for being too ruthless. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. My fists can kill people. Once I start fighting, even I feel afraid. Let's see if you're afraid. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid as though he was a clown. What a joke. With the barbarian kid's strength, he wanted to kill someone? What a joke. Chapter 32-26. Temporary Camp. After Saintess Feng Yan was captured by the giant clan to be auctioned, a barbarian brat suddenly appeared. The barbarian race was famous for being easy to bully in the Divine Beast continent. Everyone was happy to bully the barbarian disciples. Now, a brainless barbarian brat actually dared to compete for the human race's saintess. His brain must have gone haywire. He even dared to bid 10 million low-grade source stones. Wasn't this challenging their intelligence? Giant Fire revealed a smile. Saintess, you really have a lot of face. Even that barbarian brat is jealous of you. Panjian was expressionless, a dog biting a dog. It would be interesting if that barbarian brat decided to show his power. Giant Fire said with contempt, what a joke. Do you think that barbarian brat has the strength? I dare say that he will become a corpse and become a joke. In Giant Fire's eyes, the barbarian race was a joke. They were a bunch of idiots. Today, a large group of geniuses came for the human race's saintess. It was not something a barbarian brat could participate in. That's not necessarily true. Even if Panjian knew that Giant Fire was speaking the truth, she still wanted to play the devil's advocate. After all, none of the essence beasts were good people. That great sovereign blocked the way with his chest puffed out. His face was full of ridicule. Come, fight here. The great monarch origin beast slapped his chest with an arrogant and domineering look on his face. The surrounding essence beast sneered. That barbarian brat was going to humiliate himself. Who didn't know that the barbarian disciples were famous for being weak? There were only a few who could reach the godly venerable realm. Those that roamed the divine beast continent were mostly at the godly lord realm. Are you sure you want to fight here? I'm very strong. Lin Fei waved his fist with a serious expression. It won't be good if I beat you to death. Everyone burst into laughter again. This barbarian brat was too interesting. He wasn't a godly venerable expert, but his tone was more arrogant than most godly venerable experts. Ha ha ha, if you beat me to death, that's because I'm not strong enough. Come, let me see the power of a barbarian expert. The great sovereign essence beast laughed. He couldn't help it. This barbarian brat was too funny. The other sky prides were also full of smiles. It was interesting to see the clown-like barbarian disciples flaunting their prowess in a place like this. Then I'll make my move. Lin Fei looked at everyone's various expressions and felt elated. Invincible Divine Fist. Lin Fei shouted out a resounding name. Only then did he fit the image of a brainless brat from the barbarian race. Poochie, Poochie. Many people couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei's fist went straight for the dragon's nest, and a fist imprint headed straight for his opponent's chest. With a bang, it hit the great sovereign meta beast powerhouse squarely in the chest. A cloud of blood mist exploded on the spot. The faces of the surrounding meta beast powerhouses instantly darkened, and their expressions stiffened. Damn, he really killed him with one punch. Damn, are my eyes playing tricks on me? That's a great sovereign. This barbarian boy is not weak. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. Lin Fei had killed a great monarch with a single punch. Looking at the system notification, he had received over 100,000 reputation points. Sigh, I already said that my fist is very powerful. Lin Fei shook his head and muttered to himself, why don't you believe me? We barbarians never lie. We'll just say it. The meta beast powerhouses were only slightly stunned, but they quickly recovered. Killing a great sovereign with one punch was really not a big deal. Many heroes could do it, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, do you want to move aside now? Lin Fei said to the meta beast powerhouses in front of him. To move or not to move? That was a problem. Barbarian boy, aren't you very powerful? If you have the ability, fight your way in. You want us to move aside? That's impossible. Yes, if you want to go in, you have to show your strength. Don't think that you are very powerful just because you killed a great sovereign with one punch. In our eyes, you are still not our match. Here, we only submit to strength. If you don't have strength, don't think that we will make way for you. Brat from the barbarian race, you don't have the qualifications. These people hated the barbarian disciples the most. How could it be possible for them to make way for a brat from the barbarian race? That would be a disgrace to their own clans and forces. The divine beast continent had existed for a long time, and no one had ever seen anyone make way for a barbarian. If anyone made way for a brat from the barbarian race today, they would definitely become famous tomorrow and become a joke in everyone's eyes. Sigh, you guys are forcing us to make a move. Lin Fei wished that they wouldn't make way. Otherwise, where would he find someone to make a move on them? Everything was developing perfectly. The identity he chose was very effective. The status of the barbarian race in the divine beast continent was not high, and the performance of these people was the best proof. Then I'm going to make a move. Lin Fei raised his fist again. But this time, these people were no longer blockheads. They wouldn't foolishly try to resist. The great sovereign in front could only be blamed for his bad luck. I'm coming. On the temporary stage. Giant Fire didn't take the brat from the barbarian race killing a great sovereign seriously. Look, doesn't that brat look like a clown? He thinks he's so powerful and even dares to ask everyone to make way. Guess, how long can he last before he dies? Giant Fire smiled and looked at Pan Giant. Take you for example. You couldn't even withstand a single blow from our giant race. He's making a move. Lin Fei raised his fist and made a move. Space shook. Lin Fei broke through space and appeared in front of the nearest great sovereign. He punched the great sovereign's chest, causing a mist of blood to explode. This punch was simple and direct. The great sovereign was dead. The second punch followed closely, and at the same time, dozens of fist shadows appeared. Bang bang bang. A series of sounds could be heard, followed by clouds of blood mist. It was exceptionally dazzling, and most of the sky was dyed blood red. Lin Fei's figure kept moving. Everywhere he passed, everyone could hear the solid sound of punches. Then, a mist of blood appeared, dyeing the surroundings red. Why bother? Lin Fei punched as he walked. The powerhouses in front of him exploded into a mist of blood one after another. 1, 10, 30. 50. 100. Lin Fei only had one move. That was a punch. This punch contained dozens of fist imprints. Everywhere the fist imprints passed, a mist of blood filled the air. He originally wanted to see how long the brat could last before being beaten to death. What happened next was completely out of his expectations. Even great sovereigns were killed with a single punch. Wherever it passed, no one could stop it. In just a few moments, more than 200 people had been killed. The air was filled with a mist of blood. Chapter 32-27. Zhao Shi, shocking plus 2,000. Wang Shan, shocking plus 3,000. Lin Yuan, shocking plus 5,420. The meta beasts present all contributed their reputation points. The barbarian brat had called out such a high price, but he had long been regarded as being unreasonable. Thus, the number of onlookers had also increased. Every time the barbarian kid caused trouble, he would either be killed or ridiculed. The meta beasts were also fans of gossip. Every time there was a barbarian kid, everyone liked to go and watch the show. Today was no exception. What was different was that the barbarian kid was extremely ferocious. He killed more than 200 people in one move, most of which were supremacies and great venerables. The air at the scene was filled with the strong smell of blood. This guy might even be an ultimate god. He must be. His strength is so domineering. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, he killed him with a single punch and completely destroyed his physical body. How terrifying. The soul beasts standing in the distance all drew in a sharp intake of breath. This barbarian kid was so violent. He killed more than 200 people in one move. This was different from what they had imagined. They were not the ones oppressing the barbarian kid. Since when did the barbarian kid oppress them? It was a one-sided situation. If you don't want to die, scram. Lin Fei shouted and did not stop punching. Faced with the power of that punch, the meta beasts who looked down on the barbarians were all terrified. Those who purely wanted to watch the show were so scared that they ran away. They did not want to die. Judging from the current situation, the barbarian kid was at least an ultimate god. Unless an ultimate god made a move, who could suppress the barbarian kid? The crowd in front of them became restless. A narrow passageway appeared. There were still people who were afraid of death. The meta beasts who stood in front were all killed. What a barbarian kid. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed supremacies and great venerables? There was a cold snort in front of them. A black ray of light shot straight toward them. It was a saber light. The black saber light turned into a long saber and exuded a terrifying ultimate god aura. The saber light contained several forces, which greatly increased its power. The Blade Demon General has made a move. Ha ha ha, this brat from the barbarian tribe is going to be out of luck. The Battle General has made his move. Brat from the barbarian tribe, why aren't you kneeling? Someone cried out in surprise, obviously recognizing the Essence Beast powerhouse who had attacked. Because the giant tribe was auctioning the human race saints, those who came today were all proud sons of heaven. In addition, there were also some young battle generals who were interested in the human race saints. The one who attacked Lin Fei was a warrior in black armor. He looked young, and since he was able to become a warrior, there was no need to mention his strength. Just the power of a single blade strike was enough to make people feel the power of a warrior. When the black saber light was about to approach Lin Fei, the space there was instantly distorted like a fried dough twist. Space continued to distort. Lin Fei suddenly laughed and punched the space in front of him. The black saber light, which had not yet fully erupted with power, broke with a cracking sound. Eat my fist. A fist seal blasted straight at him. The black-armored Blade Demon General snorted softly and slashed forward with the saber in his hand. More than a dozen saber lights went straight at the fist seal. The saber lights were all broken into pieces before they could even get close to the fist seal. The Blade Demon General's expression changed slightly. The fist seal suddenly broke through space and hit the Blade Demon General's chest. The black armor was torn apart. The Blade Demon General looked down at his body and saw cracks appearing. With a bang, the Blade Demon General exploded, raising a mist of blood. The Blade Demon General, a third-class ultimate god expert, exploded with a single punch. A third-class ultimate god, a warrior level, was not weak. However, he was killed by a barbarian kid with a single punch. Everyone's expression changed and could no longer remain calm. When did the barbarian tribe have such an expert? Why didn't they receive any news about it? To be able to kill a third-class ultimate god Blade Demon General with a single punch, did that mean that the barbarian kid was at least a fourth-class ultimate god? That was a joke. Everyone could not accept the fact for a while. The barbarian disciples, who had always been treated like clowns, actually produced an expert with the strength of a fourth-class ultimate god. It was a little unexpected. The Blade Demon General has been killed. Oh my god, he's too strong. What a cunning barbarian kid. He must have done it on purpose. Yes, he must have done it on purpose. He's so bad. Those meta-beast experts who were ready to persevere ran to the side one by one. There was a commotion in front of them. It was completely empty. At least, no one dared to stand in front of the barbarian kid. The Blade Demon General had been killed by a group of people. Wouldn't it be the same if they stood in front of him? Look, I'm going to kill someone with my fist. As soon as they retreated, Lin Fei had no target to attack. He shook his head and stopped. You killed the Blade Demon General and reported your name. We, the Blaze royal family, will not let you go. Just as Lin Fei was about to reach the auction stage, a person next to him who seemed to be a follower of the general glared at him fiercely. The Blaze royal family had sent a general this time. The Blade Demon General had come for the human clan Saintis but was killed before it even started. How was the follower going to explain it to the human clan? You want to take revenge on me? Lin Fei looked over. The people in the distance were speechless. Since he said that, he would definitely take revenge on him. One of the Blaze royal family's generals had been killed. He would not take revenge on Kai Guai. No one had ever killed a general of the royal family unless the person who did it was also a member of the royal family. Of course, you've offended. The follower stood in the crowd. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Lin Fei throwing a punch at him. His eyes immediately widened. You can't. The circle of followers turned into a mist of blood. Humph, I hate threats of revenge the most. Lin Fei smiled. Giant clan, I bid 10 million low-grade primordial stones. Why didn't you shout? Are you looking down on the barbarians? Lin Fei came closer and finally saw the human clan Saintis clearly. His eyes moved back and forth on Panjian's body. His fiery gaze was vividly displayed. If there's no one else, this human clan Saintis is mine. I happen to have a bed warmer by my side. She's quite suitable. Lin Fei laughed. Giant Fire was also shocked. He had really misjudged today. This barbarian kid's strength was not bad at all. He had the strength of a mid-level ultimate god and seemed to be very strong. The giant clan had paid a huge price to capture the human clan Saintis not for money. Naturally, he did not want her to fall into the hands of the barbarian kid. Giant Fire did not care about the barbarian kid's bid. However, after the other party's display of strength where he even dared to kill a Blaze royal family's general, Giant Fire had to take him seriously. Kid, do you have money? A red-haired young man not far away said disdainfully, I bid 12 million low-grade primordial stones. Don't play if you don't have money. Lin Fei looked in that direction and smirked. Isn't it just low-grade primordial stones? Who doesn't have it? I'm lucky. I dug up a big tomb and obtained a fortune of 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Come if you can, poor bastard. Whoosh. Chapter 32-28. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. The mountain of primordial stones appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. When the numbers met the real thing, the visual shock was very strong. Although Lin Fei had displayed his strength and killed 200 people, and even a saber demon general, offending the Blaze royal family, the essence beasts present did not take Lin Fei seriously. But at this moment, everyone's expression changed once again. Apart from being weak, the barbarians were also poor. The barbarians were famous for being poor, and it was already not bad to have 1 million low-grade primordial stones on them. All along, when the barbarians went out, no one would rob them. There was no need for that. If they were not careful, the barbarians would attack them crazily, and the gains would not make up for the losses. The scene in front of them truly shocked everyone. 30 million low-grade primordial stones. Those people's eyes widened. This barbarian kid was really a fool. Was it worth paying 30 million low-grade primordial stones for a human Saintis? That last sentence truly stung everyone's hearts. Many essence beasts really could not take out 30 million low-grade primordial stones. There were also some essence beasts who were concerned about the barbarian kid's words. Had they really been dug into some kind of tomb? This situation was not unexpected in the divine beast continent. On the stage, Giant Fire was also stunned. This situation was completely beyond his imagination. A strange look flashed in Panjian's eyes. 30 million low-grade primordial stones, hee, I'm going to take the human saintess. Isn't it just primordial stones? Who doesn't have one? Lin Fei laughed proudly. The red-haired youth from before was also shocked. Everyone was clear about the situation of the barbarian disciples, but this person in front of them seemed a little different. 30 million low-grade primordial stones is nothing. The red-haired youth was unwilling to lose face. He was also a descendant of a general, and if he lost to a barbarian kid, he would really lose face. I'll pay 40 million low-grade primordial stones. Crash. A pile of primordial stones came out. The red-haired youth provoked, continue, let me see how big your bragging can be. You still can't act cool in front of me. Well said. Barbarian kid is nothing. Many people behind him cheered. These people all looked down on barbarian brats. Lin Fei had a disappointed look on his face. It said that there are many rich people in the Divine Beast continent, especially the young ones. I thought that you would be able to call out 70 to 80 million low-grade source stones, but in the end, it's only 40 million low-grade source stones. I really feel ashamed for you. I bid 100 million low-grade source stones. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of source stones. 100 million low-grade primal stones piled up together. These primeval stones were all stolen from the Luofu auction. At that time, he had casually killed the divinities, and their storage rings had been taken away by Lin Fei. He had a large number of primordial stones, and now he finally had a use for them. Lin Fei did not even blink as he took out 100 million low-grade primal stones to provoke them once again. The red-haired young man almost vomited blood. He was only a fourth-class ultimate god and dared not attack a barbarian kid whose strength was unknown. The human race holy maiden sounded very high class, but in reality, the human race holy maiden didn't have much influence in the divine beast continent. Using tens of millions of low-grade source stones to bid for her, was there something wrong with her brain? I don't want it. The red-haired young man gave up. He knew in his heart that even if he didn't make a move, someone else would. They were not the only ones here today, as there were also disciples from the 10 royal clans. Giant Fire was now in a dilemma. A barbarian kid could easily take out 100 million low-grade primal stones, which meant that it would not be a problem for him to take out at least 400 to 500 million low-grade primal stones. If the barbarian kid really slapped it on Giant Fire's face, he would more or less lose it. However, at this time, Giant Fire really couldn't do anything. Holy maiden of the human race, you have to remember that you will soon become my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the holy maiden of the human race. Panjian did not speak. She had long accepted her fate of falling into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. However, Panjian felt that it was a joke for her to fall into the hands of the divine beast continent's most useless barbarian disciple. Perhaps God was punishing her for a dignified holy maiden to end up like this. Barbarian kid, I bid 500 million low-grade primal stones, what about you? A young man with a lion head and a human body standing at the front suddenly turned his head, his face filled with a playful smile. As soon as this person opened his mouth, everyone knew that something interesting was about to happen. In the divine beast continent, anyone with this kind of appearance was from the lion race, one of the 10 great royal clans. It's not easy to encounter such an interesting thing, how can I miss it? On the other side, a young man with a tiger head and a human body opened the folding fan in his hand. I bid 800 million low-grade primal stones, join in the fun. Celestial Lion, Hu Lai Ri, since you've all made a move, then I'll bid 1 billion low-grade primal stones. Barbarian kid, do your best. At this time, another person spoke up. This was the Demon Eye clan of the 10 great royal clans. With the 3 royal clan disciples speaking up, everyone began to get excited. This was the most interesting thing. The 3 royal clan disciples spoke up. Could this barbarian kid compete with the royal clan disciples in terms of wealth? Wow, these 3 seem to be young geniuses. Now this barbarian kid won't have the chance to be arrogant anymore. That's right, how can this barbarian kid's wealth compare to theirs? He'll definitely have to leave with his tail between his legs. Hee hee, even if he leaves, whether this barbarian kid can survive is another matter. As the three royal clan disciples spoke up, in everyone's eyes, the outcome had already been decided. In this kind of auction, it had always been the royal clan disciples who performed. It had never been the turn of a barbarian kid to perform, because his identity and background were not worthy of standing on the same level as the royal clan. The royal clan was high and mighty. The barbarian was in existence at the bottom. From the moment the royal clan disciples spoke up, there was actually no comparison. Everyone looked at the barbarian kid. If he went against the royal clan disciples, then his death would be quite interesting. Such a thing had not happened in a long time. When Lin Fei came, he was already prepared to have some fun with the royal clan disciples. This was the time to truly build up his prestige. In the Divine Beast continent, only the royal clan could interest Lin Fei, and only they could allow him to build up his prestige to his heart's content. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. When I left the mountain, I heard that the royal clan was very powerful and that their disciples were very rich. Today, I've finally encountered one, so I want to see how much wealth the royal clan disciples have. In any case, I'm determined to have the human race's saintess. Master said that the human race's saintess is the best girl to warm the bed. No one can stop my decision. Lin Fei waved his hand. 5 billion low-grade primal stones. If I want to play, I'll play something exciting. What do you guys think? Chapter 32-29. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Everyone shuddered as well. A human race saintess was worth 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. What kind of joke was that? Such a price was enough to bid for several 6th-class ultimate god human slaves. Using this price to buy the human race's saintess was a complete waste. Those who had looked down on the barbarian race lad finally believed the saying that this barbarian race lad had really dug up an incredible tomb. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones was not a price that any royal family disciple could afford. Even if they did, it would not make much sense. Who knew if the brute would bid 10 billion low-grade primordial stones? The worst thing that could happen was that the royal family disciple would not be able to step down. I love to haggle with royal family disciples. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones is just the beginning. Come at me. Lin Fei said confidently. Celestial Lion really wanted to play with the brute. However, when the brute opened his mouth, he was shocked. I only bid a few 100 million low-grade primordial stones, but you actually bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. Do you have to be so crazy? Are you sure you want to compete with me for the human race saintess? Celestial Lion's eyes swept over fiercely. You should know that you won't have a good ending if you know about the royal family. So what if you're from the royal family? Come on, let's go all out and see who kills who. Lin Fei stretched out a finger. Come on, I'm not afraid of the royal family. The crowd was in an uproar. This brute was starting to provoke the royal family, especially the bad-tempered Lion Man tribe. Among the 10 royal families, the Lion Man tribe and Tiger Man tribe had the worst tempers. Are you provoking me? Celestial Lion's face was gloomy. This brute was too arrogant. Of course, I bid 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. You won't bid, but you're using the royal family to scare me. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Lin Fei was full of fighting spirit. Come on, show me the power of the royal family. Celestial Lion was furious. This brute was definitely a brainless guy. He wanted to kill the brute just because of those words. In the end, he held back. The status of a member of the royal family attracted too much attention here. If he really killed this barbarian boy, he would undoubtedly offend the giant tribe, which was extremely inappropriate. 5 billion to buy the human race's saintess? The barbarian race is just a wooden club. I don't want it anymore. The Celestial Lion turned around and left. He was afraid that if he stayed, he would start killing people. What a coward. Before anyone could react, they heard the barbarians attack. The Celestial Lion stopped, his killing intent cold. "Brat, I'll remember you. I hope you don't appear in the divine tomb, otherwise, I'll let you experience the fury of our lion tribe." A throat-slitting motion. This was the celestial lion's killing intent rising. "I will go to the tomb of the god of sin." "Don't worry," Lin Fei said. The celestial lion turned and left. "Since Brother Lion has left, I'm leaving too." Hu Lai Ri shook his head. "Brat from the barbarian race, I look forward to our next meeting. You'd better enjoy the human race's holy maiden you bought for 5 billion. Don't give her to someone else when you don't have a chance." "Ha ha ha." Hu Lai Ri laughed as he left. "Brat from the barbarian race, you're going to be famous." The prodigy from the demon eye race laughed. "Enjoy it." The disciple from the demon eye race also left. To be able to become a disciple of the royal race, he was naturally not a profligate disciple. How could he be jealous in such a place? The human race's holy maiden was actually not that big of a deal. In the eyes of the beast divine continent's essence beasts, humans were their slaves. They could be captured and humiliated at any time. Especially now that the Saint Spirit continent was being developed, there were large numbers of human slaves for them to choose from. For a human race's holy maiden, there was no need to do so. Although there were some royal race disciples and even the generals under the royal race present, none of them made a bid. 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The barbarian race disciples were indeed different. Everyone knew that this brat from the barbarian race would probably be killed by the royal race disciples soon. There was no need to bid now. Moreover, it would indirectly offend the royal race. No one would do such a thing. Giant Flame was the most speechless. The human race's holy maiden that they had painstakingly captured was actually bought by a barbarian race disciple. This was hard for them to accept. Yet, they had no way to stop this brat from the barbarian race. Congratulations to this hierarch of the barbarian race for obtaining the human race's holy maiden. When Giant Flame announced, there was a hint of bitterness in his voice. Initially, he wanted to contact the royal race disciples. But now, he had helped an unknown brat from the barbarian race. The human race's holy maiden Feng Yan also did not expect that she would be exposed to the hands of this brat from the barbarian race. In order to bid for her to warm his bed, he was willing to fork out 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden could not imagine why this brat would do so. "This is yours." Giant Flame arranged for people to hand over 5 billion low-grade primordial stones. The human race's holy maiden was also brought to his side. "This is a tool to unlock the treasure in her body. As long as it is not unlocked, her strength will always be sealed." "Thank you." Lin Fei received the treasure and kept it. "That's right. If you have any good stuff in the future, you can contact me. I am not afraid of anything. I dare to ask for anything good." Giant Flame was really impressed by this guy. "If I were you, I would run away now. None of the royal race disciples are to be trifled with. Especially the Lion Man race and the Tiger Man race. They are famous for their brutality." Giant Flame said. "You are a good person. However, I like all kinds of exciting challenges," Lin Fei said with a smile. Giant Huan knew that he had wasted his words. This was an extremely audacious fella. He was just courting death. He didn't listen to his words at all. Since the other party did not listen, there was nothing Giant Flame could do. The barbarian race was indeed a bunch of brainless fellows. As Lin Fei took away the human race's holy maiden, the news spread immediately. Although it was not big news, this brat from the barbarian race and the human race's holy maiden, as well as 5 billion low-grade primordial stones, would definitely cause quite a stir in the vicinity of the deity tomb. In fact, when the news came out, many people doubted its authenticity. The barbarian race, which was at the bottom of the beast divine continent, dared to challenge a royal race disciple and even auctioned the human race's holy maiden. No matter who heard it, they felt like they were dreaming. Was that really a barbarian race disciple? As the people who witnessed all of this spread the news, everyone was shocked. Was there going to be an expert in the barbarian race? However, this expert did not seem to have a good brain. Heavens, this is unbelievable. When did the barbarian race become so powerful that they dared to go against a royal race disciple? I heard that they are going to the deity tomb. They are really courting death. Chapter 32:30. Lin Fei was famous in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Everyone knew about it after Lin Fei left with the human clan Holy Maiden, and everyone looked at him strangely along the way. A barbarian kid had stolen the limelight of a royal disciple. It was something that would not happen even once in 1,000 years, but everyone had encountered it in the divine tomb of the Yuanfu tribe. Lin Fei walked at the front unhurriedly. His face was expressionless, and it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. However, his heart was filled with joy. Snatching the human clan Holy Maiden from the hands of a royal disciple has really earned me a lot of prestige. It's only been a while and my prestige has already exceeded 10 million. It was much faster than when he was on the sacred body mountain. As the matter continued to ferment, his prestige continued to increase. He could easily earn more than 1 billion prestige points, which was something that could be done without any pressure. The human clan Holy Maiden, Feng Yan, who was walking behind, followed closely and did not dare to fall too far behind. Until now, Panjian had not figured out how she had fallen into the hands of a barbarian disciple. It was as if God was playing a big joke on her. "Master, there's no one here. We have to camp in the wild," Huifeng said cautiously. He was still worried that something bad would happen, but in the blink of an eye, a big problem had arisen. The barbarian had offended a royal disciple who had the worst tempers among the lion men and tiger men, not to mention some of the hidden generals. A barbarian disciple with no background was still a juicy piece of meat in everyone's eyes. Lin Fei went all the way to an empty place outside and released a senfu with a wave of his hand. It was a brand new senfu purchased from the Prestige Mall. It was a must-have senfu with a strong defense that could easily withstand a high-level ultimate god's attack. It also had a counterattack formation with a price of 30 billion prestige points and a 100-year usage. As soon as the senfu was released, it was magnificent and immediately shocked the people who followed behind. The Beast Divine Continent's experts would also carry a senfu with them when they went out. However, compared to the one in front of them, the difference was too big. Every part of this immortal abode was unbelievably exquisite. "Open the door." The door slowly opened. Lin Fei walked into senfu. Panjian and Huifeng were slightly startled. In a place like the Divine Beast Continent, it was not easy to see such a senfu. It was normal for them to be shocked. After the two of them entered, the door slowly closed. There were many senfu cultivators near the tomb of the god of sin. However, when Lin Fei's senfu appeared, everyone's senfu paled in comparison. That brat from the barbarian tribe has really struck gold. If senfu can take out something like this, he must have found something good in the tomb. Exactly, it's too ostentatious. I can guarantee that this brat from the barbarian tribe won't live for long. That's for sure. Maybe those generals will come and attack soon. After all, it's just a brat from the brute tribe. If he dies, then he dies. It doesn't matter. A brat from the barbarian race was wealthier than them. Many royal disciples also learned of this matter and personally came to see the senfu. The tomb of the god of sin had not opened yet, so they had nothing to do. The moment they saw the senfu, they were all captivated. Arrange for a few generals to seize that senfu. Hu Tianren had also gone to see the senfu, and he fell in love with it at first glance. It was too classy. Why does a brat from the barbarian race live in a better place than me? In the Divine Beast Continent, essence beasts ran amok. However, there was not much development in the path of refining artifacts. And it was almost impossible to find a good senfu in the Divine Beast Continent. Even if there was one, it would be obtained by robbing human experts. There were very few immortal abodes refined locally that were of a high grade. Seize the senfu. Remember, don't kill the brat from the barbarian race. That will make us seem unreasonable. Shirlieri also saw it and arranged for the generals to deal with the brat. Those who dared to show off in front of the royal disciples never had a good ending. These two weren't the only ones eyeing the senfu. Inside the senfu, fake mountains, flowing water, pavilions, everything was there. Apart from that, when one walked into the senfu, they would feel an absolutely peaceful aura. Any restlessness or uneasiness would disappear without a trace. An immortal mansion with 30 billion prestige for 100 years was not an undeserved reputation. At least it was worth the money. Lin Fei quite liked this senfu. In the prestige shopping center, this kind of senfu was the lowest grade. There were even more expensive ones above it. Little Hua, you can go guard the door. Remember, don't go out. No matter how many people come, you don't have to worry. If someone comes to find me, reject them all. I won't go out until the tomb of the god of sin opens. Lin Fei sent Huafeng away. This guy eagerly went to guard the door. He had never been to this kind of senfu in his life. What do you know? It's not that easy to be my bed-warming maid. Lin Fei sat in a pavilion, looking at the saintess of the human race standing in front of him. Panjian raised her head, you'd better kill me. Lin Fei shook his head, no, no, no. Killing you would be so boring. You're someone I've spent 5 billion low-grade origin stones on, and I've even offended a royal disciple. Wouldn't killing you be too easy? Feng Yan's eyes were cold, as if she was facing death calmly. I will never satisfy any of your requests. In my eyes, the life of a primordial beast is not a good thing. Even if you are a barbarian, it is the same. Lin Fei bid for the human race saintess not because he coveted her beauty, but because he wanted to keep the human race alive. In addition, he wanted to increase his prestige. Panjian's hatred value plus 100,000. Lin Fei looked at the number. Wasn't the aggro a little too high? It started at 100,000. This hatred value was really big. Then you should think about how to be a bed-warming maid first. Lin Fei stood up, left a sentence and left. Panjian was ready to accept her fate. Without strength, she was nothing. No matter how the barbarian boy treated her, she would not blink. But the scene in front of her was completely wrong. Left? Panjian's face showed a rare trace of confusion. If you want to use this method, then you are wrong. Panjian said in her heart, I will never bow my head. In Panjian's view, this was a trap of the barbarians. It was impossible for her to obediently serve the barbarians. The barbarian boy left, and Panjian didn't know what to do for a while. This situation made her not used to it, and her mood began to become contradictory. In the end, Panjian walked around. Her mood began to calm down. What a magical senfu. Panjian walked around and finally came to the door, where she saw Huafeng. Huafeng had returned to her original body, blazing with red flames, lying lazily at the door. Seeing the human race saintess come over, she glanced at her and looked away. Chapter 32-31. Panjian couldn't figure out what this barbarian brat wanted to do to her either. It felt good to be alive. Not good, so many champions are coming this way. Huafeng, who was resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes, and a grave expression appeared on her face. Just as she finished speaking, a black mass of people appeared in the distance. They were all champions, and each of them had brought people with them. There were more than 10,000 of them. In the Divine Beast continent, there were too many elemental beasts, and every battle was a sea of people. Panjian knew that this barbarian brat would not have a good ending for offending a royal disciple, but she didn't expect him to take revenge so quickly. There were at least 100,000 people outside. In fact, there were more than 30 champions, and each of them had brought a few thousand people. The number quickly exceeded 100,000, and they covered the sky. Previously, the auction had been organized by the giant race, and no one dared to offend them. They were one of the top 5 royal races. But it was different now. A barbarian brat dared to show off his wealth. Wasn't that saying that they were weak? Since that was the case, they would deal with him now. Aren't you very good at fighting? With more than 30 champions and 100,000 elemental beasts, killing a barbarian brat and even breaking into Senfu would be a piece of cake. Attack! After these champions arrived, they immediately attacked Senfu. Attacks rained down from the sky. With the 100,000 elemental beasts working together, the scene was spectacular and shocking. This barbarian brat is really courting death. Yeah, right. He even dares to offend a royal disciple. He deserves to die. Hee hee, let's watch a good show. The divine tomb hadn't opened yet, so everyone was paying attention to the progress here. Should we inform Master? Huofeng actually wanted to inform him. 100,000 elemental beasts were too terrifying. Under such an attack, even Huofeng wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths, let alone this Senfu. But when she thought of her master's words, Huofeng didn't dare to go. This was the person who had severely injured his previous master with a single punch, nearly killing him. If he were to run over to warn him now, what if he were to get angry and beat him to death? This Senfu should be able to hold out for a while. Huofeng lowered her head. Panjian closed her eyes. It might not be so bad to die like this. At least it wouldn't be so frustrating. Ever since Giant Fire wanted to auction her, Panjian knew that her fate would be very miserable. She would really rather die than live. Now, she couldn't even control her life and death. This Senfu looked pretty good, but it might not be able to block the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. In the current situation, Senfu would be breached in less than a dozen breaths. Senfu's defense had always been weak. No one thought that Senfu could stop them. At this moment, the Senfu automatically activated its defense. A layer of light appeared in the sky above the Senfu and enveloped the Senfu like a huge egg. The raindrop-like attacks landed on the barrier and were all bounced off. Then, a black void appeared outside the barrier, isolating the Senfu. That black void was like a ribbon. All sorts of attacks landed on the black void and instantly disappeared. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. What a powerful Senfu! What kind of array formation is that? Did it divert the attack? That's the attack of 100,000 essence beasts. Unbelievable, this is truly unbelievable. The 30-odd generals who led the team also frowned. Continue attacking. For an immortal abode like this, no formation would be able to last long. Continue attacking until the Senfu's array formation is broken. The generals also made their moves. Powerful attacks were mixed in, and the level of power immediately increased as they attacked the Senfu array formation from afar. Inside the Senfu, Huofeng raised her head. After not sensing any changes in the Senfu, she also became excited. Master Senfu is too powerful. Ha ha ha, they can't break it, ha ha ha. Huofeng was indeed worried, but it seemed that her worries were unfounded. Who could break the Senfu array formation? Not even 100,000 essence beasts could do it. Panjian was initially prepared to die. When she looked up and saw that the attacks had been blocked, the black void swallowed the attacks of 100,000 essence beasts each time. This Senfu, the attacks of the generals continued. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until a month had passed. During this period, the attacks never stopped. After a month, the Senfu's defense was still the same. On the other hand, the 100,000 essence beasts' attacks had slowed down, and their eyes were filled with despair. After a month of continuous attacks, the array formation could still be maintained. There was nothing more unacceptable than this. The 30 or so battle generals were no longer indifferent. They themselves had taken action and attacked continuously for a month, but in the end, there was no progress at all. Instead, they were quite exhausted. Even a powerhouse would not be able to withstand a month of continuous attacks on the Senfu. This Senfu was really strange. The 30-odd generals discussed for a while. It was obvious that the black void had blocked their attacks. What about their main bodies? Their essence beasts were very powerful, and they did not believe that they could not break through the Senfu. Everyone agreed with this idea. That black ribbon-like void could absorb attacks, but it couldn't stop them from passing through. This was their chance. Everyone, return to your main bodies. The 100,000 essence beasts returned to their main bodies and once again covered the sky. The entire sky was blocked. This time, the senfu is going to be broken through. Good idea. The onlookers were also shocked. The senfu had persisted for a month, and there were no signs of it being broken through. The senfu was so powerful that they wanted to build their own. A bunch of idiots. They are going to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fei sat in the senfu's control room, with a bunch of buttons in front of him. The tomb of the gods of Jianghu is about to start. Let's get rid of them first. Lin Fei had gained some prestige. Seeing that it was about time, it was time to counterattack. Super Infinite Cannon, activate. This was the senfu's main attack skill. A cannon barrel appeared in the center of the senfu without any warning. It was dozens of feet long. When the cannon was aimed at the essence beasts, the black cannon barrel drew a stream of light, and a black ball of light shot out. The ball of light exploded on the essence beasts' bodies, quickly turning into a stream of light that swept across. One ball of light instantly destroyed hundreds of essence beasts. They were truly dead. A second ball of light was shot out, followed by a third. Bang! 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 Balls of light shot out from the senfu and exploded above the 100,000 essence beasts, setting off streams of light. The essence beasts' lives were violently destroyed by these streams of light. The 100,000 essence beasts' lives continued to decrease, and the sky reappeared. Retreat. Chapter 32-32. More than 100,000 meta beast experts and more than 30 generals could easily kill a 6th class ultimate god or even besiege a 7th class ultimate god. It would not be difficult for them to seriously injure a high-level ultimate god. However, the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Senfu's counterattack was too overbearing. Dense light spheres fell and the terrifying power of the light spheres instantly tore through the defenses of the meta beast experts who were known for their defense. They died without any chance to struggle. In a short period of time, more than 100,000 meta beast experts were annihilated except for a few who survived. The battle situation was beyond everyone's expectations as it was exactly the same as what they had imagined. What a terrifying senfu! Who can tell me what kind of attack that was? It was a clean sweep. That barbarian kid is so domineering. What a cunning move. He deliberately resisted for a year before wiping them all out. We have underestimated this barbarian kid. Who knows where this barbarian kid came from? The royal disciples are about to vomit blood. They didn't manage to take down Senfu but instead lost thousands of meta beast experts. This feud has been set in stone. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill the barbarian kid. From the moment the royal disciples made their move, everyone was generally not optimistic about the barbarian kid as no one had ever been able to compete with the royal disciples and gain the upper hand. But this time, they had all misjudged, and their faces had been slapped with a resounding slap. Those meta beast experts who did not take advantage of the situation were all wiping their sweat. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. If a senfu could easily kill meta beast experts, what would happen if there were 1,100,000,000 of them? Perhaps they would all be the same. For a moment, no one dared to approach Senfu anymore. The royal disciples were speechless and did not dare to make a move for the time being. Although it was not a big deal to lose thousands of experts before figuring out what was going on, they felt uncomfortable as though they had been slapped in the face. Very straightforwardly, the royal clan disciples all fell silent. Make another move? It was meaningless. No one could guarantee that they could not break through. More than 30 generals with the strength of intermediate ultimate gods could not withstand the aftermath of the attack. One could imagine how terrifying that power was. In Senfu, both Hufeng and Panjian were stunned. The former was easy to deal with, as Hufeng more or less knew the ins and outs of the situation. This was a powerful master, but who would have thought that the Senfu he was residing in was also ridiculously powerful? With a single wave of attacks, he had killed more than 100,000 soul beasts. Hufeng was glad that she had made the right choice. Perhaps following Master would increase his status by quite a bit. Even the royal family's disciples couldn't break through a Senfu castle. Panjian was even more shocked. This barbarian disciple was even more mysterious than she had imagined. A veil of mystery had been draped over his body, and she had unwittingly become curious about him. Could it be that this brat from the barbarian race really wanted to go against the royal disciples to the end? After killing more than 100,000 essence beasts, Yang Kai's eyes widened. Many battle generals came up to curry favor with him, and among them, there was no lack of battle generals arranged by the royal family. As the gatekeeper, Hufeng was domineering for the first time. Anyway, they couldn't break in, so there was nothing to worry about. My master is in seclusion. He won't see any guests. No matter who it was, they all gave the same answer. It was the same even for the battle generals of the royal family. There were also some who wanted to threaten Hufeng with their royal family status. In the end, Hufeng roared, "Come on, come on. Come in and kill me if you can. If you don't kill me, you're useless." Hufeng was using her connections to intimidate others. Those people had figured out Senfu. As long as they did not attack, they would be fine. They could not do anything to Hufeng. Break in? Stop joking. Unless it was a level 7 or 8 ultimate god. However, would those high-level ultimate gods make a move? At least, it was impossible for now. With their status and qualifications, who would dare to make a move? For the first time, Panjian wondered if she had encountered a fake barbarian disciple. It had been almost 3 years since she arrived in Senfu. Panjian had almost nothing to do. The suffering that she had imagined did not appear. It was as if she had been abandoned. Every day, she would reverberate in the immortal abode. Thinking back to the days of hiding in the divine beast continent, for the first time, the word safety came to mind for no reason. In this immortal abode, Saintess Feng Yan felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even if the royal family, the 3 divine clans, and countless battle generals were outside, no one dared to cause trouble in Senfu. It was also quiet outside as if she had been abandoned. This feeling was strange to Panjian. "Xiaohua, what's the background of your master?" After her life was no longer in danger, Panjian began to study the barbarian disciple. Everything seemed too mysterious. In 3 years, she was considered to be familiar with Hufeng. "I don't know." Hufeng was in a good mood after using her connections to intimidate others. "Anyway, he's very powerful." This was not the first time Panjian heard such words. "Then what do you think I should do?" Panjian could not cultivate now. She could only live one day at a time, but this was not something she was willing to do. "Foolish human, I think you should listen to Master." Hufeng had already decided on Lin Fei. "I haven't followed Master for a long time, but I know that Master is a very powerful existence. Don't you wish for the human race to have a safe haven? Perhaps, Master can do it here." Panjian would never have imagined that Hufeng would say such a thing. A safe haven for the human race? Can I? Panjian asked herself. Now that the 2 continents had merged, the human race did not have any advantage. The situation was the same as before. The essence beasts were powerful, and they would continue to have an advantage for a long time. Boom boom boom. In the 5th year, loud rumbling sounds could be heard from the divine tomb. The loud sound reverberated above the divine beast continent and saintly spirit continent, and everyone could hear it. In a swamp, a few people rushed into the sky. "The divine tomb is open." "Ha ha ha, I'm here." Further away, in an underground cave abode, a seated hierarch opened his eyes. "It's finally open. I can't get what I couldn't get the last time." The hierarch stood up, took a step, and disappeared without a trace. In the Yuanmi world, huge warships passed through the Yuanmi power and rushed into the divine beast continent. This time, our target is the 7th level of the divine tomb. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. When these warships entered the divine beast continent, the essence beasts did not dare to stop them. This was because the insignia on the warships indicated that they came from the Yuanmi world. The divine tomb is finally open. In Senfu, Lin Fei also walked out. After waiting for 5 years, it was finally open. Go and control the Senfu to enter the divine tomb. Lin Fei's voice landed in Panjian's ears. Then, a jingguang entered her forehead. Xiaohua, support from the side. Before Panjian and Hufeng could react, their surroundings changed. They arrived at a central control hub, and the scene in front of them was an eye-opener. Chapter 32-33. The tomb of the original God of God had opened. The eye-catching and domineering tomb of the original God of God had opened a huge portal. There were a total of 9 such portals scattered in all directions. Everyone could enter the first floor of the tomb of the original God of God from each portal. The only difference was that the interior of the tomb of the original God of God was filled with dangers. Each portal had a different entry point and a different risk factor. Even those who had been to the tomb of the original God of God could not guarantee their safety every time they entered. If it was really that safe, the tomb of the original God of God left behind by a peak ultimate God would not be that simple. Every time the tomb of the original God of God was opened, risks and opportunities coexisted. The first to rush in were the 3 great divine clans. The 3 great divine clans were the most powerful existences. Each clan chose a portal to enter and the 10 great royal clans followed closely after them. No one dared to enter before them. Unless they did not want to stay in the beast divine continent. The 10 great royal clans led their generals and entered through the portal. Compared to the royal clans outside, 9 portals could not be entered so quickly. The major castellans from the Yuanmi world arrived at the scene. The royal clans were not surprised to see the castellans from the Yuanmi world. Although they were humans, they were different from the beast divine continent's humans and could not be easily dealt with. Those castellans had peak ultimate gods behind them. The beast divine continent's royal clans dared not offend them, but they would not try to please them either. They were in a position of peace with each other. It was different in the tomb of the original God of God. Even if there were peak ultimate gods behind them, it was normal for something to happen in the tomb of the original God of God. Generally, there would not be a life and death situation. The peak ultimate god's reputation was still important. Of course, why not? Lin Fei had been preparing since the movement in the tomb of the original God of God. Lin Fei did not care at all about killing 100,000 meta beasts. He was not worried that the royal clans would take action again. Anyone with a brain would continue to be entangled in this matter. There was no need. Over the past few years, Lin Fei had gained a lot of prestige, which made him feel refreshed. For example, the Senfu castle that was bought with tens of billions of prestige had recovered 1/3 of its prestige after killing 100,000 meta beasts. And now, it was time to reap some prestige. But I heard that in the tomb of the gods of Jianghu, nothing can be brought into it except the person, such as our Senfu. Hufeng said cautiously. Those were the rules set by the original divinity and no one was allowed to break them. If I say it's possible, it's possible. Lin Fei snorted. Charge. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Panjian. At this time, Panjian had already mastered Senfu's manipulation methods. He couldn't figure out why that brat from the barbarian tribe would let him control the Senfu. Only after mastering the knowledge in her mind did she realize how powerful Senfu was. Panjian also knew that the attack that easily killed 100,000 meta beasts was called the Super Infinite Cannon. That black ribbon-like thing was actually a special existence that could absorb all attacks and convert them into energy. Panjian had seen Senfu before. Back then, the human race also had Senfu, but compared to the one in front of her, it was completely weak. If the human race had such a Senfu back then, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament, and she wouldn't have been captured. This Senfu was too powerful. The Senfu moved. It soared into the sky. It rushed toward one of the portals. The moment this immortal abode moved, the essence beast powerhouses all noticed it. The battle generals also noticed it. People in front, listen up. Those who don't seem to be dead, scram to the side. Don't blame me for not reminding everyone. This was Lin Fei's voice. It was transmitted through the immortal abode, so everyone could hear it clearly. What is that brat trying to do? Doesn't he know that the tomb of the gods of Jianghu doesn't allow any spatial treasures to enter? He's really crazy. The Senfu charged through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Some meta beasts who couldn't dodge in time were smashed into a bloody mist by the Senfu. Among them, several warlords were also smashed into a bloody mist. Those who didn't want to give way were all scared out of their wits. Crazy, crazy. Was this brat planning to fight the royal family to the end? After all, some of the meta beasts just now belonged to the royal family. The immortal abode crashed all the way over, and those essence beast powerhouses suffered a calamity. None of them could withstand the Senfu's charge. As the controller, Panjian felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. Ever since she was captured, she never thought that she would have a chance to kill the meta beasts again. Now, she did it. And it was a complete and absolute suppression. For a moment, Panjian couldn't figure out what this brat was trying to do. Fortunately, Panjian knew what she had to do now. She had to smash them to death. Only then would she be able to vent the anger in her heart. At the start, Panjian only dared to charge straight ahead. Later on, she started to control the direction and charge along a certain range. She was very careful. Until that person didn't say anything, Panjian didn't listen and attacked. Corpses were everywhere outside. This brat deserves to die. He doesn't put the royal family in his eyes at all. He killed over 10 warlords just now. He's too crazy. The meta beasts in the distance didn't dare to go forward. That brat was a lunatic. He controlled the Senfu to kill people. To think that he would do such a thing. Didn't he know that this was the beast god continent? How could a mere brat withstand the royal family's rage? Alright, stop playing around. Lin Fei's calm voice fell into Panjian's ears. Panjian hurriedly corrected her position and moved closer to the door. She didn't know why, but she felt grateful to this brat disciple. Pay 5 billion prestige points for ignoring the rules. Using the ignoring rules. When it got close to the door, an invisible force pressed down. A thin special barrier appeared on the Senfu's body. In front of everyone's eyes, the immortal's abode swayed and actually rushed into the tomb of the original god of sin, blinding everyone outside. The city lords who rushed over were also dumbfounded. It was as if they were seeing things. How is this possible? The Senfu actually charged in. Did the rules change? The original god's tomb was filled with danger. If they had a warship with strong defenses, they could avoid a lot of trouble. It wasn't that no one had ever successfully entered. Charge in. A city lord was overjoyed. He controlled the warship and charged over. If the rules were wrong or invalid, wouldn't they be in luck? The warship slammed into the door, and a huge force came crashing down. The huge warship was instantly destroyed by an invisible force, and the experts on the warship were also out of luck. What the hell? Those who didn't believe it tried, but the result was the same. The invisible force blocked their warship. Chapter 32-34. Just as everyone was cursing in unison, Panjian controlled Senfu to rush into the tomb of the original god of God. The repulsive force was completely resolved. Senfu passed through the barrier and landed on the first level of the tomb of the original god of God. Boom! This was a space filled with a dark aura. After Senfu entered the tomb of the original god of God, it encountered a terrifying gravitational force. The huge Senfu directly smashed down, and some of the moving meta beasts were smashed into pieces on the spot. This is the tomb of the original god of God. Lin Fei inspected the tomb of the original god of God. The huge space was filled with a dark aura. The sun couldn't be seen. It wasn't completely dark, just gloomy and oppressive. The location of the immortal mansion was temporarily a swamp. Now that half of Senfu was submerged in the mud, Lin Fei, who was in Senfu, could clearly feel the strong gravitational force on Senfu. Hua hua hua. There was movement in the swamp. Large groups of meta beasts gathered. But compared to the meta beasts of the beast god continent, these meta beasts that moved over were more rigid, as if they had lost their spirituality. These are mechanical meta beasts. This wasn't said by Lin Fei, but by Pan Jian. Lin Fei came to the control center. You said these are mechanical meta beasts? Pan Jian hurriedly lowered her head. Yes, mechanical meta beasts. Rumor has it that divinity Yuanju brought them back from another continent. It is said that divinity Yuanju placed the refining method of mechanical meta beasts on the highest level. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in the tomb of the original god of God. But now, the appearance of mechanical meta beasts made him interested in another continent. These weren't things that ordinary people could refine. Could it be that technology is popular in the third continent? Lin Fei pondered. With a cursory glance, he knew that the mechanical meta beasts weren't made crudely. The method was very clever. The mechanical meta beasts were engraved with formation patterns, which weren't simple at all. Let's go to the second floor. Lin Fei sat down beside him. Master, I heard that mechanical elemental beasts are quite valuable. Do you want to catch some? Huifeng asked. Too weak. Can't even withstand a single blow. I'll pay 10 billion prestige points for the anti-gravity barrier. Gravity defense shield successfully exchanged, in use. The surface of Senfu's shield changed. The crushing gravitational force from before had completely disappeared. Pan Jian originally wanted to say that the tomb of the god of sin had gravity, so she couldn't control the Senfu at all. However, in the next second, the Senfu was successfully controlled. It rose into the air and crashed into a large group of mechanical elemental beasts. Wherever the Senfu went, the mechanical elemental beasts were all turned into a pile of scrap metal. The swamp was huge. Without the suppression of gravity, the Senfu charged forward, crashing into everything it saw. After leaving the swamp, Lin Fei could see the high mountains and flowing water. What is that? Apart from this, the most obvious thing was that there was actually a stairway that appeared between heaven and earth. It didn't seem far, but Lin Fei knew that it was very far away. It felt like the Great Hope Mountain was a dead horse. That is the entrance to the second floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It is said that there are a large number of mechanical elemental beasts guarding the stairway. They are very powerful, and there are even guardians. Every time the tomb of the god of sin opens, everyone will work together to attack the guardians. Apart from this method, it is said that we can also hunt mechanical elemental beasts. They have the stairway keys on them. As long as we have the stairway keys, we can easily go up. Pan Jian said. Lin Fei didn't know much about the tomb of the god of sin. He was only here to raise his prestige. The royal races of the divine beast continent were all gathered here. If Lin Fei didn't come here to raise his prestige, he would be a big fool. This was the fastest place to get exposed. Since we can see the first floor of the stairway, let's just go straight there. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and instructed, "Oh right, bring more mechanical elemental beasts over." Pan Jian and Feng Huo were both shocked. What was going on? It was a huge bug for a Senfu to appear in the tomb of the god of sin. Now, the tomb of the god of sin could not repel Senfu at all. Lin Fei's use of reputation to exchange for skills wasn't just for show. He could use it anywhere he went. It was safe and foolproof. Senfu turned into a giant and pushed forward. A loud rumbling sound spread out. The huge commotion attracted a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. It was unknown what method the tomb of the god of sin used to create such a large number of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei deliberately let Senfu make a commotion to attract countless mechanical elemental beasts. Behind the Senfu, there was a black mass of mechanical elemental beasts. Lin Fei allowed the mechanical elemental beasts to attack as he was accumulating energy. After all, the super infinity cannon required energy, and the attacks of a large number of mechanical elemental beasts could be converted into a large amount of energy. It could be said that as long as the mechanical elemental beasts were behind him, Lin Fei's Senfu would not have to worry about not having enough energy to attack the enemy. The immortal mansion flew leisurely and soon became the leader of the group. on a mountain far away. Dozens of soul beasts killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts and captured dozens of them alive. Our luck is not bad. We obtained a few mechanical elemental beasts, and their quality is not bad. Everyone, keep it up. The dozens of soul beasts were in a good mood and killed hundreds of mechanical elemental beasts without any casualties. It could be considered a good start. What's that? Wait, it looks like a senfu. Why does it look so familiar? One of the soul beasts suddenly saw the scene in the distance, and his eyes widened. He couldn't even speak properly. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes, but the scene still appeared in front of him. The other soul beasts also turned around. After seeing this scene, they also widened their eyes and were momentarily speechless. Damn, isn't that the barbarian brat senfu? Yes, I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Didn't they say that senfu couldn't enter? How did his senfu enter? What the hell, this is unbelievable. This senfu was still fresh in everyone's memory. But at this moment, they could no longer remain calm. A senfu had entered the tomb of the gods. Wait, look behind you. Another One Origin beast expert pointed behind him, his entire body trembling. Previously, they were only paying attention to the senfu and didn't pay attention to the situation behind them. But now, the scene behind them was truly too frightening. How many mechanical elemental beasts are there? It seems like we can't break through the senfu. Something big is going to happen. The 10 royal clans and the 3 god clans are going to have a headache. The barbarians might be rising. This scene fell into everyone's eyes. Chapter 32-35. The senfu continued on its way. The meta-beast powerhouses, royal disciples, and generals on the first level of the tomb of the god of sin saw this scene and looked as if they had seen a ghost. No one dared to approach it. The countless mechanical elemental beasts formed a black mass, and anyone who saw it would lose their confidence. However, under the attack of so many mechanical beasts, the senfu was unscathed and flew forward smoothly. Even if the mechanical beasts tried to stop it, they could not stop the senfu from crushing it. Who can tell me what's going on? How did the barbarian fairy senfu get in? Did he break the setup left by the divine Lord Yuanju? This is unbelievable. Did anyone notice? This brat from the barbarian tribe is too evil. He brought a large number of mechanical beasts over. When we reach the first level of the stairway to heaven, I reckon everyone will have a headache. Shameless. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the senfu, looked at the contribution value with a bright smile on his face. I don't believe that the meta-beast powerhouses will not pay attention to such a scene. He had gained a lot along the way. The impact of the senfu was greater than Lin Fei had imagined. The mechanical beasts behind him exerted a terrifying influence. Anyone who saw them would be afraid. As they approached the first level of the stairway to heaven, the number of mechanical beasts began to increase, and the front became densely packed. The tomb of the god of sin was not a joke. Fire the cannons and blast them. The number of mechanical beasts ahead increased. Lin Fei did not care about this. With the energy provided by the mechanical beasts behind him, there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Boom! 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 Beams of light landed on the mechanical beasts in front of them. Clatter, clatter. The mechanical beasts were destroyed along the way. The senfu also advanced bit by bit on the stairway to heaven. When the powerful beings of the meta beasts in the distance saw this scene, all of their eyes turned red with jealousy and envy. Who could possibly pass through the first level so easily? There was no one like that. This was the reason why the tomb of the god of sin had always been difficult. Damn it, he actually relied on the senfu to enter. On a distant mountain. Celestial Tiger cursed as he watched senfu get closer and closer to the entrance of the stairway. As a disciple of the royal family, he had threatened the brat of the barbarian tribe, saying that he would kill him in the tomb of the god of sin. But now, it turned out to be empty talk. Apart from that, there was also a deep sense of fear. The senfu became very dazzling. If even the mechanical elemental beasts couldn't break through, wouldn't it be very easy for them to reach the 6th floor, or even the 7th floor? Even if you go up, the high-level ultimate gods from the 10 royal clans won't let you do as you wish. Hu Tianren sneered. Let's take this opportunity to find a way up. Anger was anger. Heavenly Tiger also realized that this was an opportunity. Senfu attracted the firepower. If he were to ascend the stairway now, it would be much easier than usual. Hu Tianren wasn't the only one with this idea. Almost all the royal family disciples had the same thought, and so did the generals. It would be a pity not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. Guardian. Lin Fei saw the Guardian. It was a mechanical elemental beast a few hundred meters tall. Its entire body was made up of mechanical devices and was extremely huge. Anyone could feel the pressure and danger just by standing there. It was the guardian of the tomb of the god of Sin's 1st floor. It's really huge, but it's a pity that its strength is only so-so. Lin Fei took a glance and judged its strength. It was a mid-level ultimate god. As for why it became a guardian, it probably had some secret killer move. This did not affect Lin Fei at all. Continue to attack. The Senfu kept using the super infinity cannon. The mechanical elemental beasts were constantly being torn into pieces. The guardian also moved and looked like a human. It grabbed with one hand and was instantly attacked by the super infinity cannon. The hand was shaken off. This defense is not bad. No wonder it can become a guardian. With a probing attack, Lin Fei knew the guardian's ability. It was actually immune to a part of the damage. In addition to its special metal structure, the guardian was indeed qualified to guard. Don't stop. The guardian's ability was not bad, but it was still a far cry from the Senfu's super infinity cannon. With countless mechanical elemental beasts attacking with sufficient energy, the guardian's continuous attacks could not stop the Senfu's advance. The super infinity cannon's continuous attacks had pushed the guardian's huge body back. How could it stop the Senfu? The people at the back finally saw how powerful the Senfu was. The 100,000 elemental beasts did not die in vain. Even if there were 1 million or 10 million elemental beasts, the result would still be the same. Didn't they see the guardian being tortured? That barbarian kid is really lucky. It would be great if I had a Senfu like this. That was what most people thought. In the end, the guardian could not stop Lin Fei's Senfu from entering the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor. It was also Panjian's first time coming to the divine tomb. She had never thought it would be so easy. The countless mechanical elemental beasts and the guardian that could hardly cause any damage were not easy to break through. However, they passed through easily and at the same time, saw the 2nd floor of the divine tomb. It was almost the same as the previous floor. The mechanical elemental beasts were also much stronger and more dangerous. However, it did not affect Lin Fei at all. Charge all the way down. Lin Fei asked the little devil to scan the floor. There was nothing good. Mechanical elemental beasts? Lin Fei really did not like them. The 2nd floor of the divine tomb. The 3rd floor of the divine tomb. The 4th floor of the divine tomb. The Senfu displayed a terrifying power. They went down 1 floor at a time. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 6th floor. Lin Fei did not stop for the first 5 floors, but it still took him more than 10 years. It was an extremely fast speed. The 6th floor was obviously different. It was like a different world. They are from the royal clan and the divine clan. Panjian's eyes were murderous. The 6th floor was different from the previous floors. It was filled with floating platforms surrounded by darkness with ultimate God standing on each platform. At that moment, their eyes swept over and their faces were filled with horror. They were all high-level ultimate gods. The most powerful forces in the Beast Divine Continent were all here. In addition, there were also city lords from the Yuanmi world. They all had a look of disbelief on their faces. Hello everyone, I hope I'm not late. Lin Fei's voice was heard. It's that barbarian kid. How did Senfu come in? It's impossible. Did he crack the secret of the divine tomb? Chapter 32-36. On the 6th floor of the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu. Gathered here were the leaders of the 10 royal clans, the 3 celestial clans, and the various city lords of the Yuanmi world. But now, a Senfu had appeared on the 6th floor without any warning. It was absolutely unbelievable, and no one could accept this scene. Who had entered the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu with the help of a Senfu? They had worked themselves to death to come up here and risked all kinds of dangers. It was not as easy as coming up with a Senfu. The appearance of the Senfu was a huge blow to them. It was really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Since when could a barbarian race boy be on par with them? What the hell? Lin Fei also appeared in the sky above the Senfu and waved to everyone with a smile. This scene was very awkward in everyone's eyes. Who would dare to say that a mysterious barbarian race boy had appeared out of nowhere? At the beginning, they knew about the barbarian race boy and didn't pay much attention to him. In the Divine Beast continent, the barbarian race was always at the bottom of the hierarchy. Soon, they would be able to enter the Divine Beast continent. But at this moment, they couldn't be too indifferent. The barbarian race boy had brought them a huge shock. Since when could a Senfu come up here? Had the rules of the tomb of the gods of Yuanfu been broken? Boom! Just as everyone was pondering how to deal with the barbarian race boy, the Senfu had opened fire. Yes, it had opened fire. The cannon first expanded a few times, and then hundreds of light balls flew out and instantly landed on one of the floating platforms. The elemental beasts on the platform were caught off guard. The energy of the light balls exploded on their bodies and tore them into pieces. One after another, the elemental beasts on the platform were torn apart and killed one by one. The power of the hundreds of light balls was like a rapid flood that killed 2/3 of the elemental beasts on the platform. It wasn't until a shield appeared on the platform that the remaining elemental beasts escaped death. This scene shocked all the elemental beasts on the platform. F***CK F***CK F***CK, the barbarian race boy is crazy. That's the Beimeng royal race, one of the top 5 royal races. How dare that boy open fire? Bastard, this is provoking us, the 10 king clans. Quick, quick, quick. Activate the barrier. It'll be bad if it happens again. This brat from the barbarian tribe is crazy. Hurry up and use your enchantment treasures. He even dares to attack a member of the royal tribe. He must be exterminated immediately. Senfu's attack was unexpected. Everyone was shocked, and one by one, they entered a state of alert. In their eyes, that brat from the Senfu was a complete lunatic. He had actually dared to attack the Beeman royal clan under such circumstances. Moreover, he had attacked the Beeman royal clan, which was ranked in the top 5. This was the Beeman royal clan that specialized in strength. But now, 2/3 of their experts were killed by a brat from the barbarian tribe on the 6th level of the tomb of the god of sin. The experts of the Beeman royal family were all staring at each other. Were we bombarded just now? As one of the 10 great royal clans, the Beeman royal clan had never suffered such a huge loss. They were directly beaten into a stupefied state. Brat of the barbarian tribe, you're courting death. The leader of the Beeman royal clan this time was a high-level elder, who was an 8th stage ultimate god expert. His body suddenly expanded, and his fists were like hammers that slammed across the sky. At this moment, the Beeman royal clan was completely enraged. In the central control center of Senfu. I really couldn't control myself. In the control center, Panjian lowered her head. Even so, it was difficult for her to conceal the cold killing intent on her face. At this moment, she did not dare to face Lin Fei. Huifeng hurriedly dissociated herself. Master, I didn't do it. It was this little girl. She definitely did it on purpose. Let me eat her. Look at her. She just attacked the top 5 Beeman royal clan. She has provoked a strong enemy for Master. Lin Fei kicked Huifeng. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. If you say something like this again, I will kick you to death and barbecue you. I heard that it tastes good when cuffed. Huifeng shrank her nose and laughed dryly. Master, don't misunderstand. I was just joking. I hate eating people the most. Tell me, what happened? Lin Fei really did not care about the Beeman royal clan. Panjian knew that she had caused a huge disaster. Just now, she really couldn't control her desire to kill them all. In the end, she really killed 2/3 of the Beeman royal clan experts. The feeling of destroying the past with violence was too good. Senfu's attack power was stronger than she had imagined. The Beeman royal clan's physical body could not withstand such an attack. Panjian let out a long sigh of resentment. They killed my relatives. Panjian was prepared. Hand me over. Lin Fei could see the killing intent on Panjian. It was the killing intent of a blood feud. At this moment, the Beeman royal family member also made his move. His body, which wasn't very tall at first, shook his body and became 300 feet tall, just like a small giant. His hands were like hammers, smashing onto Senfu. The huge Senfu only shook a little under the attack of the Beeman royal family. Motherf *Ker, how dare you smash my Senfu? Blast it. Lin Fei was furious. With one strike, the Senfu suffered some casualties. What are you standing there for? Panjian was stunned. She turned around, but Huifeng, who was beside her, was quick-witted. Master told you to attack. Why are you still standing there like a fool? Ah! Panjian was delighted and immediately controlled the super infinity cannon. Boom boom boom. The muzzle of the cannon turned, and a ball of light burst out. The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god was shocked when he failed to smash the Senfu with his hands. The Senfu's defense was so strong that it could withstand his attack. When he wanted to attack again, the super infinity cannon came. One shot after another, all of them locked onto the Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god. The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god was also domineering. With the Beeman royal family's strong defense and power, he did not care about Emir Senfu's attack. The high-level ultimate god experts kept throwing punches. He increased his speed to the limit. Only a series of fist shadows were left attacking the ball of light. Each ball of light exploded and turned into a stream of light that hit the Beeman royal family's body. 1 2 3 10 20 30 50 The Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god's huge body began to shake and began to retreat. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, his speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, he was able to put some distance between himself and the Beeman royal family. No matter how the Beeman royal family's high-level ultimate god changed his position, he could not get close to the Senfu. Instead, his body was burning with pain. Why is the Senfu so powerful? The Beeman royal family's elder Meng can't take it anymore. That brat from the barbarian clan has obtained a powerful treasure. I really don't know what kind of luck he has. Those meta beast experts on the platform secretly felt their hearts sink. The situation was not looking good. As for helping, they did not have the guts to do so. It was not a good thing to offend the Beeman royal family. Chapter 32-37. As soon as Lin Fei said that, everyone from the Beeman royal family was greatly agitated. Was this an accident? Who would believe that? It was intentional. It was definitely intentional. How dare this barbarian brat say that? Did he really think everyone was a 3-year-old child? How could he not see what was going on? Shameless, too shameless. Everyone immediately labeled the barbarian brat as shameless. They did not know why he dared to say such a thing. Ultimate God Meng Qi was one of the high-level ultimate gods from the Beeman royal clan who was leading the team. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Blue veins were bulging on his body, making him look extremely ferocious and terrifying with boundless hostility surging. It was a direct provocation. Barbarian brat, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Our Beeman royal family will definitely destroy all the barbarians behind you. Ultimate God Meng Qi was furious as he had never seen such a shameless brat who dared to say such words. Lin Fei laughed. Anyway, that's my explanation. As for whether you believe it or not, that's your own business. As for whether you want to continue attacking the Immortal's mansion, I don't care, as long as you can break it. It was Ultimate God Meng Qi's first time seeing such a shameless brat. Was that an explanation? It was obvious that he did not take the Bimeng royal family seriously. Barbarian brat, are you trying to go against our royal family? A high-level ultimate god from the Lion Man tribe said in a hostile tone. The Lion Man tribe and the Bimeng royal family had a good relationship. It was normal for them to speak up for them. Attack the Lion Man tribe. Lin Fei said to Panjian. Panjian could not figure out what the barbarian brat wanted to do, but she was more than willing to kill the 10 great royal clans experts with the help of Senfu. Boom! 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 The super infinite cannon changed its direction and blasted on the Lion Man tribe's platform. The Lion Man tribe experts were immediately attacked. Even though they were prepared, the light sphere's attack still made them feel great pressure and threat. Bastard, stop! The ultimate god expert from the Lion Man tribe was also a level 7 ultimate god. His name was Shi Husheng. At that moment, he was controlling his treasure and withstanding the light ball's attack. However, he could still see the experts on the platform falling to the ground. Heh, didn't you say that I'm an enemy of the royal family? Since you've said so, wouldn't I disappoint you if I don't satisfy you? Lin Fei laughed. I'm a person who treats everyone equally. I won't discriminate. Enjoy it. Lion Husheng coughed up blood. How could you believe what I said? I really wanted to give myself a tight slap. Brother Meng, you attack the Senfu, and I will distract them. Today, we must capture this brat and teach him a lesson he will never forget. Don't forget about the barbarians behind him. Hierarch Lionfire transmitted his voice to Hierarch Monkey. All right. The Bimeng royal family supreme divinity Meng Qi, who had transformed into a giant, was actually quite afraid of the Qi's attack just now. Now that the cannons were gone, he had absolute confidence that he could tear apart the Immortal Mansion's defense and capture the brat from the Immortal Mansion. Master, be careful. The Bimeng royal family is too powerful. Our Senfu, Huifeng said worriedly. That was because the high-level ultimate god from the Bimeng royal family had attacked again. It doesn't matter. He can't break through the Senfu. What a joke. It would be a failure if the tens of billions of Senfu's prestige could be easily broken through. This time, Hierarch Meng Qi used 100% of his strength. His height increased by another 10 feet as he punched the Holy Realm abode heavily. However, the difference between this time and the last time was completely different. Hierarch Monkey's punch seemed to have landed on cotton. It was soft and the huge force could not land on the Senfu as it disappeared into thin air. Again. A strange look flashed across Hierarch Monkey's face. He punched again. He crazily attacked the Senfu. Those observing leaders finally had to face the reality that the barbarian kid had manipulated the Senfu and became the big dark horse in the tomb of the gods of Yuangu. Yes, the big dark horse. My Senfu is very strong. Attack slowly and don't stop. Anyway, the Bimeng royal family's greatest strength is power. Lin Fei looked at Hierarch Monkey with a smile. Strong? Hierarch Monkey did not believe his opponent's words. Was he trying to fool him? Don't even think about it. In front of the Bimeng royal family, the Senfu and its buildings would all turn into ruins. He did not know where the barbarian kid got the Senfu in front of him. How dare he pretend to be mysterious and say it was strong in front of him? Didn't that mean the Bimeng royal family was too weak? Hierarch Monkey's attacks were getting faster and faster. Everyone on the platform could feel the terrifying power of the Bimeng royal family with every punch. That kind of power was frightening. In the Beast Divine continent, the Bimeng royal family, the Golden War God clan, and the Giant clan were the strongest. In terms of strength, no one could beat them. While Hierarch Monkey was attacking the Senfu, Lion Husheng, who was on the other side, felt great pressure. Balls of attacks exploded one after another, and the power that was stirred up made him feel great fear. It was fine at first, but as time passed, he gradually could not bear it anymore. That kind of power could actually penetrate. Even the defense of the treasures could not withstand the penetration of the balls of light. Wave after wave fell on their bodies. Bang bang bang. The experts of the Lion Man clan and the treasures were constantly exploding and screaming. In the face of the penetrating power, even the experts of the Beeman royal family could not withstand it, let alone the Lion Man clan, whose defense and power were slightly inferior. It was a completely one-sided situation. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lion Husheng could not hold on any longer. 1/3 of the experts had died, and the rest were not any better. All of them had injuries on their bodies. The thunderstorm is coming. Suddenly, a dark cloud floated in front of them. This dark cloud was boundless, and the sky and earth instantly darkened. At the same time, a dangerous aura swept out, making one's heart palpitate. When Hierarch Monkey, who was originally attacking, saw the floating dark cloud, his expression immediately changed. He immediately retreated and returned to the platform with a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. The thunderstorm is coming. Let's see how you block it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. On the platform, layers of defense appeared one after another. That dark cloud then brought down storms one after another. These storms set off a huge black vortex with thunder roaring in the vortex. Anyone who saw it would feel fear. That thing had yet to descend, but everyone's expression changed. Master, it seems that the original tomb of the god of sin test is coming. Huifeng said loudly. What should we do now? I seem to smell the scent of death. The thunderstorm came very quickly. Lin Fei glanced at it. The number of thunderstorms that spread out was more than 100. Each of them formed a black vortex that came in a mighty manner. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 32-38. Thunderstorm. It was one of the tests on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin. It was also a special kind of test. The tomb of the god of sin left by a top-level ultimate god was not easy to break through. After so many years, the experts from the Beast Divine continent could only reach the 6th floor. It showed how difficult the tomb of the god of sin was. A large black whirlpool swept over. Thunderbolts also fell. The forces on the platform activated their treasures to resist the attack of the thunderstorm. It was not the first time for the big forces to come here. They knew very well how to resist the thunderstorm. As long as nothing went wrong, there would not be much danger. The thunderstorm came very fast. The world suddenly darkened. Thunderbolts whizzed and landed in the area. The treasures played a great role. Shields of different colors opened up and withstood the waves of attacks. While everyone was resisting the thunderstorm, they did not forget to pay attention to the barbarian boys Senfu. No one knew better than them that on the 6th floor of the tomb of the god of sin, one would be immediately eliminated if one was not on the platform. The thunderstorm in the sky seemed to have sensed the existence of the immortal abode. Lightning bolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came crashing down on the immortal abode. In an instant, the immortal abode was submerged in lightning. Ha ha ha, how dare the barbarian boy act so presumptuously here? The rules left by the ultimate god of sin are not to be trifled with. Divine Master Meng Shen sneered with cold eyes. What a pity for the Senfu. This immortal manner was something that even Hierarch Meng Qi would covet. For it to be able to withstand his power, this immortal manner was definitely different from the rest. Under the cloud storm, nothing could withstand the attack. On the platform on the Lion Man tribe's side, Lion Husheng was overjoyed to see the thunderstorm coming. The difficult situation was finally over. It was worth it to help the Beeming royal family to contain the barbarian boy Senfu. The only pity was that the Senfu was about to be destroyed and he could not deal with the barbarian boy himself. When the thunderstorm covered the area, Lion Husheng, who thought the pressure would be relieved, had to face a cruel reality. Damn, damn, damn. Stop. The Senfu's attack continued. His power had increased. Lion Husheng was coughing out blood. Coupled with the endless attacks from the thundercloud storm, the Lion Man race experts around him were falling one after another. Even the treasures that he had activated were on the verge of breaking down. It's impossible for his senfu to last that long. Lion Husheng told everyone that they just needed to hold on a little longer. Once senfu was defeated, their threat would disappear. 5 breaths, 10 breaths, 20 breaths. The experts on Lion Husheng's side had all fallen. Senfu's attacks did not stop. Expert of the Lion Man tribe, do you feel good? You asked for it, ahaha. Just when everyone thought that the barbarian brat senfu was doomed, a loud and clear voice rang out once again. A huge ball of light shot out from the cannon of the senfu. The area enveloped by the black vortex was mercilessly torn apart by the huge ball of light. It left a long trail behind as it charged towards Xianxia's position. Seeing this, Lion Husheng's brows twitched. A terrifying threat loomed over him. Why didn't senfu break? Facing this attack, Xianxia completely lost his confidence. How could he block it? Barbarian brat, wait for the revenge of our Lion Man tribe. Xianxia took out a scroll and tore it open. A ball of energy enveloped the remaining experts and tore the void apart. With a swoosh, they disappeared without a trace. The Lion Man tribe, one of the top 10 royal tribes, had left the 6th level of the tomb of the god of sin just like that. This situation greatly shocked the remaining 9 royal tribes. Being eliminated under such circumstances was really beyond everyone's expectations. That barbarian brat was too crazy. He even dared to attack the royal tribes. Was he really going to fight with them and be irreconcilable enemies? Bimeng royal tribe, it's your turn. Boom. Boom. As the voice rang out, the ball of light followed closely and smashed into the sky above the platform of the Bimeng royal tribe. The experts of the Bimeng royal tribe, who had just rejoiced for a while, were all dumbfounded. How could the senfu withstand it? In the senfu, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. This kind of attack came at the right time. Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. He was 100% confident in the defense of the senfu. The thunderstorm also came in time, providing a steady stream of attack energy for Lin Fei's senfu. The energy attack that the senfu could use became very abundant. Its power also increased. The Lion Man tribe really ran away fast. The attack speed of the super infinite cannon was not very fast. Although it could lock onto people, under the influence of the thunderstorm, it was normal for there to be a certain speed delay. Lin Fei was not surprised that the experts of the Lion Man tribe ran away. Lin Fei did not feel much about driving away a member of the royal tribe, but for Panjian, it was a very different feeling. She had personally driven the Lion Man tribe out of the tomb of the god of sin. What could be more exciting than this? It was no longer possible to come back after leaving the tomb of the god of sin. The Lion Man tribe had suffered a great loss this time. They had missed an opportunity to grow stronger. The Beast Divine continent had many meta-beast forces, especially those who were infinitely close to the royal tribe. Once they obtained treasures this time, their strength would improve greatly, and they might even be able to oust the royal tribe. Panjian secretly glanced at this barbarian guy and silently said in her heart, "Thank you." If it weren't for this barbarian, Panjian would never have believed that there would be a day when she would be able to attack. Although it was not by force, the feeling of killing them was too good. What is he trying to do? Uncontrollably, Panjian could not help but have a doubt. This was the most unfathomable person. That was the royal tribe. Did he not care about the revenge of the royal tribe? Hierarch Meng Qi led the behemoth experts to resist the attack. Originally, the thunderstorm made them not dare to be distracted, but now with the attack of the senfu, its power had increased a lot. Hierarch Meng Qi's face turned bitter. "Brat, are you planning to shed all pretense of cordiality with our behemoth royal tribe?" Hierarch Meng Qi roared. "I can't hold on any longer." Under the intensive bombardment of the cannons, even the physical defense of the behemoth royal tribe seemed to be very strenuous and on the verge of collapse. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Who said that he wanted to destroy me just now? Why? You can't hold on anymore? Hey, you are the behemoth royal tribe. Why can't you hold on anymore? The experts on the platform rolled their eyes when they heard this. Who could resist such an attack? Hierarch Meng Qi knew that he was in big trouble. Chapter 32-39. The elimination of the Lion Man tribe was really beyond everyone's expectations. The competition between the 10 great royal tribes was very intense. But this time, besides anger, there was even a trace of schadenfreude. They were naturally angry about the barbarian tribe's unruly behavior. This was a challenge to the royal tribe's hierarchy. They had to suppress the barbarian tribe's situation and let him know how powerful the royal tribe's influence was. But now, they were hesitating. The Lion Man tribe was eliminated just like that. It seemed that it would be the Beeman royal tribe's turn soon. That was one of the top 5 royal tribes. If the Beeman royal tribe was eliminated, it meant that they were disqualified. So if they interfered, would they face the barbarian tribe's revenge? In their opinion, the Lion Man tribe and the Beeman royal tribe were both taken revenge by the barbarian tribe. Especially the Lion Man tribe, because they were close to the Beeman royal tribe. In the end, they were the first to be disqualified. Should they speak up to defend the Beeman royal tribe? This was something that they had to consider. Should they let the barbarian tribe continue to behave atrociously, or should they work together to suppress the barbarian tribe? There were both advantages and disadvantages. In the center of the platform, the experts on the platform were completely different from the 10 great royal tribes. The aura they emitted was different, and there was only one person activating the treasure. The rest of the people all stood with indifferent expressions on their faces, completely different from the royal family's expression. What a barbarian tribe kid. He really gave us a wonderful performance. He was not afraid of the thunderstorm. What an eye-opener. The one who spoke was a middle-aged meta beast expert. He had a faint smile on his face, as if the scene in front of him was insignificant. He is indeed extraordinary. I'm afraid that the Supreme Divinity would never have thought that one day the rules would be broken by a barbarian tribe kid. Do you think we should rope in the barbarian tribe kid? The 2 people who spoke looked at an old man not far away. Let's see. On the platform was the undying celestial tribe of the 3 great celestial tribes. In the divine beast continent, the 3 great celestial tribes were the undying celestial tribe, the ancient ape celestial tribe, and the breaking sun celestial tribe. These 3 great celestial tribes were all special races. The 10 great royal tribes were weak in front of them. In the divine beast continent, the 10 great royal tribes never dared to say anything. Every change in the royal family required the consent of the 3 great god clans. The strength of the 3 god clans was equal. There was no so-called number 1 god clan. Everyone's strength was at the same level, so it was almost impossible to distinguish who was the strongest. The other 2 Protoss were also staring at Senfu in the thunderstorm. Under the endless attacks, the Senfu wasn't damaged in the slightest. It withstood the attacks of the cloud storm and continued to release attacks, unceasingly attacking the Beemung royal clan. According to this situation, the Beemung royal family would soon be unable to hold on. The consumption was too great. Senfu's attacks did not stop for even a moment. That was the worst-case scenario. When Hierarch Meng Qi heard the barbarian kid's words, he felt terrible. Beg for mercy? A dignified member of the royal family had to beg for mercy from a lowly brat from the barbarian tribe? Wasn't this a slap to his face? We can't hold on any longer. The Immortal Mansion's attack has penetrated too deeply. Hierarch Meng Qi's voice reverberated in his ears. The Beemung powerhouses on the platform were now in a state of exhaustion. Facing the double attack, they really couldn't bear it. Hierarch Meng Qi was really unwilling to leave the Tomb of the Gods in such a sorry state. It would take too long to wait for the Tomb of the Gods to open again. Are we really going to beg for mercy? Hierarch Meng Qi really couldn't think of any other way. As for asking for reinforcements, he believed that no one would help. The royal family couldn't wait for the Beemung royal family to lose their qualification. The current situation was really terrible. Lin Fei wanted to build up his reputation in the Tomb of the Gods, so he naturally wasn't afraid of offending the 10 great royal families. As for the Protoss clan, they could temporarily wait. The first Lion Man had been chased out, and the first show of strength was successful. However, this wasn't enough for Lin Fei. He had to find another powerful one. The Beimeng royal family had won the prize. It would really be a pity if he didn't get rid of this top 5 royal family. Beimeng royal family, have you thought it through? Lin Fei smiled and said, I'm giving you a chance. If you answer and beg for mercy, you might still be able to stand here. There was no need to mention how sullen hierarch Meng Qi was. If he could, he really wanted to go up and smash the Senfu, drag out the barbarian kid in the Senfu, and beat him up. However, hierarch Meng Qi couldn't do it now. Barbarian kid, you win. In this tomb of the gods of the gods of the gods, we, the Beimeng royal family, won't find trouble with you anymore. Wherever you appear, we will retreat. Is that good enough? Hierarch Meng Qi gritted his teeth and told himself that once he found an opportunity, he would definitely tear the barbarian kid into pieces. This kind of humiliation had to be washed away with the blood of the barbarian kid. Boom! Boom! The Senfu was still attacking. It was only a matter of time before it collapsed. Well said. Lin Fei smiled and said, seeing that you've bowed down, I'll let this matter rest. Who asked the barbarians to be good people? Hierarch Meng Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the threat of the Senfu was gone, they could still withstand the attack of the thunderstorm. Hurry up and stop it. While Lin Fei was speaking, the Senfu's attacks were still falling on the protective shield on the platform. One wave after another, it didn't seem like it would stop. Barbarian kid, do you want to stop? Hierarch Meng Qi's expression was constantly changing as he roared at the barbarian kid from the Senfu. He was about to collapse. Oh, I'm really sorry about that. It's malfunctioning. I can't control it anymore. Panjian, who had been controlling it, really thought that it would stop. She didn't expect that it was just to fool the Beimeng royal family. She almost couldn't help but laugh. The Beimeng royal family will not rest until you die. The defense on the platform was instantly torn apart. The thunderstorm and the attack fell on the experts of the Beimeng royal family. In the blink of an eye, not a single expert of the Beimeng royal family was left, including hierarch Meng Qi. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean it. Lin Fei's voice echoed. Everyone rolled their eyes again. This was definitely intentional. First, he made the Beimeng royal family bow down, giving them hope, and then he destroyed them. This method was too vicious. I'm from the barbarian race, but I don't want to be enemies with everyone. However, if anyone really thinks that I'm easy to bully, I don't mind destroying both jade and stone together with you. It's not easy for the tomb of the god of sin to open. I hope everyone won't miss this opportunity. As for the Beimeng royal family and the Lion Man tribe, they asked for it. Lin Fei's voice fell in everyone's ears again. This time, everyone's expression was different. They really paid attention to this barbarian kid from the Senfu. Chapter 3240. At this time, no matter which royal family, they all understood one thing. This barbarian brat that appeared out of nowhere had strength that they couldn't ignore. Even if it was the might of Senfu, no one dared to ignore it. No one dared to ignore the brat. Even if they looked down on the brat's identity and strength, the brat who controlled Senfu couldn't help but take him seriously. With the Night Demon race being the first to express goodwill, the remaining royal families, after careful consideration, decided that at least before leaving the god tomb, they couldn't offend the brat. Joining hands and pressuring him was better. The Beimeng royal family and the Lion Man race were examples. Some royal families didn't take the initiative to greet the Night Demon race, treating them indifferently. As for the Night Demon race, they couldn't do it. A brat didn't make them take the initiative to express goodwill. Among the 8 royal clans, only the Night Demon clan and the Demon Eye clan acknowledged the existence of the brute race. The 3 god races didn't do anything and didn't say anything. They all saw the power of Senfu. Who knew what other trump cards Senfu had? It wasn't worth it to act rashly. Once that happened, it would be very disadvantageous to their current situation. They were sure that the brat wouldn't dare to act again. Driving away 2 royal family members in a row was already the limit. If he continued to attack, the royal family members would give up the opportunity to make the brat of the barbarian race suffer the consequences. At that time, the 3 god races would all act. The 3 god clans had never cared about the battles between the royal clans. They could do whatever they wanted. Even if 2 royal clans were kicked out, the 3 god clans wouldn't say anything. After all, the barbarian race was a part of the divine beast continent. This was something that couldn't be erased. Master, you're so amazing. Even the royal families lowered their heads. Fire Phoenix was worshipping him 10,000 times. Those were all royal families. Even the god races didn't say anything. Huifeng didn't even dare to think about this before, afraid that the royal families would attack. This is nothing. If they really attack, I will let them know what regret is. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Prestige contributed a lot of prestige. Almost all of it was anger and unwillingness, killing intent filling the sky. This Titan tribe is interesting. Among the royal clans, the giants had the fewest contributions. They were even somewhat happy. This was completely different from the other royal clans. Ha ha ha, it seems like I've done a good deed indirectly. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he realized that apart from collecting prestige, Lin Fei could also distinguish between friend and foe. At least, in the current situation, the giant tribe didn't seem to hate him too much. As for the other 7 royal families, even the Night Demon race and Demon Eye race who took the initiative to express goodwill, they more or less hated him. The 3 great celestial tribes? This one seems to be from the ancient ape celestial tribe. Why do they want to kill me so badly? I didn't even dig up their ancestral graves. When Lin Fei saw the string of numbers, he was secretly shocked. He could not understand it. It was normal for the royal families to hate him. But the ancient ape celestial tribe actually had higher numbers than the royal families. This was not normal no matter how he looked at it. Wait, I remember that the 3 great celestial tribes said that the ancient ape celestial tribe was the oldest among the 3 great celestial tribes. They valued hierarchy the most. They seemed to have a very high bloodline. This explains why. They are an old-fashioned tribe that looks down on the lowly bloodline of the barbarians. This time, Lin Fei finally understood. I have to be careful of the ancient ape celestial tribe in the future. They will definitely cause trouble. Lin Fei remembered the ancient ape celestial tribe. Yes, they were a large producer of grain. It's out. Hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity. The thunderstorm ended very quickly. After the thunderclouds in the sky disappeared, colorful balls of light appeared. There were about 12 of them, and they instantly scattered in all directions. The royal family meta beasts on the platform all tried to snatch them. Master, I know what this is. I heard that after the 6th level, once you pass the test, you will be rewarded by the original ultimate god. This must be it. Huifeng was excited. Panjian also remembered. As a human, she had no fate with the original god's tomb. She did not know much about the scene in front of her. I also heard that the reward is different every time. The 10 great royal clans and 3 great celestial tribes are so strong. It has a lot to do with the original god's tomb. Panjian was telling the truth. Many of the 10 great royal clans' powerful treasures came from the original god's tomb. The treasures left behind by a top ultimate god were not as simple as they seemed. Each of them had terrifying power. The human clan had suffered a lot because of these treasures. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, Panjian could feel the powerful aura emitted by these treasures. Treasures. Lin Fei smiled. I have to participate in such a good thing. Since I'm here, I can't go back empty-handed. Go all the way and grab them. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Lin Fei let Pan Jian control the Senfu and chased them all the way. The huge Senfu was on a rampage and its speed was no slower than those meta-beast ultimate gods. The royal family soon showed a helpless and unwilling expression. The Senfu was straightforward and left the royal family in an awkward position. Block in front of them? They directly collided. I'm sorry, Senfu doesn't know how to turn. Fly further next time. Hearing such words, the royal family could do nothing but be angry. Go up and fight? Whether they could break the defense of Senfu was one thing. If the next thunderstorm came, they might end up like the Beeman royal family. On the 6th floor of the god's tomb, there were a total of 10 waves of thunderstorm and each wave's power was different. They were really afraid that the barbarian brat would act recklessly. If that happened, their losses would be huge. For example, the Beeman royal family and the Lion Man tribe had suffered huge losses this time. Their overall strength would be affected to a certain extent. The 10 great royal families knew that the god's tomb had good things. If they missed it once, the strength of the royal families would change greatly. In the face of the barbarian brat's unruly behavior, they could do nothing but be angry. They could only change their target and not compete with the barbarian brat. There was really no need to do that. Master, I got one. The Senfu could not only attack but also chase after treasures. It directly locked the position and shot the super infinite cannon, then took the opportunity to get the treasure. The flame phoenix grabbed onto the treasure happily. This seems to be a defensive treasure. Huifeng played with a small shield-like thing. Let's go grab another one. Lin Fei said with a smile. With 2 treasures, the rest of the royal family would not say anything. Chapter 32:41. The 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God was supposed to produce treasures. With Lin Fei riding on Senfu, the situation became completely different. Lin Fei, who had Senfu, was always successful in the 6th floor of the original tomb of the God of God. He would get 1 or 2 treasures after every thunderstorm. Even if he was unlucky, he would still get one. Lin Fei proved to everyone that the barbarian disciples were hot-tempered. However, Lin Fei had yet to touch their bottom line, so they could only turn a blind eye. On the other hand, they were very envious. They were able to snatch treasures every time. In the past, not every royal family could guarantee this. After the thunderstorm, the number of treasures was uncertain. Lin Fei had a harvest every time and was no less than the 3 great clans. The 3 great clans were above the 10 great royal clans. They dared not touch the treasures that the divine clans had their eyes on. Lin Fei's case was even simpler as they did not have the ability to break through the Senfu. Although they disdained Lin Fei's behavior, there was nothing they could do. In Senfu, Pan Jian and Huifeng were very good at snatching treasures. Every time a treasure appeared, they could identify the power of the treasure in a short period of time. The treasures they obtained were all very good. Master, the last wave is coming. Huifeng was full of excitement as he obtained a treasure to protect himself. It was a mid-level ultimate god treasure that could even withstand a few attacks from a high-level ultimate god. The treasures produced in the original tomb of the God of God were so powerful. The last wave was coming. The thunderstorm attacked. That was not a problem for the Senfu. Instead, it increased a lot of attack energy. It was a pity that there was no target to attack for the time being. Lin Fei was not in a hurry as there would be a target sooner or later. It would be strange if the royal clan could bear with it. He represented the barbarians, a lowly existence. It was no less than snatching food from the tiger's mouth. The 10th thunderstorm passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 streams of light appeared. Each stream of light represented a treasure. Compared to the last time, there were a few fewer treasures and only 3 appeared. The 3 god clans took the initiative to snatch the treasures in the flowing light. At the same time, they were very wary of the brute race kid in the immortal mansion. Until now, the brute race kid was like a mystery. The Senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Surprisingly, the Senfu kid did not make a move against those 3 treasures. Out of everyone present, the only one who had the qualifications and strength to fight against the three god races was that brat from the barbarian race. With a tortoise shell and a domineering immortal abode, who would dare to underestimate him? The three god clans quickly snatched the three flowing light treasures. Their faces were filled with joy. Clearly, they were good items. At that moment, they looked at the Senfu kid with a lot of good things. The barbarian kid knew his limits. Inside the immortal abode, Lin Fei smiled. Hee hee, if I don't make a move, they'll really think that I'm afraid. When I make a move at the crucial moment, I'll definitely be able to reap another harvest. After checking some contributions, Lin Fei's smile became even brighter. It's out. Panjian's mood had never been good. She would be very happy about anything that could make the three great clans and the 10 great royal clans unhappy. It was a pity that she could not make a move, otherwise, she would definitely let the three great clans experience what a crazy attack was like. Lin Fei looked out. A gigantic creature that was 3,000 meters tall appeared in the sky. If one were to calculate it, it would be 3,000 meters tall. It truly blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It was a bird-like existence. The ferocious aura swept over. Lin Fei stood in Senfu. The Senfu was also affected by the impact and actually shook a little. The essence beasts outside the Senfu were actually trembling under the ferocious aura. What kind of guardian is this? Lin Fei felt the dangerous aura coming from the guardian. Huifeng was so scared that she was lying down and shivering. It's so scary. Panjian was also trembling slightly. The ferocious aura turned into a black wind and whistled over. At that moment, it could make people feel suffocated. It was definitely a terrifying scene. Regardless of whether it was the celestial race or the royal race, they all took out their treasures at this moment. Layers of protective shields were activated, blocking in front of them. Even the three celestial races, who had previously looked relaxed, became exceptionally serious at this moment. As soon as the guardian appeared, the overwhelming ferocious aura swept over, showing its terrifying and ferocious strength. Master. This is a ferocious bird. Rumor has it that it feeds on essence beasts. Huifeng was so scared that she dared not raise her head and said in a trembling voice. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. No wonder the three great clans and the 10 great royal clans have been stuck on this level. This guardian is really strong. Lin Fei judged the strength of the guardian. It was a high-level ultimate god guardian. It was at least a level 7 or level 8 ultimate god. If that was the case, the three great divine clans experts would have dealt with it long ago. Lin Fei believed there were other special aspects. Ferocious bird? That's its name? Lin Fei really could not figure out why the pitch-black guardian had such an ordinary name. Huifeng nodded like a chick pecking rice. Yes, that's the name. However, this guy has a strong background. It's said that ultimate god Yuanzhu brought it from another continent. It can unleash the strength of a peak level 9 ultimate god. Don't you think it's strong? Peak level 9 ultimate god. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. As a peak ultimate god Yuanzhu's strength was a little too strong. They were only on the 6th level. Do you want to go to the next level? The ferocious bird began to move. Whoosh. The ferocious bird moved extremely fast and rushed out with a whoosh. In an instant, everyone in the area that they were in was thrown off their feet. The protective shields of the three great divine clans and royal clans could not withstand the ferocious bird's wave of attack and suddenly fell into chaos. The sky was covered by the ferocious bird's attack. Lin Fei's Senfu also experienced the feeling of being knocked over. Yes, it was knocked over. The ferocious bird's strength was unbelievably strong. Just a single attack was enough to make people feel despair. I heard they were almost there last time. I don't know how they dealt with the ferocious bird. Lin Fei squinted and asked Panjian to control the Senfu to stay away from the ferocious bird. Ferocious bird, you defeated it last time. This time, we will definitely kill it. The ancient ape divine clan's expert opened a protective shield. Don't waste time. Let's kill the ferocious bird first. The immortal divine clan's expert also stood up. Kill. The three great divine clan's experts looked at each other and immediately took out their treasures. The ancient ape divine clan's expert took out a scepter with an ancient ape standing on top of it. After a while, a huge blue light ball appeared. Seal. The huge blue light ball instantly fell on the ferocious bird. The ferocious aura of the ferocious bird plummeted. Suppress. Chapter 32-42. On the sixth floor of the god's tomb, a dangerous scene appeared. The three god clans took out three powerful treasures and immediately suppressed the strength of the raptor. The 10 royal clans and the 8 royal clans immediately besieged the raptor. The 8 royal clans and the 3 god clans gathered together to besiege the raptor. The raptor was also filled with hostility. Even if its strength was temporarily suppressed, it could still shake the 3 treasures and unleash powerful and terrifying attacks again and again. The shields shook incessantly. The 3 god clans are indeed the 3 god clans. They actually have such good things. Lin Fei did not make a move for the time being. He watched quietly and let the little devil collect information about the treasures so that he could be prepared. There had always been a lot of rumors about the 3 god clans. It was difficult to tell who was the real one without seeing it with his own eyes. Now that there was such a good opportunity, how could Lin Fei be willing to miss it? The scepter of the ancient ape clan is not bad. It can seal half of my strength. I wonder if it has any effect on my physical body. Lin Fei could feel that the power of the raptor had been sealed. Now that the raptor had half of its strength left, it was still not easy to deal with. The attacks of the 10 royal clans fell on the raptor, and some of them were reflected. This was amazing. The rest of the attacks only made the raptor bleed. Looking at the situation, it would take a long time to kill and defeat the raptor. Just as Lin Fei had guessed. The raptor was strong. Even after being sealed, its strength could not be underestimated. Its body had a special skin that could reflect damage. 80% of the attacks were reflected. The 3 god clans and the 8 royal clans besieged the raptor for a full 30 years. For 30 years, they repeated every action. This was a huge test for any essence beast powerhouse. It's really a super boss. It's been 30 years, but it's still as stable as Mount Tai. Lin Fei had a good life in the past 30 years. From time to time, he would beat the raptor, but it did not make the 3 god clans dissatisfied. Master, the raptor is about to die. A wave of killing moves is coming. Huifeng was still trembling in front of the ferocious bird. She was much better than before, at least she could speak more fluently. After fighting for such a long time, everyone knew vicious bird's killer move like the back of their hands. They had to admit that this guy's life was really tough. Under such a siege, he was still alive and kicking. If it was just a single ultimate god, they would be annihilated no matter how many came. Barbarian boy, the savage bird is about to enter berserk mode. I hope you can use Senfu to block the savage bird. An expert of the ancient ape gods asked. That's right, your Senfu's defense is strong. If you can help us resist the raptor's attack, you will be our hero this time. These were the words of the immortal divine race. The last mad mode of the bird lasts for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. During that time, the bird is almost invincible. It doesn't fear any attacks. Every time, we fail. I hope you can stop the bird. That was Breaking Sun God Race's voice. The 3 god clans only had one intention, and that was that they hoped that Lin Fei would use the immortal abode to resist the attack of the raptors. After seeing the savage bird, Lin Fei knew that they could not pass the 6th level because of the savage bird. Every time, they would be annihilated. The 6th level of the Tomb of the God of Sin was already like this. Lin Fei was even more interested in the 7th level. Master, if you want something, you can have the savage bird's body. Little Devil suddenly said. Body? You can modify it. Lin Fei could see that if the savage bird's body did not disappear after it died, it would definitely be a top-notch item. This is a good material for modification. This is a rare opportunity for Master. Little Devil said. Master, if you want to gain prestige, you must fight against stronger enemies. The more things like this, the better. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. Although he was very strong now and did not care about the experts of the Divine Beast continent, he might not lose if they fought, but the world had changed. If the Divine Beast continent was like this, what about the other 3 continents? According to the news, the 3rd continent would open in at most 10,000 years. Perhaps it would be a more powerful continent. Lin Fei needed to accumulate a large amount of prestige and increase his strength within this period of time. I can help you, but the savage bird's body must belong to me. Lin Fei said loudly. This is my only request. You can think about it. The 3 god clans were all cursing. They were not fools. The savage bird had blocked their path time and time again. Even after its death, it was still priceless. Now, this brat from the barbarian race was asking for an exorbitant price and swallowing the corpse of the savage bird. He did not take them seriously. Lin Fei said the second sentence. I don't care, but it's different for you guys. This sentence was very lethal. In order to enter the 7th level, the celestial race had failed countless times. Even if they developed special treasures, they would fail every time. But this time, they saw hope. They didn't know where the barbarian kid got the senfu from. It was an exaggerated mess, but it gave them hope. With the senfu supporting them, it was not unrealistic to bear the savage bird's final madness. Barbarian kid, say that again. Believe it or not, I will destroy the barbarians and enslave them all. The ancient ape divine race's high-level god Gushur said fiercely. Everyone could feel the boundless killing intent. The divine race's prestige was nothing more than this. I don't care if you kill the barbarians. Lin Fei laughed and said, I'll kill as many of you as you kill them. I wonder if you're afraid. How dare you? Ancient stone divine lord roared. A faint shadow appeared behind him, pounding its chest and roaring. Lin Fei could not help but give ancient stone divine lord a thumbs up when he saw the prestige. He was a big producer. In just a few words, the savage bird's expression changed. It was about to enter a crazy and invincible state. A violent aura surged. I'm so scared. Come and kill me. If you don't, you're an idiot. Lin Fei stood on the senfu and gave ancient stone divine lord the middle finger. Okay, stop arguing. Immortal divine lord stood up. Brother Gu, calm down. It's just a corpse. What's the big deal? We've been stuck on the 6th floor for a long time. If we can make it, we'll get more benefits. Let's give the savage bird's corpse to the barbarian kid. I believe no one has anything to say. The Breaking Sun Divine Lord agreed. The leaders of the cities had no objections either. The savage bird is in a crazy and invincible state. The savage bird's body exploded with an invincible aura. All the treasures on its body were shaken away. Chapter 32-43. The vicious bird swooped down like a stream of light with its entire body shrouded in black light. It was formed by the convergence of boundless hostility, and all kinds of negative emotions were struggling and roaring in the black light. Before it arrived, the dark emotions in the black light attacked head-on, making people feel depressed and uncomfortable. A huge storm rolled over and the protective shield was instantly torn apart. The storm was like a knife, cutting bodies into pieces. The flaunting soul beast powerhouses were torn to pieces in the blink of an eye in front of the berserk and invincible birds. They couldn't even struggle. Crash. The pair of wings swept across and the protective shield was also broken. All the meta beast experts were cut in half at the waist. The vicious bird, which had fallen into a frenzied and invincible mode, was rampaging. No force could withstand such an impact as the vicious bird exerted its power to the fullest. Brat, we don't want the corpse. Hurry up and attack. As long as you can restrain the vicious bird, we have no objections. Hurry up, we can't hold on any longer. In just a few moments, many forces were defeated and their powerhouses were killed. In front of the vicious bird, no one could withstand a single blow. Even the royal clans were the same at this time. Their faces were full of helplessness and unwillingness. The three major clans could only change their words and solve the crisis of the vicious bird. The royal clans had nothing to say, and so did the city lords and leaders. In the territory of the divine beast continent, the city lords and leaders really didn't dare to interrupt too much. After all, this was the territory of the divine beast continent. If it wasn't for the backing behind them, they wouldn't have a good ending if they dared to step into the divine beast continent. Damn, the three major clans have developed killing intent towards me. They changed their words, but the emotional changes in their hearts were clearly seen by Lin Fei. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart, looks like we're going to have a big fight later. Among the three major clans, the one with the least killing intent was the immortal divine clan. This is what you said. The vicious bird's corpse belongs to me. Everyone heard it. If you dare to be lazy, I guarantee you will regret it. The three major clans and the royal clans didn't take Lin Fei's words seriously. Revenge on the divine clan? You'd better save it. The three divine clans were led by peak ultimate gods. One was a god while the other was a king. That was the biggest difference. Our celestial race means what we say. Ancient stone divinity Venerable said, now we can stop the raptors. All right. Lin Fei agreed in front of everyone. Ram them. It was time to show off. The immortal palace turned into a blur, and with a whoosh, it smashed into the ferocious bird, blocking its rampage. The huge body of the immortal palace was sent flying 100,000 meters away. Keep hitting. Lin Fei checked Senfu and was relieved to see that there were no problems. Let me. Huifeng insisted on fighting a vicious bird by herself, which was something she would never dare to do even in her dreams. No problem. The Senfu's speed reached its peak and slammed into the raptor once again. After the raptor entered into its mad invincible mode, it actually clashed with the Senfu. Its wings slashed and its huge body slammed. The space continued to collapse and then restored to its original state. The cycle repeated itself. Again and again, powerful collisions occurred. The royal clans and the leaders of the cities were all beaming with joy. Finally resisted. What a powerful Senfu. The barbarian kid has made a great contribution. They watched as the barbarian kid Senfu resisted the raptor's attack and even clashed head-on with the terrifying power of each collision. The Senfu was too invincible and terrifying. A strange expression flashed across the faces of the experts from the three major clans. The strength of the Senfu was beyond their expectations. In the eyes of the three major clans, they hoped that the barbarian kid and the raptor would both suffer. That would be the best outcome, but the current situation was far from ideal. The collision between the Senfu and the raptor lasted for an hour. After another loud bang, the raptor's huge body was sent flying. This time, it flew hundreds of millions of miles. The raptor's huge body in mid-air made a sharp sound, and more than half of its body was shattered, becoming a bloody mess. It's dead. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the raptor. This scene came without warning. The Senfu's attack actually killed the raptor. What a joke. The raptor that flew out lost its fierce aura. Come in. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the raptor's body. The black power formed a wave of impact, but it couldn't do anything to the current Lin Fei. It's still powerful even after death. Lin Fei grabbed the raptor and dragged it towards the Senfu. Voila! Without warning, a cold light flashed in the void and slashed at Lin Fei's arm. There was more than one such cold light, a total of 6 appeared, and they were extremely powerful. One of the cold light followed the arm and went straight to Lin Fei in the Senfu. The three major clans made their move at this moment. Even if the raptor was dead, it was still a precious treasure. How could they be willing to give it to a barbarian kid? That would be a slap in the face. First, they would cut off the barbarian kid's arm. Lin Fei's arm was extremely strong. Several attacks landed on it, but they were all bounced off in the next second and blasted into the void. Lin Fei's perfect body was at the peak, and his defense was top-notch. Sneak attack? Then you're doomed to be disappointed. As for the power that secretly infiltrated, it quickly disappeared. The three major clans also made their moves secretly. After all, they still wanted to save face. It would be too embarrassing if they did it in front of so many people. No one would say anything if they did it secretly. However, when the killer move bounced off the barbarian kid's arm, the experts from the three major clans felt uneasy. That was an attack from a high-level ultimate god. By the time they realized it, the raptor's huge body had already entered the senfu. They could only grit their teeth. As soon as the raptor entered the senfu, a boundless murderous aura pressed down on them. Panjian and Hufeng could not bear it on the spot. The suffocating feeling made them feel like they were going to die in the next second. Lin Fei waved his hand and suppressed the raptor's boundless murderous aura. All right, it's fine now. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the corpse as it was definitely a good thing. The divine clan is really loyal. I'll gladly accept this raptor's corpse. Lin Fei laughed. Those words were unpleasant to the divine clan's ears as if they had eaten a fly. To the 7th floor. Ancient Stone Divine Venerable led the Ancient Ape Divine Clan into the 7th floor of the Tomb of the Gods of Jianghu. The Immortal Divine Clan and Breaking Sun Divine Clan entered the 7th floor one after another. Let's go in and see what's in the 7th floor left behind by a top-level ultimate god. Lin Fei let Hufeng control the senfu and chased after them. Those from the royal clan could only let the senfu pass first. Unknowingly, the senfu controlled by the barbarian kid had an influence no less than the divine clan. Chapter 3244. P.S. There was an accident yesterday. Sorry. The 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god was open. Everyone wanted to know what the 7th floor was like. For the sake of the 7th floor, many experts had died here. Now they could finally explore it, although this time with the help of the barbarian boy. Everyone was more or less grateful to the barbarian boy. If it weren't for him, they would have to wait until the next floor. But everyone understood one thing. Once the barbarian boy left the tomb of the original sentence god, he would not have a good ending. The three divine clans would definitely deal with the barbarian boy. He stole everyone's limelight. Now the barbarian boy only had one last chance to live. Master, it's the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god. I never thought I could come here in my life. Hufeng said excitedly. She worshipped the master who robbed her halfway. I wonder what the 7th floor is like. Panjian's mood was also very complicated. She thought that the barbarian boy would suffer all kinds of torture. In fact, she was prepared to die. But the result was different from what she imagined. With the help of the barbarian boy, she killed many experts of the royal family. Even the three divine clans could only turn a blind eye to it. Panjian really didn't dare to imagine that this kind of thing would happen to a barbarian boy. Until now, she still didn't know who this barbarian boy was. She just felt that it was too strange. Do you know what's on the 7th floor of the tomb of the original sentence god? Lin Fei asked. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The senfu where Lin Fei was attacked by a wave of attacks. The whole senfu shook. Panjian and Hufeng were sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei didn't move and looked outside. At this time, the scene outside the senfu also changed. The three divine clans who came in first were now nowhere to be found. But one thing was certain, they were also in a bad situation. Several waves of people seemed to have chased out. Outside the senfu, dense beam attacks fell on the senfu like raindrops. In the distance, fortress-like cities built on mountains were continuously making their way towards this place. The beam of light illuminated the area. Outsiders, kill without mercy. The sharp voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Attacks rained down on the immortal mansion, as well as this region. The royal family, city lords, and leaders who came out later didn't have such a good ending. They were all killed on the spot. In front of this violent attack, they were so weak that they couldn't take a single blow. Let's go. I can't block it. These attacks all have the penetrative attribute. Damn it. Apart from the high-level ultimate gods who were able to withstand the attack, the rest of the ultimate gods were quickly killed. The royal city leaders suffered heavy casualties. Everyone was looking forward to finding something good on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods, but in the end, they encountered such a violent attack, beating them to a pulp. The leaders of the royal city lords were all battered and exhausted. Their bodies were full of wounds and blood was flowing out. Looking at the Senfu who was resisting the fierce attacks, they couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Brat from the barbarian tribe, please allow us to enter the Senfu. Even though the high-level ultimate gods had taken out their treasures, it was still very difficult for them to withstand the attacks. These attacks were very strange. It was as if they could innately penetrate the defenses of meta beasts. The penetrative attribute was also very strange. Seeing the experts they brought being killed one by one, they kept cursing. Who knew that there would be life on the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods and that it could control special attacks? Who would be able to stop such a situation? As for escaping, they didn't have a chance at all. Perhaps there was some kind of restriction in that area, but high-level ultimate gods could not move at all. It was as if they were stuck in a pool of mud. That was the most ridiculous thing. The high-level ultimate gods of the royal family didn't want to leave just like that, so they could only ask for help from the barbarian tribe. If they could enter the Senfu, they might not have to leave the divine tomb of the gods. Those royal family experts also heard and showed joy on their faces. They could hide in the Senfu of the barbarian tribe kid. That was their only chance. Inside the immortal mansion, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on a mountain range a billion miles away. There were many cities built there, and on top of those cities, there were many cannons. At that time, those forts on those cities were constantly shooting out light beams. Top ultimate gods are really something. They still have their lives in the divine tomb of the gods. I guess the 3 major clans and the royal family are all confused now. The light beams shot out by those forts were very terrifying. It didn't have a big impact on the Senfu. The first attack was just an accident. The Senfu with tens of billions of prestige was not that fragile. Are they asking for protection? Lin Fei smiled when he heard their words. The royal family also had such a day. They wanted to kill him before. Do you think we should let them in? Lin Fei asked Panjian with a smile. Panjian did not know what to say. Why did he ask her? Subconsciously, she wanted to tell him not to come in and it would be best if they all died outside. You're the master. I have no right to decide. Panjian lowered her head. Lin Fei wanted to gain a lot of prestige. The royal family was a big producer of food. It made no difference whether he saved them or not. He could gain prestige anyway. Whoever wants to come to my Senfu, just shout "Barbarian Tribe Kid is mighty" 3 times and I'll let you in. In the end, Lin Fei let them in. If the 7th floor of the divine tomb of the gods was like that, what about the 8th and 9th floors? He was really looking forward to it. The high-level ultimate gods near the Senfu were not happy when they heard that. The barbarian tribe kid was too arrogant. Was he admitting that they were inferior to the barbarian tribe kid? There was no end to the waves of attacks. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if they wanted to rush out. However, they really couldn't lower their heads and ask for help from a brat from the barbarian tribe. You don't have to shout. Just come again next time. Lin Fei's voice was heard again. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. Barbarian tribe kid is mighty and domineering. The high-level ultimate gods from the Night Demon clan shouted when everyone was still wondering if they should shout. There was no one else there, so it did not matter if they shouted. Don't move. The Senfu will guide you in. Lin Fei smiled and looked at the Night Demon clan. He did not want to kill them and asked Tuofeng to activate the guiding function. Beams of light fell on the high-level ultimate gods and guided them over. The Night Demon clan members were guided up by the Senfu and the beams were deflected. There were only 3 high-level ultimate gods left in the Night Demon clan and they secretly sighed in relief. This Senfu is scarier than we thought. Chapter 32:45. The Night Devil clan was the first to go up to Senfu, giving the experts of the royal clans a huge blow. While cursing, everyone had to consider whether they should temporarily flatter the brat from the barbarian tribe. Otherwise, they would really be driven out of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. Brat from the barbarian tribe is mighty. In the face of benefits, lowering one's head was nothing. After the Night Demon clan, the royal high-level ultimate gods from the Inferno clan, Demon Eye clan, Woodmen clan, and Three-Eyed clan all went up to Senfu. They were finally relieved when the light beams were gone. They had never felt that standing in Senfu was such an enjoyable thing. Looking at the wounds on each other's bodies, they became quite afraid of the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. Who knew that there would be life on this level? Our Tiger tribe also wants to go up. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god was anxious. Even if he looked down on the brat from the barbarian tribe, he had no choice but to lower his head at this moment, unless he was willing to leave the tomb of the god of origin. Sorry, I'm not interested in your royal family. Lin Fei smiled. So, you're not qualified to come up here. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god almost vomited blood. He had finally shouted but was not allowed to enter. He did not intend to disqualify them from the 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin. No, let us go up. 5 members of the royal family came up. Lin Fei ordered Hufeng to leave this area. Lin Fei chose to ignore the Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god's words. The Senfu tribe opened up a line of defense and fired the super infinity cannon to tear open a path. Watching Senfu leave. The Tiger Men, the golden battle gods, and the giants were dumbfounded. Murderous intent quickly enveloped his body. At this moment, he was filled with hatred. Why didn't that brat let them go to Senfu? In the face of the ferocious attacks from afar, they really couldn't hold on any longer. Originally, they had pinned their hopes on the Senfu. As a dignified member of the royal family, the brat from the barbarian tribe would have to give them some face. But now, it seemed that the brat from the barbarian tribe was like a stone in a latrine pit, smelly and hard. When I get out, I'll definitely kill that brat from the barbarian race. The Tiger Man tribe's high-level ultimate god's killing intent surged. Meanwhile, in a place connected by forts on the mountain, the densely packed cannons, one after the other, were all aimed at that place. That Senfu has left. We can't stop him. Among all the fortresses, there was a huge fortress that stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. On a platform in the castle stood a powerhouse with a powerful aura. This person's gaze was so sharp that it seemed as if the void was about to be torn apart. I can't believe there's still a Senfu that can move in the tomb of the god of Jianghu. The expert watched as the Senfu left. Men, immediately mobilize all the experts to besiege that Senfu. We must take it down. Understood. The dozens of experts standing behind this expert disappeared in an instant. The chance to leave has come. Divinity Yuanju, you didn't expect this, right? There's actually someone who can break through your law suppression. Hee hee. This expert took a step forward and disappeared with a swoosh. Senfu charged out of the range of the artillery fire. Outside of this area, the sporadic attacks were still coming, but they had no effect on the immortal mansion. At that moment, the scene on that level could finally be seen clearly. There was nothing but desolate mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. These mountains were all bare, without anything growing on them. Instead, there was a hint of a strange luster in the bare areas. The 7th and 6th levels were completely different. The 7th level is interesting. Lin Fei glanced outside and walked forward to the Senfu's hall. The 5 royal clan high-level ultimate gods were there. There were a total of 18 high-level ultimate gods. Everyone, do you know the situation on the 7th level? Lin Fei asked as soon as he came up. The 18 high-level ultimate gods looked at the barbarian kid with an unnatural expression on their faces. It was shameful for a high-level ultimate god to be sheltering a barbarian kid in the senfu. However, several of the high-level ultimate gods were quite dissatisfied with the way the other party spoke to them in a condescending tone. In the Beast Divine continent, high-level ultimate gods were like God. I'm Xianxia from the Night Demon clan. I should know a little about the situation on the 7th level. The Night Demon clan was almost all shrouded in black robes. Lin Fei could see that the Night Demon clan did not hate him much and nodded slightly. You can call me Lin Fei and tell me about the situation on this level. Lin Fei. They finally knew the barbarian kid's name. However, the name sounded quite strange. They searched in their minds and could not find anyone with that surname in the barbarian tribe. They had never heard of any powerful geniuses appearing in the barbarian tribe. Brother Lin, don't be angry if I say it's not right. I only know this from ancient books. Xianxia revealed a pair of eyes. It said that after ultimate god Yuanju became a top-level ultimate god, he broke into other continents in order to break through to a higher realm and got a lot of good stuff. Later on, experts from other continents crossed continents and fought. Sporadic news came out saying that ultimate god Yuanju had captured some people, but I don't know the specifics. If I'm not wrong, there are probably experts locked up on the 7th level and above. Realization dawned on Lin Fei. So that was the case. Everything made sense then. Ultimate god Yuanju had captured some people and probably wanted to know something. However, he died before he could ask anything. Those people controlled this level, and after a long time, their population had also multiplied. If the 7th level was already like this, would there be top-level ultimate gods locked up on the 8th and 9th levels? A strange thought came to Lin Fei's mind. Master, something is catching up. Panjian came over to report the situation. Something? Lin Fei looked out and saw warships suddenly rushing out of the mountains. Yes, they were warships. The warships were full of cannons and were bombarding the moving senfu. Such warships rushed out from all directions, some in front, some behind, and some at the front, fighting their way over. The light beams also came with various attributes. For a moment, colorful light beams appeared in the sky above senfu. The various attributes could combine with each other to form a more terrifying attack. The senfu was pinned down. Are they targeting my senfu? Lin Fei touched his chin and secretly admired those guys for being able to create so many warships. Each of them looked extremely high quality with great offensive and defensive capabilities. The high-level ultimate gods who had boarded the senfu looked even worse. There were at least 100,000 warships and they would not be able to withstand such an attack. They could vaguely feel that some of those light beams could threaten them. That was terrifying. Chapter 32-46. The warships in the sky were densely packed together, and the scene was quite shocking. The light beams fired by the warships also converged together to form a colorful blockade. The royal clans that were initially targeted, such as the Tiger Men tribe, Golden War God tribe, and the Giant clan, had their eyes lit up. Our chance is here. Let's break out of the encirclement immediately. The barbarian kid is in trouble. They were originally in despair but were now excited. The barbarian kid was a good man. He had helped them attract the firepower. With less than half of the ferocious attacks, the three royal clans' high-level ultimate gods worked together to break out of the encirclement and forcefully carved out a bloody path. Barbarian kid, thank you for helping us attract the firepower. The three royal clans laughed when they separated. That's what you get for pretending to be powerful. Now, enjoy the feast from the original 7th level natives. In senfu. More than a dozen high-level ultimate god experts looked at each other. They finally got out of danger but immediately became the target of attack. What should they say? Leave? They wanted to do that too. Unfortunately, they could not do it. Senfu was very mysterious. Even they could not figure out the origin of senfu, let alone crack the secrets of senfu. Don't be nervous. The natives are no threat. Lin Fei was very calm. Of course, you can leave if you want. I won't stop you since I've always been a good person. Good person? The high-level ultimate god expert sneered. No one was willing to leave under such circumstances. No matter how stupid they were, they knew the natives on that level were very cruel and even more terrifying than they imagined. If they left now, they would definitely die. Brother Lin, you must be joking. Why would we leave? Yishir-san was the first to speak. He knew the situation outside was terrible. Leaving would only mean death. Same goes for us. The high-level ultimate gods dared not leave Senfu. Those warships alone were a terrible threat. What about the natives hidden in the depths? Who knew if they had other abilities? They dared not take the risk. They could only wait quietly. Lin Fei looked at the light outside and smiled happily. My Senfu's defense is very good. Don't worry, if anyone wants to go out, just tell me and I'll let you go. Lin Fei disappeared with a whoosh. Everyone can walk around freely. Don't worry about running into danger. Amidst the mountains, the densely packed battleships were constantly activating their cannons and firing out a series of light beams. The huge Senfu was completely surrounded. Colorful colors covered Senfu. No one knew that Senfu was continuously absorbing the energy from the light beam attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days, half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. It's been 3 months. I've underestimated the power of Senfu. On top of the huge castle, that person said leisurely. The subordinates behind him all knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe loudly. Their king was angry. We're attacking with all our strength and will probably break through Senfu soon. Senfu will soon reach its limit after absorbing the light beam attacks. We'll definitely break through Senfu. The subordinates were helpless. For an immortal abode to have such a strong defense was truly beyond imagination. No one knew how many ultimate god experts had been killed in 3 months. Even if they were high-level ultimate gods, no matter how many of them came, they would all die. However, they really met their match this time. They could not break through Senfu even though they had gathered 300,000 warships to attack it. Father, leave this to me. A wave of fluctuation came from the void as a purple whirlwind appeared and condensed into a beautiful figure. It turned out to be a woman in a purple palace dress. She had purple hair and purple eyes. From head to toe, there was nothing else but purple. Little Z doesn't need to do such a small thing. It's a waste. The woman in the purple palace dress smiled faintly. It's not easy for outsiders to come. It'll be a pity if we don't go and take a look. Besides, we can ignore the rules set by the ultimate god Yuanju. I'm more interested in the people in Senfu. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night if I don't go and take a look. Alright, go ahead then. Thank you, father. The woman in the purple palace dress disappeared without a trace. The warship's attack on the immortal mansion never stopped. Senfu was like a sky-devouring beast, constantly absorbing the energy of the attacks. It had accumulated a huge amount of energy in 3 months. It's time to go out and take a look. Although it seemed like they had affected the immortal mansion, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. The attacks of the immortal mansion weren't limited to the infinite super cannons. We've absorbed enough energy. We can go out now. Let's see who those natives are. Lin Fei ordered Hufeng to ram her way through. Master, enemies have sneaked into your Senfu. Just as Lin Fei was about to order Hufeng to make a move, the little devil suddenly reminded Jian Wushuang. Enemies have sneaked in? Lin Fei was very surprised that someone could sneak into Senfu with tens of billions of reputation. What a joke. Lin Fei did not believe it. In the next second, there was an attack energy fluctuation coming from Senfu. What the hell? Lin Fei did not think those high-level ultimate gods were bored enough to make a move. They did not have the guts to make a move in his Senfu. When they arrived at the place where the energy fluctuation occurred, Lin Fei really saw a purple figure toying with more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods in the palm of his hand. You're too weak. I'm standing here. Hurry up and hit me. A purple figure stood on top of a rockery and allowed more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods to attack. They could not gain any advantage as all their attacks seemed to have been diverted. A human girl. Lin Fei was very surprised that the other party was not a meta beast. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods could not break the purple-clothed woman's defense at that moment. She seemed to be too strong. Lin Fei did not stop her. It was Lin Fei's first time encountering someone who could pass through Senfu and come in. Little devil, didn't you say that Senfu is very powerful? Why did someone sneak in? Who can stop them if they want to assassinate me? Lin Fei complained. Master, this is an accident. There are many experts in this world. For example, this person in front of you is actually a special life form. That's why he can enter Senfu. While Lin Fei and the little devil were talking, the purple-clothed woman shouted softly and stretched out a fair palm to grab them. Bang! 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 More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods' bodies were blasted with bloody holes under their strong defense. Balls of energy flew out of their bodies and constantly reassembled before floating in front of the purple-clothed woman. Thump, thump. The dozen high-level ultimate gods collapsed to the ground with no energy left in their bodies. You're a special life form. Chapter 32-47. Special life form. Those 4 words seemed to have magical powers. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were horrified. No one knew better than them how special life forms were born. No one knew how they were born, but every special life form was ridiculously powerful. Countless experts had died in the hands of special life forms. There was no special life form in the Beast Divine continent and they had almost forgotten about this ancient existence. However, the scene in front of them told them that special life forms did exist and were much more terrifying than they had imagined. The dozen of high-level ultimate gods could not even withstand a single blow from the opponent. They really had to admit defeat this time. Looks like you're not stupid after all. You know about special life forms. The lady in purple smiled and opened her mouth to swallow the huge energy ball that contained the energy of more than a dozen high-level ultimate gods. She swallowed it in one gulp and refined it completely. I'm not here for you today. The lady in purple looked in one direction. Master of Senfu, why don't you come out since you're here? Don't you want to have a good chat? Lin Fei did not deliberately hide anything. The lady in purple was not a simple person to be able to discover him. You're very powerful to be able to enter my Senfu. Lin Fei revealed himself and looked at the lady in purple. Can you tell me who you are? Lin Fei was very calm even if the other party was a special life form. The lady in purple frowned slightly when she saw him. You're actually a lowly barbarian. That's unbelievable. If the tomb of the god of Jianghu knew about this, he would probably die of anger. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Looks like you know ultimate god Jianghu. You should be quite familiar with the tomb of the god of Jianghu. How about this, you be my guide? The 7th floor is just the beginning. My goal is the 10th floor. Let's see what that person left behind. The purple-clothed woman giggled. I heard that the barbarians are very arrogant. It's true. You want me to be your guide? I don't know if you have the strength to do so. I've been to the 8th and 9th floors. As long as you have the ability, I'll satisfy you. But if you don't have the strength, then I'll torture you. I guarantee that you'll want to die. The dozen high-level ultimate gods on the ground could not produce any energy in their bodies as if their strength was sealed there. Listening to the conversation between the two, one could not help but admire the barbarian's courage. That was a special life form. Although they were high-level ultimate god experts who could dominate a region and even human experts had to bow their heads in front of them, they were nothing in front of the special life forms. He was defeated in one move. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs. If they knew that there were special life forms on the 7th floor, they would not have dared to come here. After all, any special life form was extremely terrifying and was said to be unkillable. 500,000 years ago, a special life form appeared in the Beast Divine continent. The Beast Divine continent's experts were dispatched to capture the special life form but suffered a huge loss in front of the special life form. In the end, the top ultimate gods took action to capture the special life form at a great cost. Even if the special life form in front of him looked delicate and had the strength to easily kill a high-level ultimate god, the barbarian kid might have acted tough in front of the Protoss, but he would definitely be defeated in front of the special life form. In the eyes of a high-level ultimate god, Lin Fei's barbarian brat was merely relying on Senfu. Without Senfu, he was nothing and could be easily killed. You make the first move. Let me see how powerful the special life form is. Lin Fei did not know the origin of the special life form. He was naturally not a simple person since he was already at the peak of the perfect physical body and had a lot of prestige. He did not care about a special life form. Lest I bully you and don't give you a chance to attack. Lin Fei smiled. Yi Shi-san and the others shook their heads in disappointment. This barbarian kid was really good at pretending. The special life form was really arrogant. Newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. The woman in purple was very clear about the power of the tomb of the god of Jianghu. It had trapped them and prevented them from leaving. An immortal's abode had undoubtedly given them hope, but in the end, it was a brat from the barbarian tribe who had the immortal's abode. She almost suspected that there was a mistake. Even if she did not leave, she knew about the barbarians back then. They were the lowliest existence that anyone could bully. If she was not a part of the Beast Divine continent, she would have been killed and enslaved. The woman in purple was ready to teach a barbarian a lesson for being so arrogant in front of her. She wanted to spare his life in order to let Senfu in. Not bad. The woman in purple chuckled with a flash of disdain. She completely looked down on that guy. No one had ever dared to say such words in front of a special life form. Even a peak ultimate god would not dare. You're the first person to say such words. I've decided to let you see the real art of killing. The woman in purple smiled as she stretched out her jade-like hand and grabbed in Lin Fei's direction. Come here. Lin Fei suddenly felt an endless power shrouding him as if an invisible big hand was grabbing him and dragging him in front of the woman in purple. Is this a special life form that controls energy? If so, it's really terrifying. Lin Fei saw a high-level ultimate god being defeated in one move. That kind of attack became overbearing after losing the energy in his body. How many people could withstand that kind of attack? Any expert who lost the energy in his body would become a fish on the chopping board and could be killed at will. Unfortunately, this is useless against me. Lin Fei just stood there as the invisible big hand could not move Lin Fei's body. He was as still as a rock. You want me to go over? I'll lose face. I won't go over even if you beat me to death. Lin Fei said seriously, why don't you come over and see what you want to see? I promise you'll see it clearly. A strange look flashed in the woman's purple eyes. You're really a special existence. No wonder you can come here and control a Senfu. You're really getting more and more interesting. The woman in purple's grab was not very strong as she looked down on the barbarian kid. How about this? The invisible energy suddenly increased in power. Lin Fei's skin also slightly sunk as the force of the grab increased. Come out. The woman in purple shouted again. The energy in Lin Fei's body was about to rush out but was finally suppressed by a force and could not break through. You're really capable. The woman in purple's interest was piqued as he managed to block several attacks from the woman in purple with his not very strong body. Burst. Chapter 32-48. That explosion caused a huge wave to spread out from Lin Fei's body. The expressions of those high-level ultimate gods changed as it was too terrifying. His body was the size of a rubber ball and the second explosion happened before he could withstand it. Boom. 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 More than 10 explosions continued to explode in Lin Fei's body. His body kept changing from big to small. The purple-clothed woman smiled brightly. How is it? Does it feel good? It's just starting and all the energy in your body will be drained. No matter how strong your body is, you won't be able to resist after losing your source of power. The explosion was extremely powerful. However, he was unable to tear apart Lin Fei's physical body. Not just anyone could tear apart a perfect physical body at its peak. There were more than 20 energy explosions and each one was stronger than the one before. Lin Fei could not control those energies and had witnessed how powerful special lifeforms were. It was really bad luck for anyone to encounter them. Unfortunately, he was not an ordinary expert. If you bow your head and beg for mercy now, I can spare you the pain. Let me remind you that these explosions will get stronger and stronger until you can't bear it anymore. The purple-clothed woman was a special life form and was born to control energy. She could perfectly control any energy flowing between heaven and earth. As for her strength, it could be described as a top-level ultimate god. Special life forms were born to be that powerful. The purple-clothed woman could easily take down a barbarian kid. Special life forms are indeed powerful as they can even control the energy in my body. However, it's not enough. Lin Fei let the system absorb all the energy in his body. The explosions immediately stopped. Lin Fei wanted to suppress it at first but found out that the other party was very good at controlling energy. He could only let the system absorb it as there was not a bit of energy left in his body. Your body is quite strong to be able to seal the energy. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. The purple-clothed woman was not surprised at all. No wonder there's such a senfu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of cold light instantly flew out from around Lin Fei. Each ray of cold light was composed of energy and was aimed at his body. I'll break your body. I'll see what other trump cards you have. The energy formed blades, densely packed, covering the sky and earth. The high-level ultimate gods who slumped to the ground struggled and ran to the side one by one. The special life form was too terrifying as it could manipulate energy all the time. They, who had swaggered around in the divine beast continent, had completely lost their temper. The 7th level of the tomb of the god of sin was simply a place to die. They finally understood why someone who had entered the 7th level disappeared in the end. With the existence of such a special life form, no matter how many of them entered, they would never be able to leave. By draining their energy, they would completely lose their combat strength. Now that the purple-robed woman had taken control of the battlefield, no matter who fought this special life form, they would fight immediately. It can even increase the power of energy. My perfect physical body is at its peak, yet it can leave white marks on my body. This is much more powerful than those high-level ultimate gods. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to make a move. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a powerful special life form. It would be a pity if he didn't witness its abilities. This special life form can easily kill a high-level ultimate god. I'm guessing only a top-level ultimate god or a pure physique cultivator can fight him. The purple-robed woman was an invincible existence ever since she was born. No matter who it was, as long as they lost their powers, they would be like fish on the chopping board. She could kill them as she pleased. Such an invincible life was really boring for the purple-robed woman. She had finally found an interesting toy. No matter how strong your physique is, you can't withstand my energy attack. Let's see how long you can last. 30 minutes or half an hour. The purple-robed woman had seen many strong physiques but none of them could withstand such an attack. It's quite powerful, but it's just like tickling me. Lin Fei smiled at the purple-robed woman while being shrouded by the blades. This is just the beginning. The energy turned into blades and shrouded the area around Senfu. Lin Fei, who could still be seen, was nowhere to be seen at that moment. All that was left were the blades that converged into a huge storm. Quick, control the Senfu and kill that special life form. It was not easy for Hufeng to gain some prestige after following her new master. In the blink of an eye, she encountered a terrifying special life form. Hufeng was terrified but still knew to use Senfu to attack that special life form. The Fire Phoenix had always looked down on Lin Fei of the barbarian tribe. She thought that he only relied on his immortal mansion to show off his strength. He didn't have much strength himself, but now she knew that she had underestimated him. Lin Fei from the barbarian tribe was far more terrifying than she had imagined. As the human clan saintess, she more or less knew about the situation, especially about special life forms. Those special life forms were born from heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. They were born as peak ultimate god experts, and that was only the starting line. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods were defeated in a single move. Although Lin Fei had been under attack, he did not seem to be in a difficult situation. Wait, he hasn't said anything yet. If we make a move, won't we ruin Master's interest? Panjian said without much resistance when she mentioned the word Master. At the very least, Lin Fei had allowed her to control the Senfu and kill many meta beast experts. But what if? Huifeng seemed to have thought of something halfway through her sentence. Let's just wait a little longer. The time it took to burn a stick of incense quickly passed. Can you use more strength? It's so comfortable to scratch. In the invisible storm, Lin Fei's voice was very calm without a trace of panic. He's not dead yet. The purple-clothed woman came into the storm and the energy seemed to have become one with her. She clearly saw the current situation in the storm. That barbarian actually revealed a comfortable expression. Under such an attack, apart from leaving a mark, there was no other change. This is just level 1 energy control. It's not surprising that you can withstand it. Although the purple-clothed woman was a little surprised, she did not show much of an expression. As a special life form, she had mastered more than 1 or 2 killer moves. As soon as she finished speaking, the power of the storm suddenly increased. I'll let you experience a level 2 energy attack. The color of the storm did not change, but the power inside it soared. Originally, it could only leave a mark on Lin Fei's skin, but now it cut open a line of blood. Yes, it was a line of blood. Ever since he reached the peak of the perfect body, Lin Fei's body had become unbelievably strong. However, at this time, the opponent's energy attack had cut open a line of blood. However, the level 2 energy attack stopped there. Other than a line of blood, it could not go any further. There's always someone better out there. A special life form is so strong. What the hell? If I didn't have a perfect body, wouldn't I have been killed? At this moment, Lin Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Level 2 energy is already like this. I wonder if this chick has mastered level 3 energy. If she does, will my perfect body be able to withstand it? The opponent had already said that there was a level 2 energy attack. What about a level 3 energy attack? Lin Fei had to think about it. Although he believed that his body could withstand the opponent's level 3 energy attack, it was better not to come into contact with it unless it was a special situation. While Lin Fei was shocked by the power of the level 2 energy attack, the lady in purple's calm face could not hide the shock in her heart. My level 2 energy attack can only leave a line of blood. This is completely impossible. No one has ever been able to withstand it so easily. A level 2 energy attack was a superposition of energy to produce a stronger power. It sounded easy, but only special life forms could do it. Usually, ordinary energy attacks could make a level 1 ultimate god unable to withstand it. Even a peak level 9 ultimate god would not be able to withstand a level 2 energy attack unless it was a level 10 ultimate god, which was also a peak ultimate god. However, was this guy a peak ultimate god? The lady in purple knew that she had underestimated the barbarian's power. He was indeed extremely strong. Such a strong body was indeed very terrifying. Is there anyone more powerful? If there's no me, I'm going to fight. Lin Fei chuckled. In the past, everyone didn't recognize the barbarians. However, I've finally seen a powerful barbarian expert today. It's fate that we met, so I'll show you what I've got. Whoosh. The lady in purple blended into the storm. Her previous aura also disappeared without a trace. Whoosh. A purple shadow flashed by. A wound was left on Lin Fei's back with blood flowing out. He was finally injured at that moment. This must be a level 3 energy attack. Another purple attack came. Lin Fei slapped his palm and left a wound on his arm with blood flowing out again. I missed. Lin Fei looked at the wound on his arm and could not help but be shocked. Whoosh. Whoosh! Whoosh! The purple attacks came one after another. Lin Fei kept punching to destroy the energy attacks. However, he was a step too late each time and the purple attacks landed on his body. Arrogant and ignorant barbarian brat, in front of a special life form, your body refinement cannot block my attack. Barbarian brat, just accept your fate. The lady in purple was in a good mood. You can be proud that you can make me use a level 3 energy attack. It's been a long time since I used it. The purple attacks kept landing on his body. Lin Fei was unable to land any of his attacks on his opponent. Every punch he threw missed. This was unprecedented. There are so many heroes in the world. I'm still too arrogant. A special life form is enough to make me flustered. Lin Fei decided to increase his strength. A special life form was already like this. If 2 or 3 special life forms came, wouldn't he be finished? Lin Fei gave up on attacking. He could not hit his opponent anyway. As for the wounds on his body, they could not heal under the energy attacks. Blood flowed like a fountain and he looked pathetic. I'm going to buy a skill. Lin Fei knew very well that his physical strength was great. However, he could not catch his opponent. No matter what he did, it was all for naught. Barbarian brat, do you want to surrender? Chapter 32-49. The purple-clad woman looked as if she had her opponent in her grasp. A level 3 energy attack was actually her limit. Fortunately, she was able to successfully tear open his body and cause damage to him. Coupled with the energy seal, it was only a matter of time before she could defeat or even kill him. It was indeed something to be proud of for a lowly barbarian boy to force her to use a level 3 energy attack. The purple-clad woman was even more curious about what kind of physical cultivation technique her opponent had cultivated to have such a strong physical body. She would have been helpless against her opponent if she had not mastered a level 3 energy attack. Moreover, her opponent's physical strength was so great that he could easily destroy energy with a punch. She really wanted to find out the barbarian boy's background. A senfu that ignored the ultimate god Yuanju's divine tomb's rules. A barbarian expert with a lowly bloodline but a strong physical body. He was very interested in either one. Surrender? No, no, no. You should be the one to surrender, not me. Lin Fei suddenly became serious. Open. Lin Fei redeemed a skill. Pay 3 billion energy points. Redeem damage transfer. That was the skill Lin Fei asked the little devil to choose. It was specially designed to deal with special life forms. You're really good at joking. The purple-clad woman continued to attack and dozens of shadows fell on Lin Fei. Under normal circumstances, the opponent's damage would increase a little, but in the next second, dozens of attacks were all transferred to him. Bang bang bang. The purple-clad woman's figure was also forced out. Her clothes were a little messy. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? Lin Fei laughed and threw a punch with the full power of his perfect physical body. The punch set off a storm. The surrounding energy was instantly annihilated and the storm around them disappeared without a trace. After the first punch came the second punch with monstrous and endless fist momentum. The space in the senfu completely collapsed. The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods hiding at the side had their mouths wide open with beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Their faces had also turned pale. He has the combat power of a peak ultimate god. They could not imagine how the lowly barbarian bloodline could have such an expert. It should not have been possible. He should at least be a royal family. No one knew better than them the impact of a barbarian expert who could withstand a special life form's attack in the beast divine continent. The barbarians were rising. Even if there was only one barbarian expert, his combat power was real. Master is fighting back. He's so strong and domineering. Huifeng took a deep breath and became excited. Even from a certain distance away, the fire phoenix could feel the aura of death from the attack. For example, if he was hit by it, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Saintess Feng Yan's expression was also constantly changing. All kinds of thoughts kept popping up in her mind. That Lin Fei from the barbarian race was actually this powerful. What do you think? Master is powerful, isn't he? You're lucky to have such a master. Fire Phoenix said, if you serve master well, you can have whatever you want. Panjian's gaze fell on Lin Fei. A thought that had been suppressed suddenly popped up, and he could no longer suppress it. The purple-clothed woman was also shocked. He was hit by his own attack, and that kind of pain was not easy to bear. It must be a coincidence. The purple-clothed woman changed her position and attacked again. With the lesson from last time, she did not dare to attack so quickly again. She split her attacks into multiple attacks, but the result was the same. The attacks had clearly landed on Zhao Fu's body, but in the end, they were all transferred to her. Hee, how is it? Does it feel good to hit yourself? Lin Fei smiled smugly. It was good to be able to make a special life form suffer. With 3 billion reputation, he could at least be happy for a while and not be in such a sorry state. I still underestimated him. He actually has such a treasure on him. The purple-robed woman did not attack again. Every time she was injured, it was not a good feeling. However, I don't know how long a treasure like yours can last. The purple-robed woman wasn't stupid. She had been in such a sorry state earlier, and now that she had used this treasure, she no longer had the upper hand. She was smart enough to not believe that this was a treasure that could last for a long time. This barbarian fellow must have used a one-time use treasure. The fact that he had such a treasure made the purple-robed woman even more curious. Even she was wary of the effects of such a treasure. It was not a good feeling to hit oneself. Before Lin Fei could have his fill, the purple-robed woman had already guessed it. Damage transfer was indeed a one-time use treasure. Pay 1 billion reputation. Exchange God's lock. A single damage transfer wasn't enough at all. It could only force the other party to retreat. Only by truly defeating the other party would it be a true victory. Haha, you are very smart. However, it's a pity that even if you know, so what? It's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a woman like you. Lin Fei randomly punched out, causing a stretch of the void to collapse. The energy was also destroyed. This did not affect the purple-robed woman much. After all, she was a special life form and could move around constantly. As for being discovered by the barbarian, that was impossible. She was the energy, and the energy was her. Unless all the energy was destroyed in an instant, she would have to seal it. It would be very difficult. I've found your position. Lin Fei destroyed the void and stretched out a hand, punching toward the position. A large amount of energy was destroyed, and the purple-robed woman was caught off guard. She changed directions, but before she could reach the purple-robed woman, another attack came, instantly destroying all the energy. Does this feel good? Lin Fei chased after her and punched left and right, each time landing on the purple-robed woman's position. I've found it again. Eat my punch. Special life forms are really powerful. I'm impressed. Every time she spoke, Lin Fei would attack. Inside the immortal abode, the left side collapsed, the right side collapsed, and there were holes everywhere. The purple-robed woman was even more battered and exhausted, hiding here and there. In this immortal abode, where could she hide? Pooh. The purple-robed woman was forced out. Her exquisite face was filled with unwillingness and shock. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her aura was completely different from before. How about it? Do you still want to try? Lin Fei stood there and did not make a move. He just smiled and looked at his opponent. Barbarian brat, you won this time, but who knows who will win next time? The purple-robed woman also knew that she could forget about defeating her opponent today. I'm leaving now. The purple-robed woman's figure faded. Lin Fei had a smile on his face. You think you can leave? He had spent billions of prestige points on her, so how could Lin Fei let her leave so easily? That would be a huge loss. How is this possible? I can't get out. The purple-robed woman's figure appeared again, but her face was filled with shock. Just now, she tried 20 times, but she couldn't leave the senfu. The energy inside and outside was cut off. This was completely inconceivable, but it just had to happen in the immortal mansion. Yes, you can't get out. Lin Fei said with a smile. Do you want to come down and stay here obediently, or do you want me to tie you up? I can restrict you from leaving, so naturally, I can tie you up too. What do you think? The purple-robed woman knew that she had suffered a great loss. This barbarian brat had silently cut off her path. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The most terrifying thing was that she could not see how the other party had arranged it. Barbarian brat, you win. Since you want me to stay so badly, then I'll reluctantly stay. The purple-robed woman said with a faint smile. She did not change her expression at all because she couldn't get out. She still had a calm look on her face. However, you have to be prepared. My father has a very bad temper. If he knows that you've imprisoned me, his anger is not something that anyone can bear. Lin Fei said indifferently. Actually, even if you don't say it, I'm prepared to go to your castle as a guest. The purple-robed woman revealed a look of shock. You're really brave. I've always been brave. The purple-robed woman behaved very obediently after she couldn't leave Senfu. However, to the dozen or so high-level ultimate gods, they could not afford to offend the special life form or the barbarian Lin Fei. Fortunately, they were secretly glad that they did not offend Lin Fei. The Beimeng royal clan and the Lion Men clan would probably be in big trouble. Master, I admire you so much. You've even subdued the special life form. Huofeng said flatteringly as soon as she came out. After all, it was a special life form. Lin Fei felt quite honored. No wonder everyone liked having a lackey around them. He could make them feel more satisfied. However, Lin Fei knew very well that he would not be able to do anything to that special life form if it was not for the skill in the support shop. It could really come and go as it pleased. Even though it was subduing the special life form, it still cost him billions of prestige points. It was not easy to earn prestige points these days. Who knew when he would get his money back? Master, you've really decided to be a guest? Isn't it too dangerous? Panjian also came over. Lin Fei said, you finally know how to call me master. Panjian did not say anything too provocative this time. Actually, I feel quite good to have a powerful master. At least you fulfilled some of my wishes. Lin Fei snorted in his heart. At least you know something good. I didn't let you master Senfu's attacks in vain. That's right. Your master is the best. He's served me well. Maybe I can fulfill some of your wishes. Lin Fei winked at Panjian. Senfu was still under attack. Those battleships were constantly attacking. Stop. Don't attack. A purple-robed woman appeared in the sky above Senfu. Her voice spread across the sky. As expected, the battleship stopped attacking. That's more like it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lead the way. The purple-robed woman glanced at the barbarian lad. I hope you won't tremble when you see my father later. The battleships in front, move aside. The densely packed battleships moved aside, and a path appeared. Chapter 3250. The battleship stopped and made way for them. The scene was witnessed by the people in the huge fortress on the mountain. Miss Z has successfully taken down the people in Senfu. Miss Z is still the best. No one can withstand Miss Z's attacks. I wonder who owns this Senfu. It's best not to be killed, or we'll really miss an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Since they were born and grew up, they had been thinking about leaving this place day and night. Unfortunately, they had given up on that thought after being hit by so many setbacks. However, they saw hope this time. Who was the ultimate god? He was a veteran among the peak ultimate gods. The godly tomb was equipped with a large number of spell formations, and there were even some rules in it, all to restrict them, as well as to restrict outsiders. Day after day, year after year. This time, a senfu ignored all the rules and came in a mighty manner. If that was not hope, then what was it? They were even closer to that step now. The people on the fortress were beaming with joy. The person sitting on the throne had a faint smile on his face. He was extremely satisfied with this little daughter of his. She was an invincible existence on the 7th level. A mere immortal abode couldn't be solved without a little daughter. He might not be his youngest daughter's opponent after tens of thousands of years. The senfu flew toward the huge fortress. The attacks also stopped. In everyone's opinion, the person controlling the senfu must be Miss Z. No one was Miss Z's opponent and everyone was full of admiration for her. In the past, all the foreign experts had died in the hands of Miss Z. Unsurprisingly, it was the same this time. Everything was a piece of cake for Miss Z. Look, that's Miss Z. Miss Z is still the best. We can't break through from the outside, so Miss Z directly solved everything from the inside. The people on the castle all burst into laughter. No matter how powerful the senfu was and how good its defense was, the result was still the same. Just as they were about to approach the fortress, the senfu suddenly stopped and no longer moved forward. Boom! Without any warning, the senfu fired a terrifying cannon. A huge ball of light whizzed over and enveloped the castle. The force was so powerful that even high-level ultimate gods had to step aside because Lin Fei had used up 30% of his energy to test the opponent. The people on the castle were startled. In front of this ball of light, they all felt threatened. Interesting. The man sitting on the throne laughed. That huge power was easily disintegrated by these few words. It was like ice meeting the blazing sun, instantly melting away, and everything returned to its original state. What do you think? There's no hope, right? Zilong chuckled, your attack is really not worth mentioning. Lin Fei used 30% of his senfu's strength to probe. The result wasn't too good. This person seemed to be ridiculously strong. He didn't even have to do anything to block the attack. Your Miss Z is in my hands. You'd better not mess around. I don't know when I'll kill her with one slap. Lin Fei said loudly. Zilong was the name of the purple-clothed woman. It was very domineering. Zilong really wanted to slap that guy to death after listening to his words. He really dared to say anything. As soon as Lin Fei said that, the people on the fortress all changed their expressions as if they had heard it wrong. Their Miss Z was captured? How could that be possible? Miss Z was a special life form and an invincible existence. However, the current situation didn't seem right. Kid, let go of our miss or you'll die a horrible death. Let her go. If you don't let her go, I'll break your senfu immediately and you'll have nowhere to hide. The eyes of the people on the fortress became sharp. The cannons were all aimed at the senfu and would immediately attack as soon as the order was given. Young man, you've got guts. The person on the throne suddenly stood up and came to the sky above the senfu. His determined face carried a terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. Everyone felt a terrible suffocating feeling even though they were separated by the senfu and desperately resisted. Lin Fei did not move an inch. Your daughter is in my hands. Please don't use your pressure to scare people. Believe it or I won't be happy and strip your daughter naked for everyone to admire. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The originally mighty pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods slumped to the ground again. They had experienced it twice in a row. What was going on? They were originally arrogant but now all lost their temper. They really didn't want to experience it again if they could. Die. The determined man shot out a jingguang from between his eyebrows. Lin Fei could not move as soon as the jingguang appeared. A breath of death shrouded his body. At that moment, he felt like he was really going to die. A jingguang appeared in front of him. It grew bigger and brighter until everything was golden. I've already said that my father has a very bad temper and is also very violent. Even if you have an immortal mansion, you won't be able to withstand a single blow from my father. Zilong's leisurely voice sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Pay 5 billion prestige points. Exchange for damage transfer. Little Devil helped Lin Fei exchange for a skill at the critical moment. The Jingguang passed through Lin Fei's body. The aura that erupted from the Jingguang made Lin Fei feel suffocated. The feeling quickly disappeared. The determined man's expression suddenly changed. His burly body slightly trembled as a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damage transfer, 100% transfer. Zilong rejoiced in his misfortune, but she quickly shut her mouth. She saw her father bleeding. Although she knew that this guy had some special technique or treasure, she didn't believe that he could withstand her father's attack. However, the current scene told her that this barbarian kid was more terrifying than she had imagined. Because of your attack this time, I've decided to give your daughter a punishment. Lin Fei wanted to curse. First, a special life form came in. Then, the other party's attack passed through the Senfu. He was filled with anger. Without saying anything, he pulled Zilong over and kissed her on the lips. As an almost invincible existence on this level, Zilong's mind went blank the moment he was kissed. He lost the ability to resist. I've been kissed by this kid. This was the only thought left in Zilong's mind. The determined man outside the Senfu didn't continue to attack when he saw this scene. Not bad. You're really brave. Lin Fei wasn't indifferent either. The guy outside was very dangerous, but he didn't want to appear weak. I've always been brave. Otherwise, I wouldn't have captured your daughter. Your killing move won't be able to kill me. If you want to kill me, you can continue. Just use all your killing moves on me. I won't even bat an eyelid. Lin Fei patted his chest. You're really shameless. With the damage transfer, Lin Fei was really confident. This was exchanged with 5 billion reputation points. Really? I don't think so. Lin Fei laughed. Zilong stood at the side and rolled her eyes. Daughter, what do you think of him? The man suddenly asked Zilong. He's barely okay, but he's too shameless. Zilong said. Then bring him to the next level. The man disappeared. He disappeared right in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei looked at this scene and felt that it was inexplicable. Especially the look in that guy's eyes when he left. No matter how he looked at it, it felt strange. He had a vague feeling that he had gotten into big trouble. Why did your father run away? I haven't had a good talk with him. Lin Fei was unhappy. Zilong glanced at the other party. You're really in big trouble. You can do anything you want, but why did you kiss this young lady just now? Lin Fei knew that things were going to go south. Don't scare me. I'm a very brave person. What trouble can there be if you kiss me? Even your father can't kill me. Lin Fei braced herself and said. Lin Fei didn't think that a special life form was a small matter. A special life form appeared on this level. Who knew if there would be one on the 8th level, 9th level, or even the final level? Zilong suddenly chuckled and said, let me tell you. As a special life form, I only look for special life forms as a partner. My partner is a special life form on the 8th level. Since you kissed me, I've formed a connection with you. Unless you kill that special life form, you'll be in endless danger. Before Lin Fei could say anything, Zilong's back faced Lin Fei. She revealed her shoulder slightly, and an illusory figure appeared on her shoulder. This figure was none other than Lin Fei. Did you see that? This is the change brought about by your kiss. Zilong turned around again. Lin Fei vomited blood. It's your father's fault for wanting to kill me. If I had known, I wouldn't have kissed you. Lin Fei really wished that he could turn back time. Although Zilong was convinced now, he knew in his heart that this girl still looked down on him. In fact, if they were to fight head-on, Lin Fei really wasn't a match for Zilong. Anyway, since you kissed me, the special life form on the 8th level will probably find out soon. Zilong laughed and said, it won't be that easy to become my man. Lin Fei really didn't want to become Zilong's man. This guy's temper was a bit bad. With such powerful strength, whoever encountered him would be unlucky. In that case, there are also special life forms on the 8th level. That person was originally your partner. Now that I've destroyed it, he's coming to kill me. I'm not interested in that special life form. With your shameless methods, you might be able to kill him. Zilong laughed and said, "Oh right, there's something good on the 8th level. As long as you kill the special life form, you might have a chance to get it." Right now, Lin Fei wasn't interested in anything. One special life form was already so difficult to deal with. Now that there was another, wouldn't it be equivalent to wasting his prestige? Little devil, how much prestige do I have to pay to kill a special life form? Lin Fei asked. Soon, the little devil had an answer. At least 200 billion prestige. 200 billion prestige. Chapter 3251. The 7th floor of the divine tomb of Jianghu had brought Lin Fei a big surprise. Unfortunately, that surprise was not a good thing. First, it was a special life form. Then, it was an existence more powerful than a special life form. The total number of reputation points he gained was about 10 billion. That was not the end but just the beginning. Lin Fei kept vomiting blood. Sometimes, he really wanted to slap himself in the face. Of all the things he could have done, he had to kiss the other party. Now, there was another big problem before the matter here was over. Although he knew special life forms were not easy to kill and required a huge price, the price of 200 billion reputation points was no less than cutting a piece of flesh off Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He had to take a breather in Senfu for the time being. He had to make some preparations. Zilong, the special life form, left first. Lin Fei did not stop him since it would not attack him again. You can go now. Zilong could travel and to deal with special life forms again. But what about the other special life forms? The dozen or so high-level ultimate gods from the 5 royal clans shook their heads. Who would dare to look down on Lin Fei now? He was clearly a peak 9th-class ultimate god. Even the special life form was suppressed. Those high-level ultimate gods panicked after witnessing the danger outside. That floor was too scary. They would definitely die if they went out like that. We're willing to work for Senior Lin. Please don't let us go out. Senior Lin, just tell us if you need us to do anything. We'll be fine as long as you don't let us leave. The high-level ultimate gods were thick-skinned. In Senfu, there was Senfu and Lin Fei. They felt confident. Once they left, they could not guarantee that the special life form would not attack them. They might die if they went out. However, in Senfu, they could at least survive. As long as they were not fools, they would know how to choose. Moreover, if he fawned on Lin Fei now, the barbarians would rise after he left. If he didn't fawn on Lin Fei now, when would he? Soon, one of the top 10 royal families would be eliminated. The barbarian tribe was bound to become a part of the royal family. Only a fool would leave the Senfu now. Lin Fei was going to let the 5 royal high-level ultimate gods leave as he had no obligation to protect them. However, after some thought, it did not seem to be beneficial. With the appearance of a special life form, Lin Fei's original plan to slowly accumulate prestige changed. If his prestige did not keep up, he would be beaten up. Lin Fei now deeply understood the power of prestige. Those high-level ultimate gods were very useful as Lin Fei still needed them to contribute to his prestige. You guys can stay in Senfu for the time being. Once we leave, I do have something to trouble you guys with. Lin Fei informed them in advance. No problem. Senior Lin, feel free to let me know if there's anything you need. We agree to everything. No one dared to say anything since he was going to become a peak ultimate god in the future. They also understood that the Beeman royal family, the Lion Men tribe, and the Tiger Men tribe would soon be out of luck. If the barbarians got the meat, they might get the soup. For that reason, they were 100% willing to listen to Lin Fei. In the huge castle. Little Z, what do you think of that barbarian kid? The determined man was called Z Tianjun. It was a very domineering name with unfathomable strength. He was sitting on the throne and smiling at his daughter, Zilong. He's very mysterious. Zilong said, no one has ever been able to stop my attack, but he did it. He even mastered a special technique that even father can't kill. I'm quite satisfied with such a person. It's good that you've decided. Zi Tianjuan's eyes became deep. He can ignore that bastard ultimate god's rules. Maybe he can really turn the 8th and 9th floor upside down. Father, aren't you going to the 8th floor? No, once I go to the 8th floor, it'll be a different story. Zi Tianjun shook his head. It won't be a problem if you go with that barbarian kid. Those old guys won't do anything, so you don't have to worry. Zilong also knew how powerful those old guys on the 8th and 9th floor were. Even she was extremely fearful of those fellows. Lin Fei did not know the changes that his appearance had brought to the divine tomb. Little devil, help me find a technique to strengthen my physical body. Before going to the 8th floor, Lin Fei really needed to make some preparations, such as improving his strength. If he went to the 8th floor blindly, he might suffer a big loss. Zilong did not say anything and was obviously waiting to see him make a fool of himself. I think Master shouldn't practice physical body techniques for the time being. Little devil suggested. The 8th and 9th floor should be very dangerous. If you use it to practice a powerful physical body technique, you will temporarily improve your strength. However, for Master, your prestige will become insufficient and you won't be able to face all kinds of dangers. I think Master should keep his prestige for the time being. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Looking at his remaining prestige, it was indeed a headache. Take one step at a time. Lin Fei did not want to experience the helplessness of facing special lifeforms again. Actually, Master, you can think about it in another way. Little Devil said, for example, if you encounter an expert or a special lifeform, you can directly kill them. Regardless of whether they are old or young, you can suppress them. Lin Fei had always wanted to improve his strength. Suddenly hearing Little Devil's words, his expression changed slightly, and he slapped his forehead. Why did I walk into a dead end? Give them a head-on blow, and they will dare to mess around. Just as Little Devil said, using a portion of his prestige now would reduce it. If he encountered danger, his prestige would become very precious. Let's do it this way. Lin Fei thought it through. Before going to the 8th floor, I have to get some benefits from Zilong. You want me to kill special lifeforms, and I will kill them? Aren't you giving me too much face? With this thought, Lin Fei was no longer in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. As for whether the special lifeforms on the 8th floor would come down, he did not care. It was better if they came, saving him a wasted trip. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go to the 8th floor. He let Huofeng control the Senfu and toured the 7th floor. Since he was here, he had to properly understand what was different about the 7th floor. It was very different from the 6th floor. There were mountains everywhere, as far as the eye could see. It looked very calm. However, Lin Fei knew that the 7th floor was more dangerous than the 6th floor. There were flying warships everywhere, and every time they appeared, there would be tens of thousands of them, and they were very powerful. Other than mountains, is there nothing good here? After touring the 7th floor, Lin Fei really did not find anything good. He suspected that Zilong's father had taken away the treasures here. Master, it is not that there are no treasures on this floor, but you just did not notice them. Little Devil said. Did not notice? Lin Fei frowned. What could there be that he did not notice? Master, did you forget about the ores under the mountains? Ores? Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he immediately came to a realization. With a regretful expression, he said, how could I forget about this? Ever since he came to the Divine Beast continent, he put aside the matter of the Sacred Body Mountain, and temporarily put aside the matter of ore extraction and composition. After entering the original Divine Tomb, he really did not think about it. Lin Fei laughed dryly, oh right, are the quality of the ores here good? Although there was nothing on the 7th floor, the ores under the mountains were good stuff for Lin Fei. They were not inferior to any treasures. Although he did not stay in the Divine Beast continent for long, Lin Fei already had a way to deal with the essence beasts of the divine beast continent. The human race was inferior to the essence beasts because they could not break through their defenses. If they had a set of powerful enchanted equipment, they could definitely reverse the gap between the human race and the essence beasts. As a member of the human race, Lin Fei more or less had some ideas. The quality of the ores here is very good. For example, Master has always wanted to expand the damage immunity material. There's a large piece of it here. In addition to this, there are also several types of ores that Master needs. Lin Fei smiled. That's great. Enchanted equipment was also a way to gain a lot of prestige. Since he found a large number of ores here, he could combine them into the required enchanted materials. Lin Fei was overjoyed and immediately started working. Mining ores. Lin Fei did not bring anyone with him on this trip. A dozen high-level ultimate gods immediately became miners. The dozen high-level ultimate gods did not have any objection to helping Lin Fei dig ores. Each of them worked hard to dig ores. With their strength, they could destroy and mine with brute force. Thus, under the loud rumbling of the seventh layer, the mining work began. The mountains were flattened one by one as sinkholes appeared one after another. The originally endless mountains were quickly replaced by sinkholes. One here, one there, and one there quickly connected into a piece. 1 day, 2 days, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. More than a dozen high-level ultimate gods worked day and night. Lin Fei did not stay idle either as he kept collecting ores. If he knew there were so many good ores on the 7th floor, he would have brought people with him. Now, he could only be a miner. Who could he complain to? 3 months. 6 months. 1 year. 3 years. 3 years had passed. Lin Fei and a dozen high-level ultimate gods were still immersed in mining. Lin Fei, who mined every day, had a smile on his face as if he had picked up a treasure. Zilong, who had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, could not help but show up. What are you trying to do? Zilong had been studying Lin Fei since the first day. No matter how hard he studied, he could not find anything, especially after mining. God knew how much Zilong's brain cells had been drained from his completely unfathomable behavior. The quality of the ores there was average. Why did that guy keep digging and smiling every day? Zilong did not think there were any treasures in there. Of course I'm digging for treasures. Lin Fei smiled. If you're willing to help, I can give you a gift. I believe you'll like it. Just these ores? Chapter 3252. Zilong was there to understand the situation. After listening to Lin Fei's words, he could not help but become curious. What good things could be produced from those ores that were considered to be of poor quality? It would be better to use the time to study how to improve one's strength. Since you've put it so nicely, I'll reluctantly help you. Zilong left after saying that. Soon, a large number of battleships arrived. As soon as those battleships arrived, they received orders to attack the ground. Those mountains were flattened one after another. After the ground was blasted open, mineral veins were also revealed. Large amounts of ores were blasted out. With the help of the battleships, Lin Fei's efficiency in harvesting ores increased tremendously. Every day, there would be mountains of ores being taken away. Those high-level ultimate gods from the royal clan who had previously escaped from the attacks. The past 3 years had not been a good time. There were battleships constantly targeting them and attacking them. Although the number was not as high as before, they could not take it anymore after a long time. Originally, they had been hiding everywhere. In the end, they had hidden underground. Unfortunately, after Lin Fei went crazy mining, their good days came to an end, and they were forced to come out. What is that barbarian kid trying to do? When they came out of the underground, they did not know what that kid was trying to do after seeing the sinkholes everywhere. Only he could think of mining on the 7th level. Those ores were worthless, but they seemed to have become 100 times more valuable. Should we go find that barbarian kid? We'll have to leave if this continues. The one who spoke was a high-level ultimate god from the Tiger Men clan. Recently, they all knew that the barbarian kid had discussed something with the natives on that level. They seemed to be in harmony. That made them very envious. After all, they had suffered every day for the past 3 years and had yet to get any treasures. Previously, they were gloating over the fact that the other party's immortal abode had been blocked, but now, they really couldn't laugh anymore. I don't want to go. The high-level ultimate god from the giant clan shook his head. We have to go. Those damn battleships are here again. The high-level ultimate god from the Golden War God clan said. Tens of thousands of battleships arrived not far away and attacked. The 3 royal clans' high-level ultimate gods immediately fled. They did not have any confidence in fighting with those battleships. They had tried many times before, and the strength that they could show off in the Divine Beast continent was not enough here. Lin Fei was very relaxed now. In another half a year at most, we should be able to dig it out. Ever since he had Zilong's help, his efficiency had skyrocketed. Lin Fei didn't have to be so busy anymore. All he had to do was collect them. The 7th layer's ores were almost completely dug out. Master, someone is coming this way. It seems to be a royal clan ultimate god expert. Huifeng reported. It should be the giant clan, golden battle god clan, and tigermen clan. Ever since the 3 royal families ran away, Lin Fei didn't pay attention to them anymore. They are really tenacious to be able to persist until now. Lin Fei said with a smile. Master, that's because you drove them out from the underground and now they have nowhere to hide. Huifeng laughed. Lin Fei was not interested in the 3 royal families. However, he needed prestige now. He still had to count on them when the time came. Lin Fei pondered. Xiao Feng, come here. Lin Fei called Panjian. Master, you're looking for me? Compared to 3 years ago, Panjian had also changed, especially when she called him master. She had become very smooth. The 3 royal clan ultimate gods are here. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll leave them to you. Lin Fei said, but don't kill them. Panjian's beautiful eyes lit up. Thank you, master. She kissed Lin Fei on the cheek. Huifeng said, Master, I'm actually the best at this kind of thing. You can leave it to me. The 3 royal families fled to the vicinity of Senfu under the pursuit of the battleships. The battleships' attacks were not easy to deal with. Barbarian boy, let us go up. Barbarian boy. They planned to go up to Senfu but still did not take the barbarian boy seriously and called him contemptuously. You can't just call me master. Super unlimited run started. Boom. Boom. 3 royal families and 8 high-level ultimate gods were immediately hit in the head. Following that, a beautiful figure appeared in the sky above Senfu. It was Panjian. The high-level ultimate gods were about to kill under the sudden attack. They were actually attacked by the human clan's holy maiden. It was like a blow to the head for them who had never taken the human clan seriously. They hastily blocked the attack and suffered a small loss. Stop now. If you don't stop, we'll kill you. The high-level ultimate gods were in a sorry state and kept threatening them. What awaited them was another attack from Immortal Abode. Those high-level ultimate gods cursed for a long time but to no avail. Coupled with the arrival of the battleships, they could only flee again. This time, Senfu also followed suit. Panjian controlled the super unlimited cannon and attacked all the way from the east to the west, then from the west to the south. The dignified high-level ultimate gods were chased all the way. It was something they had never thought of. Especially the high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan. They knew the human clan's saintess was auctioned off by them. In the end, the saintess appeared right above their heads and they could not do anything to her. The chase lasted for half a month. The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were tortured to the point of losing their temper. No one could withstand being surrounded from the front and back, especially under Senfu's precise attacks. Stop fighting. We can talk things over. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan begged for mercy. They had strong defenses, but after half a month of attacks, they could not take it anymore. They did not want to run anymore when they were forced into a sinkhole. It was not a good feeling to be chased and attacked. A senfu stopped above the sinkhole. The attacks did not stop. At the same time, the battleships had locked on to the area and began carpet bombing. The scene was a complete mess. Panjian had really vented her anger this time. The dignified high-level ultimate gods from the royal families had become so fragile in front of Senfu. My master has said that as long as you admit your mistakes, he'll allow you to go to Senfu and protect you. After half a month, Saintess Feng Yan could finally hold her head high. She had vented most of her anger. Although she couldn't kill them, she believed that she would have a chance to kill the experts of the royal family sooner or later. Bow their heads and admit their mistakes. The high-level ultimate gods from the royal families were very aggrieved. However, they knew very well that they would probably be chased out if they did not apologize and seek shelter from Senfu. Barbarian kid, it's impossible for us to apologize. We'll be waiting for you outside. The high-level ultimate gods from the giant clan gritted their teeth, tore the scroll, and left the 7th floor. The Golden War God clan and Tiger Men clan were the same. It was impossible for them to apologize to the lowly barbarians. The royal family still cared about their reputation, not to mention they were high-level ultimate gods. Therefore, they left en masse. It was fine if they did not get any treasures. As long as the barbarian kid left the divine tomb, he would definitely regret it. The high-level ultimate gods in Senfu shook their heads. It was such a waste of an opportunity. They had seen with their own eyes that the barbarian Lin Fei was an existence that could defeat special life forms. It would only take him a blink of an eye to kill them. He was a strong enemy that they could not afford to offend. They could not wait for the giant clan to not come up. If they knew how powerful Lin Fei was, they would definitely kneel down and worship him. They would not have a chance to perform then. Master, I'm sorry. Panjian bowed her head as soon as she returned. She did not do her job well. Lin Fei chuckled. It's okay. It's fine if they don't cherish the opportunity. Half a year later, the 7th floor's ores were almost emptied. Lin Fei did not refuse anyone and dug as much as he could. He did not need to worry about refining the remaining ores. When are you going to the 8th floor? Zilong passed through Senfu and came in. Ever since the first time, Lin Fei did not set up a barrier to stop Zilong as it was purely a waste of his prestige. It was not worth it as only Zilong could enter anyway. Lin Fei simply let Zilong enter and exit Senfu as he was not afraid that Zilong would harm him. His system was not to be trifled with, and he also believed that Zilong was a smart person. As long as he was smart, he would not mess around, especially when it came to damage transfer. Aya, you know how to get to the 8th floor. Besides, I've been looking for the passage to the 8th floor. Lin Fei said seriously. Zilong really wanted to give Lin Fei a slap. Keep pretending, keep pretending. The 3 major clans have gone up. Lin Fei was a little surprised. No way, they went up. How did they go up? I was wondering why I didn't find any traces of them. The 3 major clans still have a strong foundation. Zilong did not say much. Go to the 8th floor, I will accompany you. The 8th floor is not as simple as it is here. Can you tell me about it so I can make some preparations? Zilong said indifferently. You only need to know that the 8th floor is a continent with a population of hundreds of billions. There is only one force there, there are special life forms and all kinds of old undying beings. It is 100 times more dangerous than this floor. Lin Fei thought that the 8th floor was similar to the 7th floor. This unexpected sentence shook Lin Fei's heart. A population of hundreds of billions. I can farm prestige. What followed was a crazy idea. Lin Fei was worried about where to farm prestige. When he suddenly heard that the 8th floor had a population of hundreds of billions, he was completely excited. This was a good place to farm prestige. Why is the 8th floor a continent? Lin Fei was very curious and wanted to know more. I am not sure about this. I only know that the hierarch Jianghu is very powerful. The 8th floor's continent has been passed down for hundreds of billions of years. Zilong said. Are you afraid? Chapter 3253. The 8th level was a continent. This news was quite surprising to Lin Fei. A population of hundreds of billions could provide a lot of prestige. For Lin Fei, who was currently accumulating prestige, this was the best thing. As long as he could replenish his prestige, he would not have to worry about any experts coming. After agreeing to enter the 8th level a month later, Lin Fei quickly started to wrap things up. He collected all the ores that could be collected. As for the small portion that was left, he did not need to worry. Time passed quickly. A month had passed. Zilong came again. I just received a piece of bad news. You have to be mentally prepared. Zilong, who was dressed in purple, came to the senfu. To her, this place was no different from going in and out of her home. What news? Lin Fei frowned slightly. For the past month, he had been thinking about how to increase his prestige. In the end, he decided to use violent means to increase his prestige. The 8th level was a continent controlled by a force. It would be best to directly attack them. As long as he had enough prestige in the 8th level, there was nothing to be afraid of in the 9th level. Zilong glanced at Lin Fei. According to the information sent back by the spies in the 8th level, the 3 major Protoss clans have joined that force in the 8th level. They know that you have a senfu that can ignore the rules left by the divinity Jianghu. At the entrance, they have mobilized experts and laid a trap to capture you. Lin Fei touched his nose and laughed. Ha ha ha, a trap. This is good. I like it. Zilong was also confused by Lin Fei's words. Why are you laughing? Aren't you afraid? Zilong was very clear about the force that was waiting for him. It was terrifying. Or do you think you can break through? Lin Fei was worried about how to increase his prestige. The 3 major Protoss clans were really good people. They actually did a good deed. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid even if your father wants to kill me, let alone those people. Lin Fei laughed. Get ready. We can go. The 8th floor. This place was completely different from the boundless mountains on the 7th floor. It was truly a world of its own. High mountains, flowing rivers, azure blue sky, everywhere was full of exuberant vitality. At this time, at the entrance of a valley, there were countless experts. A large array formation surrounded a small array formation, sealing the valley. Within a range of hundreds of millions of miles, there were formations set up everywhere. Anyone who barged in would be killed on the spot in the blink of an eye without any chance to struggle. At this moment, there was a group of people standing on a mountain in the distance. There were a few dozen of them, and on the opposite side of the mountain was an inconspicuous valley. As long as what you say is true, and there really is a senfu that can ignore the old man's rules, then whatever you want won't be a problem. The one who spoke was a black-armored divine venerable. His entire body was wrapped in black armor and exuded a cold aura. Only a pair of eyes could be seen. The 3 god races no longer had the arrogance they had before. It was as though they had been suppressed by something. What we said is true. That senfu has a very special origin. We don't know how that barbarian kid got it. Anyway, even an ultimate god can't break it. If senfu doesn't exist, you can kill us. That boy really has an immortal's mansion. When he appears, you'll know. However, we don't know how much the immortal's mansion can bear, and we don't know what other trump cards it has. If he runs away, don't blame me. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 god races could not speak fluently with a hint of uneasiness in their eyes. It had always been their world, but they had suffered setbacks after coming to the tomb of the god of Jianghu. It was all that barbarian kid's fault. If the barbarian kid had given up the senfu, then there would have been no problems. The 3 god races would not have been suppressed by the aborigines on the 8th floor. They also cursed the ultimate god Jianghu 10,000 times. Of all the things he could have done, why did he have to come up with a mainland? There were aborigines on the 7th floor and they were beaten to a pulp. It was not easy for them to reach the 8th floor, but they were chased by the aborigines on that floor. Some were killed, while others were injured. In the end, they could not even leave. In order to survive, they used the senfu to attract the enemy's attention. Keep a close eye on the senfu. Attack immediately as soon as it appears. It's best to enter the senfu and capture the barbarian kid inside. Don't kill him. Keep him alive. The black-armored ultimate god ordered in an irresistible tone. They followed Zilong's directions. The group of people arrived at a valley. The valley was very inconspicuous. It was even more inconspicuous among the mountains. There were hundreds of similar places. Even if the mountains were destroyed, many small valleys could still be found. The entrance is here? Lin Fei was a little surprised that the entrance was in such a place. It would have been difficult to find it without Zilong leading the way. Surprised, aren't you? Zilong chuckled. I was also surprised at first. I had the same expression as you. The exit is surrounded by the 8th floor. Are you ready? They're just a bunch of ants. They're not worth caring about. The high-level ultimate gods in the senfu wiped their sweat. Only the barbarians dared to say that. I also want to see how you're going to deal with the experts on the 8th floor. By the way, let me remind you that the special life form is guarding over there. Lin Fei laughed. It's just a special life form. I'll show you how powerful I am today. When that time comes, you should be glad that I showed you mercy. Zilong rolled his eyes. Keep bragging. You're not the one who killed the special life form. It was hard to believe that someone could kill a special life form. At least, no one could do it there. Even those old farts could not do it. They did not have that kind of strength. Lin Fei looked at the small valley. You'll know in a while. I'm going to start a massacre. Lin Fei had automatically listed the continent as a place to build his reputation after knowing that the 8th floor was a place with hundreds of billions of people to make up for his recent losses. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? I'll wait and see. The senfu plunged into the small valley. The small valley looked like a small valley, but when they got closer, they realized that it was an illusory small valley that could deceive everyone's eyes. However, the small valley looked too ordinary from above. At that moment, the senfu rushed into the small valley and everything in front of them changed as a passage appeared. Xiao Feng, activate the defense. Our enemies are coming. Xiaohua, when you see the enemy later, activate the super infinite cannon and blast them all the way. Lin Fei stood straight and looked ahead through the senfu. The passage was not very long and only took a while to complete. Boom! Boom! Endless attacks poured down like a mountain torrent. The huge immortal abode began to shake violently. Do you see that? Those outside are your enemies. The moment the senfu arrived at the 8th floor, it was immediately attacked fiercely. As soon as the celestial palace was attacked, the fire phoenix immediately retaliated. The super limitless cannon madly shot outwards, and the celestial palace's defenses were activated, forming a black belt around the celestial palace, easily blocking the attacks from the outside. The attacks on the 8th floor are really fierce. They are even stronger than the ones on the 7th floor. Lin Fei checked the situation. Fortunately, the attacks were still within acceptable range. It would be impossible for them to break through the defensive line outside for now. That's for sure. The 8th floor is a world with countless experts and a population of hundreds of billions. It's not as simple as you think. Zilong smiled. He was already used to the attacks outside. Although the attacks were fierce and domineering, they posed no threat to her, a special life form. The moment the senfu came out, it was immediately attacked. Just like the previous layer, the sky was filled with warships. One attack after another came crashing down, only to be blocked by something that looked like a black bag. Master Black Emperor, what we said is true. This is the senfu. It has an incredibly strong defense. We tried to take it down last time, but unfortunately, we couldn't break its defense. This must be a top-notch senfu. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans kept talking. If the senfu was real, then they would have a chance to leave the 8th floor without having to be careful and be afraid of losing their lives. You're good. A strange look flashed across the black-armored ultimate god's cold eyes. In the world of the 8th level, there was a massive empire that had been established. There was nothing that they had not seen before. However, this was the first time that they had seen such an immortal residence. All right, you can go now. They felt relieved as if they had been pardoned. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, 3 crisp sounds were heard. 3 high-level ultimate gods exploded as blood mist flowed into the black-armored ultimate god's body. Why leave now that you're here? It's so refreshing. The black-armored ultimate god said, let them enter the senfu and catch that barbarian kid. The high-level ultimate gods from the 3 celestial clans died in a humiliating manner. They were killed in one blow. The attack continued. The senfu's super infinity cannon was also very powerful. The warships in the sky were shot down in waves. However, there were too many warships and they kept coming back. They're here. Zilong suddenly said. Lin Fei saw more than a dozen figures turning illusory and heading toward the senfu. The senfu, which could have withstood the attacks, could not stop them from sneaking in. What are they? Lin Fei was used to it and was not as helpless as he was before. If special life forms could come in, it was not surprising that others could come in as well. Scan them. How much prestige do we need to kill them? Lin Fei contacted Little Devil. They're semi-special life forms. Another name is energy elves. Such existences only exist in the 8th floor. Chapter 3254. Energy sprites. They were the special existences on the 8th floor. No one knew how they came to be there for the time being. No one dared to ignore these energy sprites. In an instant, the energy sprites rushed into the senfu. The name might sound interesting, but one would curse when they saw them for real. They looked too ferocious and terrifying. To put it bluntly, they were ugly. F***ck, they're going to scare us to death. Lin Fei almost raised his middle finger when he saw the short, ugly, and ferocious faces. You're so ugly and yet you come out to scare people. I have no choice but to kill you. Zilong giggled. Have you lost your appetite after seeing them? That's for sure. The energy sprites rushed in and the high-level ultimate god experts were the first to bear the brunt. The power in their bodies was once again out of control as if it was about to break free. They could only look at Lin Fei for help. They wanted to show off at first, but now they realized that the things on the 8th floor were not something they could fight against. It was a painful blow to them. Die. 80 billion reputation points was something Lin Fei could still afford. With Zilong as a special life form, it was not easy to kill those related to special life forms. He might as well use the system's skills. It's just reputation points, I can afford it. Lin Fei still had some confidence. Do you need my help? Zilong, who was dressed in purple, said arrogantly. No need. Zilong knew the energy sprites were not easy to deal with. She wanted to see how Lin Fei would kill them. Moreover, he said it so confidently as if the energy sprites were very fragile. The 8th floor was where Lin Fei could farm his reputation points. It was best to end the battle quickly. I'll pay 80 billion reputation points. I'll exchange for 100 kills. The name of the skill was 100 kills. As for why there was such a name, Lin Fei had no idea. He guessed that it was given by the person who set it up. It was a bit of a chinibu. After the energy sprites entered the senfu, even the high-level ultimate gods were affected and immediately locked onto Lin Fei. More than a dozen energy sprites swarmed toward Lin Fei. Die. Lin Fei waved his hand in a very pretentious manner, and a piece of jingguang flew out from his hand. This jingguang shrouded the energy sprite. Jingguang's color shone on the elves' bodies, and the originally ferocious elves revealed expressions of fear. They screamed, and the terrifying screams seemed to pierce through space. Only Zilong and Lin Fei were able to ignore the screams of the energy sprites. As for the others, they were suffering. Fortunately, Lin Fei had created a barrier to block the sound wave attack. The screaming energy spirit's body began to melt. It was like the melting of winter snow. Under the golden light, they were unable to escape and were quickly melted away. Even if they were turned into energy, it was still the same. They were truly wiped out completely. Not even a little bit of energy escaped. How is it? Is my technique acceptable? Lin Fei looked at the shocked Zilong. Zilong subconsciously shivered. Although she did not think that the other party was much stronger than her, the scene at that moment was no less than a big blow to her. This guy had mastered the technique to kill the energy sprites. The most terrifying thing was that she could not tell what kind of technique it was. She only knew that it could kill the energy sprites on a deeper level. Good technique. Zilong said calmly, that Black Emperor will probably hate you to death. This is an energy sprite. Let's kill him later. Let's see what else he can hate, Lin Fei said calmly. He took a step forward and arrived in the sky above Senfu. Although the Senfu was very strong and the super infinity cannon could kill a large number of them, it could not keep up with the speed of their replenishment. I have to do it myself. Lin Fei did not have time to waste. Black Emperor, if you don't want to die, get over here immediately. If I make a move, you will definitely die. Regardless of whether you are a special life form or not, you will still end up the same. Lin Fei's voice rumbled in the sky above Senfu. When the subordinates controlling the battleships heard this, they all suspected that there was something wrong with this guy's brain. Was he threatening Lord Black Emperor? On the 8th level, everyone knew about Lord Black Emperor. He was a special life form and was extremely powerful. Even Miss Zilong from the 7th level was not a match for him. Now, there was actually someone who dared to say such words. What an ignorant fool. Black Emperor was a special life form from the 8th level. He was also the only true special life form. In this level, and even the 9th level, he had great influence. This was the first time Black Emperor had heard such impudent words. Outsider, you sure are arrogant. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Black Emperor came near Senfu and all the battleships stopped attacking. If you hand over Senfu, I can spare your life. I haven't done something like this for a long time. You are the first. Seeing Senfu in front of him, Black Emperor knew that this was a chance to leave the divine tomb. If it was not for Senfu, Black Emperor would have already killed the other party. He would not have spoken to the other party. Be it on the 7th, 8th, or 9th level, there were not many people who were qualified to speak to him. This was because he was a special life form and had truly mastered special mystiques. Master, killing this special life form requires a total of 180 billion reputation. Little Devil came to a conclusion. Then I'll pay 180 billion reputation points to kill this guy. Lin Fei did not wish to fight with a special life form. Who knew what kind of special abilities it had? He would kill it first. Pay 180 billion reputation points. Exchange for a sure kill. Lin Fei suddenly stretched out his hand. I'm sorry, but I don't like to be threatened, even if you are a special life form. He pointed with his finger. A ray of light struck Black Emperor's body. 180 billion reputation turned into a terrifying skill, one-hit sure kill. There were no signs. There was no danger. Black Emperor's eyes widened, and his body began to tremble. I don't want to die. No one had expected an outsider to make a move at this moment. No one had noticed anything and he had struck so casually. As a special life form, Black Emperor was used to being arrogant. He had never imagined that there would be a day when someone could kill him. At most, he would be severely injured. But at this moment, Black Emperor felt that everything had become illusory. Everything in front of him had disappeared. He had sunk into endless darkness. That body also disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. A dignified special life form was gone just like that. I've already said it. Why don't you believe me? Lin Fei shook his head. All of Black Emperor's subordinates were dumbfounded. Looks of disbelief could be seen on their faces. Lord Black Emperor is dead. Run. Retreat, retreat immediately. Chapter 32:55. In the sky above Senfu. In that instant, Lin Fei seemed to have transformed into a terrifying and invincible existence. The densely packed warships outside the small valley had retreated with the death of Lord Black Sovereign. They did not even have the confidence to attack again. The sky returned to normal. The area outside the small valley became quiet. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei suddenly laughed out loud. In such a short time, a large amount of reputation had been contributed. It was more than 30 million, and the number was still increasing. Betrayal means death by talking too much. Lin Fei was elated. He had spent 180 billion reputation in one go, and it was actually very painful. Fortunately, the warships had retreated, and there was no need for him to attack again. You actually killed a special life form. Zilong's beautiful eyes blinked, and she found it hard to accept this scene. That Black Sovereign special life form was killed just like that. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, Zilong would not have believed that Lin Fei from the barbarian race could kill a special life form just like that. Before this, Zilong did not believe it at all. Killing special life forms? It was not an easy task. Unless it was those special life forms that had just been born, there was still hope of doing it at that time. However, Black Sovereign was not an ordinary special life form. He had cultivated for a very long time, and he was not someone that could be killed just like that. Are you surprised? I've said it before, killing special life forms is actually just that. Lin Fei said casually. Are you glad that I didn't kill you back then? Zilong had never thought that Lin Fei could kill special life forms, but the scene before her had shattered her previous belief. This Lin Fei from the barbarian race had really mastered killing special life forms. Zilong quickly chuckled. Don't scare me. Although I don't know what method you used to kill special life forms, I believe that you paid a great price, and it was a very painful price. You probably won't be able to use this method many times, am I right? Lin Fei had to admit that this Zilong was really good at talking. He actually said almost everything. A special life form had spent 180 billion prestige points. The previous 80 billion prestige points added up to a total of 260 billion prestige points. This was definitely a huge sum. Then, are you willing to give it a try? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that you will experience despair. Zilong had been observing Lin Fei. She knew that she had guessed correctly, but she would definitely not be willing to give it a try. You only know how to bully others. Boring. Zilong rolled his eyes at Lin Fei. You killed the Black Emperor, and the Empire will soon know about it. How are you going to face it? Moreover, the Black Emperor you killed was not only a special life form, but also the future heir of the Empire. Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Isn't that simple? Just charge over and have a good talk with them. Tian Yuan Empire. That was the name of the 8th mainland world empire. The imperial capital of the Tian Yuan Empire was located on a large plain with cities of various sizes all along the way. It was very prosperous and built a huge empire's imperial capital. The most eye-catching thing in the imperial capital was the 4 black towers that almost pierced the sky. They occupied 4 positions and 4 directions in the imperial capital. The imperial capital palace. The current emperor was called Ultimate God Gu Quan. He was a peak high-level Ultimate God expert. Although his cultivation level was not very high, he could transform into a peak Ultimate God's combat power in the imperial capital with the help of a formation. That was not the main point. The most important thing was that the Tian Yuan Empire had a special life form, the Black Emperor. He was the future heir of the empire. What was a peak Ultimate God? It would not be a problem for him to become a universe expert in the future. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor is dead. Ultimate God Gu Quan was enjoying singing and dancing in the palace. Usually, ultimate god Gu Quan liked to watch singing and dancing when he had nothing to do. There was no need to worry about the current Tianyuan Empire as all opposition forces had been swept away. While everyone was talking and laughing, a figure ran in awkwardly and knelt in the palace hall as if his parents had died. Revered divinity Gu Quan was lying on a large antique bed. Both sides of him were beautiful women waiting on him. Who let you in? Drag him out and behead him. Ultimate god Gu Quan was engrossed in listening and did not listen carefully. Your Majesty, don't kill me. Something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor has been killed. The man shouted loudly. At that moment, everyone finally heard it clearly. Young Master Black Emperor had been killed? The experts present did not believe it. Who was it? Who was young Master Black Emperor? He was a special life form. Even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. Killing young Master Black Emperor must be a joke. This joke was not funny at all. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Young Master Black Emperor's soul ball has just broken. Another person hurriedly ran in from outside, holding a crystal ball-like object that was split in half in his hand. That was the soul ball unique to the Tianyuan Empire. As long as the soul ball did not crack, it meant that the person was not dead. However, once the person was dead, the soul ball would break in half. The person who came in was the watchman who guarded the soul ball every day. Just now, when young Master Black Emperor's soul ball broke, he was so scared that his limbs went soft and immediately came to report. This time, ultimate god Gu Quan could not sit still anymore. He pushed away the people around him and stood up. My son. Ultimate god Gu Quan grabbed the soul ball and the soul aura belonging to Black Emperor disappeared without a trace. His face turned gloomy. Investigate immediately. Who killed young Master Black Emperor? This emperor will exterminate his 10 clans. Ultimate god Gu Quan was completely enraged. He was the hope of the Tianyuan Empire. Now, he was gone just like that. He had hoped that Black Emperor could break through to the ultimate god level. At that time, he could break out of the encirclement and the Tianyuan Empire could usher in another round of development and expansion. However, everything had come to a premature end. Could it be those old things? Impossible, they don't have the guts. But if it wasn't them, then who could it be? Ultimate god Gu Quan could not think of anyone who would dare to kill him. From the 7th floor to the 8th and even the 9th floor, everyone minded their own business. No one dared to cross the line. Your Majesty, I've found out. It was an outsider who controlled the Senfu. He's with Miss Zilong from the 7th floor. They're heading this way. The results were soon out. Ultimate god Gu Quan's face turned even gloomier. How could an outsider kill young Master Black Emperor? Immediately mobilize experts for this emperor. After killing Black Emperor, a special life form. Lin Fei did not stay idle. He let Huofeng control the Senfu and charged toward the Tianyuan Empire's imperial capital. Yes, attack the landmark. At least we have to prove that we're here. Lin Fei smiled. Also, spread the word that young Master Black Emperor has been killed by me. If you don't want to die, you better stay put. Chapter 3256. Tianyuan Empire. The people on this level had been reproducing for generations and were used to living under the rule of the Tianyuan Empire. However, with the appearance of the Senfu, many people became restless. This was because the Senfu came too mysteriously. It appeared so openly like a treasure, and anyone who saw it would be tempted. Boom! Boom! At first, some people thought that it was a treasure and wanted to fish for it. As a result, he was bombarded as soon as he went up. His body was smashed to pieces, and he was killed in one shot. This did not stop those people from going crazy. Whether it was a treasure or something else, it was worth it for them to go crazy. However, they were killed every time. When the voice from the immortal abode rang out, everyone was shocked, as if it was a joke. Young Master Heidi is dead? Impossible. Who can kill young Master Heidi? What a joke. Heidi killed them all. Everyone, let's attack together and take down that senfu. We have more people and strength. There's nothing to be afraid of. There were hundreds of billions of people in the Tianyuan continent. The appearance of the senfu naturally caused a huge commotion. Many people wanted to take down the senfu. As the senfu's announcement spread again and again, it was hard for people not to understand. Young Master Heidi is dead? Everyone was in disbelief. Countless people surrounded the senfu, and all the forces came out. However, they were unable to stop the senfu from advancing. Under the attack of the super cannon, people kept falling, and their corpses were destroyed. On the other hand, their attacks were unable to break through the black belt of the senfu. If you don't want to die, scram. My cannon is blind. Lin Fei stood in the sky above the senfu. As the senfu moved, people were constantly being bombarded. Basically, no matter how many people came, they would be killed. Nothing could stop the senfu. After a long time, everyone was afraid when they saw the senfu. The defense of this immortal abode was too strong. Their attacks couldn't even land on the immortal abode. That fellow who looked like a human was acting all high and mighty. They wanted nothing more than to rush up and kill him. However, the senfu was an obstacle, so they could only follow along. Humph, we don't believe that you can continue to strut around like this. This was the common thought of the people behind him. They couldn't deal with senfu, but that didn't mean others couldn't. This was the Tianyuan Empire, a place filled with experts. The Li family is here, ha ha ha. The Wang clan is here too. I think senfu won't be able to hold on for long. The arrival of a single senfu drew the attention of all the major and minor powers in the Tianyuan Empire. Everyone rushed over. Everyone wanted to take down senfu, especially when there was an outsider in senfu. The organizations of the Tianyuan Empire brought a large number of experts to surround senfu. They used various treasures, but in the end, none of them could stop senfu. Senfu headed straight for the capital. They originally thought that the senfu would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many forces, but now, everyone began to wonder where the senfu was produced. Its quality was too high. Lin Fei, who had been attracting hatred all this while, was feeling elated. Make as much trouble as you can. The bigger the trouble, the more prestige I'll gain. Lin Fei could clearly see his prestige increasing. As the news spread, his contribution points began to increase. This was the benefit of having a large population. Prestige was constantly being contributed. And this was just the beginning. You're really bored. Zilong couldn't figure out what the barbarian Lin Fei was thinking. You killed a special life form, so you should at least have the appearance of a peerless expert. Look at you now, you're like a villain intoxicated by success. Lin Fei thought, if I don't go out and attract hatred, how will people know me? I'm not bored. I think it's quite interesting. Lin Fei smiled. There are indeed many experts in the Tianyuan Empire. Why doesn't the 7th level integrate with the 8th level? It's all empty there. Look at this place. The environment is beautiful and the scenery is pleasant. It's much better than the 7th level. Zilong rolled his eyes. Hierarch Gu Quan is here. Lin Fei knew who Hierarch Gu Quan was. He was the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire. The royal family is finally here. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for them for a long time. I thought they would stay in the capital forever. Hierarch Gu Quan was indeed here. He had brought a bunch of experts with him. Apart from that, there was also a large army behind him. It was the infamous Tianyuan army. They were all dressed in black armor. The armor was covered in patterns and emitted a cold luster. Your Majesty, that's the outsider's senfu. Hierarch Gu Quan's face was filled with killing intent. The most outstanding successor of the Tianyuan Empire was dead. Hierarch Gu Quan wanted to cut the other party into pieces and exterminate his entire clan. Destroy that immortal abode for me. Hierarch Gu Quan ordered. Those forces that had been surrounding the Senfu immediately stood aside when they saw Hierarch Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire. A thought popped up in their minds. Could young Master Black Emperor really be dead? This emperor had not appeared for a long time. Ever since the unification of the Tian Yuan Empire, all the forces had been well behaved. No one dared to go against them. The Tian Yuan Empire's royal family's rule had been deepening. Up until now, the Tian Yuan Empire had been very stable. Ever since the royal family produced the Black Emperor, Hierarch Gu Quan had relinquished his power and handed over almost all matters to the Black Emperor. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to meet Hierarch Gu Quan. But now, Hierarch Gu Quan had appeared. The killing intent on his face was so monstrous that they could feel it even from afar. At that moment, they could no longer remain calm. The Black Emperor was a special life form who could easily break through to the ultimate god realm in the future. However, he had been killed by someone. Furthermore, His Majesty had personally brought the most powerful and ferocious Tian Yuan army. The Tian Yuan army was the most powerful existence in the Tian Yuan Empire. It had always been an elite army controlled by the royal family. The Tian Yuan army was rarely deployed unless it was to suppress a powerful enemy. However, the Tian Yuan army was deployed this time. This was inconceivable. They've made their move. The Tian Yuan army has been deployed. What the hell? They've deployed 100,000 Tian Yuan army this time. That's terrifying. What kind of enemy is worth deploying the Tian Yuan army? Oh yes, there's also the royal family's high officials. There are more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Could it be a grade 9 ultimate god in that Senfu? Even if it's a grade 9 ultimate god, it's not worth deploying 100,000 Tian Yuan army. Those people could no longer remain calm. Such a situation had not happened for a very long time. However, it had happened today. 100,000 Tian Yuan army and more than 30 grade 8 ultimate gods. Even the top forces in the Tian Yuan Empire could not withstand such a lineup. You're in trouble. Chapter 3257. Ultimate God Gu Quan led the Tian Yuan army to attack. It was unknown how many people were shocked by this scene. The news that came from the Immortal Mansion seemed to have come true. If the young master of the Black Emperor had really been killed, it would definitely be a major matter for the Tian Yuan Empire. No matter who was involved in this matter, the outcome was predetermined. None of them would have a good ending. Even if they were outsiders, they would not be able to withstand the wrath of the Tian Yuan imperial family. The Tian Yuan army had sent 100,000 troops. They were the best of the best. As soon as they made their move, everyone felt a terrifying and dangerous aura. They couldn't even muster the slightest bit of resistance. Those who had witnessed the might of the Heaven's Origin army believed that Immortal Mansion could stop them. Tian Yuan army? They're really strong. They're all mid-level ultimate gods, with the lowest being a 4th-class ultimate god. This army would be able to wipe out anyone outside. Lin Fei smiled. Tian Yuan Empire's emperor, don't be so angry. I've only killed your Black Emperor. You can have another one in the future anyway. Don't put on a long face, okay? Lin Fei laughed loudly. It's not good for your health. You might even die faster. As soon as he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The special life form Black Emperor was really dead. It was a piece of news they did not want to accept. Ultimate God Gu Quan was furious. I'll definitely kill you and wipe out your 10 clans. I'll let you know what regret is. Everyone, attack. Whoever breaks through Senfu first, kills Senfu first, and captures this kid will be rewarded handsomely. Ultimate God Gu Quan said angrily. Tian Yuan Empire's hope was gone. Ultimate God Gu Quan was filled with murderous intent. Kill for His Majesty. Kill that kid. The various forces in the distance began to move. Whoever did not take action today would be offending His Majesty. Their entire clan would be doomed tomorrow. In an instant, more than 300,000 experts attacked crazily. It was a shocking scene. It was not the first time Lin Fei's senfu was attacked by hundreds of thousands of people. The scene was terrifying, but to Lin Fei, it was nothing. After all, it couldn't be broken. His prestige is rising really fast. With over 300,000 attacks from experts, Lin Fei was happy that his reputation was rising quickly. The more he was stimulated, the faster it would rise. In addition, his reputation had already broken past 15 million. Emperor of Tianyuan, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have the cheek to bring out such a small number of people? It's far from enough to defeat my senfu. You'll need at least 1 million experts. Lin Fei shouted again, looking down on these people. Revered divinity Gu Quan's face twitched. It had been many years since he had encountered such a situation, and no one had ever dared to say such a thing to him. Among the 300,000 experts, 100,000 of them were from the Tianyuan army. They were elites, but now he was being called useless? Order them to attack this emperor with all their might. Venerable divinity Gu Quan thought that the other party was provoking them. No spatial treasure could withstand such an attack. Why did you provoke supreme divinity Gu Quan? Zilong really didn't understand what Lin Fei was trying to do. Was he purposely provoking supreme divinity Gu Quan? That's right, I'm purposely provoking them. Lin Fei smiled. If I don't provoke them, how boring would it be? Otherwise, they'll think that I'm the king. Zilong really didn't know what to say. Charge out and let them go. Lin Fei had just started grinding his reputation, but he couldn't bear to kill them. Ah, let them go. Huifeng was still prepared to go on a killing spree and was stunned when she heard Lin Fei's words. Yes, let's charge out immediately. Control the speed and let them keep following us. Circle the entire Tianyuan Empire. Do you understand? Yes, I'll do it immediately. Huifeng didn't dare to anger her master. He was an existence that could easily kill special life forms. The Senfu's super infinity cannon opened up a path, and they successfully charged out. A sneer finally appeared on Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's gloomy face. They can't hold on any longer, right? Chase after them and exhaust all of their Senfu's energy. Use the enchantment treasures as well. We must break through Senfu. Senfu had opened up a bloody path. In Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's opinion, the other party's Senfu was about to reach its limit. In the Tianyuan Empire, there was nothing that a Senfu couldn't be destroyed by an army. This was the source of Supreme Divinity Gu Quan's confidence. Back then, there were also outsiders who barged in, but they were all captured alive in the end. As a result, the Immortal Mansion fled unsteadily in the front while more than 300,000 experts besieged them from behind. Emperor of Tianyuan, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I might spare your life. Think about it carefully. I'm giving you a chance. In the sky above Senfu, Lin Fei provoked Supreme Divinity Gu Quan again and again. This emperor was able to control his temper, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Originally, more than 300,000 people besieged Senfu. As Senfu began to move in the Tianyuan Empire, the news spread continuously. More and more forces joined in the siege. Everyone wanted to be the first to break through Senfu. His Majesty had a great reward. No matter what it was something that couldn't be obtained normally. Master, my performance was not bad, right? Huifeng executed Lin Fei's orders perfectly. Not only did she control her speed, but she also acted as if Senfu couldn't hold on any longer. From time to time, she would accelerate an attack with the super limitless cannon. In the eyes of everyone, it was a struggle before death. Everyone fought even harder. Very good. Continue. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, I'm going to rest. You just need to control Senfu and keep circling around the Tianyuan Empire. I want everyone to know of my existence. Master, rest assured. There won't be any problems. Huifeng was now his #1 lackey. Are you really going to do that? Zilong originally thought that coming to the 8th level would be an extremely dangerous thing. However, the outcome was completely beyond his imagination. That Black Emperor usually flaunted his strength in front of him, but he was killed by Lin Fei from the barbarian race with a single strike. He didn't even encounter any danger. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Zilong would have found it hard to believe that it was true. Now, he had actually started circling around Divine Venerable Gu Quan and the experts of the Tian Yuan Empire. This was incomprehensible. If he could kill special life forms, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with these people? Of course, I have to take a good look at such a good place. Zilong didn't believe Lin Fei's words. What was there to visit in such a place? Subconsciously, she felt that there must be a reason why Lin Fei was doing this. However, she couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard she racked her brains. It was a completely irrelevant matter. The Tian Yuan Empire was in an uproar with the death of Senfu. In particular, the death of Black Emperor, a special life form, was like a heavy bomb that spread throughout the entire Tian Yuan Empire. Even the Emperor, Divine Venerable Gu Quan, appeared and hunted down the outsiders in Senfu. The hundreds of thousands of experts also broke through 1 million, and then to 2. 3 million. Chapter 3258. The 8th floor of the Tomb of God, Tian Yuan Empire. Ever since the emergence of the Senfu, the entire Tian Yuan Empire was no longer peaceful. The Tian Yuan Empire's young master He Di was killed, and the empire's hope for the future also died. Afterward, the Tian Yuan army brought by His Majesty Gu Quan could not break through the moving Senfu. The Immortal's estate carried Divine Gu Quan and the millions of experts of the Tian Yuan Empire as they wandered through the Tian Yuan Empire. This wander lasted for 3 months. Within 3 months, the entire Tian Yuan Empire knew about it. The Tian Yuan Empire's army besieging the Senfu had now increased to more than 500 million. The scene was extremely shocking. No matter who it was, they would not be able to calm down after seeing such a scene. However, the 500 million army could not break through the Senfu and allowed the Senfu to break through the encirclement. They wandered here and there as if they were walking a dog. It was a terrible feeling. A bunch of good-for-nothings. It's been 3 months and you still can't break through the Senfu. What's the use of all of you? The emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire, Gu Quan, had been livid ever since that month. The people around him did not dare to make a sound. During that period, several ultimate gods who came to report the situation were directly dragged away and beheaded. They really wanted to tell the owner of the immortal abode not to continue tormenting them like this, alright? They were going to die. They gathered 500 million soldiers, yet they still could not break through the Senfu. Instead, millions of experts were killed. What the hell was this? Your Majesty, the Senfu has stopped. Someone came up to report. Just as he had said, the immortal mansion that had been running all over the place stopped. In front of the 500 million soldiers, the sky was densely packed and blocked out the sun. The Senfu seemed extremely small no matter how one looked at it. However, that was not the case. In the beginning, everyone had come for the reward from His Majesty. However, when they really fought, they had gone from excitement to despair and helplessness. Their hearts had been destroyed countless times. That was a moving fortress that could not be breached. Everyone's morale had suffered a heavy blow. There had never been a treasure that could withstand 3 months of attacks. During this period, they had suffered millions of casualties. Every time the Senfu bombarded, tens of thousands of experts would die. Now, everyone had lost their confidence and even had thoughts of regret. This was an unbreakable Senfu. If the Emperor of Tian Yuan was not present, everyone would have run away. Whoever wanted to go could go, but they didn't want to. It was unknown how many powers had besieged the Senfu, but they had suffered great losses. First-rate families had become second-rate families, and second-rate families had become third-rate families. After the immortal mansion stopped, the 500 million soldiers surrounded them in 3 layers. Their desire to attack Senfu was almost gone. It's been 3 months. You guys are even more useless than I thought. You guys can't even break my Senfu. How disappointing. Lin Fei was extremely satisfied with what he had gained in the past 3 months. The Tian Yuan Empire with a population of hundreds of billions had brought Lin Fei a huge amount of prestige. Every time he saw the prestige he gained, he would smile from ear to ear. 300 billion prestige. This was the prestige gained in the past 3 months. It would be strange if Senfu's prestige didn't increase after strolling around. 300 billion prestige not only made up for the previous consumption, but also made a small gain. It would be strange if Lin Fei wasn't happy. After earning 300 billion prestige, Lin Fei had made up for the previous consumption. Calculating the time, he could start farming prestige for the second time. After swaying for 3 months, the immortal abode stopped. Venerable God Gu Quan's murderous gaze shot toward the young figure in Senfu. I won't kill you as long as you surrender. In these 3 months, revered divinity Gu Quan had witnessed the power of the immortal mansion. They had gathered an army of 500 million, but they still could not break through a tiny immortal mansion. As the emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire, how could he not see the wonders of the immortal mansion? They alone would not be able to break Senfu even if they had 100 or even 10,000 years. Unless the 2 great ancestors of Tian Yuan Empire took action. Venerable God Gu Quan really did not have the guts to inform the great ancestors. In the eyes of the great ancestors, those who could not even take down Senfu were trash. Lin Fei laughed. Haha, you really know how to talk. You obviously can't do anything to my Senfu, but you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. You're really thick-skinned. Brat, how can you talk to His Majesty like that? We would have killed you 10,000 times if you weren't in Senfu. A high-level ultimate god shouted. Come out if you have the guts. I'll kill you. The Tian Yuan Empire's ultimate gods were also fuming with anger. Who would be happy that a high-level ultimate god expert could not take down a brat? They would kill as many people as he was outside. Lin Fei laughed. So this is how you do it when you can't win. However, I'm in a good mood today. As you wish, I'll let you out. I'll fulfill your wish now since you're no match for me inside or outside anyway. Too arrogant. Tian Yuan Empire was not a small empire. There were countless experts and high-level ultimate gods. There were even a handful of 9th-class ultimate gods. A brat dared to say such a thing. His arrogance was boundless. That made the high-level ultimate gods very angry. They could not wait to grab him and cut him into pieces so that they could vent their anger. As for Hades' death, they thought it was a shameless sneak attack. No one could defeat or even kill Hades in a one-on-one fight. Apart from using shameless tactics. Those high-level ultimate gods were overjoyed. They did not expect that guy to really dare to come out. They believed that as long as he came out, he would not be able to return to Senfu. Lin Fei flew out of Senfu and stood outside Senfu in a swaggering manner. He faced the 500 million strong army alone, but Lin Fei could not be shaken by their imposing manner. This guy is really strange. In Senfu, Zilong once again felt he could not see through Lin Fei. Not only her, but Panjian also felt the same. He had been wandering around for 3 months only to go out and fight? It did not seem right no matter how he looked at it. Did Lin Fei have nothing better to do? Do it. The Tian Yuan Empire's high-level ultimate gods immediately took action the moment Lin Fei left Senfu. A black divine pagoda descended from the sky, pressing down heavily. The surrounding void was also sealed, and the space around it was undergoing a transformation. It looked like Lin Fei was still in Tian Yuan Empire, but in reality, he was not. He was in another space on the same plane. Brat, you're finished this time. You'll meet a terrible end for going against Tian Yuan Empire. Chapter 3259. The Divine Pagoda was a powerful treasure used to trap people. It could seal an area of space and was extremely powerful. Ordinary ultimate gods could not withstand its power and could only be taken away by the Divine Pagoda. Lin Fei chuckled. That little bit of pressure was really nothing to him. He casually punched the Divine Pagoda, and as he moved, the sealed space shattered into pieces. The black divine pagoda flew out with a cracking sound, and cracks spread across its surface. He destroyed the divine pagoda with one punch. Come, come, come. Let me see the power of the Tian Yuan Empire. Lin Fei walked toward ultimate god Gu Quan. 3 figures appeared in the void. All of them were assassins. They came and went without a trace. Only clanging sounds could be heard as Lin Fei was attacked dozens of times. Lin Fei's perfect physical body was at its peak. His physical body's defense was so strong that it only left a white mark on his body. The assassins could not stop Lin Fei's footsteps either. Is there any more? This little bit of power is too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Everyone, let's attack together. A foreign barbarian kid dares to be so presumptuous here. The imperial gods were furious. He was completely looking down on them. Needless to say, the ultimate gods from the imperial gods attacked one by one. The skies suddenly became colorful with all kinds of treasures attacking. Lin Fei did not move very fast. No matter what attack landed on him, it was all reflected back to the ultimate gods. Skill, damage transfer. The ultimate gods who attacked were all dumbfounded. They looked at the wounds on their bodies in disbelief. They did not believe it and attacked again. However, they were still injured. It was useless even if they had armor. The injuries came from inside the body. The stronger the attack, the greater the injury. For a moment, those high-level ultimate gods kept vomiting blood. Stop attacking. This is damage transfer. Ultimate god Gu Quan was also secretly shocked. He could even master such a technique. What was this guy's background? Judging from this technique, he must have mastered it to a very deep level. 7th and 8th level ultimate gods' attacks were easily transferred to them. One could imagine how powerful it was. Venerable divinity Guchuan had underestimated this young man. You have good eyesight. Lin Fei chuckled as he stepped forward. Wherever he passed, no one dared to attack. Those injured ultimate gods had never felt so aggrieved before. First, they besieged Senfu, but Senfu was unscathed. Now, they finally managed to lure them out, but they were still in the same state. They felt powerless as if their fists were punching cotton. What the hell was going on? With just this wave, Lin Fei once again gained several 100 million reputation points. His reputation points quickly broke through 1 billion and continued to rise. Although there were only 500 million soldiers present, that was not all. The entire Tian Yuan Empire was paying attention to the Senfu. It was only natural for their prestige to skyrocket once again. Revered divinity Guchuan did not order his subordinates to make a move. With damage redirection, all attacks were useless. In the end, the casualties would be the Tian Yuan Empire. To be able to grasp such a technique at such a young age, you are indeed amazing. Venerable divinity Guchuan said, but you shouldn't have killed the enemy Onyx Emperor, the hope of the Tian Yuan Empire. Lin Fei stopped not far from the emperor. He could clearly feel the murderous intent from the other party. He did not hide it at all. Dead geniuses can only be blamed for their lack of strength. Lin Fei laughed. For example, if you die now, you will no longer be the emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire. Venerable divinity Guchuan sneered and said in a sarcastic tone, you're very powerful, but you're not strong enough to kill me. You should know that if a special life form like Onyx Emperor can appear in the Tian Yuan Empire, there must be someone stronger. As long as you hand over damage redirection and Senfu, I can let you go. Everything that happened before can be treated as if nothing happened. Think about it, I rarely say such things to people. Lin Fei knew that the other party was afraid of him. With the help of damage redirection, he had become a special existence. Coupled with his own strength, it would be easy for him to kill someone. However, he was here to build his prestige. He did not care about any threats. As for the 2 old men in the imperial capital, they knew about it from the beginning. Would Lin Fei care? Of course not. He had to get rid of them sooner or later. Otherwise, How could he develop this place into a base to build his prestige? You're wrong. I won't hand over damage redirection and neither will Senfu. Lin Fei smiled. Now, I want to say something. If you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. This is your only chance. Those high-level ultimate gods standing behind venerable divinity Guchuan glared at him. They would take action as soon as His Majesty gave the order. And you guys, if you don't want to die, you can also kneel down. Once I make a move, you guys will really die. Think about it, it wasn't easy to cultivate to this realm. If you die, wouldn't it be too much of a pity? Lin Fei said again. I can kill the Black Emperor, let alone you guys. Those high-level ultimate gods were in an uproar again. Onyx Emperor was a special life form. If Jian Wushuang used the same method to kill Onyx Emperor to kill them, everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spine and could no longer remain calm. Young man, I really don't know what you're thinking if you want to kill me. This is just one of my clones. You won't even blink even if you kill 10,000 of them. Venerable Divinity Guchuan said scornfully, but you're different. I can order the entire Tian Yuan Empire to attack you. Even if you have damage redirection, do you think you can survive? The young man's words were so ridiculous that Venerable Divinity Guchuan did not care at all. Even those top-level ultimate gods could not kill both their bodies and clones at the same time. That kind of ability could only be achieved by universe-level experts, but not every universe-level expert. It was even harder to break through from ultimate god to universe level. Listen to me and hand over the damage redirection technique. Senfu will spare your life. Venerable Divinity Guchuan said in a confident tone, in the Tian Yuan Empire, no one can ignore my words. You should be glad that there's something worthy of my attention. Back then, many people weren't as lucky as you. You should cherish this opportunity. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it then. Since you don't believe me, I have nothing else to say. It's a pity that you're already the emperor. I hereby announce that the next emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire will be me. Attack, kill him. Venerable Divinity Guchuan frowned and his figure became illusory. As soon as the order was given, all the Tian Yuan Empire experts attacked Lin Fei. You don't have the ability to kill me. I'll be watching you from the imperial capital. Venerable Divinity Guchuan disappeared in front of Lin Fei. Then, an overwhelming barrage of attacks came. Chapter 3260. The moment the emperor of the Tian Yuan Empire, Gu Quan, left, all the Heaven Yuan experts launched their attacks. Lin Fei's position was immediately hit by a destructive attack. The space collapsed. The power of the attack was too terrifying, exceeding the endurance of the space. In the imperial capital, Gu Quan took out a treasure and saw the situation on the battlefield clearly. He had a cold smile on his face. So what if he has mastered the damage transfer? In the imperial capital, I am invincible. Gu Quan didn't believe that guy could withstand it. The attack of the 500 million strong army was just a test. It would be best if the other party couldn't withstand it. Even if he did, there was nothing to worry about. There was a limit to the damage transfer. If it exceeded the limit, the damage transfer would be broken. That guy is dead for sure. No one has ever been able to withstand the attack of a 500 million strong army. Hiding in Senfu might be out of everyone's hands, but once he comes out, he has no advantage. I really don't know what he is thinking. As long as we kill that guy, attacking Senfu will be a piece of cake. The entire Tian Yuan Empire was paying attention. Those forces that had lost many experts were eager for the other party to be killed so that they could vent their anger. Previously, hiding in Senfu, they could only grit their teeth. Now, the opportunity had come. Was Lin Fei really that easy to deal with? Definitely not. Gu Quan, do you think you'll be fine after running to the imperial capital? No one who I want to kill has ever survived. Facing the attack, Lin Fei laughed. Bang bang bang. When the attack landed on Lin Fei, the damage transfer was immediately activated. Without any warning, it landed on the attacker, causing them to bleed. Lin Fei moved forward. When the attack landed on his body, it was immediately reflected back to the enemy. The greater the power, the greater the damage. Countless people were instantly killed by his own power. One by one, they fell from the sky like it was raining. He can't block it. This technique makes him invincible. How can he fight? Oh no, I'm injured too. None of the experts from the Tianyuan Empire remained calm in the sky. In just a short period of time, over 100 million experts had died. The scene was so shocking that no one could believe it. If you don't want to die, leave. Lin Fei headed towards the imperial capital and passed through the army. There were very few people who left. Who would dare to disobey the words of that emperor? Even if they died in battle, it was the same. They had to stop the other party. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei punched out. The sky was filled with fist shadows that swept across the body of the Sky Yuan expert in front of him. Then, clouds of blood mist exploded. He couldn't be more dead. In an instant, Lin Fei had transformed into a terrifying butcher. The injured Sky Origin stage cultivator faced the power of Lin Fei's perfect body again. With one punch, the divine master died without any chance to struggle. Die, 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 die. Lin Fei rushed over and punched out. A huge power swept over and harvested the Sky Origin experts. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Under Lin Fei's punches, they died. No matter what realm they were in, the result was the same. The army of 500 million went from 400 million to 300 million, and then to 200 million. The number was decreasing at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fei's strength finally made them feel fear and despair. Run. This is a demon, this is a butcher. I don't want to die, I want to live. What bullsh** T Emperor's order, I want to live. The army collapsed. They couldn't hit or touch such a strong enemy. On the contrary, they were easily swept away like ants. Such a strong contrast would make them collapse no matter how good their mental state was. Knowing that they would die, they still went forward. If they weren't fools, what else could they be? Therefore, everyone ran away, with injuries all over their bodies. Even though some leaders wanted to stop them, they didn't dare to do so when they saw the tide of collapse. Lin Fei alone killed more than 200 million Sky Origin stage cultivators. Who dared to go against him? You're really strong, but in the Tianyuan Empire, you'll never be able to defeat me. In the void, a saber light slashed down. It directly slashed Lin Fei's body. At the same time, Gu Quan Ultimate God's cold voice was heard. Gu Quan Ultimate God, who was far away in the imperial capital, attacked from a distance. With the support of the imperial capital's formation, his strength could exert the combat power of a peak ultimate god, which was a level 10 ultimate god. A cold light flashed and everyone's movements seemed to slow down. As the saber light appeared, countless Sky Origin stage cultivators died and their bodies were cut in half. That was just the saber wind naturally released by the saber light. Under Lin Fei's perfect physical state, the saber light landed on his body and made a clanking sound, leaving white marks all over his body. Wow, there's still a treasure that can withstand my damage transfer. Lin Fei fiddled with his body. The power that landed on his body was like a tickle to him and was not threatening at all. However, the technique was quite powerful. If this is all you've got, you can die later. Lin Fei moved toward the imperial capital. The army had long collapsed and lost their confidence. Gu Quan Ultimate God did not think he could kill his opponent in one go. In the imperial capital, his strength had reached the level of a peak ultimate god. Even if his opponent had the damage transfer technique, he would not be able to cause any harm to him. Let's see how long you can last. Gu Quan Ultimate God snorted coldly as he held his weapon and slashed several saber lights into the void. Those saber lights were all attacking Lin Fei. His reputation is growing really fast. Lin Fei's fist smashed against the saber light flying out from the void. With a cracking sound, the saber light shattered. With the assistance of the system, the opponent's attack appeared bizarre and could not be detected by the system. Thus, it was easy for Lin Fei to deal with it. They were getting closer and closer to the imperial capital. No one dared to intercept them. The saber lights appeared from time to time in the sky. Those were attacks from His Majesty Gu Quan, ultimate god. Who dared to go up and look for trouble? It was not something they could intervene in. The most frightening thing was that the outsider was ridiculously strong. He broke His Majesty Gu Quan, ultimate god's attack with one hand each time, as if everything was under his control. The smart ones knew that the outsider might really be able to kill Gu Quan, ultimate god. At the very least, he could fight his way to the imperial capital. It was better for them to wait and see. Imperial capital, here I come. Lin Fei laughed loudly as his fist crossed thousands of mountains and rivers like a stream of light and blasted on the imperial capital's formation. There was a loud bang and the entire imperial capital shook. That was the first blow, followed by a second and even a third one. The imperial capital began to become turbulent. Everyone looked at the outsider with fear and uneasiness. No one had ever seen someone shake the imperial capital with one punch, but someone had done it. Gu Quan, ultimate god, I'm coming to kill you. Are you ready? Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the imperial capital and broke several attacks in a row. He looked straight at the imperial capital of the Tianyuan Empire. I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. As long as you come out and surrender, I can spare your life. Otherwise, it's useless for you to hide in the imperial capital. Gu Quan, ultimate god, was clad in battle armor with a divine saber in his hand. His battle intent surged as he rushed out of the palace. Chapter 3261. Tianyuan Empire. Outside the imperial capital. An outsider had killed his way over. Almost 300 million Tianyuan experts had died in the hands of this outsider. How terrifying was that? At that moment, all forces, big and small, were staring at the outsider in the imperial capital. Could he really kill ultimate god Gu Quan? That person had the strength of a peak ultimate god in the imperial capital. Almost no one could kill him. Many people wanted to rebel against the Tianyuan Empire's rule, but they were all suppressed in the end. They just could not kill the Tianyuan Empire's emperor. Lin Fei stood outside the imperial capital and sneered in his heart. I let you escape back to the imperial capital. If you didn't want to gain more prestige, you would have died outside. You still dare to act like you're not afraid of death. I really have to give it to you. Ultimate god Gu Quan could escape back because Lin Fei had deliberately done so. Killing ultimate god Gu Quan in front of everyone and in a place like the imperial capital would have the greatest impact. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have made such a scene. It was time to reel in the net. Getting rid of ultimate god Gu Quan was not Lin Fei's real goal. He was at most a relatively powerful ant. Venerable divinity Gu Quan was an invincible existence in the imperial capital. He did not take the outsider's words seriously. His opponent's strength was also beyond his expectations. It was the first time in the history of the Tianyuan Empire that someone could withstand his attacks all the way here. Although he could not kill his opponent, the Tianyuan Empire still had 2 great ancestors who were his biggest trump card. Ultimate god Gu Quan was ready to let the great ancestors appear later to suppress this kid. It would be a pity to kill such a strong physical body. How could ultimate god Gu Quan not see his opponent's tyrannical strength against his attack with pure strength? Such a physical body was actually quite valuable. I'm standing here. Come and kill me. As long as a little more time passed, his opponent would not be able to escape. He had already contacted the great ancestors and now only needed to provoke him. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. I've given you a chance. If you want to die, there's nothing I can do. I'll fulfill your wish now. Voila. While everyone was looking at the outsider, Lin Fei passed through the terrifying ancient array formation in the imperial capital without warning. He grabbed venerable god Gu Quan's neck with one hand and lifted him up. This moment came too quickly. It was so fast that no one had any time to react. How is it? Are you surprised? Ha ha ha. This scene made many people unable to react. The imperial capital's array formation was actually useless. Save His Majesty. Attack him. The imperial family experts behind His Majesty were all anxious. They didn't expect the outsiders to ignore the imperial capital's array formation and capture His Majesty so easily. Lin Fei waved his hand at the imperial clan's experts, and a formless attack swept over them. In an instant, a large circle of imperial clan's experts was completely wiped out, and the surroundings became empty. Revered God Gu Quan's mind went blank. He, a dignified emperor, had actually been caught by someone in less than a breath's time. You, Lin Fei chuckled. I know you must be surprised. Do you know that I deliberately let you run back? Otherwise, how could I establish absolute prestige? You can't kill this emperor. Revered God Gu Quan's eyes were cold. I forgot to tell you that I've mastered another technique. I can kill both the main body and the doppelganger through the doppelganger or the main body. How is it? Aren't you even more surprised? Impossible. Lin Fei squeezed Revered God Gu Quan's neck. With a snap, Revered God Gu Quan stopped breathing. At the same time, in a secret room in the Tianyuan Empire, Revered God Gu Quan, who was dressed in a black robe, had just stood up when he fell into endless darkness. He was deader than dead. Lin Fei casually threw Revered God Gu Quan's corpse aside. If you don't believe me, you're destined to have a bad ending. Lin Fei flew towards the imperial capital's palace. The entire imperial capital fell silent at this moment. His Majesty is dead. His Majesty has really been killed. How did he do it? Something big is going to happen. With Revered God Gu Quan's death, the two great ancestors are going to show up. The big and small forces outside were terrified. Who dared to believe that the outsiders' words were true? The emperor killed Revered God Gu Quan just like that and with such ease. Everyone knew that Revered God Gu Quan had an original body outside in a secret place. It was an existence that could never be killed. Now that one was killed, a second Revered God Gu Quan would soon appear. The Tianyuan Empire was about to get lively. No one believed that the other party could kill Revered God Gu Quan's main body and doppelganger at the same time. Not many peak ultimate gods could master such a technique, as it was a top-notch secret technique. Lin Fei killed Revered God Gu Quan, took his storage ring, and threw his body aside. Without any warning, he charged into the palace. The experts in the palace were completely terrified. His Majesty's strength in the imperial capital was not inferior to a peak ultimate god, but he was easily killed by the other party. It was too easy. It was completely different from the 300 rounds of battle they had imagined. When Lin Fei entered the range of the imperial palace, those experts didn't dare to move. Fight? That would be courting death. Lin Fei walked into the palace and sat on Revered God Gu Quan's throne. Tell the organizations outside that from today onwards, the Tianyuan Empire is my territory. If you don't want to die, piss off to the imperial palace. If they don't arrive in an hour, I'll kill them one by one. Lin Fei said and closed his eyes to rest. There was no need to say anything else as the people in the palace went out to announce the news under Lin Fei's coercion. Before the great ancestors arrived, the experts in the palace would behave themselves and do whatever the other party said. Resist? Don't be silly. In the imperial capital, Revered God Gu Quan was pinched to death by the other party, which was beyond everyone's expectations. He was ridiculously ferocious. No one could tell what kind of technique he used. Anyway, the arrogant and powerful Revered God Gu Quan, the emperor of the Tianyuan Empire, was killed by an outsider just like that, and the other party's body was casually thrown away afterward. Those who were watching from the outside were no longer calm. It was really a headache whether they should leave or not. As for attacking the palace, what a joke. That was an existence who could pinch Revered God Gu Quan to death with one hand. Before everyone could think about it, a message came out. It was issued by the outsider who requested all the first-class clans and forces to go to the palace to pay a visit. If they were not there within an hour, the outsider would personally visit. Everyone could not sit still anymore. Who could stop him from visiting? Chapter 3262. The Tianyuan Empire had changed. The emperor, Gu Quan, was killed by an outsider. Even the special life form, Black Emperor, who had unlimited potential, was killed. Overbearing, violent, and ruthless. Until now, no one knew how the outsider killed His Majesty. If they could not see through it, it would be even more mysterious. For a moment, the outsider was shrouded in a mysterious aura. Within an hour, all the first-rate forces of the Tianyuan Empire had taken the initiative to come. They were all very tactful. No one wanted to be visited by such an expert, as the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Fei did not say anything. He merely said that the Tianyuan Empire was his territory from now on, and they had better behave themselves. Otherwise, he would not mind killing them all. With his previous powerful performance, no one dared to say anything. They listened obediently, and no one would refute him. Their lives were more important. As for whether this outsider could control the Tianyuan Empire or not, that was a whole different matter. Your methods are really not bad. You've taken over the Tianyuan Empire just like that. In the imperial palace of the Tianyuan Empire, Zilong and the others came out of Senfu and temporarily stayed in the imperial palace. The royal disciples of the imperial palace were all driven out. Other than the necessary servants, there was no one else in the imperial palace. It was very quiet. I'm just playing around. Lin Fei smiled. Zilong could not see through Lin Fei. Aren't you afraid that the two ancestors of the Tianyuan Empire will take revenge on you? What's there to be afraid of? If they come, I'll just kill them again. Lin Fei said casually. The news that he had taken control of the Tianyuan Empire had spread throughout the empire, and his prestige was increasing day by day. I can kill special life forms. If you annoy me that day, I might kill you too. Zilong sneered. Violent maniac. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, did you really kill Gu Quan's main body and clone? Why don't you guess? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Zilong really wanted to give him a slap. Guess your sister. Two corpses were found hanging from flagpoles in the imperial capital square. When the crowd saw the person on the flagpole, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hands and feet began to tremble, unable to remain calm. Yes, Your Majesty. Wrong, it's the former emperor. Dead, he's really dead. How did that person do it? Unbelievable. What a terrifying technique. The corpse hanging on the flagpole was none other than His Majesty, Gu Quan Divinity. Both his real body and avatar were present at the same time. This scene quickly spread throughout the Tianyuan Empire. At last a terrible chill came over them. An outsider who could kill His Majesty Gu Quan was not very scary. What was scary was that he could easily kill His Majesty Gu Quan's main body and avatar. Anyone would be afraid of such methods. The two corpses brought Lin Fei hundreds of billions of prestige points. Everyone was terrified of such a terrifying method, and the first-rate families became even more well-behaved. On the 9th floor of the tomb of the God of Sin. This place was different from the 8th level. It was not a world continent, but a desolate and uninhabited place. At the same time, there was an oppressive aura everywhere, as though there were no signs of life. In the sky, there were 6 huge balls of light floating around. Each ball of light emitted a blazing aura as though they were the sun. These 6 huge balls of light had different colors. They seemed to be floating in the sky, but they were actually moving in the same direction. If one did not have extremely good eyesight, they would not be able to see them. 2 of the balls of light separated. There's an unforeseen event on the 8th level. Let's head over first. One of the black balls of light said. Could it be those outsiders? You guys are making a fuss over nothing. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Besides, the Black Emperor is still on the 8th level, and there's still Zilong on the 7th level. It'll be a piece of cake to deal with them. One of the balls of light said disdainfully. The experts outside are too weak. Lin Fei had his men hang up the corpses of Hierarch Gu Quan's main body and clone. His prestige shot up like a waterfall as he felt elated in his heart. Using such a powerful method to raise his prestige was the best thing to do. In fact, it was just as Lin Fei had guessed. His prestige rose quickly. This is the treasure vault. Lin Fei and Zilong were on their way to the royal treasure vault. After occupying the Tianyuan Empire, they naturally had to plunder it. Without saying anything, the royal disciples immediately gave up the location of the royal treasure vault. Under the guidance of someone, they came to the underground of the palace and stood in front of a treasure vault. Lin Fei was rather interested in the items in the treasure vault. This was the divine tomb left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan. There were experts on the 7th and 8th levels, and there were even special life forms. It would be a pity if he did not enter to take a look. The door of the royal treasure vault was covered with layers of restrictions, but none of them could stop Lin Fei. After all, he had the various items left behind by Hierarch Gu Quan, so he could easily pass through the restrictions. With a loud bang, Lin Fei pushed open the door of the royal treasure vault. There's a lot of stuff. After the door was pushed open, all kinds of resources were piled up like a mountain. There was no end in sight. Lin Fei was not too interested in those materials. The 8th level is a continental world. There must be a lot of resources there. Zilong snorted softly. Lin Fei looked around as he walked, but there was really nothing that caught his eye. All the way inside, the number of treasures also began to decrease. From being densely packed to being scattered around, the quality of the items also began to increase. Especially when they were nearing the end, those treasures would make people jealous. You don't even like these enchanted equipment? For example, this paralysis scepter, and this level 8 enchanted equipment are for level 8 ultimate god experts. As a special life form, Zilong was also quite interested in such enchanted equipment. However, this guy just did not like them. Lin Fei really did not like enchanted equipment. Pretty ordinary stuff, is it that powerful? His words made Zilong speechless. He continued walking. There were fewer and fewer items. There's a small treasure vault here. Lin Fei had scanned it with the system and found the hidden small treasure vault. He opened it violently and the space moved. Just as he was about to enter the small treasure vault, with a swoosh, a Jingguang attacked and curled towards Lin Fei's body, followed by a second and a third. More than a dozen of them came out. There's a hidden killer move. This must have the strength of a peak ultimate god. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pushed the Jingguang aside as if the things in front of him were no different from fallen leaves. Every time a Jingguang was pushed aside, the power of the Jingguang was greatly reduced. Who dares to be so presumptuous? A sharp voice came from the small treasure vault. The loud rumbling sound was like the pressure of heaven and earth. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth slightly raised. It seems that the Tianyuan Empire really has something good hidden.
Chapter 2024. Zhang Tianchen was stunned when he heard this. He could not believe that he, the top genius of the Zhang clan, was defeated by a 4th-grade half-step Dao Lord. I'm going to kill you! Zhang Tianchen shouted angrily and attacked Yi Xian. How dare you! Seeing this, Jiang Sheng immediately flashed in front of Yi Xian and sent Zhang Tianchen flying with a slap. Zhang Tianchen was his grandson, but Yi Xian had won. If he was killed by Zhang Tianchen, what would people think of the Zhang clan? After being slapped away by his grandfather, Zhang Tianchen calmed down and glared at Yi Xian. If he fought with his full strength, he could kill Yi Xian with a single strike. Unfortunately, this was a sword fight and he could not use his saint power or Dao. Young man, what's your name? Jiang Sheng asked. I'm Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. Very good. Here's your reward. Jiang Sheng did not waste time and took out a sword-type Dao seed from his interspatial ring. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the sword-type Dao seed. The sword-type Dao seed was one of the best among the 9 sacred Dao seeds. Even if it was only at the early stage of the initial condensation realm, it was enough to defeat a late-stage initial condensation realm cultivator. Yi Xian took the sword-type Dao seed and studied it carefully. This sword-type Dao seed was at the mid-stage of greater mastery, which meant that its owner was an 8th-grade half-step Dao Lord when he was alive. Yi Xian estimated that if he devoured this sword-type Dao seed, he would be able to break through at least once or twice. At this moment, Xianxia said, "Yi Xian, are you willing to be my disciple?" Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Xianxia was the vice-patriarch of the Jiang clan, which meant that he was the vice-city lord. Being his disciple would be a meteoric rise. After hearing this, Yi Xian quickly pondered for a moment. Jiang Feixing was Xianxia's grandson. If he could get in touch with him, it would be much easier to fulfill Jiang Feixing's wish. "Greetings, master." Yi Xian cupped his fists without hesitation. "Good, very good." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. Yi Xian's aptitude was even higher than Jiang Tianqin's. If he was nurtured, his battle prowess would not be low. Jiang Tianqin was gritting his teeth in anger. He was Xianxia's grandson, and Yi Xian was now Xianxia's disciple. This meant that Yi Xian was one generation above him. Henceforth, when he saw Yi Xian, wouldn't he have to salute him? "No!" Jiang Tianqin bellowed furiously. Hearing this, Xianxia turned his head strangely and asked, "Why not?" "Grandpa, I thought you never accepted disciples?" Jiang Tianqin immediately asked. "With such a good seedling, why can't we break the rules? You, on the other hand, should learn how to behave properly." Xianxia's eyes flickered. Although Jiang Tianqin was his grandson and the one with the best aptitude, the former's character was really not good, so he didn't like Jiang Tianqin very much. "Old thing, how dare you criticize me in front of so many people? Am I still your grandson?" Jiang Tianqin cursed in his heart. The sword competition was over, and the Jiang family had another genius, Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian left with Xianxia and went to the city lord mansion. "Yi Xian, you will live here from now on. Go and comprehend the sword Dao seed. If there's anything you don't understand, come and ask me." Xianxia said to Yi Xian. "Yes, master." Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, he was thinking about one thing, and that was whether or not he should tell Xianxia about Jiang Feixing. However, after thinking about it, he decided not to. Then, Xianxia left. After he left, Yi Xian randomly found a servant of the Jiang family and forcefully searched his soul. "I see. The matter of Jiang Feixing stealing the death sword is a big taboo in the Jiang family. No one is allowed to mention this matter. Jiang Feixing's father died early, and after Jiang Feixing stole the death sword, his mother committed suicide as an apology. Now, she is buried outside spiritual light sword city." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. In that case, it would be better to bury Jiang Feixing's body with his mother first. Yi Xian immediately left the city lord mansion and went out of the city. Previously, Jiang Feixing's last wish was to be buried with his mother's body. However, because he stole the death sword, his mother's body was not placed in the family's ancestral hall. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to bury Jiang Feixing's body first, and let the Jiang family move their bodies back in the future. As for how to make the Jiang family do that, it was needless to say. It was to use force. However, when Yi Xian left the city lord mansion, someone suddenly followed him. He asked Wei Zhentian to look back and found that it was actually Xianxia's grandson, Jiang Tianqin. "This guy followed me after losing to me. Is he trying to teach me a lesson or kill me?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. However, he did not turn his head and continued to hurry on his way. After a while, Jiang Tianqin caught up with him. "Stop right there!" Jiang Tianqin shouted angrily. Yi Xian stopped when he heard that. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Yi Xian asked with a smile. Jiang Tianqin went straight to the point and said, "Put away that face of yours and hand over the sword path seed. Then, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "So you're here for the sword Dao seed. Why? Is everyone in the Jiang family a sore loser?" Yi Xian couldn't help but mock. "Cut the crap. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the sword Dao seed. Otherwise die." Jiang Tianqin's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Is that so?" Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He took off the yin and yang ring in his hand and said, "Come and get it yourself if you can. How dare you provoke me as a mere rank 4 half-step Dao Lord? Don't think you can be so arrogant just because you're better than me in swordsmanship. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better than you. As soon as Jiang Tianchen finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light and charged towards Yi Xian. Who said I'm a rank 4 half-step Dao Lord? Yi Xian sneered. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. A rank 4 half-step Dao Lord? No. Yi Xian's aura was already that of a rank 6 half-step Dao Lord. This was because he had devoured the mid-mastery sword Dao seed and raised it to late minor mastery. Flying Star Sword Art. Chain of 9 stars. Yi Xian's right hand stabbed out 9 times in an instant. It was a combination of various Dao attacks. Its power was truly terrifying, and it easily defeated Jiang Tianchen's attack before piercing through his head. Puh! A muffled sound rang out. Then, Jiang Tianchen's body fell to the ground. He was dead. I'm not the one who overestimated myself. Yi Xian shook his head and hurriedly collected Jiang Tianchen's corpse. Chapter 2025. Then, Yi Xian swallowed Jiang Tianchen's corpse with the mask of illusion and turned into Jiang Tianchen. He then read Jiang Tianchen's memories. However, Yi Xian was shocked the next moment because he learned a secret. There's a Dao seed of death inside the death sword? Yi Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. The Dao of death was not ranked lower than the Dao of sword among the 9 sacred Daos. If one could comprehend the Dao of death, one's combat strength would increase greatly. The death sword was made from a Dao seed. No wonder it was so powerful. That was not the point. The point was that there was another Dao weapon made from a Dao seed called the Life Sword. The Life Sword and the Death Sword were a pair called the Life and Death Sword. They were the Jiang family's heirloom, but the Life Sword was lost in an accident. The Life Sword has the ability to bring people back to life? Yi Xian was shocked. The Dao seed in the Life Sword was called the Life Dao seed. The Life Dao was also one of the top Daos among the 9 sacred Daos. The Jiang family had once used the Life Sword to bring people back to life. The Dao of life and the Dao of death are too terrifying. Yi Xian shivered. At this moment, he was thinking, if he obtained the Life Sword, then wouldn't he be able to revive Dao Lord Flying Star and his mother? Not only that, but he could also revive many people. Although the Life Sword is lost, the Jiang family has a sword-searching technique. As long as I use the Death Sword, I can find the Life Sword. At that thought, Yi Xian immediately set off and arrived at the burial place of Jiang Feixing's mother in a short while. Then, he simply put away the corpse of Jiang Feixing's mother. At this level it was easy to prevent the body from decaying. Therefore, Yi Xian felt that Jiang Feixing's mother could be revived. Then, he turned into Jiang Tianchen and returned to the Jiang family. There was a sword-searching technique in the Jiang family's martial arts library, so Yi Xian immediately went in. As the grandson of the deputy patriarch and the #1 genius of the Jiang family, Jiang Tianchen had the authority to do so. Yi Xian went straight to the top floor and searched for a while. As expected, he found the sword-searching technique and copied it down. Then, he left the city lord mansion again. Now that I have the sword-searching technique and I have the death sword, I should be able to find my way. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly and took out the death sword. Whoosh! After Yi Xian used the sword-seeking technique, the death sword pointed to the north. In the north? Yi Xian muttered as he immediately returned to the spiritual light sword city and teleported to a city in the north. Following that, he used it again, but the death sword sword tip was still pointing towards the north. Even further north. Yi Xian continued the teleportation. He was. After Yi Xian's phone. This meant that his teleportation had surpassed the location of the life sword. However, this was already several days later. Yi Xian cursed angrily. Fortunately, he was about to find it. Between these 2 cities, there are 4 more cities. I need to narrow down the range. Yi Xian continued the teleportation, and finally locked onto the 2 cities. The life sword was somewhere in the middle of these 2 cities. He left immediately and traveled on his own. However, with his realm, it took him more than 10 days to finally lock onto a place. This place was a large forest. There were huge trees inside, and from time to time, there would be rich life energy floating out. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have heaven and earth treasures. Yi Xian sent the sword immortal clone, the old tree, and Black Horn in to check. The level of this area was not low. He had already passed by several cities with Tao Lord experts. With his strength, he might be in danger. However, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to go in together. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. This forest looked a little strange. What Yi Xian did not know was that this forest full of life energy was called the Forest of Death. None of those who entered would leave alive. Yi Xian entered. At first, nothing happened, but soon, he heard several system notifications. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is dead. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is dead. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon is resurrected. Ding! Devouring Unicorn is resurrected. By the time he reacted, he saw the Sword Immortal avatar in the darkness. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. At this time, a bloody mouth suddenly opened and directly swallowed him. The Sword Immortal clone was swallowed because he was paying attention to his surroundings. However, this time, he saw that the thing that swallowed him was a huge flower. The piranha flower. At this moment, Yi Xian was already in the mouth of the piranha flower. The corrosive liquid dripped down and penetrated the Void Spirit Divine armor. F***CK. Yi Xian was shocked and quickly attacked. However, the piranha flower's defense was so strong that his attack could not break it. I don't believe it. He widened his eyes, took out the death sword and slashed fiercely. This time it broke. The aura of death spread, and the piranha flower immediately decayed. It turned out that this was the danger of this forest. Humph! Watch me burn all of you. Yi Xian widened his eyes, held the death sword, and began to attack crazily. The level of these piranha flowers was probably not low. Although they were not at the Tao Lord level, they were only at the 8th or 9th grade half-step Tao Lord level. However, those who were attacked by the death sword all decayed. Yi Xian began to sweep crazily. Wherever he passed, all the flowers and trees withered. During this time, Yi Xian even used the sword-seeking technique to check the location of the life sword, and then killed his way over. However, this forest was boundless. He killed for a full 3 days, but he still did not reach the end. At this moment, what a big tree! Yi Xian was shocked. This tree was probably tens of thousands of meters tall and extremely thick. This was not the main point. The main point was that this tree was emitting a strong aura of life. Yi Xian stood there, feeling that he was in high spirits and that his lifespan had increased. However, at this moment, there were black shadows swimming around the tree. He took a closer look and realized that they were mosquitoes. This group of mosquitoes is absorbing the life essence of this tree. Yi Xian secretly said in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. He just quietly went around. However, after he went around the tree for a while, he realized that the death sword's direction had deviated. Chapter 2026. After some thought, Yi Xian decided to send out the 3 sword immortal clones. As expected, the moment they approached, they were attacked by the large mosquitoes. 9-layer heaven-devouring flames. Old Tree used his ultimate move and burned the large group of mosquitoes to ashes. However, there were simply too many mosquitoes to count. There was no way to kill them all. Hence, Blackhorn and Old Tree were exhausted to death. Fortunately, the Sword Immortal clones did not disappoint Yi Xian and were still standing strong. These mosquitoes could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. After the mosquitoes were killed, the life aura in their bodies would gather and flow into the distance. Yi Xian frowned and sent the Sword Immortal clones to check it out. When the Sword Immortal clones arrived, they saw a huge altar. On the altar, there was a crystal bottle. The life aura was flowing into the crystal bottle. The Sword Immortal clones went over to take a look. Just as he was about to put away the crystal bottle, an aura suddenly descended. Who is it? A shout made the Sword Immortal clones stop. He turned around and saw a long-haired youth standing in the air, looking down at him. This long-haired youth was wearing a green robe and was a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Who are you? The Sword Immortal clones asked. However, the other party did not answer the question. Instead, he attacked. Boom! The Sword Immortal clones attacked at the same time. The two energies collided and were evenly matched. You're courting death. The long-haired youth narrowed his eyes and immediately fought the Sword Immortal clones. Immediately, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over as well, resulting in a 4 versus 1 situation. In a one-on-one situation, the sword immortal clones could not do anything to the long-haired youth. However, in a four-on-one situation, it was more than enough to deal with him. Bastard! The long-haired youth cursed. However, in the next moment, his chest was pierced by Yi Xian. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse and began to search its soul. It turned out that this long-haired youth was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. He was the one who created this area. His purpose was to attract others to enter, and then let those man-eating flowers devour the flesh and blood, and then transfer the essence to the giant tree of life. Then, the large mosquitoes absorbed the life essence into the bottle. These life essences would ultimately be absorbed by the long-haired youth. What? He actually has a Tao seed of life in his body? Yi Xian was shocked. This life Tao seed was formed by the long-haired youth devouring a large amount of life essence. Now, he was using the life essence to improve his life Tao seed. The seed of life was even more precious than the sword way. It was ranked higher among the 99 saintly paths. Who would have thought that this Jianghu dojo actually had a way? How amazing! However, this method was somewhat inhumane. After all, this life Tao seed was formed from the accumulation of countless human lives. Yi Xian did not care about anything else. He directly devoured this Tao seed of life. Then, he used his devouring Tao seed to devour the other Tao seeds of the young man. However, he could not break through. However, Yi Xian found something useful from his memories. The long-haired youth had obtained the life sword by chance and planted it on the ground. Simply put, the life sword was under the giant tree of life. Yi Xian hurried over and had Wei Zhentian transform into the beast god Bell to suppress it. Then he killed all the mosquitoes. He now had a Tao seed of life. He placed his hand on the giant tree of life and began to absorb the life essence. This giant tree of life was the root of the entire forest. Simply put, the entire forest was actually a single entity. Yi Xian continued to absorb the life essence. The Tao seed of life that he had just obtained began to improve from the early stage of small success to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The Tao seed of life has improved to the early stage of greater success. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently a 7th rank half-step Tao Lord. By the time the two system notifications rang out, the entire forest had already withered. Originally, the long-haired youth had used this forest to lure others in and then turned it into life essence for himself to absorb. This was supposed to be an endless cycle. However, Yi Xian had absorbed all of the giant tree of life's essence, so he could not continue. Then, Yi Xian began to dig and retrieve the life sword that was hidden underground. The life sword of life and death was finally gathered. Originally, creating a forest like this would require a large amount of natural treasures. However, the long-haired youth just happened to obtain the life sword, so he saved a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself and took out the death sword. These two Tao weapons were formed from Tao seeds. If he destroyed these two Tao weapons, he would obtain a Tao seed of life and a Tao seed of death. However, Tao weapons were Tao Lord level weapons. How could he destroy them now? Given my current realm, I should be able to revive Jiang Feishing and his mother. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, what he did not know was that the news of the long-haired youth's death had already spread to the Great Wood Dojo. He immediately took out Jiang Feishing's corpse and used the death sword to absorb the death qi. Then, he used the life sword to inject the life sword with life qi. After a while, the originally dead Jiang Feishing came back to life. This is... Jiang Feishing opened his eyes. He had been constantly using the death sword to fight, so he was contaminated with the death qi. In the end, he could only build his own tomb. How did he suddenly come back to life? Could it be that he was refined into a vicious battle corpse or puppet? Senior, we meet again, Yi Xian said with a smile. You are... Jiang Feishing was confused. After all, he had died long ago. Previously, it was his remnant soul that communicated with Yi Xian, so it was normal that he did not recognize Yi Xian. Yi Xian told him what had happened. After listening to him, Jiang Feishing was dumbfounded. You found the life sword? Jiang Feishing was shocked. One had to know that the Jiang family's patriarch had gone to find the life sword and came to this forest of death. However, he could not enter, so he could only give up. He did not expect that Yi Xian, a half-step Tao Lord, could do it. However, Yi Xian was able to enter thanks to the sword immortal clone, the death sword, and the void spirit divine armor. Of course, there was also the time reversal. After entering this forest of death, he had been constantly using time reversal to find low-risk places. Senior, your mother's corpse is also with me. I can also revive her. Yi Xian said. What? Jiang Feixing was shocked again and hurriedly said, Quick, revive my mother. Yi Xian said nothing and took out Jiang Feixing's mother's corpse. Chapter 2027. It just so happened that Yi Xian was already a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord, so he could revive Jiang Feiyue's mother, who was also a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord. The death sword extracted death energy, and the life sword injected life energy. Before long, Jiang Feiyue's mother opened her eyes. Mother! Jiang Feixing couldn't help but shout. Not long after he stole the death sword and left, he heard that his mother had committed suicide. He was so heartbroken that he even thought of suicide several times. However, later on, he heard that the life sword had the ability to revive the dead, so he wanted to find it. Unexpectedly, he used the death sword too much and was tainted with death energy, which led to her death. Yi Xian had actually been tainted by the aura of death, but the bloodline in his body could suppress it. Moreover, after obtaining the life Dao seed, the aura of death had completely disappeared. Xing! Jiang Feixing's mother was shocked. Then, Yi Xian directly put the two of them into the devouring space so that they could be reunited. As for him, he prepared to return to spiritual light sword city. Yi Xian, my father died in a great battle. Can you? Jiang Tianqing suddenly asked. 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. With my current realm, I don't know if I can succeed, but as long as I break through again, it should be possible. Yi Xian replied. Thank you in advance. Jiang Tianqing thanked him. After a person died, their soul would gradually dissipate, but it was only an illusory soul that dissipated. In a person's brain, there was a physical soul. Yi Xian used the life sword and the death sword to revive the two of them. In fact, he used the death sword to absorb the death energy, and used the life sword to revive the soul in the brain, giving birth to a new soul. Therefore, the life sword alone couldn't revive people unless it could remove the death energy. Speaking of which, on the way here, Yi Xian kept leaving void tracking points, so it was very easy for him to return to spiritual light sword city. After a while, he returned. Then, he directly went to find Jiang Sheng. According to Jiang Tianqing, his grandfather Jiang Shang was very good to him. Back then, he stole the death sword, so he felt very guilty toward Jiang Shang. At this time, Yi Xian had already returned to the city lord's mansion. Master, are you there? Yi Xian sent a voice transmission to Jiang Shang. Come here. In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared outside Jiang Shang's mansion. What's the matter? Jiang Shang turned to look at Yi Xian. Master, I have something to tell you next. I hope you won't be too surprised. Yi Xian said. Haha, this old man is also a person who has experienced great storms and waves. There aren't many things that can surprise this old man. Jiang Shang laughed loudly. But in the next moment, his said Jiang's right was that? Jiang Xian's master's master, Jiang Feixing, is here. And Jiang Feixing was Jiang Dao Lord. When Jiang Shang heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he saw two very familiar people. Said Yi Feng Jiang was Jiang Yi Zhang's grandson. Said Kuden Jiang is he. Teet her of S of Tians. Twos long TSTs committed a families of A of course of. How did she come back to life? Grandpa, mother and I were both dead, but Yi Xian found the life sword and brought us back to life, said Jiang Feixing. When he heard this, Jiang Shang was shocked again. The life sword. How was that possible? One must know that the place where the life sword was located was an extremely dangerous place. Jiang Shang's father, the old master of the Jiang family, had led a team there, but half of them died in the end. Now, Jiang Feixing said that the life sword was found by Yi Xian, a half-step Dao Lord. How was that possible? Yi Xian took out the life sword and death sword and told Jiang Shang what had happened. Disciple, thank you. Thank you for bringing the life sword back. Jiang Shang shed tears of gratitude. However, Yi Xian shook his head and said, Master, you misunderstand. I didn't find it for you. I need it for myself. This, Xianxia was stunned. Also, I only joined the Jiang family to investigate some things. So, from now on, I am no longer your disciple. Yi Xian's expression suddenly turned serious. With his strength, Xianxia was not qualified to be his master. Yi Xian, this? Jiang Feixing suddenly spoke, but he did not know how to continue. Previously, he had given the death sword to Yi Xian, hoping that Yi Xian could bring his body and the death sword back to the Jiang family. Now, Yi Xian said that he needed the death sword. What should he do? After all, Yi Xian had found the life sword and brought him and his mother back to life. If he asked Yi Xian to return the life sword, he would be ungrateful. Don't worry. I'm just borrowing the life sword. I'll return it in the future. However, I can bring the dead Jiang family members back to life, but I need some Dao seeds as a reward. Yi Xian said. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. This, Xianxia hesitated. In fact, he wanted to hide Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. After all, Jiang Feixing was a sinner of the Jiang family. However, Yi Xian had brought back the death sword and the life sword. If Yi Xian could return the life sword to the Jiang family, then Jiang Feixing would have redeemed himself. It would be a happy ending. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to return the life sword. What kind of Dao seed do you need? Jiangxia asked. It's best if it's a high-grade Inferno Dao seed. Of course, I don't care about anything else. However, I want a large amount. Yi Xian said. This request of his made the three of them somewhat puzzled. He only needed one Dao seed to comprehend. Why did he need so many Dao seeds? One had to know that the more Dao seeds one condensed, the harder it was to condense them. In the half-step Dao Lord realm, condensing 2 Dao seeds was already good enough. It was rare to see 3. I'll use the life sword to bring your family members back to life. I only want Dao seeds as a reward. This isn't too much, right? Yi Xian asked again. Indeed, it's not too much. However, I have to discuss this with the others. Jiangxia said. He was only the deputy patriarch of the Jiang family. The patriarch was his brother. In addition, his father was also in charge. This kind of thing still needs to be discussed. All right, no problem. Yi Xian nodded and put away the life sword. Then, Jiangxia quickly left with Jiang Feixing and Wen Kuang. The Jiang family members did not know that Jiang Feixing had died once. However, many of them had seen Wen Kuang's corpse with their own eyes. Now that Wen Kuang had been resurrected and Jiangxia had seen it with his own eyes, it should not be difficult to convince the Jiang family members. Sure enough, a large group of people soon arrived. Chapter 2028. Old ancestor? Oh my God, why is the old ancestor here? Wasn't he in seclusion with the patriarch? The patriarch is here, and so is the deputy patriarch. What happened? The people from the Jiang family all revealed puzzled expressions. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was in Jiangxi's courtyard, saw the group of Jiang family's upper echelons. Summon the sword of life and death. The leading white-haired elder snorted coldly. According to Jiang Tianqin's memories, Yi Xian recognized this person as the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Lingguang. Jiang Lingguang was a half-step Dao lord and a sword cultivator. He had a Dao seed of the sword in his body, and it had been raised to late-stage greater mastery. He was only one step away from the great Dao, and his combat strength was terrifying. Senior, there's no need to be angry. I'm just borrowing the sword of life and death. Yi Xian smiled and said slowly. How dare you? The sword of life and death belongs to our Jiang family. How can you just borrow it? Another elder shouted angrily. He was the Jiang family's patriarch and Jiangxi's elder brother, Jiang Yong. Both Jiang Lingguang and Jiang Yong had more power than Jiangxia, so Jiangxia could do nothing. Yi Xian, you better hand over the sword of life and death, Jiangxia said helplessly. He had told his elder brother and father what had happened, but when they found out that the sword of life and death had been found, they had rushed over aggressively. He couldn't stop them. That won't do. Although the sword of life and death belongs to your Jiang family, I didn't take it away from you. Besides, I didn't say that I wouldn't return it. I'm just borrowing it temporarily. Yi Xian shrugged with a smile on his face. The sword does belong to you, but I'm borrowing it by force. So what? Fine. Then I'd like to see what kind of ability you have to dare to borrow my Jiang family's sword of life and death. Jiang Yong attacked Yi Xian without hesitation, wanting to capture Yi Xian. That way, the sword of life and death would be in his hands. There was no need to talk nonsense. Big brother. Seeing this, Jiang Sheng wanted to make a move but was stopped by Jiang Lingguang. Helpless, he could only watch as Jiang Yong flashed in front of Yi Xian and slapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. However, Yi Xian remained unmoved in the face of this palm. How is that possible? Jiang Yong was shocked. He was a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord. How could he not be able to deal with a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord? Hee hee. Yi Xian grinned. What a joke. The one who had come to the Jiang family was not his true body, but his sword immortal clone. What's more, he was currently a 7th-rank half-step Dao Lord. Jiang Yong was only 2 ranks higher than him, yet he wanted to capture him? Jiang Yong refused to believe it as he immediately extended his hand towards the interspatial ring on the Sword Immortal Avatar's hand. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar immediately kept the interspatial ring and held it in his hand. If you want to completely lose the Sword of Life and Death, then continue. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Jiang Yong no longer dared to move. If the Cosmos Ring was broken, the Sword of Life and Death would disappear. No one knew where it would appear. Stop! Jiang Lingguang could no longer watch and immediately shouted. Senior, do you have something to say? Yi Xian said with a faint smile. As a junior, you're the first one who dares to threaten me in such a situation. Jiang Lingguang narrowed his eyes and said, Then let's both take a step back. Return the Sword of Life and Death to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Not only that, but I'll also pretend that Jiang Fei stole the Sword of Life and Death never happened. What do you think? Senior, you're really old. I just said that I want to borrow the Sword of Life and Death. Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Xian said. You're courting death. Jiang Lingguang opened his eyes wide and looked like he was about to attack. However, if he attacked, he had to succeed. Otherwise, the Sword of Life and Death would really be gone. Hee hee. I heard that Senior brought people into the Forest of Death and returned empty-handed. Instead, many experts died. However, I was able to go through the entire Forest of Death and bring back the Sword of Life and Death. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold. As soon as he said that, everyone present fell silent. What was Yi Xian's background? How did he accomplish something that even the former family head could not? That was what everyone was thinking. However, Jiang Lingguang, who was already a Dao Lord, still did not take Yi Xian seriously. No matter who you are, as long as you return the Sword of Life and Death to my Jiang family will treat you as an important guest. Otherwise, even if I die, I'll take back the Sword of Life and Death. Jiang Lingguang threatened again. Hearing that, Yi Xian could only helplessly shake his head and said, Since Senior is unwilling to make this deal with me, then let's fight to the death. After saying that, he clenched the interspatial ring tightly and tried to crush it. Wait. Jiang Lingguang was frightened. He did not expect Yi Xian to be so unafraid of death. He paused for a moment and said, We'll talk about it in 3 days. All right, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare enough Dao seeds. Who knows, I might return the Sword of Life and Death to you in 3 days. Yi Xian smiled, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. When everyone saw this, they were shocked. Facing a Dao Lord, Yi Xian sat down so defenselessly. He must have some kind of confidence. Otherwise, how could a 7th-stage half-step Dao Lord threaten the Jiang family, which had a Dao Lord overseeing it? Following that, Jiang Lingguang ordered his men to guard the courtyard strictly. To be precise, they were to keep an eye on Yi Xian and not let Yi Xian escape. As for Jiang Lingguang himself, he hid in the surroundings and waited for an opportunity to make a move. As long as he obtained Yi Xian's interspatial ring, the matter would be over. He did not care about Yi Xian's life or death. Unfortunately, after 3 days, Yi Xian still sat cross-legged on the ground and did not even open his eyes. This really shocked Jiang Lingguang and the rest of the Jiang family. 3 days later. Senior, how's the preparation? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly spoke. It's ready, but you have to revive the dead members of the Jiang family first. Jiang Lingguang appeared out of nowhere. No way. Yi Xian stood up and said slowly. Jiang Lingguang gritted his teeth in anger and threw an interspatial ring over. It was filled with a large number of Dao seeds. Among them were the Dao seeds left behind by the dead members of the Jiang family, as well as the spoils of war that the Jiang family obtained from killing enemies. Of course, most of them were purchased in the past 3 days. After Yi Xian received the interspatial ring, he grinned and said, "Thank you, senior." The number of Dao seeds in this interspatial ring was truly shocking. Chapter 2029. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord. The system notified. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian's aura skyrocketed. He was not afraid of the Jiang family before, and now that he had made a breakthrough, he had even less to worry about. Very good. Please bring the corpses of those people here. I will revive them one by one. Of course, their cultivation cannot exceed that of an 8th stage half-step Dao Lord when they were alive, and the success rate of revival is not 100%, Yi Xian said. Some people's heads had been blown up. How could they be revived? Without a physical soul, even Samsara Dao Lords could not be revived, right? Zhang Lingguang immediately did as he was told. Since the establishment of the Jiang family many years ago, many people had died in battle. Some corpses were scattered outside, while others were collected. Then, the Jiang family dug them out one by one and sent them to Yi Xian. At this time, Yi Xian had already taken out the Sword of Life and Death. The Sword of Life in his right hand absorbed the death aura, while the Sword of Life in his left hand channeled the life aura into the physical soul in the head of the deceased. Then the person was revived. This magnificent feat shocked the Jiang family's upper echelons. Reviving the dead was truly a heaven-defying method. Long ago, the Jiang family's upper echelons had sealed off this courtyard, so no one could enter or even get close. However, this secret would definitely spread soon. After all, with so many people revived, no matter how deep the Jiang family hid, it would be exposed sooner or later. There were thousands of people in the Jiang family who could be revived, and Yi Xian revived all of them. It was a fair deal. Zhang Lingguang was stunned to see so many people revived. If the Sword of Life and Death was in his hands, he could revive those with high cultivation realms in the Jiang family. At this time, Yi Xian was done with his work. He looked at Yi Xian and said, "What do you want to return the Sword of Life and Death to the Jiang family?" "Don't worry, I will return it, but not now. If you really want to talk about it, you have to wait until I break through to become a Dao Lord," Yi Xian said. Dao Lord? When this word spread, everyone was shocked. Who the F***ck are you? You want to break through to become a Dao Lord? Many people thought so in their hearts, but in the next moment, they suddenly remembered. When Yi Xian had won first place in the tournament, he had been a mere 4th rank half-step Dao Lord. But now, he was already an 8th rank half-step Dao Lord. What was going on? Alright, then you can stay in the Jiang family. I will personally guide you. Zhang Lingguang nodded. Having the guidance of a Dao Lord was the dream of countless people. However, Yi Xian wasn't interested in this at all. He had the devouring Dao seed and life Dao seed in his body. Would the guidance help? However, right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended. Zhang Lingguang raised his eyebrows and stared into the distance in shock. For him to take this seriously, this person had to be a Dao Lord. Sure enough, after a short while, a man in green appeared in the sky above the Jiang residence. "Your Excellency looks unfamiliar. May I know who you are?" Zhang Lingguang asked curiously. The man in green glanced at him, then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. "You killed my younger brother?" Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He carefully recalled and found that there was a memory of this man in the Great Wood Dojo's disciple. It turned out that this man in green was that person's elder brother, and also a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At the same time, he was already a Dao Lord. So what? Yi Xian didn't play dumb and asked directly. "Then you deserve to die." The man in green didn't waste time and directly attacked, preparing to kill Yi Xian. Swish! A flaming sword chi tore through the air and instantly hit the sword immortal clone. However, what shocked the man in green was that Yi Xian was unharmed. "You think you can kill me with just you? You're too arrogant." The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up as his figure instantly disappeared. "I have assassination." In the next moment, Yi Xian appeared behind the man in green and slashed with his sword. Bam! The man in green was caught off guard. Coupled with the death sword in Yi Xian's hand, He couldn't resist at all and was instantly hit. The aura of death quickly spread, but the man in green also had a Tao seed of life. The aura of life suddenly surged out of his body and cleared away the aura of death. A Tao soldier of death? The man in green was shocked. A Tao soldier of death was a Tao soldier made from a Tao seed of death. It wasn't something that ordinary people could refine, not even the Tao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo. If someone with a Tao seed of death used it, its power would be greatly increased. It had to be said that Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary Tao Lord. However, the life Tao seed in the azure-clothed man's body had already risen from the small Tao level to the great Tao level. It wouldn't be that easy to kill him. However, Yi Xian wasn't alone. The old tree and black horn immediately came to help. Not only that, but even his original body had arrived wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor. Now it was 4 against 1. Below, the group of Jiang family members were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Yi Xian really did have the strength to fight against a Tao Lord. However, Zhang Lingguang was hesitating. He thought that if Yi Xian was killed by this man, he might be able to take back the Sword of Life and Death. However, what if the other party was like Yi Xian and didn't hand over the Sword of Life and Death? Stop! Zhang Lingguang had no choice but to shout. Old man, shut up, or I'll kill you too. The man in green roared angrily. Zhang Lingguang's expression changed drastically. Even if he didn't have the intention to attack, he couldn't do nothing after hearing this. The people below were his family members. He couldn't bring himself to be scolded in front of so many people. Ignorant junior, I'll let you know what it means to respect your seniors. Zhang Lingguang shouted and charged into the sky. After condensing the Tao seed of sword, his combat strength was very strong. With just one sword strike, he severely injured the man in green. Old man, how dare you injure me? I'm a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. The man in green's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Zhang Lingguang to have comprehended the Tao of the sword and had even improved it to the level of the Great Path. Although the Tao of life was above the Tao of the sword, in terms of combat strength, it was far inferior to the Tao of the sword. I don't care who you are. How dare you come to my Jiang family and behave so atrociously? I'll definitely make you pay. Zhang Lingguang didn't care who the other party was and continued to attack. Of course, if he knew how powerful the Great Wood Dojo was, he would definitely regret it. Unfortunately, the Great Wood Dojo's influence didn't reach here. Otherwise, Zhang Lingguang wouldn't have dared to attack no matter how bold he was. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian suddenly attacked when the man in green was sent flying. Eye of Assassination. Chapter 2030. The life sword absorbed the vitality of the man in green, while the death sword infected him with the death chi. With a combination of the two, the man in green turned into a skeleton in the blink of an eye. The life sword can actually absorb the life essence of others and strengthen my Tao seed of life. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. If that was the case, that would be great. While Zhang Lingguang was still in shock, Yi Xian quickly put away the body of the man in green and began to strip it. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 9th grade half-step Tao Lord. Yi Xian's cultivation level suddenly increased. He used the Tao seeds in the body of the man in green and the Qian Kuan ring to improve his devouring Tao seed to the late stage of greater mastery. Now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao Lord. If he unleashed his full strength, even a veteran Tao Lord like Zhang Lingguang would be killed by him in a short time. Old Master Zhang, please lend me the life and death sword for now. See you later. After breaking through, Yi Xian felt that it was useless to stay here any longer. Hence, he laughed 3 times and left, leaving behind a group of stunned Jiang family members. If not for Jiang Feixing, he would have destroyed the Jiang family long ago. However, destroying the Jiang family would not increase his strength much, so Yi Xian decided to forget about it. At this time, he had already searched the soul of Wan Peng's body. Not only that, he had already disguised himself as Wan Peng with the mask of truth. The Great Wood Dojo had its disciples plant the giant tree of life outside to improve their strength. Wan Peng was the manager of this area and had 5 forests of death under him. Yi Xian thought to himself. This time, he was preparing to go to the other 5 forests of death to absorb the essence of life and break through. The actions of the Great Wood Dojo's disciples were devoid of conscience. This time, Yi Xian was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. As for why the man in green was able to track him down, it was because the Tao seed of life in the long-haired man's body was given to him by the man in green and had his mark on it. Since the long-haired man was dead, the man in green could naturally track him down. Yi Xian arrived at the Forest of Death through the teleportation formation. Then, he used a bead in Wan Peng's Qian ring to easily avoid the man eating flowers and other plants. Senior brother Wan, why are you here? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Yi Xian looked over and found that it was a disciple of the Great Wood Dojo. At that moment, Yi Xian activated Assassin's Eye and flashed behind his opponent. Puchi! A crisp sound rang out, and the disciple of Great Wood Dao Lord, a 9th-rank half-step Dao Lord, instantly perished. After that, Yi Xian kept the corpse and devoured the Dao seed. Then, he used the life sword to absorb all of the life essence of the giant tree of life. Not long after, the Forest of Death disappeared. The Dao seed of life within Yi Xian's body had also improved significantly. If this continues, I'll soon break through to become a Dao Lord. His eyes lit up as he broke through the void and left, looking for the next Forest of Death. In the following period of time, he destroyed the remaining Forests of Death. However, it was not easy to upgrade the late-stage Dao seed of life to the Great Dao level. Helpless, he could only go to the next area. In this Jianghu dojo, disciples were sent out to spread the branches and leaves, allowing them to cultivate on their own. Therefore, there were many areas like this. Yi Xian spent more than a month exterminating the Death Forest one by one. In the end, he finally upgraded the Dao seed of life to the Great Dao level. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a first-rank Dao Lord. The system notified. However, the combat strength of the Dao of Life was not high, but the Dao of Devouring and the Dao of Raging Inferno were at late-stage greater mastery. They would probably be upgraded to the Great Dao level soon. Destroying the Forests of Death one by one is too slow. I'd better go directly to the Great Wood Dojo. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed north. The Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo was a 4th-rank Dao Lord expert, and he had nearly 100 Dao Lords under his command. However, the combat strength of these people was not particularly strong. They either comprehended the Dao of Rotten Wood or the Dao of Life. After more than a month of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Great Wood Dojo. The Great Wood Dojo was very different from the other dojos because it was a huge forest of death. Moreover, it was no longer in the 3rd heaven but in the 4th heaven. This huge forest of death was divided up by the Dao Lord of the Great Wood Dojo, the other elders, and the protectors. Yi Xian looked at the forest of death in front of him, his eyes flashing as he rushed in. According to the past, the Great Wood Dojo was a demonic sect, so Yi Xian was not going to show mercy. However, to make things easier, he disguised himself as Wan Peng and went in. In the Great Wood Dojo, there were some disciples on the periphery. Yi Xian used the identity of Wan Peng to sneak into the disciple area. When the disciple saw Wan Peng, he ignored him because he thought Wan Peng was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Wan Peng came to kill him. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian instantly killed the disciple, who was a 1st-grade Dao Lord. With Yi Xian's current realm, it was too easy for him to kill an opponent of the same level. Then he devoured the Dao seed and the essence of life, and the Forest of Death withered. Then, he continued to move. In less than half a day, the periphery of the Forest of Death withered completely. Yi Xian killed more than 20 disciples of the Great Wood Dojo. Ha! What's going on? Why did the periphery disappear? A protector of the Great Wood Dojo who was passing by was surprised. However, at this moment, whoosh! Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly sounded behind him. When he turned around, 2 long swords pierced his body. One was the Sword of Life. The other was the Sword of Death. Coupled with Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed, the person's organs were instantly devoured and turned into a husk. Dead. The protector, who was a 2nd-grade Dao Lord, was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Looks like I have to move faster. Yi Xian thought to himself and quickened his pace. This time, he wanted to directly enter the protector area. With his means, as long as he was careful, it was easy for him to kill a 2nd-grade Dao Lord. However, things were not that simple. At this moment, in the center of the Great Wood Dojo, a middle-aged man opened his eyes. Why are the giant trees of life in the periphery withered? The middle-aged man was puzzled. There was also a giant tree of life beside him, and it was the center of the entire Forest of Death. After all, he was the master of the Great Wood Dojo, and he was the one who planted this giant tree of life. Chapter 2031. However, unbeknownst to Tao Lord Juggernaut, someone else had already snuck over. It was the Sword Immortal clone who had killed the Guardians earlier, while the one sneaking over was Yi Xian's true body wearing the Void Spirit Divine Armor. In addition to being immune to all energy attacks, the Void Spirit Divine Armor also had extremely strong defense. In addition, its stealth ability gave Yi Xian a lot of convenience. Tao Lord Juggernaut, a 4th-grade Tao Lord, has been lured away by the Sword Immortal clone. Let's see if I can absorb your giant tree of life. The corners of Yi Xian's true body's mouth curled up slightly. This giant tree of life was connected to other giant trees of life, so as long as the life sword stabbed in, it could absorb the life essence of the entire Juggernaut Dojo. However, now was not the time. Soon, the Tao Lord of Juggernaut Dojo saw the Sword Immortal clone acting as bait. "Hey dog, how dare you come to my Juggernaut Dojo and behave so atrociously? You're courting death." All the protectors and elders were alarmed by this sudden outburst. There were not many people left in Juggernaut Dojo. Most of them had gone out to hunt sacred beasts and brought them back. Now that Tao Lord Juggernaut had attracted their attention, it was time for Yi Xian to make his move. With a crisp sound, the life sword stabbed into the giant tree of life and began to crazily absorb its life essence. The giant tree of life was connected to the entire Juggernaut Dojo. No one would notice the loss of such a small amount of life essence. The life sword absorbed the life essence and fed it back to the Tao seed of life in Yi Xian's body. Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao of life grew deeper and deeper. Rumble! Outside Juggernaut Dojo, the Sword Immortal clone was fighting with Tao Lord Juggernaut. No. To be more precise, he was being ravaged by Tao Lord Juggernaut. Tao Lord Juggernaut was not as weak as imagined. He was much stronger than ordinary 4th-grade Tao Lords. Unfortunately, his attack was completely useless against the Sword Immortal avatar. "Bastard, let's see how you block this move of mine." Tao Lord Juggernaut roared and suddenly wrapped the Sword Immortal clone with vines. Then, wisps of black aura, the Sword Immortal clone, enveloping him. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal avatar raised his eyebrows. This was the aura of death. The Tao Master succeeded. He comprehended the Tao of death from the Tao of rotten wood. This guy is dead for sure. Heavens! If that's the case, the Tao Lord has already comprehended the Tao of life and the Tao of death. In the future, he might be able to combine these two Taos and comprehend the Tao of life and death. The Tao of samsara. This is the most powerful Tao which a Tao Lord can comprehend. The group of enforcers and elders let out cries of disbelief one after another. However, the Sword Immortal avatar did not show any reaction despite being enveloped by the deathly aura. How is that possible? Tao Lord was shocked. Although he had just comprehended the Tao of death not long ago, he was already at the late stage of the primary solidification stage of the Great Tao level. How could he not be able to injure his opponent? Tisk. TSK. You want to kill me with that little ability of yours? The Sword Immortal avatar grinned. You are courting death. Tao Lord did not believe it and continued to attack. Even Tao Lords of the 4th rank would have most likely perished under the aura of death, but the Sword Immortal clone seemed to be completely fine and was even able to spout nonsense. This was truly bizarre. At this moment, Tao Lord's expression changed. He suddenly sensed something and immediately said to the protectors and elders beside him, "You guys, watch him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed towards the giant tree of life at the center of the Great Wood Dojo. This giant tree of life was connected to him. Now that it had lost so much of its life essence, how could he not sense it? Don't forget, Yi Xian not only had the life sword, but also the Tao seed of life. He was absorbing life essence like a mad dog. When Tao Lord arrived, he saw that there was no one there. He carefully examined the place and found that there was a gap that had not yet closed. The aura of a stranger. Who is it? Come out! Tao Lord Greatwood shouted angrily. However, no one responded. However, the Tao seed of life in his body was already at the early stage of the lesser success stage. It was extremely sensitive to living beings. He carefully sensed for a moment and discovered a person hiding in the dark. Swish! Immediately, he raised his hand and launched an attack. Good heavens! He actually discovered me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and allowed the attack to fall on his body before it dissipated. With the Void Spirit Divine Armor, he was not afraid of such an attack at all. "Who are you?" Tao Lord Greatwood shouted loudly. "Just a nameless junior. Farewell." Yi Xian did not say anything else and directly broke through the void and left. However, he did not go far. Instead, he arrived outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Immediately, there was a bloody storm outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. Rumble! A series of loud noises came from outside. Tao Lord Greatwood's expression changed. Now he could not leave, but he could not stay either. What if that guy came back to absorb the life essence again? However, if he did not leave, would those people be able to deal with the intruder? Immediately, he sent a voice transmission to the two elders, asking them to come over and guard the giant tree of life. Then he would kill his way out. Unexpectedly, the two elders did not respond. At the same time, the rumbling outside finally stopped. Is it over? Tao Lord Greatwood narrowed his eyes. However, when he sensed carefully, he felt that something was wrong. There was no one alive outside Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. However, there was someone near him. "Tao Lord Greatwood, we meet again." A familiar voice sounded. Yi Xian finally broke free of his invisibility and appeared in front of Tao Lord Greatwood. However, at this moment, his aura was already that of a second-grade Tao Lord. Previously, when Tao Lord Greatwood returned, he was only a first-grade Tao Lord. However, after his original body killed his way out, he used the second-grade Tao Lord protectors as a springboard to break through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm. Then he would kill those elders. Therefore, Tao Lord Greatwood was the only one left in Tao Lord Greatwood Dojo. "Who are you?" Tao Lord Greatwood asked with a gloomy expression. "You don't have to worry about who I am. Let's fight." When Yi Xian finished speaking, he had already flashed behind Tao Lord Greatwood. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal clone, the Old Tree, and Black Horn all appeared as well. Kill. After breaking through to the second-grade Tao Lord realm, Yi Xian was no longer afraid of Tao Lord Greatwood. This was because he knew that Tao Lord Greatwood had comprehended the Tao of Rotten Wood, the Tao of Life, and the Tao of Death. He did not have the Taos that could break through the Void Spirit Godly Armor, so he could not harm him. Not only that, but as long as he killed Tao Lord Greatwood, he would be able to obtain the Tao Seed of Death, and his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Eye of Assassination. 9-layer Heaven-Devouring Flames. Devouring Dragon Roar. Yi Xian and the others used their trump cards, and the battle was very intense. Chapter 2032. Let's go. Tao Lord Daolord's expression changed drastically as he quickly flew into the sky. Unfortunately, not many people were able to escape from Yi Xian's hands. In the end, he was killed by Yi Xian and the others due to his depletion of Saint Power. Tao could only be used through Saint Power. Since he had exhausted all his energy, Tao Lord Daolord's combat power was less than 10%. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded out, the corpse of the giant wood Tao Lord had already been put away by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has devoured a Death Tao Seed. Another Death Tao Seed appeared in Yi Xian's body. Now, he had a few Tao Seeds that had not been devoured by the Devouring Tao Seed a second time. They were the Blazing Flame Tao Seed, Death Tao Seed, Life Tao Seed, Thunder Tao Seed, Gale Tao Seed, and Rotten Wood Tao Seed. It was said that the Rotten Wood Tao Seed was one of the rarer ones. Although it was not ranked as high as the Life Tao Seed or the Death Tao Seed, it was not bad. However, at this moment, ding! The Life Tao Seed confused with the Death Tao Seed. Ding! Unable to fuse due to lack of materials. Suddenly, two system notifications caught Yi Xian's attention. The Life Tao Seed confused with the Death Tao Seed? What's going on? Yi Xian was puzzled and quickly searched the system's soul. It turned out that those who had the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed could use it to comprehend the Life and Death Tao Seed. This was the strongest Tao that could be comprehended. Others relied on comprehension, but Yi Xian relied on fusion. Lack of materials. Crimson Gold Tao Seed, Black Ice Tao Seed, Red Flame Tao Seed, and Violent Earth Tao Seed. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In order to fuse the Life Tao Seed and the Death Tao Seed, he needed the 5 Elements Tao Seed. The 5 Elements Tao was relatively common, such as the Frost Tao and the Blazing Flame Tao. They could also be extended into other Daos, such as the Black Ice Dao and the Red Flame Dao. Dao Lord Daolord's Rotten Wood Dao Seed was one of the materials. So it needs the 5 elements Dao Seed to balance. Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only had the Rotten Wood Dao Seed, so he had to look for the other 4 Dao Seeds. But before that, it was better to absorb the life essence of the entire Great Wood Dojo first. Immediately, he stabbed the life sword into the giant tree of life and began to madly absorb its life essence. This process lasted for more than a day. It was a pity that Dao Lord Giant would have absorbed this life essence a year ago, so there wasn't as much of it as expected. Otherwise, Yi Xian could have used this opportunity to break through to become a 3rd-rank Dao Lord. From today onwards, the Great Wood Dojo would no longer exist in the 4th heaven. After the destruction of the Great Wood Dojo, Yi Xian immediately left and began to investigate the 4 Dao Seeds. Spirit Monkey City's City Lord possesses the rare Crimson Gold Dao Seed. This was the news that Yi Xian had found out. Coincidentally, he had heard about it in the Spirit Monkey City. The governor of Spirit Monkey City was also a rank 4 Dao Lord. He wasn't much of a threat to Yi Xian. His strength might even be weaker than Dao Lord Giant would because he comprehended the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. It was mainly very strong in terms of defense. Yi Xian hurriedly rushed to the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord Mansion. After pausing for a moment, he rushed in. Which scoundrel dares to barge into the City Lord Mansion? The experts in the City Lord Mansion immediately leaped into the sky. But in the next moment, they were sent flying by a wave of sword chi. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and discovered an aura that was comparable to Dao Lord Giant Wood's. He immediately rushed over. At this moment, the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord had also discovered Yi Xian. What do you want? The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord asked. I want to borrow something from you. Yi Xian said directly. What is it? The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord was a little surprised. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, Your Crimson Gold Dao Seed. After he finished speaking, he attacked again. You're courting death. The Spirit Monkey City's City Lord immediately reacted. If he wanted his Crimson Gold Dao Seed, wouldn't he have to kill him? In an instant, both sides began to fight. Since Yi Xian came uninvited and did not have any deep enmity with the other party, Yi Xian showed mercy this time. He spent some time to severely injure the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord who had the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. Then, he got Blackhorn and the Old Tree to use the Double Devour skill to devour the Spirit Monkey City's City Lord and the others. As a 2nd stage Dao Lord, it was still possible to suppress a 4th stage Dao Lord with the Devour skill. Previously, the Devour skill was damaged because Yi Xian was only at the invincible Heavenly Lord realm. He had overestimated himself by trying to subdue a half-step Dao Lord. After subduing this group of people, Yi Xian used the Immortal Grade Devour skill to forcefully extract the Dao Seeds from their bodies. In this way these people would not die. Yi Xian had shown mercy. I've got the Crimson Gold Dao Seed. I'm still missing the Black Ice Dao Seed, Red Flame Dao Seed, and Violent Earth Dao Seed. After Yi Xian finished thinking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he got Blackhorn and the Old Tree to absorb the entire Spirit Monkey City into the Devour skill. After Spirit Monkey City was absorbed into the Devour skill, Yi Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The 6th round of the Sect Chain mission is completed. Reward: 3 Devour points. The reward this time was really good. Yi Xian directly received 3 Devour points. However, the 7th round of the Sect Chain mission was a little tricky. It was to find an 8-star disciple who was at the Samsara Dao Lord realm. What a joke! Yi Xian was not even a Samsara Dao Lord yet. How could he find such a disciple? Therefore, this mission was directly ignored by Yi Xian. He would deal with it later. Then, he searched the souls of those who were subdued to see if there was any news of the other 3 Dao Seeds. After a search there was indeed one. This piece of information was the Violent Earth Dao Seed, so he immediately acted. During this period of time, Yi Xian was constantly on the move. Occasionally, when he passed by cities, he would absorb them into the Devour skill. However, there were too few 8-star talents. They were hard to find, so Yi Xian was very calm. While searching for the 3 Dao Seeds, he finally broke through to the 3rd-rank Dao Lord realm. At the same time, he also collected 4 of the 5 elemental Dao Seeds. Now, Only the black ice Dao seed was left. It is said that there is a black ice abyss. There is a Dao Lord black ice there. He condensed the black ice Dao seed. However, he is a 7th rank Dao Lord. It will not be so easy to get his Dao seed. Yi Xian thought to himself. What allowed him to break through to the 3rd rank Dao Lord realm was the Devour Dao seed. Therefore, his current strength was not bad. He was confident in facing a 7th rank Dao Lord, but he was not 100% sure. Let's go and take a look first. Chapter 2033. The Black Ice Abyss was actually a dark land of extreme ice. It was surrounded by black ice crystals that constantly emitted a black aura. If an ordinary person came into contact with it, they would be corroded into nothingness if they were not strong enough. Yi Xian was wearing the Void Spirit Divine armor and was immune to this aura. However, just in case, he still sent his Sword Immortal clone to scout ahead. It was said that Dao Lord Black Ice had a few disciples under him. If these people also formed the Dao Seed of Black Ice, then Yi Xian would not need to attack Dao Lord Black Ice. The Black Ice Abyss was very famous in this area. Many people chose to enter to train because there was a type of black ice grass that grew there. It was very valuable. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people. Needless to say, they were all sucked into his devouring space. However, on the 2nd day after Yi Xian entered the Black Ice Abyss, roar! Suddenly, a roar entered Yi Xian's ears. He looked up and saw a huge black dragon sweeping over from the horizon. This is the Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. It was said that this Black Ice Dragon was created by Dao Lord Black Ice and was in charge of stopping those outsiders. This meant that Yi Xian was already at the edge. If he went any closer, he would be attacked by the Black Ice Dragon. No. This Black Ice Dragon charged straight at Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already entered its attack range. Just in time. Yi Xian shouted and summoned the old tree and the other two. In this realm, humans were supreme. All other creatures had to stand aside. What was a mere black ice dragon to him? Yi Xian's devouring Dao seed was already at the late nascent Dao level. When combined with other Daos, its attack power was not to be underestimated. What surprised him was that his attack couldn't hurt the black ice dragon. It's at least a 6th grade Dao Lord. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly dodged the black ice dragon's attack. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a black frost Dao seed in the black ice dragon's body. It really came knocking on my door. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. That black ice Dao seed was the black ice Dao seed. No wonder this black ice dragon was so strong. It turned out that it had the black ice Dao seed as its core. This meant that if Yi Xian killed it, he would be able to gather the 5 Dao seeds. Immediately, he pulled out the death sword and flashed to the back of the black ice dragon. Then he viciously stabbed it. The death sword could only penetrate by 30%, and this was because of the effect of the devouring power in death chi. Otherwise, it would not be able to break through. Roar! The black ice dragon roared towards the sky, then turned around and charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not retrieve the death sword. Instead, he quickly turned invisible. He had to be careful against such a ferocious beast. After all, this black ice dragon specialized in physical attacks. If he was bitten or scratched, Yi Xian did not know if the Void Spirit Divine armor would work. Sword Immortal Clone, charge into its body. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The black ice dragon opened its mouth and charged at the Sword Immortal Clone. Then, the Sword Immortal Clone took the initiative to charge in. As for Black Horn and the old tree, they attacked with all their might. But surprisingly, after the black ice dragon was injured, it could gather the melted black water droplets again. In other words, it had the ability to recover. I don't believe it. Watch me kill you. Yi Xian and the Sword Immortal Clone worked together. As long as they could trigger the one-hit kill effect, the black ice dragon would instantly collapse. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Sword Immortal descends. First Sword Immortal Ascension. He turned into a stream of light and stabbed the black ice dragon with the first Sword Immortal Ascension. However, this attack was useless. Even though he had used the slaughter mode and his holy power and constitution were greatly improved, this black ice dragon was still a product of Dao. If he wanted to fight against Dao, even if he was 10 times stronger, he was not qualified. If I don't kill you, my surname is not Yi. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately used the time reversal skill again. He did not believe that he could not kill this black ice dragon. If the first sword immortal ascension did not succeed, then he would try 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, or even 100 times. For this black ice Dao seed, he had put in a lot of effort. Soon, he charged in again and used the first sword immortal ascension on the black ice dragon. Unfortunately, it failed again. Yi Xian used the time reversal skill again and returned to the past. He repeated this again and again. There was really a small chance that he would encounter it. Finally, after repeating this for more than 30 times, he encountered a stroke of luck. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. The black ice dragon's ice crystals began to fall, and then the black ice Dao seed in its body appeared. I finally killed you! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He quickly put away the black ice Dao seed. Ding! Host has gathered the materials to fuse the Dao seed. Will you fuse the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death? Yes. Yi Xian replied. Ding! Host has obtained the Samsara Dao seed. The system notification sounded. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly devoured the black ice Dao seed. The Samsara Dao seed was formed. The 3 realms of half-step Dao Lord, and Dao Lord of Life and Death did not mean that one could only break through to Dao Lord of Life and Death after forming the Dao Seed of Life and Death. It was just that the Dao Seed of Life and Death was the most powerful Dao that one could comprehend in these 3 realms. Yi Xian felt that the current him should be able to take care of a black ice dragon. However, at this moment, changes in the world? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow as he sensed the changes in his surroundings. In the next moment, he saw the ground crack open. Then, one figure after another shot out from the ground. These figures were made of human bones, ice corpses, and beast corpses. However, without exception they all came back to life. Yi Xian had fused with the Samsara Dao seed and brought the dead back to life in this area. Even the bones began to grow flesh for no reason. What's going on? Didn't I die? Damn! I'm a skeleton now. Roar! These people and beasts all looked on in disbelief. However, even if they came back to life they would be very weak. This was because the Dao seed would not reform. I don't care what you are. Get in. Without another word, Yi Xian released Blackhorn and the old tree and swallowed them into the devouring space. However, the commotion attracted the attention of some people in the depths of the black ice abyss. Before Yi Xian could leave, several figures flew over. Chapter 2034. 3 5th-ranked Dao Lords and a 6th-ranked Dao Lord Black Ice Dragon. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had fused the most powerful Daos he could comprehend at his current level and was anxious to test his skills. That phenomenon just now was the result of someone condensing the Samsara Dao seed. There's only one person here. Could it be him? The eyes of the leading black-robed youth flashed as he quickly surrounded Yi Xian. At this moment, there was still a steady stream of people emerging from the ground, but the newcomers clearly felt that Yi Xian wasn't with them. You're the one who condensed the Samsara Dao seed? The leading youth asked. That's right. Are you jealous? Yi Xian smiled. They thought that Yi Xian would pretend that he didn't know anything, but he actually admitted it. After hearing this answer, a look of greed flashed through the leading youth's eyes. A single Samsara Dao seed was extremely precious. Even Samsara Dao lords might not necessarily be able to obtain one. Who would have thought that they would actually see one? As long as they killed Yi Xian, they would be rich. Even if they didn't, they would be able to comprehend it themselves. But would it be that easy? Go, capture him and let Master deal with him. The leading youth immediately shouted. They were all 5th-ranked Dao Lords, while Yi Xian was only a 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. However, Yi Xian was within the Black Ice Dragon's attack range. To be able to walk there unscathed meant that he was definitely not an ordinary 3rd-ranked Dao Lord. You're courting death. Yi Xian withdrew his smile that was not a smile and quickly made his move. In the blink of an eye, he and his sword immortal clone had insta-killed one of them. What? The leading youth was shocked. A moment later, Yi Xian flashed behind him and slashed out with his sword. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the leading youth was struck in the back and turned to dust. The Samsara Dao seed was the product of the fusion of the Dao seed of life and the Dao seed of death. Its power of death had been greatly increased, so it was able to insta-kill its opponent. This was not the main point. The main point was that Yi Xian did not use the death sword just now. The current him no longer needed it. Kacha! 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 At this moment, a series of crisp sounds were heard as the second black ice dragon was killed by Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar. Another Dao seed of black ice. However, this was of no use to Yi Xian, so it was directly devoured by the devouring Dao seed a second time. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, another figure appeared in the sky. This person was a black-clothed old man. Dao Lord Black Frost, eh? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched as the other party arrived. My disciples are all dead, and I even lost 2 black ice dragons. Are you the one who did it? Dao Lord Black Frost looked at Yi Xian. Exactly. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Black Frost immediately attacked. In fact, he knew that Yi Xian had condensed a Samsara Dao seed in his body, so he wanted to kill him and seize the treasure. I'm afraid you're not qualified. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly, and in the next moment, his aura surged. He broke through to become a 4th-grade Dao Lord. Die! Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar instantly flashed behind Dao Lord Black Frost and slashed down. Bam! Before Dao Lord Black Frost could react, he was hit by the sword, and the aura of death spread instantly. Oh no! His expression changed, and his eyes flickered. The piece of black ice on his back fell off as a black ice crystal. The Dao seed of black ice could turn his entire body into black ice, except for his heart and brain. After this piece of black ice left his body, he instantly healed his injuries. Not bad, you're quite capable. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death made his attack very powerful. If that sword had hit Dao Lord Black Frost's head, he would probably have died. However, at this moment, Dao Lord Black Frost's body suddenly began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a black ice giant. This black ice giant was formed by Dao Lord Black Frost, and its strength was more than 10 times stronger than the black ice dragon. However, this helped Yi Xian instead. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar began to attack crazily. The combination of the devouring power and the power of death could instantly break through a layer of black ice defense. Although this black ice defense was formed by the Dao seed of black ice, it required the support of sacred power. Once the sacred power was exhausted, it would be his death. Boom! 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 A series of loud sounds rang out. The black ice giant's attack was not weak, and the entire black ice abyss seemed to be trembling. However, to maintain such a large black ice giant, it would probably consume a lot of sacred power. Indeed, in less than half a minute, the black ice giant had shrunk by a size, and Yi Xian was not injured at all. Damn it! Dao Lord Black Frost's expression changed. He actually gave up attacking Yi Xian and ran towards the depths of the black ice abyss. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and followed while attacking. When Dao Lord Black Frost returned to the black ice abyss, his body had shrunk by a size. However, Yi Xian finally understood why he had returned to the depths. It turned out that there was a teleportation array there. Dao Lord Black Frost wanted to ask for help. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian quickly slashed out several times, preparing to break the array. However, it was not that easy. Since that was the case, he would kill Dao Lord Black Frost before the other party's reinforcements arrived. Die! Yi Xian began to attack crazily. In less than 3 seconds, the black ice giant had shrunk again. Swish! At this moment, a sword chi suddenly tore through the air and landed on the back of the black ice giant. In the next moment, Dao Lord Black Frost's layer of black ice armor instantly collapsed. One-hit kill. He had actually triggered the one-hit kill effect. Yi Xian did not expect his luck to be so good as to trigger the one-hit kill effect twice in one day. Before Dao Lord Black Frost could react, Yi Xian directly attacked behind him. Flying Star Sword Art, 9-star chain. Stop. Poof. 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 9 muffled sounds rang out in a row. Dao Lord Black Frost's head was turned into a sieve. Then, Yi Xian quickly put away Dao Lord Black Frost's corpse and looked carefully. He saw that an old man had already arrived here through the teleportation array. This aura was at least an 8th grade Dao Lord, or even a 9th grade Dao Lord. Bastard! The old man cursed angrily and attacked Yi Xian. He was so fast that even Yi Xian could not dodge. The attack landed on the Void Spirit Divine Armor and was instantly dispersed. Yi Xian was unscathed. Yi Xian has never courted death. Chapter 2035. Crack. For the first time, the Void Spirit Divine Armor was shattered. Yi Xian was also sent flying by the huge force. However, the Void Spirit Divine Armor and Yi Xian's injuries were healed by the Immortal Phoenix bloodline in the next moment. I've triggered 2 one-hit kills today. I might be able to trigger a third time. I don't believe I can't kill you. Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked again. However, this person was a 9th grade Dao Lord expert. He was not someone he could fight against at the moment. In less than 3 seconds, Blackhorn and Old Tree were killed nearly 10 times. Yi Xian was also severely injured several times. It seemed that they were no longer a threat to this old man at the moment. Let's go! Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately separated from the Sword Immortal clone. The old man turned around and finally decided to chase after Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had another trick up his sleeve. He could switch places with the Sword Immortal clone. Then, he could break through the void and leave the Black Ice Abyss. I don't believe you can catch up to me. Yi Xian looked at the Scarlet Kill character in the sky, and used the Eyes of the Void to leave. Even if the old man had left an imprint in his body, it would take him several days to catch up. Let me see who you are. Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to search Dao Lord Black Ice's soul. In the next moment, he knew the old man's identity. So it's Dao Lord Black Ice's father, Lu family's head, Lu Feng. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Since that was the case, he might as well kill his way to the Lu family. As long as he made another breakthrough, he should be able to fight this guy. Immediately, he broke through the void again and asked the Sword Immortal clone to attract the old man's attention. Then, his main body would take the opportunity to act. Unfortunately, the old man had left an imprint on his main body. Since the Sword Immortal clone was in an invincible state, the old man could not leave an imprint. Therefore, the Sword Immortal clone was on the way. The old man charged at Yi Xian. Then, the Sword Immortal clone took advantage of the time when the old man was away to teleport to the Lu family through the teleportation array. Immediately, a reign of terror was set off. The Lu clan still had several rank 8 Dao Lords, as well as more than 10 rank 7 Dao Lords. However, the Sword Immortal clone was an invincible figure. He alone was enough to take on the entire Lu clan. What? You've killed your way to my Lu family? Lu Feng was shocked and immediately turned around. He had received a message saying that a mysterious expert had challenged the entire Lu clan by himself. Many people had already died, and the entire Lu clan could not do anything to him. Unfortunately, when he returned to the Black Ice Abyss, he discovered that the teleportation formation had been destroyed. It was Blackhorn and the Old Tree who had destroyed the teleportation array. Lu Feng was infuriated. He killed Blackhorn and Old Tree before heading north. It would take some time to get from the Black Ice Abyss to the Lu family. With his speed, it would take at least 2 days. Time was nothing to him. But don't forget that the Sword Immortal Avatar was still in the Lu family. 2 days of continuous fighting was enough to turn the Lu clan upside down. Moreover, Yi Xian had already used the Sword Immortal Avatar technique to appear in the Lu clan. This battle lasted for quite some time. Yi Xian first used the Void Spirit Godly Armor's invisibility effect and the Eye of Assassination to kill those Lu clan members with lower realms. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 5 Dao Lord. After devouring those people's Dao seeds, Yi Xian finally broke through to become a rank 5 Dao Lord. Not only that, but Old Tree, Blackhorn, and the Sword Immortal Avatar also reached this realm. Now, they were a threat to those rank 8 Dao Lords. However, these people would be left for last. He would deal with those rank 8 Dao Lords and below first. In less than half a minute, only 3 rank 8 Dao Lords were left in the Lu clan. The rest were all annihilated by Yi Xian. Then, the 3 rank 8 Dao Lords also died in Yi Xian's hands. After that, the entire Lu clan no longer had any experts who could resist Yi Xian. They were all sucked into the Devour space. Now, Yi Xian was waiting for Lu Feng to return. Lu Feng rushed back with all his might, but he could not find any of his clansmen. This made him very anxious. However, by the time he arrived, he found that the Lu clan had already disappeared. At this moment, several figures were waiting for him in the air. You did this. Lu Feng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly. That's right. As long as you kill me, you'll know where they are. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, die. Lu Feng did not say anything else and attacked directly. Previously, his son, Dao Lord Black Ice, had sent him a message saying that Yi Xian had formed a Samsara Dao seed in his body. If he could obtain this Samsara Dao seed, all the Lu clan members who had died in battle could be revived. In addition, his combat strength would increase exponentially. When he broke through to Samsara Dao Lord, his strength would be incomparable to others of the same level. Rumble! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the air. The battle between the two sides was very intense. As the strongest person in the Lu clan, Lu Feng was indeed very strong. He could be considered to be half a step into the Samsara Dao Lord level. However, no matter how strong he was, he could not be compared to Yi Xian. Even Lu Feng didn't dare to take Yi Xian's attacks lightly, as he had formed the life and death Dao seed. The key to this battle was still Saint power. Lu Feng did not have the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body, so he could not last as long as Yi Xian. After a minute, his Saint power was almost depleted. After all, he had to withstand the attacks of Yi Xian and the other three. Die! At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He slashed out with his sword and landed on Lu Feng's back. Although Lu Feng was strong, he could not withstand the deathly aura of the Samsara Dao seed. His back was instantly exposed. Then, Old Tree, Black Horn, and the Sword Immortal clone used their trump cards and killed Lu Feng. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Lu Feng died, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian quickly went over and put away Lu Feng's corpse. He then refined the Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a rank 6 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had devoured many Dao seeds before. Now that he had obtained 3 late-stage Dao seeds from Lu Feng, he had broken through. He estimated that he would soon break through to become a rank 7 Dao Lord. Yi Xian had developed a habit. He would let Wei Zhentian search the souls of those he took away. Perhaps he could get some interesting information. Immediately, he began to search Lu Feng's corpse. This search gave him a fright. Lu Feng encountered a devourer before? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He had seen a devourer with a devourer mark in Lu Feng's memories. It seemed that this was a bonus. However, that devourer mark was very strong. It was even stronger than Lu Feng, who was a rank 9 Dao Lord. Therefore, it should be a Samsara Dao Lord level. Chapter 2036. Let's go! Yi Xian immediately set off on his journey. Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast at a lake in the north. He was just passing by and had a fierce battle with the devourer beast before escaping with serious injuries. Yi Xian spent more than a month on his journey. After more than a month, he finally arrived at the lake where Lu Feng had encountered the devourer beast. Yi Xian quickly sent the Sword Immortal Avatar to check on the lake. Indeed, there was a devourer beast at the bottom of the lake. It was a huge python. When the Sword Immortal Avatar saw the python with the devourer mark, he immediately launched an attack. However, even with the Dao seed of life and death, the Sword Immortal Avatar's attack could not hurt the python. However, it had angered the python. The python opened its bloody mouth and stupidly swallowed the Sword Immortal Avatar into its stomach. Such an action was as good as courting death. If an ordinary sacred beast was swallowed into the python's stomach, it would have been digested in no time. However, the Sword Immortal Avatar was invincible. The digestive fluid did not have any effect on him. Instead, it gave the Sword Immortal Avatar an opportunity. The scales of the devourer beast were very strong. Even Lu Feng could not break through them. However, the insides of the python were much weaker. The Sword Immortal Avatar madly attacked from the inside. In a short while, the devourer beast had several large holes in it. Fresh blood dyed the entire lake red. Yi Xian smelled the pungent smell of blood and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This time it was not bad. He had earned another devourer point. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharp hiss was heard. After the devourer beast shrieked, it fell down with a loud crash. It was dead. Then, the Sword Immortal Avatar quickly kept the corpse and devoured it. Ding! Host has devoured the corpse of a super devourer beast. The reward is 1 devourer source. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. After hearing it, Yi Xian was stunned. Super devourer beast? Previously, He had encountered a low-level devourer beast and even cultivated a mid-level one. But now, he had encountered a super devourer beast. Moreover, the reward was not devourer points but devourer source. This time it was awesome. Holy shit! The first devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up. The second devouring source allowed the devouring system to level up to the immortal grade. Now, there's another one. Doesn't that mean? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. At this time, the system prompted again. Ding! The celestial level devouring system can be upgraded. Do you want to proceed? Yes. Yi Xian answered without hesitation. What a joke! How could he not level up after obtaining a devouring source for free? Ding! The celestial level devouring system is upgrading. All major systems are temporarily shut down. The system prompted. So be it. It wasn't like Yi Xian didn't have a deep grudge against him. At worst, he could just rest for a while. Next, he rested nearby. He wondered what new tricks the system would have after the upgrade. This upgrade took more than a month. After more than a month. Ding! The immortal grade devouring system has been successfully upgraded to divine grade devouring system. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. The system upgrade was finally completed. Before he could take a closer look at the upgraded divine grade devouring system, the system prompted again. Ding! The system upgrade is successful. You are rewarded with 2 bloodline fusions. Do you want to proceed now? Bloodline fusions? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his previous experience, bloodline fusions were to fuse combat bloodlines, physique bloodlines, and support bloodlines into one bloodline. He now had 6 types of bloodlines in his body, so he could fuse them twice. This was the key to increasing his strength quickly. Yes. Yi Xian answered immediately. Ding! Bloodline fusions begin. Ding! Bloodline fusions. The host has obtained the Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline. The fusion of the bloodlines was completed in the blink of an eye. Divine Sword Bloodline and Divine Battle Bloodline? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Divine Sword Bloodline reminded him of when he was in the mortal world. He had also fused with the Divine Sword Bloodline once. However, there was a Void God Bloodline behind the Divine Sword Bloodline at that time. The Divine Sword Bloodline now was the real Divine Sword Bloodline. No, it couldn't be considered the real Divine Sword Bloodline. Yi Xian noticed that there was a note behind the Divine Sword Bloodline. Demigod Bloodline? Yi Xian was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Divine Battle Bloodline was also at the demigod level. Ding! The host is currently a 6th grade Dao Lord. The requirement to fully unlock the bloodline is to prove the divine position for the host. The system prompted. Prove the divine position? Does that mean I will become a god? Yi Xian immediately understood. Only by becoming a god would he be able to fully unlock the bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Sword Bloodline, it would be called the Unparalleled Divine Sword Bloodline. After fully unlocking the Divine Battle Bloodline, it would be called the Supreme Battle God. However, both bloodlines had yet to be fully unlocked, so they were only at the demigod level. Yi Xian didn't care too much and quickly fused the 2 bloodlines. Ding! Divine Sword Bloodline Fusion. Ding! Divine Battle Bloodline Fusion. The system prompted again. The Divine Sword Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Sword Immortal Bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy Bloodline, and the Space-Time Bloodline. The Divine Battle Bloodline is formed by the fusion of the Immortal Slaying Bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline, and the Immortal Phoenix Bloodline. Yi Xian was shocked when he checked the abilities of the 2 bloodlines. They were too powerful. Although they had yet to be fully unlocked and some abilities had yet to be revealed, the current abilities were already heaven-defying. The Divine Sword Bloodline had 3 advancement paths. The first advancement path was called the Divine Sword Path. The second advancement path was called the Divine Sword Body. The third advancement path was called the Sword Servant. The Divine Sword Path had absolute understanding and control of the sword. In addition, it had 2 skills. The first skill was the Divine Sword Technique. After using it, one could form a divine sword that could split the sky. If one was hit by this divine sword, no matter who it was, they would be killed instantly. Not to mention other things, this divine sword technique alone was extremely terrifying because it was a true one-hit kill divine skill. However, This divine skill's cooldown time required a large number of swords to recover, just like the unicorn's descent. The second skill was called the sword explosion. Within a certain range, Yi Xian could make the enemy's sword explode and severely injure the enemy. Those were the abilities of the Divine Sword Path's advancement path. Then, the second advancement path was the Divine Sword Body. It could suppress 30% of the surrounding non-sword cultivator's strength and 10% of the sword cultivator's strength. Chapter 2037. In addition, the body of the sword god could reduce sword wounds by 30%. However, there was no way to reduce sword chi damage. Yi Xian had the ethereal divine armor, which could make up for this shortcoming. The third advancement path of the sword god bloodline, Sword Servant, was to summon sword servants to assist in battle. Currently, there was not a single sword servant, but there was a sword god clone, which was the sword immortal clone from before. If one could obtain a specific item, they could continue to summon sword servants, such as the immortal sword servant, 100 beast sword servant, shadowless sword servant, and so on. Although all sword servants would die except for the immortal sword servant, they could be summoned again once the cooldown was over. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of sword servants that could be summoned at any time. Yi Xian could summon all of them. Most importantly, every sword servant had a special characteristic. As long as they were activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain unimaginable abilities. For example, as long as Yi Xian activated the immortal sword servant, Yi Xian would have the ability to revive once. In simple terms, every sword servant had its own special characteristic. Once activated, Yi Xian would be able to obtain certain abilities. After Yi Xian finished reading the 3 advancement paths of the sword god bloodline, he was so shocked that he could not speak. It was already so powerful before it was fully activated. How powerful would it be if it was fully activated? However, what made Yi Xian feel helpless was that the sword god bloodline was the product of the fusion of the sword immortal bloodline, the imperial divine envoy bloodline, and the space-time bloodline. The advancement paths of the imperial divine envoy bloodline and the space-time bloodline did not seem to stand out in the sword god bloodline. It was either overshadowed by the sword immortal bloodline, or it had not been activated yet. Time reversal is gone, and so is time control. It seems that I can no longer load to kill monsters in the future. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the sword god bloodline was already very powerful. After all, it was only at the demigod level. Then, Yi Xian continued reading the battle god bloodline. The battle god bloodline was the fusion of the immortal slayer bloodline, the immortal eye unicorn bloodline, and the immortal phoenix bloodline. This bloodline also had 3 advancement paths. The advancement path of the war god tyrant body had 3 effects. First, the divine war physique. Apart from greatly increasing one's physique, it also had the effect of the immortal phoenix bloodline, allowing it to heal injuries without limit. Secondly, as long as one's body was injured, one's strength would increase. The more serious the injury, the greater the increase in strength. This effect could be used in conjunction with super recovery. As long as super recovery was suppressed, the injuries would not heal. These were the 2 effects of the first advancement route of the war god bloodline, the war god tyrant body. Following that was the second advancement path, the war god mount, which was to summon a divine beast mount to assist in battle. The third path was called the war god domain. This was also a skill. Once the war god domain was unleashed, it could forcefully envelop a person and engage in a one-on-one battle with Yi Xian. Within this domain, Yi Xian's strength would increase. As long as he could defeat his opponent, the increase in strength would be maintained for a period of time. However, if Yi Xian was defeated, then his strength would be permanently reduced by 10%. This was the effect of the war god bloodline. Although it was less than before, Yi Xian's strength had increased. One had to know that these 2 bloodlines had yet to be fully activated. If they were fully activated, they would definitely be even more powerful. The sword god bloodline and the war god bloodline. Although they are only at the demigod level, they have greatly increased my strength. The current me might even have the strength to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian thought to himself. There was still a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and Dao Lords. Yi Xian was only a rank 6 Dao Lord. It was already quite good that he had such confidence. Right now, he wanted to find a Samsara Dao Lord to fight. However, at this moment he discovered something else. There were only 2 demigod bloodlines in the bloodline window, and it could not be used. This meant that he could only fuse with 2 bloodlines in the future. Whatever. This bloodline window might be hidden like the other systems and only be activated at certain times. At this thought, Yi Xian thought of the sect system. Didn't that system only activate at the end? However, right at this moment, ding! The system has created a bloodline holder with 4 bloodlines. The host will receive a reward for killing the bloodline holder. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Bloodline holder? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This guy really came at the right time. He was just about to find a person to fight when the system created one for him. Not bad, not bad. Although 2 of the 6 bloodlines had been fused, the system had actually kept some skills. For example, the Death Pursuit Command, the Eye of Assassination, the Eye of Insight, and so on. Yi Xian did not know where the bloodline holder was, so he directly took out the Death Sword. Then, he summoned the Sword God clone, Black Horn, and the old tree to set up a defense around him. Now, Yi Xian only had 2 clones and 1 main body left. Previously, after the bloodline fusion, he forcefully fused 3 into 1, which was his main body. As for the other 2 clones, one was in the mortal world, and the other was in the second heaven. Therefore, at this moment, he could not split them. This made him feel a little regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have split his doppelganger. That way, he would have had 2 more doppelgangers. Fortunately, he still had the avatar of Ares in the mortal world and in the second heaven, so there was no need to be afraid. He stood in place and waited for a while. A few days later, an aura descended. This aura was at the level of a 9th grade Dao Lord. Is it you? A young man looked at Yi Xian and said with narrowed eyes. Are you looking for me? Yi Xian asked. Unexpectedly, this young man attacked directly. He was the holder of 4 bloodlines created by the system. These 4 bloodlines were the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Divine Beast Envoy bloodline, and the Immortal Slayer bloodline. Therefore, his Tao of Raging Flames was very terrifying. However, this was useless against Yi Xian. Bang! The flaming sword Qi hit the Void Spirit godly armor and immediately disappeared. At the same time, the Sword God clone had already swiftly attacked the back of the opponent. However, the Sword God clone was only a 6th grade Dao Lord. Its combat strength was still not enough. Although the opponent was a sword cultivator, 10% of his strength had been suppressed by the Divine Sword Seal. Bang! The sword Qi of the Sword God clone was blocked by the flames of the bloodline holder. Scram! The young man immediately turned around and slashed at the Sword God clone. The latter also quickly attacked. However, at this moment, crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. The Dao weapon in the young man's hand actually exploded. The broken blade was instantly blasted away, leaving many wounds on his body. This move was mastered by Yi Xian after fusing with the Sword God bloodline. It was called Sword's Explosion. The young man did not expect this and was injured. He did not even have time to attack. Instead, he was hit by the Sword God clone and was sent flying. Little guy, you dare to fight with me? Chapter 2038. You're courting death. The young man was enraged and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the Sword God's clone. But it didn't take long for Blackhorn and Old Shu to join in. Bullying with numbers? 100 Unicorn Army. The young man shouted angrily, and the sacred power in his body began to surge out. In the next moment, hundreds of unicorn appeared in the sky. A bloodline holder. As expected of a bloodline holder. Previously, Yi Xian could only summon 1 unicorn at most. Now, this bloodline holder could summon hundreds of them. If they focused their attacks, they would probably be able to kill a Samsara Dao Lord. However, this little bit of skill was nothing in front of Yi Xian. Come out, my mount. Yi Xian muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light shot out from his body and rapidly expanded in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the golden light had turned into a golden celestial dragon. Yi Xian glanced at the system and saw that this was called Golden Celestial Dragon. The War God Mount skill could summon a golden celestial dragon, which was very impressive. He did not expect a golden celestial dragon to appear on his first summon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the golden celestial dragon appeared, it swept its tail and killed dozens of unicorn. The other unicorn quickly attacked, but surprisingly, it was useless against the golden celestial dragon. Not only that, the golden celestial dragon scales continuously shot out golden rays, killing the other unicorn. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. When the young man saw that his hundreds of unicorn were wiped out in an instant, he was scared witless. He felt that he would not be able to defeat this golden celestial dragon. Let's go. The young man made a prompt decision and turned to run. You want to run? It's too late. Xianxia shook his head. His eyes flashed as he used another trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword condensed in the sky and then slashed down. The sky was split open. Before the young man could react, the divine sword had already descended and cut him in half. He died just like that. The power of the divine sword secret art was indeed extraordinary. This was a true one-hit kill. This unlucky bastard is the weakest bloodline holder I've ever met. To think that he has a 4th-level bloodline. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. After all, the other party had a 4th-tier immortal bloodline, while he had a double demigod bloodline. However, the divine sword technique that he had just used required a large number of swords to cool down. Otherwise, he would not be able to use it again. A Dao soldier formed from a Dao seed would definitely have more experience than an ordinary Dao soldier. Thinking of this, Xianxia made use of the God-tier devouring system's forging function and some Dao seeds as materials to create Dao weapons. Then, it would devour them all. The divine sword technique had recovered to 50%. Because my level is low, the things I obtain are more precious. After using the divine sword technique, it will be easier for me to recover. Xianxia was very satisfied. However, because of the bloodline fusion, his one-hit kill sword and peerless sword pair had disappeared. Therefore, he was preparing to fuse the life sword and death sword together. Ding! The host has obtained the life and death sword. The system notified. This life and death sword had reached the level of a life and death Dao soldier. It was very suitable for Xianxia to use now. However, the life sword and death sword originally belonged to the Jianghu family. Now that Xianxia had borrowed them and reforged them, it was a little unreasonable. However, this matter was easy to solve. He just needed to give the Jianghu family some benefits. The Jianghu family's old patriarch, Jiang Lingguang, was only a rank 1 Dao Lord. Xianxia, on the other hand, was already a rank 6 Dao Lord. He had even killed a Samsara Dao Lord level devourer. Just casually taking something would make the Jianghu family overjoyed. Immediately, he tore open the void and returned. Then, he left immediately. Now that he had settled everything, he had a new goal. That was to awaken a new sword servant. Based on the current situation, it seems that the materials for the violet gold sword servant are easier to obtain. Xianxia thought to himself. The undying sword servant had the ability to not die and was very sharp. As for the violet gold sword servant, it was a type of sword servant with extremely strong defense. It could allow Xianxia to comprehend the violet gold godly armor skill. The violet gold godly armor had extremely strong defense. Together with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to all energy attacks, it could be said to be almost invincible. The reason why Xianxia chose to awaken the violet gold sword servant first was because there was a violet gold stone in the memories of the person with the 4th bloodline. It was the material needed to awaken the violet gold sword servant. However, there was only one violet gold stone. Awakening the violet gold sword servant required a large amount of violet gold stone. The person with the 4th bloodline is called Dai Hao. There is a violet gold stone mine in the Dai clan's property. Xianxia thought to himself. He threw Dai Hao's corpse to the mask of authenticity and then disguised himself as Dai Hao. He immediately rushed to the Dai clan. The mask of authenticity was a good magic treasure. As long as Xianxia did not make a move himself, no one would be able to tell that he was an imposter. Therefore, he successfully infiltrated the Dai clan. This Dai Hao is actually the young master of the Dai clan. His status is not low. He should be able to enter the violet gold stone mine. Xianxia thought to himself as he rushed to the violet gold stone mine. Along the way, the clansmen greeted Xianxia. Xianxia did not bother to pay attention to them. He did not want to expose himself. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the violet gold stone mine behind the Dai clan. This violet gold stone mine has just been opened. There are still many violet gold spiders inside that need to be cleaned up. Xianxia thought to himself as he stepped in. These violet gold spiders were almost all high-level Dao Lords. Only a few had reached the Samsara Dao Lord level. Given Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to fear them. This place was very suitable for training, so many Dai Clan clansmen had formed teams to enter. Yi Xian avoided these Dai Clan clansmen and began his training. No one knew how many pieces of purple gold ore there were in the purple gold ore vein. The piece of purple gold ore in Dai Hao's interspatial ring was something he had obtained while wandering around. In order to increase efficiency, Yi Xian had sent his sword god clones out together. However, after half a day, they had only obtained 10 violet gold stones. Only 10 violet gold stones after half a day? I need 10,000 violet gold stones to activate the violet gold sword servant. Wouldn't that take me more than a year? Yi Xian's eyes darkened. If he had to spend a year to create a violet gold sword servant, he might as well just kill him. One had to know that time was very precious to him. A year was enough for him to break through several times. Even becoming an emperor would not be a problem. Thus, he decided to use another method. Although it was a little inappropriate, in this world where the strong were respected, it was not surprising. Chapter 2039. The Dai clan was not a small clan. Thousands of people had entered the purple gold mine alone. Yi Xian had encountered quite a few groups before, so he decided to snatch their Dao seeds. These people did not deserve to die, so his idea was to forcibly absorb them into the devouring space and then use the system to forcibly strip them of their Dao seeds. This way, he could obtain both the purple gold ores and the Dao seeds. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In the next few days, Yi Xian frantically searched for the Dai clan members. 3 days later, he had gathered 2,000 purple gold ores. However, there was still a long way to go before he could activate the purple gold sword servant. However, at this moment, clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp sounds entered Yi Xian's ears. He raised his eyebrows in puzzlement. This sound was not the sound of humans fighting against the purple gold spiders. It was the sound of weapons clashing. Yi Xian hurried over to take a look and found that there were indeed 2 groups of people fighting. One side was the Dai clan members, and the other side, Yi Xian did not know who they were. However, the other side's combat strength was clearly stronger than the Dai clan members. Young clan leader, they are from the Tan clan. Suddenly, someone glanced at Yi Xian and hurriedly shouted, "The Tan clan?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly searched his memories. He found that the Tan clan was several times stronger than the Dai clan. Why would they suddenly kill their way into the purple gold mine? Strange. No matter what, Yi Xian still had to act. After all, he was the young clan leader now. The Tan clan members were not bad, but if they were not at the Samsara Dao Lord level, they were still very weak in front of Yi Xian. Very quickly, these people were all taken care of by Yi Xian, including the people from the Dai family. Then, Yi Xian performed a soul search on them and found that the Tan clan members were only here to seize the purple gold mine on the orders of their elders. Yi Xian found it strange because the Dai clan and the Tan clan had not interfered with each other before. It was strange that they suddenly came to seize the purple gold mine. After all, even if the entire purple gold mine was given to the Tan family might not be interested in it. However, right at this moment, I heard that you were in the purple gold mine? Suddenly, the communication token lit up. The other communication token was with the head of the Dai family, who was also Dai Hao's father. "I'm in the purple gold mine. What's wrong?" Yi Xian replied, pretending to be Dai Hao. "Come out quickly. That Tan family wants to occupy the purple gold mine. I'll send someone to receive you." The Dai family patriarch said. "What's going on?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. Because he was his son, the Dai family patriarch did not hide anything and directly said, "In the depths of the purple gold mine, a piece of purple gold ore was suddenly discovered. I don't know who leaked the news and passed the news to the Tan family." Top-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, Yi Xian seemed to understand. A piece of purple gold ore was much more valuable than ordinary purple gold oregano. Most importantly, a piece of purple gold ore would contain a drop of purple gold liquid, which was a material used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. The Tan family had most likely come for this. Is this piece of purple gold ore still in the depths of the purple gold mine? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. That's right. When we first discovered it, for some reason, we were unable to mine it, so we set up a formation. Now that the news has been leaked, we don't want to worry too much about it. Let's just hand over the purple gold mine to the Tan family, lest we get killed," the Dai family patriarch said. "But, even if we hand over the purple gold mine, will the Tan family give up so easily?" Yi Xian asked curiously. Top-grade violet gold ore was extremely rare, and even high-level Samsara Dao lords would be tempted by it. For this violet gold mine to actually produce a single piece of such ore was already an incredible stroke of luck. It was very likely that the Tan family would seal the news and even exterminate the Dai family. "No matter what, we can't resist. Otherwise the consequences." Pfft. Before the patriarch of the Dai clan could finish his sentence, a clear voice rang out, followed by a plop sound. This sound was transmitted to Yi Xian through the transmission token, causing his expression to darken. The Dai family patriarch, who was a Samsara Dao lord, had most likely been killed. The Tan family was really going all out. They were really ruthless in their attacks. However, if it were any other family, they would probably do the same. If a more powerful family than the Tan family found out that they had the purple gold liquid, they would also be killed. However, what did this have to do with Yi Xian? Is the purple gold ore in the depths? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was already interested in this piece of purple gold ore again. After all, if he could obtain this piece of purple gold ore, it would be enough to activate the purple gold sword servant. He wouldn't need to spend any more time collecting purple gold ore again immediately. He ordered the 3 sword god clones to gather in the depths. Along the way, he saw many people from the Dai family and the Tan family. Without exception, all of them were dealt with by him. It had to be said that the Tan family was indeed very strong. They were a level higher than the Dai family and had high-level Dao lords everywhere. However, they were all very weak to Yi Xian. Soon, Yi Xian arrived in the depths of the purple gold mine. At this moment, loud sounds came from inside. It should be the Tan family breaking the formation. Their auras aren't weak. I'm afraid there are some Samsara Dao lords. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then ordered the sword god clones to move out. "Who's there?" Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sounds of battle came from inside. The invincible sword god clones fought with a group of Tan family experts. One against many, he wasn't afraid at all. However, what surprised him was that the Tan family wasn't breaking the formation just now. Instead, they were attacking a Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family. This Samsara Dao lord from the Dai family was in charge of guarding this supreme-grade purple gold mine. When the Tan family attacked, he was blocked here, so they fought. "I heard that this supreme-grade purple gold mine is quite difficult to collect. If you're not careful, it will shatter, and then the drop of purple gold liquid will dissipate into the world." Yi Xian thought to himself. If such a treasure disappeared, no matter who it was, they would cry to death. Therefore, the Dai family didn't collect it and had been thinking of a way. However, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, the people inside were Samsara Dao lords. It would be much more convenient to let them fight first, and then he would make a move after they were done. Rumble. The battle inside was very intense. Yi Xian waited outside. After a while, the battle finally came to an end. Immediately, Yi Xian wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and entered. "Who's there?" A loud roar came. Yi Xian, who wore the Void Spirit Divine armor and was invisible, was discovered. Since that was the case, then kill. Chapter 2040. In just an instant, all of the Tan clan members were killed, with the exception of the Samsara Dao Lord. Yi Xian was now a rank 7 Dao Lord, and he was no longer afraid of facing a Samsara Dao Lord. However, he was afraid that his opponent would destroy the supreme-grade violet gold ore. After all, he was no longer able to use temporal reversal. Once the ore was destroyed, the drop of violet gold liquid within it would dissipate into the world. That would be too wasteful. Die! The Tan clan expert immediately charged towards the sword god clone and the others. On the other side, Yi Xian, who was wearing the void spirit godly armor, stealthily snuck into the formation and carefully inspected it. Unfortunately, he did not find the supreme-grade violet gold ore, nor did he find it in the other corpses' interspatial rings. It seemed that the Samsara Dao Lord had taken it away. Since that was the case, it was easy to deal with. He attacked directly. Instantly, the Samsara Dao Lord was attacked from all directions and was heavily injured. Go! The Tan clan Samsara Dao Lord's expression changed drastically. He quickly turned around and charged out of the formation. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Together with the sword god clone, he executed the assassin's eye and flashed behind the enemy. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly shot out and inserted itself between the two. Boom! A wave of energy swept out, and Yi Xian and the sword god clone's attacks were both blocked. Huh! Yi Xian hurriedly took a look. The newcomer was very unfamiliar. It seemed to be someone from the Tan clan. However, this newcomer had most likely reached the level of a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. You go. I'll stop him. The newcomer shouted and attacked Yi Xian. Aren't you just a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and directly used a trump card. The War God Mount. Each time he used the War God Mount, what he summoned was different. Last time, Yi Xian had summoned a divine golden dragon. This time, however, he summoned a divine golden saber-toothed tiger. The dazzling golden light instantly illuminated the entire violet gold mine, covering the violet gold light. A sacred aura spread out, shocking the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord into quickly retreating. Swish! The golden saber-toothed tiger transformed into a streak of golden light that shot straight towards the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord. Scram! The man shouted angrily. He raised his hand and struck the golden saber-toothed tiger, but it did not cause any damage to the golden saber-toothed tiger. Poochie! With a crunching sound, the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord's shoulder was bitten off by the golden saber-toothed Dao Lord, causing blood to spurt out everywhere. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar quickly followed up as they launched a pincer attack. A short while later, the second-rank Samsara Dao Lord's head was pierced through by the golden saber-toothed tiger's fangs and he perished. Next, Yi Xian quickly collected the corpse, then ordered the golden saber-toothed tiger to chase after the fleeing Samsara Dao Lord. After a while, the golden saber-toothed tiger dragged the corpse back. Unfortunately, to Yi Xian's disappointment, there was no supreme-grade purple gold ore in their interspatial rings. Strange! Yi Xian frowned. He hurriedly performed a soul search on everyone. Afterwards, he found out that the supreme-grade purple gold ore had already shattered during the battle between the Dai clan and the Tan clan. When the Samsara Dao Lord of the Dai clan who was guarding the supreme-grade violet gold stone found out that the clan leader had perished, he chose to destroy the stone as well as himself. He destroyed the stone, and the drop of violet gold liquid disappeared from the world as well. The supreme-grade purple gold ore was an excellent material for forging pseudo-emperor artifacts. It was priceless. Although Yi Xian felt that it was a pity, it was not something he needed. He hurriedly returned and found the shattered supreme-grade purple gold ore again. This was what he needed. During the battle just now, he had not noticed that he had confused the supreme-grade purple gold ore with the ordinary purple gold ore again. Now, he had finally obtained it. Ding! Host has activated the purple gold swordsman. A system notification rang out. After devouring the supreme-grade purple gold ore fragment, Yi Xian finally activated the purple gold swordsman. He immediately summoned the purple gold swordsman. The purple gold swordsman was dressed in purple battle armor and wielded a large sword. It looked extremely mighty. After activating the purple gold swordsman, Yi Xian also learned a new skill called the purple gold godly armor. The purple gold godly armor had extremely strong defensive abilities. When paired with the void spirit godly armor that was immune to energy attacks, even mid-level Samsara Dao Lords might not be able to pose a threat to Yi Xian. The purple gold swordsman will produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every once in a while. Will the quality of the supreme-grade purple gold ore increase with my cultivation level? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he hurriedly sent the purple gold swordsman into the devouring space. Based on the current rate of the devouring space, it would produce a supreme-grade purple gold ore every 10 days. It was very good. However, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was different from the supreme-grade purple gold ore that was naturally formed. It did not contain the purple gold ore that was used to forge pseudo-emperor artifacts. Even so, Yi Xian was overjoyed. TSK TSK TSK. When the time comes, I'll be able to use this supreme-grade purple gold ore to deceive everyone. I'll definitely be able to make a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed. However, there was still one more thing that he had to do. Although the Dai clan had nothing to do with him, it was because of them that he had activated the purple gold swordsman. The Dai clan had most likely been destroyed by the Tan clan by now. He had to avenge them. That rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord from earlier was actually the one who had killed the Dai clan head. Now that he was dead, there was nothing to fear from the others. Soon, this supreme-grade purple gold ore was cleaned up by Yi Xian and the others. The Dai clan's members were all taken in by Yi Xian. As for the Tan clan's members, they were all killed by Yi Xian. By the time Yi Xian left the supreme-grade purple gold ore and arrived at the Dai clan's residence, he discovered that the Tan clan's experts had already retreated. Did they hear about the supreme-grade purple gold ore shattering? Or did they hear about the rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord dying in the supreme-grade purple gold ore? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. However, this was no longer important. He would take advantage of this opportunity to destroy the Tan clan. But before that, he had to deal with the Dai clan first. After I devoured that rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord's Dao seed, I broke through to become a rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. Even my divine sword art has been restored. I don't need to do anything to destroy the Tan clan. Yi Xian thought to himself as he sent his sword god clone to take action. 3 days later, the sword god clone arrived at the Tan clan's residence and summoned the purple gold swordsman, Black Horn, and the old tree. Instantly, a storm of blood broke out in the Tan clan's residence. The 2 remaining rank 2 Samsara Dao Lords were completely unable to stop it and both died tragically. In the end, the Tan clan was also sucked into Yi Xian's devouring space. This time, however, Yi Xian's true body did not take action. Without using any of my trump cards, the purple gold swordsman is actually slightly stronger than the sword god clone, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, the purple gold swordsman was merely a golem, while the sword god clone was far stronger. Chapter 2041. After this incident, Yi Xian had obtained a large number of Dao seeds. Currently, his devouring Dao seed had reached mid-mastery and was not far from late mastery. Once he reached late mastery, he would be able to break through to become a 9th rank Dao Lord. At that time, he would only need to gather a late mastery Dao seed to become a Samsara Dao Lord. As for the Samsara Dao seed, it was only at early mastery. Thus, Yi Xian was preparing to purchase some life-type and death-type treasures to force his way to the Saint Dao level. This required a certain amount of wealth. After all, Yi Xian needed more experience to level up than others. He would definitely need to spend a lot. However, now that Yi Xian had the violet gold swordsman, he had the capital to do so. Yi Xian immediately headed to a large city. In a few days, the violet gold swordsman would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore. When that time came, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After 10 days of traveling, Yi Xian finally arrived at a large city. At this time, there was already a supreme-grade violet gold ore in his devouring dimension. This supreme-grade violet gold ore was even better than the one in the violet gold ore vein. The only difference was that the one in the violet gold ore vein was naturally produced and contained a drop of violet gold liquid. However, the supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman was completely empty. However, this supreme-grade violet gold ore was not something that ordinary people could break open. Yi Xian estimated that no one would be able to see through this supreme-grade violet gold ore produced by the violet gold swordsman. After all, no one had heard of any other supreme-grade violet gold ore other than the ore vein. Immediately, Yi Xian had the sword god's avatar take action and entrust it to the auction house. When this news spread, the entire city was in an uproar. All the great clans were pooling their money and preparing to fight for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. First of all, supreme-grade violet gold ore would contain a drop of violet gold liquid. Just the fact that a supreme-grade violet gold ore was already tempting enough. It could allow one to comprehend the Tao of violet gold of the 5 elements. The Tao of violet gold was of a higher level than the Tao of pure gold. It was the Tao with the strongest defense among the 9 sacred Taos. As for the violet gold liquid, it was a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. As long as one could obtain it, they would definitely be able to earn 10 or even 20 times the original price. The auction house had spent a lot of money to advertise for this supreme-grade violet gold ore. A few days later, a huge auction was held in the city. After some people heard about this, even if they didn't buy anything, they still prepared to go in and take a look. This was because they knew that this time, there would definitely be a big force bidding, so they just treated it as spending money to watch a good show. At this moment, the sword god avatar was already watching from a private room. Soon, the auction began, but this time, it was different from the previous ones. This time there was only one item up for auction, and that was the purple gold stone of the highest quality, of S2. I heard that the Tao of violet gold is extremely powerful. If one can successfully comprehend it, they'll be able to block the attacks of experts 1 or 2 levels higher. That violet gold liquid is even better. It's a material for forging pseudo-thearch artifacts. You can only come across it by chance. The auction house was in an uproar. The various great clans all had their eyes on the supreme-grade violet gold ore and began to bid. The price began to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a level that no one would have expected. That was enough to create a mid-level Samsara Tao Lord. However, the violet gold liquid was something that even high-level Samsara Tao Lords coveted. A single drop could be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. Once someone obtained a pseudo-thearch artifact, they would be virtually invincible among those of the same level. No one would be able to withstand a single blow from them. The sword god's clone sat in the private room, listening to the continuous bidding around him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I'm rich. I'm going to make a killing this time. Yi Xian's true body was overjoyed. This was already enough for him to break through to become a Samsara Tao Lord. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the violet gold sword servants would be able to produce a supreme-grade violet gold ore every 10 days. This way, he would be able to put on a good show once more. At this moment, the various great clans suddenly slowed down. This was because they were about to run out of funds. Now it was time to see who would win. These clans and powers began to work together in private. Both sides would pool their funds and obtain the supreme-grade violet gold ore before splitting it. This process lasted for several minutes. In the end, the supreme-grade violet gold ore fell into the hands of the 5 allied powers. The final bid was made using all of their assets. After deducting the auction fee, all of this fell into Yi Xian's pocket. Awesome! Not long after, the auctioneer handed over the proceeds to Yi Xian. The auction finally came to an end. However, Yi Xian didn't leave just like that. Instead, he stayed in the auction house and began to collect as much as he could. All of the Dao seeds in the auction house were purchased by Yi Xian. Not only that, but he also purchased a large number of natural treasures that could improve his Samsara Dao seed. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 9th-grade Dao Lord. Ding! His Dao of Devour has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! His Dao of Life and Death has been upgraded to the early stage Saint Dao. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 1st-grade Samsara Dao Lord. 2 system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had broken through in succession. His Dao of Devour and Dao of Life and Death had been upgraded to the Saint Dao level by Yi Xian. Apart from that, Yi Xian had also upgraded his Dao of Raging Inferno and Dao of Gale. Thus, Yi Xian was currently comprehending several Saint Daos, which had greatly increased his strength. If he had only upgraded 2 of his Daos to the Saint Dao level, he might have been able to break through and become a 2nd-grade Samsara Dao Lord. However, if he upgraded several Daos at the same time, then even a 1st-grade Samsara Dao Lord would be stronger than a 2nd-grade Samsara Dao Lord. After the matter was settled, Yi Xian left the auction house. As expected, after he left, he discovered that someone was following him. Those who had participated in the auction earlier weren't small powers. Although they couldn't obtain that supreme-grade violet gold ore, they could easily find out who had put it up for auction. After all, Yi Xian had just obtained a large amount of natural treasures. He couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Moreover, there were also people from the auction house among the people who had been following Yi Xian. Come, let me wipe you all out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He ordered his sword god clone to leave the city immediately. As for those who had been following him, they also left the city without exception. These people didn't hold back. After exchanging glances, they actually began to discuss who would get the yin and yang ring. The sword god clone looked at these people and smirked. Everyone, if you don't make a move, I'm leaving. Hearing this, these people found it strange. Yi Xian was only one person. Even the person with the lowest cultivation level among them was higher than Yi Xian. Why was Yi Xian so calm? Kid, hand over the yin and yang ring obediently, and I can let you live. An old man said slowly. Chapter 2042. If you turn around and leave now, I can spare your lives. Yi Xian mimicked the tone of the other party. You've got guts. The old man didn't say anything else. But right at this moment, someone couldn't hold it in any longer and charged at Yi Xian. Bastard! The others cursed and charged at Xian as well. An ordinary person would have wet their pants in the face of such a force. One had to know that these nearly 100 people were all Samsara Dao Lords, and the strongest was a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. Xian was a mere rank 1 Samsara Dao Lord. It was already good enough that he could stand firm. The show is finally about to begin. The sword god's clone's eyes flashed. Since these people were here to rob him, there was no need to show mercy. One word: kill. In the next moment, the violet gold sword attendant, Blackhorn, and the old tree all appeared. In addition, the war god's mount appeared. The first and second times, Xian summoned the divine golden dragon and the divine golden saber-toothed tiger respectively. He was extremely lucky, but this time, he only summoned an ordinary thunder mammoth. However, this thunder mammoth's strength was comparable to a rank 3 Samsara Dao Lord. Of course, the strongest was naturally the sword god's clone. With the divine sword seal, he directly lowered the strength of everyone present. Non-sword cultivators were weakened by 30%, while sword cultivators were weakened by 10%. Coupled with his invincible physique, he didn't fear anyone's attacks at all. In an instant, more than half of the people who had come to rob Xian died. How can this be? The old man who had said that he would spare Xian was shocked. Half of his people had died in the first wave of attacks, leaving only him and 2 others. He immediately understood that Xian wasn't someone to be trifled with. He quickly led his people away. Where do you think you're going? Suddenly, a roar fell into his ears. At some point, the sword god's clone had appeared behind him. After breaking through to become a Samsara Dao Lord, Xian, who had the Samsara Dao Lord and the Devouring Dao Lord, was extremely powerful. With just one sword strike, the old man was sent flying. Furthermore, in the direction where the old man was sent flying, there was already a huge monster guarding it. Boom! The thunder mammoth stomped down, heavily injuring the old man. Then the black horn spat out a mouthful of saliva, killing him. There was no suspense in this battle anymore. Within a few seconds, the remaining people were all dealt with. No one survived. In the distance, the people in the city couldn't help but gulp as they watched the battle. As it turned out, Xian had been pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. No wonder he hadn't left. It turned out that he was planning to counterattack. What a joke. How could a person who could take out a piece of top-quality purple gold and not hide it be an ordinary person? What made Xian happy was that these people were all from the powers that were participating in the auction. They had a lot of money on them. Xian had made another huge profit. He immediately returned to the auction house, spent all of his money, and broke through to become a rank 2 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also took the entire city. The city lord, who was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao Lord, couldn't resist Xian's breakthrough at all and was sucked into the devouring space. Not only that, but he also took back that piece of top-quality purple gold. Let's go! The sword god clone broke through the void and returned to Xian's side. Then, he continued on his journey. In the following period of time, Xian used this method to lure others to commit crimes. Then, he would take action to suppress them. In less than a month, he broke through to become a rank 4 Samsara Dao Lord. At the same time, he also obtained 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold. Today, he came to another big city, but this time, it was much bigger than before. The city lord was a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. Just like before, he used the purple gold rock to fish, but he didn't expect that this time, he would actually fish up the city lord. At this time, the city lord was leading experts to chase after Xian. The city lord of Jade Tripod City is a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. He broke through many years ago and is already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. His strength is not to be underestimated. As for the others, they are nothing to be afraid of. Xian thought to himself. Previously, he had already fought with the city lord. However, even when he gathered everyone to attack the city lord, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Although he still had a final trump card, the divine sword art, he didn't have 100% confidence that he could slash this peak rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord. Let alone 100%, he didn't even have 20% confidence. Since this didn't work, he would use other methods. Old man, you really want these 3 pieces of top-quality purple gold? The sword god avatar suddenly stopped and turned around to ask. Hand over the items and I'll spare your life. The city lord of Jade Tripod City shouted angrily from behind. Is that so? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, It's not impossible for me to hand them over. However, you have to take my sword first. Hearing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned and said in shock, Do you think that your sword can kill me? Whether it can or not, we'll only know after we try. I'm just asking if you dare. Yi Xian said. All right, it's just a sword. Come on. The city lord of Jade Tripod City snorted. The Yi Xian in front of him was only a rank 5 Samsara Dao Lord. As someone who was half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, how could he be afraid? However, Yi Xian's sword was not so easy to take. You have guts. I hope you won't be scared out of your wits. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He gripped the sword of life and death tightly in his hand and slashed down fiercely. This sword was just an illusion. The real attack was the divine sword that condensed above his head. The divine sword art had the effect of killing all enemies in an instant. Once it was used, even the sky would be split open. When the city lord of Jade Tripod City saw this move, his heart trembled. However, when he looked at the split open sky, he suddenly had a realization. Suddenly, his aura skyrocketed. Rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? No. At this moment, he had broken through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What made him break through was Yi Xian's move. Blessed by the heavens, half-step Imperial Emperor. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes. He did not expect that he, who had been stuck at the rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord realm for countless years, would break through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm today. What a surprise! A Samsara Dao Lord had to raise their 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery before they could plant a Dao fruit. Countless years ago, he had already raised his 3 Dao seeds to late-stage Sage Dao Mastery, so he was only one step away from becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. This time, thanks to Yi Xian's help, his 3 Dao seeds had fused and turned into a Dao fruit, finally becoming a half-step Imperial Emperor. Once he broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm, he would have a grade 1 heavenly mandate and could temporarily borrow the power of the heavens. The city lord of Jade Tripod City waved his hand and a golden palm slapped out, instantly slapping the divine sword away. Boom. Chapter 2043. F***CK. Yi Xian cursed. He did not expect Yi Xian to go back on his words. Yi Xian said that he would take one move from him. At the same time, he also felt the change in Yi Xian's aura. Strong. So strong that it made his heart palpitate. This is a half-step Imperial Emperor? Yi Xian was shocked. Previously, he was the one who made a breakthrough in battle and defeated his enemies. But now, someone actually made a breakthrough in battle with him. This was troublesome. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope to kill all his enemies. But with the breakthrough of the Jade Tripod City Lord, this glimmer of hope was destroyed. Kid, I don't need to take this move from you anymore. The Jade Tripod City Lord laughed. He looked calm, but Yi Xian's move just now could even break through the 4th heaven. Its power was probably at the half-step Imperial Emperor level. Even if he made a breakthrough, he would not dare to take that move. City Lord, you made a breakthrough? At the side, the experts of the Jade Tripod City Lord Manor were shocked. The Jade Tripod City Lord was already a peak 4th heaven expert. Now that he had made a breakthrough, there was no one who could match him. Besides, it was really easy for him to take down Yi Xian as a half-step Imperial Emperor. So what if I made a breakthrough? You still can't do anything to me. Yi Xian said coldly. Is that so? The Jade Tripod City Lord narrowed his eyes and instantly turned into a stream of light, arriving in front of Yi Xian. His speed was more than 10 times faster than before. Before Yi Xian could react, the Jade Tripod City Lord was already standing in front of him, grabbing Yi Xian's shoulder. Bang! An attack containing the power of destiny landed on the Sword God Avatar. However, what surprised the Jade Tripod City Lord was that the Sword God Avatar remained unscathed. How is this possible? The Jade Tripod City Lord was shocked. There was a huge gap between Samsara Dao Lords and half-step Imperial Emperors. Once one made a breakthrough, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. They would not be threatened by Samsara Dao Lords. The power of that attack just now was at least dozens of times stronger than before. However, Yi Xian actually received it. What was this body made of? I told you you can't hurt me. The Sword God's doppelganger continued. So what? I got what I wanted. The city lord of Jade Tripod City immediately revealed a smile. He opened his right hand, revealing an interspatial ring in his palm. This interspatial ring was originally worn by the sword god's doppelganger. Really? The sword god avatar laughed as well. In the next moment, the Jade Tripod City governor's smile came to an abrupt halt. He probed and found that the interspatial ring was empty. There was not a single strand of hair in it. Where is it? The Jade Tripod City's city lord could not help but ask. Are you looking for this? With a wave of his hand, Xian took out 3 top-grade purple gold ores. After stabilizing himself, he put them away and said, I only wear them for fun. I don't use them to store things. What a brilliant move. No wonder you are so fearless. The city lord of Jade Tripod City had to admit that Xian was the most difficult person he had ever met. Previously, if you had taken my sword, I would have given you the 3 top-grade purple gold ores. However, you went back on your words. You have disappointed me. Xian shook his head helplessly. The city lord's face turned cold when he heard this. He said, I don't believe that I can't do anything to you as a half-step imperial emperor. In an instant, he charged over and beat Xian like a sandbag. Unfortunately, it was useless. After some time, the city lord of Jade Tripod City stopped. I have broken through to half-step imperial emperor and can use the power of the heavens. However, I still can't hurt him. The city lord of Jade Tripod City thought to himself, even if I consolidate my realm and become proficient in using the heavens, I'm afraid the result will be the same. Who is this guy? City lord, are we not fighting anymore? The sword god's doppelganger in the distance got up from the ground and said, If not, I'm leaving. Wait. The city lord of Jade Tripod City called out to Xian. What's wrong? The sword god's doppelganger turned around. Since I can't hurt you, let's make a deal. The city lord of Jade Tripod City said, I'll buy your 3 top-grade purple gold ores. Oh, okay. The sword god's doppelganger grinned and said, 3 top-grade purple gold ores in exchange for your interspatial rings. The city lord of Jade Tripod City hesitated for a moment before taking the interspatial rings of the others. I'll give you 1 top-grade purple gold ore first. Xian didn't say anything else as he threw a top-grade purple gold stone over. Seeing this, the city lord of Jade Tripod City said in surprise, You're giving it to me just like that? Haha, you can run away. But you can't run away. Do you still want your Jade Tripod City? Xian said with a smile. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was now a half-step imperial emperor. However, his Jade Tripod City only had 8th-grade Samsara Dao Lord experts. If Xian charged over, it would be a devastating blow. At that time, the city lord mansion would be in danger. This sentence stunned the city lord of Jade Tripod City. He narrowed his eyes and threw the interspatial rings over. Xian caught the interspatial rings and checked them. There were indeed many good things inside, just enough for him to break through to become a 6th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. You broke through? The city lord of Jade Tripod City was stunned. He was able to break through on the spot because of Xian's divine sword art. But now, Xian had broken through. What was going on? However, he did not care because even if Xian broke through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord, he would not be a match for him. A half-step imperial emperor who could use heavenly mandate was not someone a Samsara Dao Lord could defeat. Where are the other 2 top-grade purple gold ores? The city lord of Jade Tripod City asked. Here they are. Xian took out the 2 top-grade purple gold ores and said with a smile, Originally, I wanted to give them to you. But you beat me so badly just now. So, these 2 top-grade purple gold ores are my compensation. The city lord of Jade Tripod City widened his eyes and was about to take away the top-grade purple gold ores in Xian's hands. But in the next moment, Xian's figure disappeared. No, to be precise, the sword god's clone had disappeared and was taken back by Xian, who was far away in the horizon. At the same time, another sentence spread. City lord of Jade Tripod City, I will come back for this top-grade purple gold ore. Please take good care of it. The city lord of Jade Tripod City was a half-step imperial emperor. With Xian's current level, he would not be able to fight him. Fortunately, Xian still had 2 top-grade purple gold ores. This was enough for him. Although 3 top-grade purple gold ores were very tempting, Just one was enough to make people commit crimes. Yi Xian, remember this hatred in your heart. When you are strong enough in the future, you will come back for revenge. Chapter 2044. A few days later, Yi Xian arrived at a fourth heaven city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City. However, after entering the city, he heard something. Have you heard? The Jade Tripod City Lord in the north has been suppressed? That can't be. That's a rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord expert. It said that he's already half a step into the half-step Imperial Emperor realm. What rank 9 Samsara Dao Lord? A few days ago, the Jade Tripod City Lord broke through to the half-step Imperial Emperor realm and announced it to the entire city. Just yesterday, an expert suddenly appeared and suppressed the Jade Tripod City Lord, taking control of the city. What? Half-step Imperial Emperor? That's right. It seems to have started because of a supreme-grade purple gold ore. After the Jade Tripod City Lord was defeated, his supreme-grade purple gold ore was taken by the other party. At the same time, the other party announced to the world that he was buying purple gold ores and supreme-grade purple gold ores in bulk. If anyone didn't and was exposed, they would be killed without mercy. Who is this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Could he be from the fifth heaven? He must be. This was the conversation that Yi Xian heard after entering the city. I didn't expect the Jade Tripod City Lord to be defeated. My supreme-grade purple gold ore also fell into the other party's hands. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, not taking this matter to heart. Using the method of fishing, he took the city that was comparable to Jade Tripod City into his pocket and left again. In the following period of time, Yi Xian continued to rush forward, breaking through from rank 6 Samsara Dao Lord to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. However, not long after he broke through to rank 8 Samsara Dao Lord. Ding! The target of the death pursuit order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. In the battle with the Jade Tripod City Lord, he had marked everyone, but the others were all small fries, so he withdrew the death pursuit order and only marked the Jade Tripod City Lord. Now, the target of the death pursuit order was the Jade Tripod City Lord. Although the Jade Tripod City Lord had fought with him and Yi Xian had ended in defeat, Yi Xian still wanted to get back at him. Now the Jade Tripod City Lord was dead, and the supreme-grade purple gold ore had fallen into the hands of others. This was unacceptable. Immediately, Yi Xian tore through the void and returned to Jade Tripod City. At this moment, in Jade Tripod City, there was a purple pillar of light that pierced through the clouds. It was very eye-catching. Yi Xian let the sword god avatar enter the city and immediately felt a powerful aura. It seemed that this was the expert from the fifth layer of heaven, the murderer of the Jade Tripod City Lord. The sword god doppelganger immediately moved out to investigate. By the time he arrived at the city lord's estate, he saw quite a few people lined up outside. None of them had low levels of cultivation. They were all at least rank 7 Samsara Dao Lords. They were all at the purple gold rock. Strange. Why would a half-step sovereign emperor collect so many purple gold ores? Yi Xian was a little confused. A half-step sovereign emperor could almost forge a quasi-emperor weapon. It was one thing for him to collect supreme-grade purple gold ores, but why would he need these purple gold ores that were used to forge Samsara Dao Lords? Yi Xian did not care so much. He directly let the sword god doppelganger shout, "I have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. How much are they worth?" As soon as these words were said, everyone present stopped what they were doing and was stunned. 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore was priceless. How much would 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores be worth? Most likely, no one present would be able to calculate it. In the city lord's estate, a young man immediately opened his eyes and rushed out when he heard this. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the sword god doppelganger. He said in shock, "You have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores?" "That's right. I want to exchange all of them for Dao seeds, Samsara Dao seeds, and Inferno Dao seeds for cultivation." The sword god doppelganger nodded. To be able to comprehend the Dao of life and death, you can be considered to have some ability. "All right, these things are yours." The young man did not waste any time. He waved his hand and took out an interspatial ring. Then, he took out something from his own interspatial ring. Then, he threw the interspatial ring to Yi Xian. If Yi Xian could not take out 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he would probably die an unnatural death. Facing a half-step imperial emperor, no Samsara Dao lord dared to do so. Yi Xian took the interspatial ring, and his eyes lit up. The things inside were enough for him to break through to the peak of the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. He immediately swallowed it, and a Dao fruit condensed in his body. His aura skyrocketed. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th stage Samsara Dao lord. If you want to continue breaking through, please plunder the heavenly fate of others. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Plunder? Heavenly fate? Yi Xian was very unfamiliar with the half-step imperial emperor realm because there were not many of them in the 4th heaven. However, there was a half-step imperial emperor in front of him. As long as he killed him, everything would be clear. The youth was a little surprised. He could not understand how Yi Xian could break through without batting an eyelid. However, he did not care so much. What he cared about was the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. As long as he had these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, he could go back and report on his mission. In fact, he could even get some rewards. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores are here. Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores over. Of the 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, 2 were from before, while the other 3 were from the purple gold sword attendants. Seeing this, the youth's eyes lit up. He did not expect Yi Xian to really have 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. Where did you get these 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores? The youth could not help but ask. Purple gold ores were common, but there might not even be 1 supreme-grade purple gold ore in a million purple gold ore veins. However, Yi Xian actually had 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores. It was really strange. I got them from killing someone on the way, Yi Xian replied. Not bad. You did well. The youth was very satisfied. At the same time, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's interspatial ring. Who knew there might be more inside? However, just as he was thinking about Yi Xian's interspatial ring, Yi Xian was also thinking about him. I heard that you defeated the Jade Tripod City Lord? Yi Xian asked. That guy didn't do his job well, so I killed him, the youth said coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and said, That means that the supreme-grade purple gold ore in his hand is also in your hands? That's right. Why? The youth was slightly surprised. If it were anyone else who dared to speak to him in such a tone, they would have died long ago. However, Yi Xian had given him 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, so he was in a good mood. You may not know, but that supreme-grade purple gold ore is also mine, so please return it. Yi Xian said slowly. Return supreme-grade purple gold ore? Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. He did not expect Yi Xian to dare ask him to return something. Chapter 2045. Ha 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 ha. The young man suddenly laughed out loud. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Yi Xian dared to say this because he had already broken through to become a 9th-grade Samsara Dao Lord. In addition, he had the Sword God's clone, so he was fearless. It seems that you won't hand it over. If that's the case, I'll take it myself. The Sword God's clone shouted angrily. He took out his weapon and slashed at the young man. A sharp sword chi tore through the air and landed on the young man, but it was dispersed by the golden light on the young man's body. How funny. The heavenly Dao exists before the Dao. You actually used the Dao to attack me. You really don't know what you're talking about. The young man sneered. Be it half-step imperial emperors, or even eternal emperors, they all used the same method. That was the power of the heavens, also known as the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven could greatly increase one's lifespan. At the same time, the more mandates one had, the faster one's cultivation would be. Therefore, this realm was very cruel. If there was a disagreement, they would kill and take the mandate of heaven. I don't believe that I can't break through your defense. Yi Xian widened his eyes and attacked again. In addition, the old tree, Black Horn, and the violet gold swordsman all appeared. How dare you attack me like an ant? You're courting death. The young man was enraged. With a raise of his hand, he killed Black Horn and the others. Not only that, but even the violet gold swordsmen were defeated. Fortunately, the sword god's clone was invincible, so he was not injured at all. I don't believe that I can't exhaust you to death. Yi Xian widened his eyes and summoned the old tree and Black Horn again. As for the violet gold swordsman, They could not be summoned again today because they were dead. This battle was fought without warning, causing the crowd below to be at a loss as to what to do. Fortunately, both sides were fighting in the air. Otherwise, the entire Jade Tripod City would have been destroyed. The sword god's clone kept summoning the old tree and black horn to attack, which surprised the young man. Seeing that his side had no advantage at all, Yi Xian's main body, who was far away in the sky, made a decision of it. At that moment, he broke through the void and descended personally. The moment he appeared, the divine sword seal was activated by him. The young man was not a sword cultivator. After being affected by the divine sword seal, his combat power dropped by 30%. However, this level of power was still not something that Samsara Dao Lords could compare to. Fortunately, the Void Spirit Divine armor on Yi Xian's body could withstand attacks from the heavens. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian's magic treasure form has already surpassed the heavens? Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, it would not be so easy to kill this young man. Looks like I have to pay a price. Come, War God Tyrant Body. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and the saint energy in his body suddenly went berserk, and then quickly bombarded his own body. The War God Tyrant Body of the War God had two effects. One was rapid recovery, and the other was that the more severe one's injuries were, the stronger one would be. Back then, when he was fighting with the Jade Tripod City's City Lord, he had actually used it before. However, he was still no match for him. However, his injuries that day were only about half healed. Today, he was going to put himself in a state of near death. That way, he would be able to unleash extremely powerful combat power. In an instant, Yi Xian's combat power skyrocketed, far surpassing the sword god's clone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of sword light flashed, and Yi Xian began to attack wildly. Although he had suppressed the recovery effect of his bloodline, he had only suppressed the recovery effect. His saint energy could still continuously recover. On the other hand, the young man's saint energy was constantly decreasing. Heavenly mandate attacks were powerful, but like the Tao, they required the support of saint energy. Once saint energy was depleted, he would not be much stronger than a Samsara Dao Lord. This time, Yi Xian chose to use a method of attrition. With the ethereal armor, his opponent could not hurt him. Rumble! A series of loud sounds rang out in the sky above Jade Tripod City. Afraid of being affected, the people in the city below had already retreated from the city, far away from this troublesome place. Kid, what kind of armor is that? It can actually block heavenly mandate attacks? The young man could not help but ask. Beat me and you'll know. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. What about them? The young man's gaze fell on the three sword god's clones. The sword god's clone, the old tree, and black horn. One was invincible, while the other two could revive infinitely. He could not kill them even if he beat them. This made the young man somewhat tired. It's the same. Beat me and I'll tell you. Yi Xian snorted. When the young man heard this, his expression darkened. If that's the case, then take one of my attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The young man gathered all of his heavenly mandate into his right fist, then suddenly leaped into the air and smashed down. A golden fist smashed towards Yi Xian. You came just in time. Deh. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He flashed behind his opponent and used his trump card. Divine Sword Art. A divine sword materialized and fell instantly. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had not used his Eye of Assassination. He had been waiting for this moment. Their attacks were completely ineffective against the young man. Every attack that landed on the young man was blocked by his heavenly mandate. However, this time, Yi Xian's attack was not ordinary. It was an insta-kill technique, Divine Sword Art. What? The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. This Divine Sword Art was clearly stronger than his full power attack. How was this possible? Was this an attack that a 9th stage Samsara Dao Lord could produce? Impossible. Before the young man could react, he was struck by the divine sword and was instantly cut in half. He died on the spot. The divine sword art had the effect of insta-killing. However, even if it did not, its power was enough to deal with the young man. Of course, if Yi Xian had not been heavily injured and increased his strength, this attack would not have hit the young man. This was because every time Yi Xian used the divine sword art, He had to use his own sword to hack. The divine sword's hacking speed was the same as his. Since the immortal slaying bloodline was gone, Yi Xian's mind no longer rang with the notification that he had gained killing intent. He immediately put away the young man's corpse. The 5 supreme-grade purple gold ores, as well as the one in the hands of the Jade Tripod City's city lord, all fell into Yi Xian's hands. In addition, there was a large amount of natural treasures in the young man's yin and yang ring. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly noticed a golden ball of light in the air. He quickly searched the young man's memories and found that this golden ball of light was the so-called heavenly mandate. Heavenly mandate could be understood as luck. The stronger one's heavenly mandate was, the more favor they would receive from the heavens. The higher one's heavenly mandate was, the faster one's cultivation speed would be. The longer one's lifespan, the higher the chances of encountering fortuitous encounters. In short, there were many benefits. Chapter 2046. There were a total of 99 ranks in the heavenly fate realm. Every 33 ranks represented a great realm. From the 1st grade to the 33rd rank heavenly fate realm, they were all half-step imperial emperors. From the 34th to the 66th rank heavenly fate realm, they were true imperial emperors. If one had the 67th rank heavenly fate realm, they would enter the eternal emperor realm. Yi Xian quickly devoured the ball of heavenly fate realm. In the next moment, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host has devoured the 3rd grade heavenly fate realm, breaking through to the 1st grade half-step imperial emperor realm. He had indeed broken through to the next realm. Now, Yi Xian was also someone who was blessed by the heavens. However, the golden ball of light in Yi Xian's body was smaller than the youth's. After all, he had seized the heavenly fate realm of others and couldn't completely refine it. In other words, even if Yi Xian obtained the 99th rank heavenly fate realm, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 9th grade eternal emperor realm. However, he knew that he would definitely be able to reach that realm. Just now, he had searched the youth's memories. At this moment, he already knew why the youth wanted to buy a large amount of purple gold stones and supreme-grade purple gold stones. This youth came from a force called the Crimson Sun sect in the 5th layer of heaven. They had previously discovered a ruin, but that ruin was full of danger. It was filled with purple gold beasts. Only those who wore purple gold armor would not be attacked by the beasts. It was said that this ruin was left behind by a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There was probably an inheritance that would make people jealous. Those who wear purple gold armor will be mistaken as one of their kind by the beasts, but there is also a possibility of being exposed. Purple gold armor is divided into ordinary purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor. The supreme-grade purple gold armor is not easy to be discovered. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He didn't know if he would be attacked if he entered that ruin. He had already activated the purple gold sword servant and had a set of purple gold divine armor. This set of purple gold divine armor was definitely stronger than the supreme-grade purple gold armor. He didn't know if he would be exposed if he wore this set of purple gold divine armor. However, Yi Xian liked this kind of ruin because he had the sword god clone. Once he obtained the inheritance, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. This purple gold ruin was the cave residence of a suspected Imperial Emperor realm expert. There were definitely a lot of good things in it. Who knows, there might even be an enormous heaven's will. As long as he obtained the mandate of heaven, Yi Xian's strength would soar once again. Although it was impossible for him to directly break through to Sovereign Emperor, it should not be a problem for him to become a high-ranked half-step Sovereign Emperor. Now that I've become a half-step Sovereign Emperor, I have the strength to break through to the 4th heaven. I can directly go to the 5th heaven. With that in mind, Yi Xian used his heavenly mandate power to break through the 4th layer of heaven. Then, he entered it and flew towards the 5th layer of heaven. Of the 9 heavens, each was heavier than the last. The first was the smallest, while the 9th was the largest. Yi Xian went from the 4th heaven to the 5th heaven, which happened to be the territory of the Crimson Sun sect. I've heard that the 5th layer of heaven is much crueler than the 4th layer of heaven. Even if there is no conflict of interest, there is still the possibility of swords and knives being used against one another. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. After all, half-step sovereign emperors could steal the mandate of heaven from others to increase their strength. If they had the chance, they would definitely take action. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, he would need a lot of mandate of heaven to break through. However, he did not plan to enter the Crimson Sun sect. Instead, He flew in a certain direction. That was where the purple gold ruin was located. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many people, all of whom were first-grade half-step sovereign emperors. When they saw that Yi Xian was alone, they wanted to kill him and steal his mandate of heaven. Unexpectedly, they were all killed by Yi Xian. The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. After breaking through to the half-step sovereign emperor realm, I have already killed dozens of people, but I still haven't broken through. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Then, he flew towards the purple light in the sky. He had arrived at the purple gold ruin. The purple gold ruin had been open for many years. Other than the Crimson Sun sect, there were many people collecting purple gold ores. Those who entered the purple gold ruin were all wearing purple gold armor or supreme-grade purple gold armor. However, there were very few who could come out alive. Yi Xian arrived in front of the huge purple gold palace and looked around. This purple gold palace was not big. There were two lion-like purple gold beasts guarding the entrance. From afar, one could see a staircase that led underground. I won't enter with my main body first. Let the sword god clone enter. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and let the sword god clone enter. However, just as the sword god clone approached, he was attacked by the two purple gold beasts. Rumble! Immediately, the two purple gold beasts ganged up on the sword god clone. The latter was beaten until he pissed his pants. He could not fight back at all. Yi Xian estimated that the strength of these two purple gold beasts should be at the mid-level half-step sovereign emperor realm. It was said that only those who wore purple gold armor and supreme-grade purple gold armor would not be attacked by the purple gold beasts. Of course, these two types of armor were just to confuse the enemy. It was harder to recognize supreme-grade purple gold armor, but it was easier to recognize the purple gold armor. Many people who wore purple gold armor and wanted to take advantage of the situation had already died at the hands of these two purple gold beasts. Right now, Yi Xian only had supreme-grade purple gold ores and not supreme-grade purple gold armor, so it was impossible. However, the purple gold sword servants might be able to. Yi Xian immediately let the purple gold sword servants take action. Then, he saw the purple gold sword servants swagger into the purple gold palace without being attacked by the purple gold beasts. As expected, the purple gold sword servants were judged by the purple gold beasts to be of the same kind. Unfortunately, it was the purple gold sword servants that passed through and not the sword god clone. Otherwise, Yi Xian could enter the palace through the sword god clone. However, he had a way. Purple gold divine armor, appear. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and a set of purple armor appeared under the void spirit divine armor. It covered Yi Xian's entire body like scales. He tried to go over and walk to the spot where the sword god clone had been attacked. As expected, these two purple gold beasts did not attack him. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, then entered the purple gold ruins. As long as he entered, the sword god clone would be able to follow him immediately. At that time they would switch places, and it would be the sword god clone entering the purple gold ruins. If there was a checkpoint that he could not pass, Yi Xian would personally take action. Just like that, Yi Xian entered the purple gold ruins. After walking down the long flight of stairs, Yi Xian arrived at the purple gold underground palace. Looking around, there were large doors that were wide open in all directions. He did not know where they led to. Yi Xian did not want to stay in such a high-class place for too long, so he broke through the void and left, leaving behind the sword god clone and the purple gold sword servants. Chapter 2047. Next, the sword god clone released the old tree and black horn, and they entered the four tunnels. However, before long, Yi Xian heard two system notifications in his mind. Ding! Flame-swallowing unicorn is dead. Ding! Black scale dragon is dead. Immediately after that, there was a notification that the two of them had revived. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see that the one who killed the old tree and black horn was a purple figure. It must be some kind of purple gold beast. Not only that, but the sword god clone also encountered it. Boom! 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 Loud sounds came from the tunnel where the sword god clone was. These were the sounds of the sword god clone being beaten up. However, the invincible sword god clone relied on his invincible Vajra body to use the purple gold beast to hurry up. Such a method of travel was unheard of. After a while, the sword god's avatar that was sent flying saw a human corpse behind him. He immediately used the devour skill to absorb the corpse. This human corpse was wearing ordinary purple gold armor. Although he had fooled the guards, he was killed by the patrolling purple gold beasts. The sword god clone kept the corpse, and Yi Xian quickly searched his soul to see if there was anything related to the purple gold ruins. In addition, there was a golden ball of light floating above the corpse. The sword god clone did not forcibly keep it. The deceased was just an independent cultivator, a second-grade half-step imperial emperor. He was one level higher than the youth Yi Xian had killed. However, there was nothing worth mentioning in this person's memories. After Yi Xian devoured his destiny, his strength increased greatly. One had to admit that destiny was a good thing. The higher one's destiny, the easier it was to be favored by the heavens. For such ruins, it was easier for people with high fate mandates to encounter fortuitous encounters. However, to Yi Xian, the most attractive part of the violet gold ruins were the corpses of the dead. Because there were corpses, he could practically obtain the will of the heavens. When he had been a Tao Lord, Yi Xian had been able to resurrect others. Back then, it had been fairly easy for him to do so. Though the life and death Tao seed had turned into a Tao fruit, Yi Xian still had the ability to bring the dead back to life. He could use the heaven's will to revive. Of course, using heaven's will to revive would consume a large amount of heaven's will. Reviving those below the half-step sovereign emperor realm was fine, but reviving half-step sovereign emperors would require a huge price. If a half-step sovereign emperor with a first-grade fate mandate died, others could use their own fate mandate to revive him. However, the price was terrifyingly high. If a third-grade heaven's mandate cultivator paid the price of a drop in cultivation, they might be able to revive him. If it was a peerless genius like Yi Xian with a demigod bloodline, then a rank 10 or even rank 20 heaven's mandate expert would have to sacrifice themselves in order to revive. In short, the higher the talent, the higher the price of resurrection. However, if a rank 20 heaven's mandate cultivator were to revive a rank 1 heaven's mandate cultivator, it wouldn't be difficult at all. In fact, it would be extremely easy. Heaven's mandate was divided into 99 ranks and each rank had its own difference. A second-grade heaven's mandate cultivator wasn't equivalent to 2 first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. It could be 5 or 10. A rank 20 heaven's mandate cultivator was equivalent to tens of thousands of first-grade heaven's mandate cultivators. Speaking of which, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't use his heaven's will to revive these people. To him, these corpses were all experience points. As long as he was allowed to grow, not to mention the purple gold battle beast, he might even be able to take the entire purple gold ruins into his pocket. Following that, the sword god clone continued to be beaten up. He had to use an unusual method to travel. Although the sword god clone was useful, the system gave him a flaw. He couldn't use defensive skills like the purple gold divine armor because it was useless. Furthermore, although the sword god clone could wear the void spirit divine armor, the armor's buff had no effect on him. He could only use invisibility. While the sword god clone was being beaten up, the purple gold sword servant on the other side also encountered a battle beast. However, the purple gold sword servant was different from the sword god clone. The purple gold sword servant's entire body was made of special purple gold, so the purple gold battle beast treated it as one of its kind. Hi! The purple gold sword servant directly passed by the purple gold battle beast and even greeted it in a friendly manner. Roar! The purple gold battle beast let out a low roar, but no one knew what it was saying. In the purple gold ruins, the purple gold sword servant was much more useful than the sword god clone. They followed this path and encountered many corpses along the way. However, what made Yi Xian helpless was that the purple gold sword servant couldn't use the yin and yang ring and couldn't use the void to locate him. Therefore, Yi Xian asked him to return and sent Wei Zhentian to follow him. This way, he could collect all the corpses along the way. During this period, Yi Xian finally broke through from first-grade half-step Imperial Emperor to second-grade half-step Imperial Emperor after devouring so many heaven's wills. However, those who died didn't know about the purple gold ruins. However, Yi Xian obtained a damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor. He obtained it from the corpse of a certain person who had overestimated himself. He guessed that the person who had overestimated himself had set his sights on the purple gold battle beast, but was killed by the purple gold battle beast. In the end, Yi Xian benefited from it. Yi Xian used the supreme-grade purple gold ores produced by the purple gold sword servant to repair the damaged set of supreme-grade purple gold battle armor and let the sword god clone wear it. This way, the sword god clone had a high chance of deceiving the purple gold battle beast. When he encountered the purple gold battle beast, he would be treated as one of its kind. However, this passage was a little too long. The sword god clone and the purple gold sword servant rushed for an entire day, but they still hadn't walked out of the passage. However, this was still acceptable. After all, this passage was built by an expert who was suspected to be at the Imperial Emperor level. An expert of that level would have a Heaven's Will of fate of over 30. With the support of Heaven's Will, it wouldn't take long for them to pass through this passage. Finally, on the second day, the purple gold sword servant was the first to walk out of the passage. He came to a side hall, but when he walked out of the door, the dozens of doors around him instantly closed, including the one behind him. Then, the ceiling suddenly opened, and a purple gold battle beast fell down. This purple gold battle beast charged towards the purple gold sword servant without saying anything.
What's going on?
Yi Xian was a little confused. The purple gold sword servant shouldn't be recognized, so why was he attacked? However, he couldn't care less and immediately ordered the purple gold sword servant to counterattack. Chapter 2048. Battle God's Mount. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to use a skill to summon a silver giant dragon. Although a silver grade mount was not as powerful as a gold grade mount, it was still very helpful in this battle. In addition, the old tree and black horn also attacked together. Even Wei Zhentian turned into the void spirit divine armor and put it on the old tree. Rumble! A series of loud noises reverberated in the side hall. At this time, Yi Xian discovered that there were many corpses in the palace. It seemed that they were all killed by this purple gold battle beast. It's about the level of a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor. It's not too strong. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought to himself. He guessed that this was one of the checkpoints in the purple gold ruins. They had to kill this purple gold battle beast before they could continue to move forward. Immediately, he ordered Black Horn to devour the corpses into the devouring space. There were a total of 9 corpses. They were not weak. They were at least 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperors when they were alive. Yi Xian obtained their yin and yang rings and their heavenly fates before devouring them. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor. When the system notification sounded, the sword god's clone and the others' auras suddenly skyrocketed. However, even if they broke through to 3rd stage half-step Imperial Emperor, the sword god's clone and the others spent a lot of time to deal with this purple gold battle beast. Crack! With a crisp sound, the purple gold battle beast was directly blasted into pieces of purple gold. Then, the surrounding doors opened again. It was only a 4th stage half-step Imperial Emperor purple gold battle beast. It was not enough to stop Yi Xian. Yi Xian ordered the sword god's clone to go over and check. He found that there was a supreme grade purple gold stone in this purple gold battle beast. Previously, on the way here, he had killed a weaker purple gold battle beast. That purple gold battle beast also had a supreme grade purple gold stone in its body. However, the purple gold ore that Yi Xian had obtained was so purple that it was black. Ding! The black gold stone can be used to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Once strengthened to a certain level, the violet gold sword servants can evolve into black gold sword servants. Do you want to upgrade it now? The system suddenly prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian answered without hesitation, yes. Next, the violet gold sword servant fused with the black gold rock, causing its strength to increase. Yi Xian had heard of black gold ore before. It was an ore that was of a higher grade than purple gold oregon. The black gold liquid inside could also be used to forge pseudo-thearch artifacts. At the same time, the top-quality black gold ore was one of the materials used to craft Emperor's artifacts. Although there was only a one-word difference between a quasi-Emperor artifact and a quasi-Emperor artifact, it was the difference between a half-step Sovereign Emperor and a Sovereign Emperor. An Emperor weapon was a weapon at the Imperial Emperor level. From this, it could be seen how precious supreme-grade black gold ore was. No wonder this purple gold beast is so strong. It's because it has black gold stone in its body. I wonder if there are top-grade black gold stones in this violet gold ruins? Yi Xian thought to himself. If there were top-grade black gold stones, then the violet gold sword servant would probably be able to evolve into a black gold sword servant. This purple gold beast had already been dealt with, so Yi Xian had the sword god's clone and the violet gold sword servant randomly choose a few paths to enter. This violet gold ruins was a little like an ant's nest. It was connected in all directions. Although there was only one path to take each time, Yi Xian was sure that some paths would lead to the same place. Along the way, Yi Xian saw many corpses. However, this time, the corpses he encountered were not weak when they were alive. They were at least third-stage half-step sovereign emperors. Presumably, these people were all experts who had passed the first trial. In this way, Yi Xian benefited from it. Then, he continued to advance. Black Horn, the old tree, and the other weaker ones would be killed by the purple gold beasts along the way. Therefore, he could only rely on the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to travel. This stay lasted for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, Yi Xian obtained a huge amount of fate and natural treasures that could improve his birth chart. His realm had already broken through to 6th-stage half-step sovereign emperor. During this time, he passed 3 trials in succession. In other words, he defeated 3 purple gold beasts in the palace and obtained some black gold stones. Today, he arrived at the 5th side hall. At this moment, there was a huge purple gold beast in front of him. Its realm had probably reached 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. Yi Xian ordered the violet gold sword servant and the sword god's clone to attack together, but they could not hurt this purple gold beast. Helpless, he could only decide to use his trump card. Divine Sword Technique. A divine sword tore through the purple gold relic and slashed at the purple gold battle beast, cutting it in half. What a joke! The divine sword technique could even break through the sky, let alone this 8th stage half-step sovereign emperor. In an instant, Yi Xian obtained a large black gold stone from the beast's body and greatly strengthened the violet gold sword servant. However, this violet gold ruins had the ability to repair itself. The crack on the top of its head was instantly repaired. However, this did not matter. After all, Yi Xian did not want to leave. However, after using the divine sword technique, this skill entered a cooldown state and could not be used again. Fortunately, Yi Xian had a large number of quasi-emperor artifact swords on him. In an instant, 4/5 of the cooldown was restored. However, right at the moment when this rank 8 half-step Imperial Emperor level purple golden battle beast died, a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the side palace hall. Hello! When the voice entered Yi Xian's ears, he was a little surprised. You are? Yi Xian looked at the phantom youth in front of him and could not help but ask. I'm Monarch Zijin, the owner of this ruin. The young man said. Oh, so it's senior. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists. There's no need to be so polite. I have a request. Monarch Zijin said. Senior, please tell me. Monarch Zijin paused and said. To be honest, although I'm the owner of this ruin, I'm actually sealed here. So, I want you to help me escape. What? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He originally thought that Monarch Zijin was already dead and that the person in front of him was just a remnant soul. This ruin was actually Monarch Zijin's tomb. However, he did not expect that Monarch Zijin was only sealed by someone else. Just as he was surprised, a system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Help Monarch Zijin escape. Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. He had not encountered a chain random mission in a long time. He immediately accepted it. How do I break the seal? Yi Xian asked. It's very simple. I'm sealed under the central palace of this ruin. In the central palace, there's a black gold beast at the peak of the half-step Imperial Emperor. As long as you can kill it, I can break the seal. Chapter 2049. It's that simple? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Simple. The purple gold monarch was very surprised. He said, originally, there was only one black gold battle beast at the peak of the 9th stage half-step sovereign emperor realm in the purple gold ruins. I was the one who secretly created the others. My purpose was to pick out people with potential to help me escape. It's already pretty good that you were able to kill this rank 8 half-step sovereign emperor black gold battle beast. However, you should know that the one in the central palace is 10 times stronger than this one. If you were to step into the central palace, you would be instantly killed. If that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Emperor Zijin shook his head and said, back then, I was severely injured by a sneak attack. Then I was sealed here. That person left behind a powerful black gold battle beast to suppress me. However, I can give you the black gold stones that I condensed. You can use them to strengthen this puppet of yours. After hearing this, Yi Xian was a little surprised. He asked, Condensed black gold stones? That's right. I'm not a human. I'm a purple gold demon. We can condense purple gold stones, supreme-grade purple gold stones, black gold stones, and even supreme-grade black gold stones. Unfortunately, I was heavily injured and sealed here. At most, I can condense black gold stones. Emperor Zijin shook his head. He was originally an imperial emperor. After being heavily injured, he was only a 9th-grade half-step imperial emperor. He couldn't even break the seal. Supreme-grade black gold stones? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior, how many black gold stones do you have?" Wait. After saying this, Emperor Zijin disappeared. Yi Xian waited for a while. Not long after, a black gold battle beast returned with a Qianquan ring in its mouth. At the same time, Emperor Zijin's figure appeared again. I've been trapped for so many years. I can only break a small hole in the seal. This Qianquan ring contains the black gold stones that I condensed over the years. Emperor Zijin asked the black gold battle beast to pass the Qianquan ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at it and his eyes lit up. There were at least 10,000 black gold ores inside, which was more than enough for a purple gold sword servant to evolve into a black gold sword servant. At that moment, Yi Xian used all the black gold ores to strengthen the violet gold sword servants. Ding! Purple gold sword servant has evolved into black gold sword servant. As for the rest, Yi Xian used them all to forge pseudo-thearch weapons and then restored the cooldown of the divine sword technique. Now, Yi Xian had the ability to kill the black gold battle beast. "Senior, please let me pass," Yi Xian said to Monarch Zijin. "Now." Emperor Zijin was surprised to hear this. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded and said, "Don't worry, Senior. The one standing in front of you right now is also a puppet. My original body is not there." Puppet? Monarch Zijin was stunned. He could feel that the sword god's doppelganger was a body of flesh and blood. How could it be a puppet? However, since Yi Xian said so himself, it should be true. After all, he was only an illusion now. "All right, then go ahead and try." Monarch Zijin didn't say anything else. He simply opened the biggest door. Then, the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in side by side. These doors were protected by formations. If they did not pass through, they would not be able to see what was behind the doors. After the black gold sword servant and the sword god's doppelganger walked in, they saw a huge black gold giant in the middle of the palace. This black gold giant must be the black gold battle beast that suppressed Monarch Zijin. Boom! At this moment, the 100-meter-tall black gold giant suddenly moved. It had been ordered to kill anyone who stepped into the central palace. The sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant did not say anything and immediately started fighting. This black gold giant was a peak 9th stage half-step imperial emperor. It was very strong. However, the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant were only 6th stage half-step imperial emperors. There was a difference of 3 realms. The difference of 3 realms made it impossible for the sword god's doppelganger and the black gold sword servant to hurt the black gold giant. "I don't care anymore." Yi Xian did not care so much and directly used the divine sword technique. The purple gold historical site was opened again. Boom! The divine sword fell and cut the black golden giant into 2 halves, killing it instantly. Not to mention this rank 9 half-step imperial lord level black golden giant. Even if a monarch were to be struck by it, he would still die. In this way, the biggest boss of the purple gold historical site was killed by Yi Xian. Immediately, Yi Xian rushed over and took the black gold stone in the black gold giant's body along with the corpse. A supreme-grade black gold stone? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized that this black gold stone was actually a supreme-grade black gold stone. This thing could only be condensed by an imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. It seemed that the person who suppressed imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe had really put in a lot of effort. However, what Yi Xian could not understand was why that person did not directly kill imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe when he was already seriously injured. Instead, he suppressed him. Just as he was feeling surprised, the center of the central palace suddenly began to tremble. Something seemed to want to break out of the ground. Yi Xian understood that this must be imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe, so he immediately followed and cooperated with him. In a short while, the seal was broken, and Yi Xian finally saw imperial emperor of the purple gold tribe. However, Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe situation was much worse than he had imagined. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know if I can leave this damn place in my lifetime. As soon as Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe appeared, he immediately thanked him. Previously, his heavenly fate rank had already exceeded 34, which was the Imperial Emperor rank. However, as he was sealed, his heavenly fate continued to be consumed, so his realm dropped. In addition, he continued to condense black gold stones and then used his heavenly fate rank to form the Purple Gold Beast and Black Gold Beast, which worsened his decline. Therefore, he was only a 6-stage half-step Imperial Emperor now. Senior, you're too kind. Yi Xian grinned. This time, if it were not for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, he would probably have to spend a lot of time to get through the Purple Gold Tribe's ruins. Moreover, his chain random mission was triggered because of Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe. He wondered what kind of reward he would get after this chain random mission was completed. I've been sealed for many years, and I've been desperately condensing black gold stones all these years. I'm only a 7th-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. I need to find a safe place to recover my strength. Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe said. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he said, I happen to have a place here. After he finished speaking, he did not wait for Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe's reply. He asked Blackhorn and the Old Tree to perform a double devour and directly absorb Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe into the devouring space. Then, Wei Zhentian turned into the Beast God Bell and forcibly controlled Imperial Emperor of the Purple Gold Tribe, who was only a 6-stage half-step Imperial Emperor. Chapter 2050. Ding! Host has completed the first round of the chain random task. At this moment, the system's notification sounded, but there was no notification for the second round. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and asked Emperor Zi Jin to explain the situation, such as why he was imprisoned here. I am Zi Jin, the young master of the Zi Jin family. Countless years ago, I was ambushed by my cousin, Zi Feng, and was imprisoned here, Emperor Zi Jin said. Hearing this, Yi Xian asked curiously, why did Zi Feng ambush you and only imprison you here? Why didn't he kill you? Zi Feng wanted to be the leader of the Zi Jin family, and I was in his way, so he ambushed me. However, he didn't dare to kill me, because once I died, the family would know. As long as he imprisoned me, the family would just think that I was traveling outside. Emperor Zi Jin replied. Oh, then do you think he has become the leader? Yi Xian asked again. I'm not very sure, because he destroyed my Qian Kuan ring that day, so I can't take over the family. However, I think that with his methods, he should have already become the leader, Zi Jin said. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has triggered the second round of the chain random task. Escort Emperor Zi Jin back to the Zi Jin family. As expected, this task was related to Emperor Zi Jin, and the second round of the task had been triggered. Now, Emperor Zi Jin was under Yi Xian's control. For convenience, he directly searched Emperor Zi Jin's soul. This search allowed Yi Xian to discover a secret that was buried in Emperor Zi Jin's heart. The ancestor of the Zi Jin family was a purple gold. Later on, he mutated and cultivated into a human form, and then continued to reproduce. Later on, another mutated person was born in the Zi Jin family. This member of the Zi Jin family had a black gold ore in his body. Then, the leader planted the black gold ore, and then a black gold ore vein was formed. In the end, the Zi Jin family continued to devour the black gold to strengthen themselves, and the strength of the entire Zi Jin family increased rapidly. And today, Monarch Zi Jin's body actually had such a black gold mineral seed. In other words, Yi Xian could also create a black gold ore vein. This black gold ore vein, together with the devouring space, would be very effective. At that moment, Yi Xian directly told the Purple Gold Emperor to take out the black gold mine. This didn't affect the Purple Gold Emperor in the slightest. This was also a change that happened when Emperor Zi Jin was trapped in the Purple Gold Relic. Yi Xian picked a piece of land in the devouring space, and then planted the black gold ore vein. Together with all kinds of treasures, the land began to turn black instantly, and emitted a faint black gold light. Black gold. The black gold vein had already been formed and was starting to spread. Although this speed was slow, one should not forget that this was within the devouring space. One day in the outside world was equivalent to nearly 18,000 years in the devouring space. The black golds of the black gold or vein was the black gold or vein of the purple gold or. Moreover, the black gold ore produced here was even better than the supreme-grade purple gold ore. There might even be supreme-grade black gold ore here. As long as there were those special treasures, the black gold ore vein could continuously expand the ore vein, forming a never-ending ore vein. Not bad, not bad. The black gold produced in the future can be used to forge quasi-emperor weapons, restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique, and strengthen the black gold sword servants. This is killing two birds with one stone. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, if I can get the Zijin family's black gold ore vein, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Thinking of this, he could not wait and immediately left the Zijin underground palace. After being sealed for so many years, Emperor Zijin had already given all his wealth to Yi Xian. Now, he was penniless. However, just as Yi Xian was about to head to the Zijin family, rumble! Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Yi Xian could not figure out what was going on. He looked over and realized that the Zijin ruins were beginning to collapse. Smoke and dust filled the air and shrouded the entire place. Rumble! Suddenly, an enormous hand stretched out from the ground and slapped down, flattening the entire violet gold historical site. At this moment, Yi Xian had already hidden far away. Following that, another hand stretched out. Then with a push of both hands, a huge head stretched out. Emperor Zijin, what is this? Yi Xian hurriedly released the purple gold emperor. When the latter came out to take a look, he was shocked. This is also a black gold battle beast, but its core is probably a supreme-grade black gold ore. Emperor Zijin said in shock. A supreme-grade black gold battle beast? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He did not expect such a terrifying black gold battle beast to exist under the Zijin palace. Moreover, even Emperor Zijin did not know about it. At this moment, this supreme-grade black gold battle beast had already crawled out from the ground. Its huge eyes were staring in the direction of Yi Xian and Emperor Zijin. Oh no, it's a guardian battle beast made by Zi Feng. Once I escape, it will come out and kill me. Emperor Zijin's expression changed drastically. Compared to the 9th grade half-step Emperor Black Gold Giant in front of him, it paled in comparison. This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant had probably reached the Emperor realm. F***CK, I can't use the Divine Sword technique now. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly kept Emperor Zijin into the devouring space. When this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant saw Emperor Zijin disappear, its gaze fell on the Sword God clone. Then, it crawled out from the ground and rushed toward the Sword God clone. Rumble! This supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was not slow. When it ran, it was like a super earthquake. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Sword God clone. Bang! It stomped on the Sword God's clone and the Black Gold Sword Servant. Crack! Although it had already advanced once, the Black Gold Sword Servant was still directly trampled to death. As for the Sword God clone, he was not injured at all. It seemed that this matter could not be settled peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any powerful forces nearby. It seems that we can only wait. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the surrounding forces, at most, there were high-level half-step Emperor Realm people. Facing this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant at the Emperor Realm was courting death. Therefore, Yi Xian could only let the Sword God clone stall this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant and wait. Wait for the Black Gold mine to produce black gold, then make it into a quasi-emperor weapon and let the divine sword technique cool down. Chapter 2051. Just like that, Yi Xian started to wait for time. This wait lasted for 10 days. After 10 days, the cooldown of the divine sword technique was finally over. Then, the sword god's doppelganger slashed at the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. The sword cut the supreme-grade Black Gold Giant into two halves as if it was cutting tofu. Instant kill. Yi Xian immediately went over and kept the corpse. There was indeed a piece of supreme-grade black gold stone in the body of this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant. Without hesitation, Yi Xian used it to strengthen the Black Gold Sword Servant. This time, fortunately, there was a black gold stone. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not have been able to obtain so many black gold stones and restore the cooldown of the divine sword technique. If this supreme-grade Black Gold Giant was allowed to leave, this area would suffer a heavy blow. Fortunately, Yi Xian dealt with it. Since the matter was settled, Yi Xian would head to the Zijin family next. Before the Zijin family was trapped, there were hundreds of emperors in the Zijin family. He wondered how the Zijin family had developed now. According to the memories of the Zijin family, there was a one-way teleportation array that led back to the family. Therefore, Yi Xian spent 3 days to find this teleportation array. Whoosh! The teleportation array started to move. However, only the sword god's doppelganger was teleporting. Soon, the sword god's doppelganger landed. However, what surprised him was that the teleportation array seemed to have been abandoned for many years. This is a tragedy. The Zijin family actually moved away. Yi Xian rolled his eyes helplessly. It seemed that he had to search for the Zijin family. He hoped that the Zijin family had left behind some clues. He randomly chose a direction and headed forward. After a day, he found a city. Therefore, he went in to ask around. Unfortunately, most people had never heard of the Zijin family. This city was built later. However, he did not believe that no one here knew about it. Find the Zijin family, the former overlord of this area. Those who know will be rewarded with 10,000 black gold stones. Yi Xian went directly to the city lord's mansion. He spent some money and posted a reward. When this news came out, the entire city was in an uproar. 10,000 pieces of black gold rock was not a small number. Most people would have a headache when they heard this number. They didn't know how many there were. However, those with higher cultivation realms knew the value of this. Even the large families in the city might not be able to take out 10,000 pieces of black gold rock. And in this way, he only needed a single piece of information to obtain it. However, when these people heard the words Zijin clan, they were all dumbfounded. Who had heard of this family? Sigh, I have nowhere to spend my money. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Finally, on the 10th day after the mission was issued, someone finally used the communication token that Yi Xian had left in the city lord's mansion. I know where the Zijin clan is. A voice sounded from the communication token. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly grabbed the communication token and replied, Where? I can tell you, but I want to know, why are you looking for this Zijin clan? Then why don't you tell me why you are asking this question? Yi Xian asked back. This question made the other party fall silent. After a long while, the other party replied, I am at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian hurriedly broke through the void and went over. Then, he saw a young man standing at the entrance of the city lord's mansion. After seeing this young man, Yi Xian was a little surprised because he felt that this young man was somewhat familiar. This aura seemed to be similar to Xianx's. Could it be that he was also a member of the Zijin clan? Coincidentally, Monarch Zijin was behind Yi Xian. When this young man saw Monarch Zijin, he was shocked. Big brother? The young man shouted. Yi Xian hurriedly recalled and realized that this young man was actually Monarch Zijin's younger brother, Ziyin. No wonder he knew where the Zijin clan was. So he was from the Zijin clan. Younger brother, it's you? Zijin was slightly surprised. The two brothers were actually able to meet in this place. Their luck was really good. Big brother, where have you been all these years? Why haven't I heard from you at all? Ziyin couldn't help but ask. I was sealed by Zifeng and only escaped recently. However, when I returned to the clan, I discovered that the clan had already moved away, Zijin replied. Zifeng. Ziyin raised his eyebrows and said, Bastard! Let's not talk about this for now. How is the clan now? Zijin asked again. The clan is fine. Previously, our clan found a place that was more suitable for the Zijin clan, so our entire clan moved there. However, Zifeng has already become the patriarch of the Zijin clan and changed the name to the Zijin clan. Ziyin said. When Zijin heard this, he couldn't help but mutter, as expected, he has become the patriarch. Zifeng is very capable. After becoming the patriarch, the clan has indeed continued to grow stronger. However, he acts arrogantly and is now pushing our clan aside. During this period of time, many clan members have died mysteriously. I suspect that he is the culprit. Ziyin said. Since Zifeng can attack me, he can naturally attack others as well. Zijin said. Zifeng was the son of his uncle and was related to him by blood. However, since he could attack him for the sake of power, after becoming the patriarch, he was naturally unrestrained. Thus, Zi Jin decided that he absolutely could not allow Zi Feng to continue. However, although his current strength had recovered to that of a rank 8 half-step imperial emperor, it was simply insufficient for the current patriarch of the Black Gold clan. Big brother, follow me back to the clan first. Father will definitely be very happy, Zi Yin said. Hearing this, Zi Jin directly shook his head. Back then, Zi Feng attacked me. If I were to appear now, wouldn't I be telling others about his scheme back then? No, big brother. You only need to disguise yourself. Furthermore, our branch has already separated from the main clan and has our own territory. Zi Feng won't know, Zi Yin said. Since that's the case, fine. Zi Jin nodded and agreed. After that, Zi Yin brought Zi Jin and Yi Xian and hurried to the Zi Jin clan. On the way, Yi Xian also learned about the current situation of the Zi Jin clan. Before Zi Jin was sealed, his father was the patriarch. The Zi Jin clan possessed 100 imperial emperor-level experts. And now, the Zi Jin clan was so powerful that they possessed rank 6 imperial emperor-level experts. This was all thanks to the Black Gold vein. However, the Black Gold vein was in the Black Gold clan. After the Zi Jin clan moved out, they started to decline. After all, they were suppressed by Zi Feng. Moving out could be considered to be in accordance with Zi Feng's wishes. This time, although they had Zi Yin leading the way to the Zi Jin clan, they still spent a month's time. Without Zi Yin, it would likely take Yi Xian 3 months to find the Zi Jin clan. At this moment, Zi Jin had already disguised himself. Then, he was led by Zi Yin into the Zi Jin clan. On the way back, Zi Yin had already informed the patriarch of this matter through a transmission talisman.